Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 189, Murcielago. After chatting for a while, they arrived at Masatsuki Aozaki's temporary laboratory. The entire room was shrouded in a solemn atmosphere. Masatsuki Aozaki stood at the center, surrounded by the Erankars and Minos under his command. Among them, Haribel, who held a slightly higher status than the others and was acknowledged as a companion, sat quietly at his side. Masatsuki Aozaki slowly rose to his feet and stepped forward toward the reishi membrane before him. Inside the translucent barrier, a figure knelt, completely wrapped in tight bandages. Though concealed, the outline of a human form was still faintly discernible. Raising his hand, Masatsuki Aozaki extended his fingers into the membrane. In an instant, a brilliant white reiatsu flared at his fingertips, radiating such an intense glow that those nearby instinctively narrowed their eyes. With a sharp, crystalline crack, like shattering glass, the reishi membrane ruptured. At the same time, the bandages wrapped around the figure unraveled like brittle porcelain, falling away in fragments. Amidst the scattered remains, a man clad in half a helmet knelt motionless, his hands slowly dropping to his sides. "Welcome back, my companion, Ulquiorra." Masatsuki Aozaki's lips curled into a genuine smile as he extended his palm toward the kneeling figure. Ulquiorra Cipher, now officially recognized as a companion, lifted his head slowly. His emerald eyes, vacant and clouded with uncertainty, fixated on the outstretched hand before him. "Lowly, give him his clothes." Masatsuki Aozaki let out a light chuckle and withdrew his hand, his tone casual and unconcerned. "Yes." Lowly responded immediately. Hearing Masatsuki Aozaki call her name, she hurried forward, carrying a set of pristine white garments in her arms. In a short moment, Ulquiorra had changed into his new attire, his appearance completely renewed. His Zanpakutō, Murcielago, now rested at his waist. He stood tall and composed, his sharp features and slender build exuding a cold elegance, an image of refined aloofness. Yet, despite his striking presence, when standing next to Masatsuki Aozaki, he somehow seemed unremarkable. As a result, the others' attention was drawn more to his defining trait, the remnants of his hollow mask, the undeniable mark of an Erankar. Masatsuki Aozaki observed him carefully, a flicker of satisfaction flashing through his eyes. Ulquiorra's reiatsu in his current form was nearly identical to when he was a half Erankar, at the level of an ordinary second-class spiritual power, slightly below Haribel's. As for his other abilities, further testing would be necessary to assess them. "You may leave for now. I will personally test your strength later." "Yes, Masatsuki-sama." Ulquiorra gave a slight nod, showing no resistance to the command. As he stepped out of the laboratory, he cast a brief glance toward Haribel, who remained seated nearby. He knew that soon, it would be her turn to undergo the Erankar transformation. Recalling his own experience of becoming an Erankar, he nodded slightly to himself, as if something had become clear to him. Though he didn't fully understand the reason for avoiding the process, he followed Masatsuki Aozaki's instructions without hesitation, carrying them out with unquestioning obedience. "Everyone here has just witnessed the state Ulquiorra achieved," Masatsuki Aozaki said in a low voice. "This proves that even a Vasto Lord-class Minos can undergo perfect Erankarization." For a brief moment, silence filled the room. Then, a flicker of excitement flashed in the eyes of Sung-sun, Apache, and Mila Rose. "Haribel, come to my side. It's time for your Erankarization experiment. Once you successfully transform, you will gain even greater power." Masatsuki Aozaki's gaze swept across the gathered hollows before finally settling on Haribel. His tone carried both encouragement and anticipation. "I've been waiting for this moment for a long time, and I believe you have as well. Let us witness it together." Haribel met his gaze, her eyes unwavering, conveying a silent promise. Then, she nodded firmly, signaling that she was ready. The other women in the room exchanged smiles, each harboring different thoughts. Sung-sun, Apache, and Mila Rose sincerely hoped to see Haribel grow stronger. Lowly and Minoli, however, were more concerned about their own survival. Though they had been captured as test subjects, they couldn't deny that Erankarization had elevated them to a higher form of existence. But evolution brought more than just power, it also carried immense risks. After all, within Las Noches lurked a terrifyingly powerful and deranged scientist. If that madman were to discover them, there was no doubt he would personally capture them and subject them to further cruel experiments. According to Haribel, this scientist was not only ruthless but also one of the strongest Vasto Lords, with unfathomable power. They all knew Masatsuki Aozaki wouldn't remain in Hueco Mundo for long. He frequently left, often disappearing without a trace. This left them feeling vulnerable and uneasy in the face of potential threats. Haribel had become their leader, their protector. If she could successfully become an Arrancar, then even in Masatsuki Aozaki's absence, they would have someone strong enough to ensure their safety. However, Haribel did not smile. Lowering her head, she gently placed a hand over her chest, feeling the rapid beat of her heart. During the Arrancarization process, I will use a special white cloth to wrap your body and deploy a reishi membrane around you. This will stabilize your spiritual particles and prevent external interference during your transformation, Masatsuki Aozaki explained. Then, with a playful tone, he added, I wonder, are you afraid of the dark? If you are, don't worry, I'll be right here with you the whole time. Let's begin. Haribel had long since made up her mind. Without hesitation, she steadied her breath and focused, fully prepared. She allowed Masatsuki Aozaki to proceed without resistance. White cloth strips, woven from specialized reishi, coiled around her like living serpents, wrapping her body layer by layer until she was completely enclosed. Above them, the ceiling of the laboratory began to glow as a spherical device activated, emitting concentrated streams of reishi energy. A transparent, glass-like polygonal barrier formed around her, isolating her from external reishi. Masatsuki Aozaki could feel the Hogyoku within his chest resonate. Reaching out, he placed a finger against Haribel's forehead. The same radiant light that had shone during Okuyura's transformation now illuminated the room. 40 chapters ahead. P. A Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 190, Chapter 190, Haribel. Hueco Mundo felt different today, extraordinarily so. The pale moon bathed the land in a soft glow, the white sand stretched endlessly like silk, and small hollows scurried through the underground forests. A gentle breeze swept across the desolate expanse. It was a scene both mysterious and strangely serene. Yet, nothing was more striking than the woman before him, Haribel. Her beauty was breathtaking, so much so that Masatsuki Aozaki found himself unwilling to look away. Haribel, let me help you. He gazed down at her, kneeling on the ground. His expression turned unreadable as his eyes fell upon her heart, still partially encased in the remnants of her shattered hollow mask. As a Vasto Lord-class hollow, one of Hueco Mundo's most powerful beings, Haribel naturally exuded the regal presence of a queen, commanding both awe and respect. But now, stripped of her former dignity, she knelt bare before him. The commanding aura she once possessed was gone, replaced by an almost tragic fragility, like a fallen queen, her kingdom lost. The sight of her in such a state made Masatsuki Aozaki's temper flare, an almost primal impulse rising within him, an urge to thoroughly dominate her. His gaze drifted downward, lingering briefly on the hollow hole in her lower abdomen. He then reached out, placing a firm yet gentle hand on her shoulder. A wave of warmth passed through him, the heat of his touch spreading across her skin. Haribel shuddered. She could feel the intensity radiating from Masatsuki Aozaki, a heat so overwhelming it felt as though it might consume her. Her mask, now reduced to a half-helm covering the upper portion of her face, concealed her expression. But the faint flush creeping up to her ears and the sudden quickening of her heartbeat betrayed the turmoil within her. Back when she was still a hollow, she had never paid much attention to the Shinigami's appearance. But now she realized, he was undeniably attractive. She shook her head slightly, as if trying to dismiss the thought. No, even as a hollow, she had found him striking. But as an Arrancar, seeing him again, his presence felt even more compelling, his allure even stronger. Her gaze remained locked onto him, unable to pull away, her throat tightening involuntarily as she swallowed. Around them, the gathered female Arrancar looked on without surprise. To them, this scene was nothing new. They had all experienced something similar upon their own transformations, had all felt the same pull Haribel did now. Even deep within their cores, the lingering remnants of their hollow instincts stirred, a volatile, restless energy that made them want to overpower Masatsuki Aozaki themselves. Yet, their Arrancar evolution had returned to them their rational minds, allowing them to suppress such base impulses. Even so, that primal instinct never fully disappeared. It remained buried, subdued beneath layers of control. Masatsuki Aozaki was unaware of these unspoken thoughts. If he had known, he would have only wished for their happiness, never wanting them to struggle so hard to suppress their emotions. Get up, there are more tests waiting for us. Masatsuki Aozaki let out a long sigh. He slowly helped the future queen of Hueco Mundo to her feet, a flicker of helplessness and regret in his eyes, disappointed that he couldn't do more. I have to say, Haribel, you really do have the air of a queen. Why not just kick that old man Baragon off his throne and take over as the new ruler of Hueco Mundo? A small smile tugged at Masatsuki's lips as he playfully teased her, carefully dressing the blonde beauty in a white crop top and long pants. Haribel's face flushed slightly at his words, but she quickly regained her composure. Her gaze turned serious. I don't want to rule Hueco Mundo, nor do I have the ability to lead the Hollows. That role should belong to someone truly capable. Though her voice was steady, the faint blush lingering on her ears betrayed her lingering emotions from their recent closeness. Thinking back to their first encounter more than half a year ago, an indescribable feeling welled up in Haribel's heart. Back then, as a top-tier Vasto Lord, she never could have imagined herself developing feelings for a Shinigami. It was an unfamiliar, almost alien sensation, one that left her deeply conflicted. But fate had a strange way of working. No matter how much she struggled with these emotions, she couldn't deny what had taken root in her heart. And Masatsuki had never tried to hide his feelings either. At that time, she had yet to become an Arrancar. Though Vasto Lords had humanoid forms, they were still hollows at their core. Yet this man, a Shinigami, never seemed to care about that at all. Over the past 6 months, their bond had only deepened. Those around them often reminisced about that harrowing battle, the memory still vivid in their minds. Whenever she thought back to it, a chill ran down her spine. That fight had nearly cost her the life of her closest friends. She herself had barely escaped death in that vast, endless desert. Now, looking back, everything over the past 6 months felt like a surreal dream. She had survived, evolved into an Arrancar, and gained the power to protect her sisters. It all felt unreal, like something out of a dream. At this moment, Haribel's emotions were more tangled than ever. In a world as chaotic as this, she had no idea what the future held. All she could do was silently hope that the battles of the past, filled with sacrifice, would never happen again. Hope that these quiet, peaceful days could last forever. Once Haribel was fully dressed, Masatsuki carefully helped her up before softly asking, "Do you want to test your strength now, or wait for another opportunity?" Her Ryoku was strong, and her breathing steady, but why did she still seem so weak? Even after Okuiora became an Arrancar, he never showed signs like this. Was it because she had abandoned ultra-speed regeneration? Masatsuki couldn't make sense of it. But as he watched her struggle to even stand, concern stirred in his heart. He gently tried to dissuade her. "With the way you are now, you should take some time to recover before pushing yourself. We have plenty of time, there's no need to rush." However, Haribel firmly shook her head. "No. We do it today." Before her words had even fully settled, she suddenly tensed her shoulders. With a sharp whoosh, she straightened up in an instant. Her movement was so fast that Masatsuki was momentarily stunned. She's really stubborn, but this is too sudden. She's too straightforward, no scheming at all. Masatsuki let out a small sigh, his lips twitching slightly in exasperation. Then, turning to Loli beside him, he gave a slight nod and ordered. "In that case, Loli, go inform Okuiora to meet us on the surface." 40 chapters ahead. p@Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 191, Chapter 191, Test. The Hueco Mundo No. 1 martial arts tournament officially begins. As the deafening sound of a gong rang out, accompanied by Loli's crisp and resounding announcement, the gathered Arrancars instinctively stepped back, clearing a vast, open space. A gentle breeze swept across the pristine, soft white sand, offering a fleeting sense of coolness amid the tense and electric atmosphere. Masatsuki Aozaki, Okuiora, and Haribel stood several meters apart, facing each other from a distance. Haribel spoke in a low, serious tone. "Masatsuki-sama, are you certain you want to take on both of us at the same time?" Masatsuki offered a faint smile, his tone calm and detached. "Whether it's one or two, it makes no difference to me. You must understand, this is a test of your strength, not mine." His voice was eerily steady, almost indifferent, as if the two powerful Vasto Lord-class Arrancars before him posed no threat whatsoever. Okuiora remained impassive at Masatsuki's words, showing no change in expression. Haribel, too, was unfazed. She knew the young Shinigami was not exaggerating. She called him Masatsuki-sama not merely because he had saved her life, that alone was not enough. The real reason lay in his sheer, overwhelming power, something beyond comprehension. And, of course, it didn't hurt that her benefactor was strikingly handsome. Following someone so extraordinary could hardly be considered a misfortune. "Then please be careful, Masatsuki-sama." Before her words had fully left her lips, her once gentle gaze sharpened in an instant. With a swift motion, she reached behind her and drew her Zanpakutō. In that very moment, her aura shifted drastically. A brilliant golden Ryatsu burst forth from her, radiating intensely, like a blazing sun descending upon the battlefield. She lifted one elegant foot and slammed it down with force. A thunderous crack echoed through the air as the unyielding ground beneath her shattered into countless fragments. A faint golden glow spread rapidly across her bronzed skin, as if she had donned a mystical, regal suit of armor. Gripping her Zanpakutō tightly, she brandished a uniquely designed short sword with a hollow blade, its edge gleaming with an icy menace. This was the manifestation of her power, her spirit core, her Zanpakutō. Tiburon. At that moment, a raw, unrestrained power surged from within her, fierce and untamed, exuding the primal majesty of a queen of battle. It was like a volcanic eruption, wild and unstoppable. This wild nature, even after gaining the power of a Shinigami, a hollow is still, at its core, a hollow. Masatsuki Aozaki murmured softly. But even so, I really don't mind it. Hearing only the first half of his words, Harabelle's bright eyes dimmed slightly, a flicker of disappointment crossing her gaze. However, the moment she registered the latter half, a flush as deep as the evening sun spread across her cheeks, quickly reaching the tips of her ears. At the same time, Sung-sun and the others watched her with teasing expressions, making her unable to hold back an exasperated outburst. Masatsuki-sama, please stop saying things like that. It's distracting. But that's genuinely how I feel. Masatsuki sighed, sounding rather helpless, completely unaware that his words had left her flustered. Before he could even finish speaking, Harabelle suddenly moved, as if worried he would say something even more difficult to handle. Ulquiorra, observing this, merely cast her a brief glance before following suit. Both of them bent their knees slightly, and in the next instant, the ground beneath them caved in, forming shallow craters. Boom. 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 A sharp, deafening sound, almost as if breaking the sound barrier, echoed as countless shards of rock exploded outward in all directions. Like a pair of hunting panthers, Harabelle and Ulquiorra launched themselves forward at incredible speed. Sonido. The high-speed movement technique unique to the Erincar, comparable to the Shinigami Shuinpa and the Quincy's Hirenkyaku, enabled them to traverse the battlefield with extraordinary speed. In terms of sheer velocity, it could rival Shuinpa. However, Sonido possessed a unique advantage: it allowed the user to bypass detection by sensory nerves. Sensory perception, known among hollows as pesquisa, was how they sensed spiritual presences. For most Erincar, mastering Sonido required years of arduous training. But for Harabelle and Ulquiorra, both formerly Vasto Lord-class beings, the moment they became Erincar, they had instinctively grasped this extraordinary ability. Now, their speed had reached an almost inconceivable level. Even Sung-sun, Mila Rose and Apache, powerful Ajuchas-class Erincar, could only stare at the empty space ahead, unable to catch even the faintest glimpse of their movement. So fast. This is unreal. As expected of Harabelle-sama. That speed is absolutely breathtaking. Ulquiorra-sama is just as incredible. He's completely keeping pace with her. The group of hollow girls couldn't help but cheer in amazement. There was no doubt, Ulquiorra was an enigma. Because of his peculiar personality, the others had never really regarded him with the same reverence as a noble lord. Yet his immense strength was undeniable. In a flash, Harabelle and Ulquiorra closed the distance, their movements like streaks of lightning. In the blink of an eye, they were upon Masatsuki. Their gleaming blades, raised high, tore through the air, descending mercilessly toward his chest with terrifying force. Clang. The expected scene of blood spraying and flesh splitting apart never came. Instead, a piercing metallic screech rang out. He arrow. Harabelle's eyes widened in shock, her pupils shrinking to needlepoints. Even Ulquiorra, always composed and unreadable, showed a rare flicker of surprise. Masatsuki's white robe split open in two places, as if torn by immense force. Yet beneath it, his skin remained unscathed. The devastating blows, powerful enough to rend the earth and cleave mountains, had struck his chest as though hitting solid steel, producing nothing more than a burst of dazzling sparks. Not just Harabelle, but every Erincar present froze in disbelief, their mouths hanging open. Masatsuki-sama, is he even still a Shinigami? Sung-sun murmured in shock, her voice tinged with confusion. Everything they had just witnessed completely defied logic. A Shinigami had just taken a direct hit from two of the strongest Erincar, without so much as a scratch. This was unheard of. What kind of Shinigami had a body like that? 40 chapters ahead. P@Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 192, Chapter 192, Resurrection. The speed is decent, but the power is a bit lacking. Masatsuki Aozaki stood in place, completely at ease, the corner of his mouth curving slightly as he murmured his observation. Ola Azul. Harabelle tightened her grip on her Zanpakutō, clenching her teeth as she let out a low, determined cry. In an instant, the blade of Tiburon was flooded with immense Ryoryoku, radiating a dazzling light. Without hesitation, she thrust it forward with all her strength, sending a massive, energy-forged blade hurtling toward Masatsuki at blinding speed, carrying overwhelming force. At the same time, Ulquiorra reacted swiftly. Raising one hand, he gathered his emerald-green Ryatsu, concentrating it into a single point. In a flash, the energy transformed into a razor-sharp beam of light. Zero. The three of them were only meters apart. The very moment Ola Azul made contact, Ulquiorra's Zero surged forth like a raging flood, engulfing Masatsuki entirely in a brilliant emerald blaze. In the blink of an eye, his upper body was completely swallowed by the devastating torrent of energy. Boom. A deafening explosion rocked the battlefield, shaking the forest of Minos as if the entire realm trembled under the force of the impact. The pillar of light tore through the darkness like a storm, triggering a violent detonation that sent shockwaves rippling across the area. Everyone watching felt their hearts tighten, instinctively holding their breath as worry gripped them. Then, from within the all-consuming blast, a steady voice rang out, calm and unshaken. "Let me see how strong your Hero really is." Harabel and Ulquiorra froze. A shadow flickered within the blinding energy, and before they could react, two fists shot forward like bolts of lightning. A powerful gust followed, the sheer force of the punches rushing toward their abdomens. Still reeling from the shock of the previous exchange, neither had time to react before an overwhelming impact struck them. Their bodies were launched backward like projectiles, sent hurtling through the air before slamming into the ground with explosive force, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. The battlefield had shifted in an instant. Everyone watching was left in stunned silence, eyes wide in disbelief. Ah, did I go overboard? As the emerald glow dissipated, Masatsuki's figure emerged from the fading light. His upper garments had been completely disintegrated by the force of the attacks, leaving his flawless physique exposed to all. He scratched the back of his head, offering a somewhat apologetic smile. The entire arena fell into dead silence. Not a single sound came from either the fighters or the spectators. Even Loli and Minoli, who were tasked with recording the test results, stood frozen, too stunned to process what had just happened. In the blink of an eye, two of the most powerful Vasto Lord-class Arrancar had been effortlessly knocked away by a single counterattack from this young Shinigami. The scene before them felt unreal, impossible to comprehend. This defeat had come too suddenly, too easily. Are all Shinigami monsters like this? Vasto Lord, before evolving into Arrancar, they were the undisputed apex predators of Hueco Mundo. Yet even they couldn't withstand a single blow from him. For the Ajuchas-class Arrancar watching from the sidelines, the realization hit hard: if they had stepped in his way, they wouldn't have just been knocked back. They would have been obliterated in an instant. No wonder Hueco Mundo has always been suppressed by Soul Society. The gap in strength is simply too vast. Masatsuki-sama truly is impressive. As the dust settled, Harabel gently pressed her abdomen and struggled to stand, offering a wry smile. The sheer gap in power was utterly disheartening. If she had still been in her Mino stage, just taking that punch would have instantly triggered ultra-speed regeneration to heal her wounds. Fortunately, as an Arrancar, her control over Ryatsu had reached a level comparable to that of a Shinigami. On top of that, she had gained the formidable defense of Hero, significantly bolstering her resilience. Only by layering Ryatsu defense with Hero had she barely managed to withstand what appeared to be a simple punch. However, even if she wanted to regenerate now, she couldn't. In pursuit of even greater power, she had long since sacrificed ultra-speed regeneration. Masatsuki Aozaki let out a quiet chuckle, clearly pleased with everyone's performance. The purpose of testing their strength was not just to assess the capabilities of Vasto Lord-class Arrancar, but to establish dominance. More importantly, it was to ensure that everyone present understood the sheer scale of his power. After all, Hueco Mundo was a world where only the strong commanded respect, and the weak were nothing more than prey. When dealing with Arrancar, who had evolved from hollows, it was necessary to demonstrate strength from time to time. Even if Harabel and Ulquiorra were not the type to seek out battle, only overwhelming strength could ensure their unwavering allegiance. In close, Murcielago. With those calm yet commanding words, a suffocating wave of dark green Ryatsu erupted like a violent tide, instantly engulfing the entire battlefield. The immense pressure condensed into countless crystalline raindrops that cascaded from above. Harabel turned in shock, her gaze locking onto Ulquiorra. He had undergone a complete transformation. A two-horned helmet adorned his head, and his once short hair had grown slightly longer. The deep tear-like markings on his face were now even more pronounced. Dressed in a flowing white robe, his black fingernails had elongated into formidable claws. But the most striking change was the massive pair of black wings unfurling from his back, giving him an almost demonic presence. In his grasp was a green reishi blade, radiating an ominous, deadly energy. Resurrection. Ulquiorra, you. Harabel stood frozen, staring at the men before her, both familiar and unrecognizable. For a brief moment, words failed her. Ulquiorra paid no mind to her reaction. He cast her a fleeting glance before shifting his gaze to the figure standing in the distance. Masatsuki Aozaki, his posture unwavering, exuding an effortless air of confidence. Harabel, do you still not understand? Ulquiorra's voice was calm, devoid of emotion. We are the challengers in this battle. The true strength stands before us. In front of Masatsuki-sama, we have no right to hold anything back. Harabel hesitated for a split second before clenching her teeth and nodding firmly, as if coming to a decision. Destroy, Tiburon. With her fierce declaration, she thrust her Zanpakutō toward the ground. A towering surge of water, like a massive clamshell, erupted beneath her feet, instantly enclosing her within its depths. As the water gradually receded, all eyes widened in astonishment. The short blade Harabel had once wielded had transformed into a massive greatsword shaped like a shark's gill, its cold gleam exuding a chilling menace. The remnants of her hollow mask now only adorned her neck and chest, revealing her strikingly beautiful face. Deep blue lightning-like markings had appeared along her cheeks. She now wore a short-skirted, armored bodysuit, its sleek design highlighting her flawless, sculpted form. 40 chapters ahead. P. at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 193, Chapter 193, Come to my side. Ulquiorra's legs tensed slightly, like a bowstring pulled taut, ready to release at any moment. In the next instant, his figure shot upward like a cannonball, soaring into the air. With a sudden thrust, he drove his sword forward. The razor-sharp reishi blade gleamed with a chilling light as it streaked toward Masatsuki Aozaki's chest at an astonishing speed, as if it were tearing through space itself. A piercing green arc was left in its wake. Sizzle. A crisp sound rang out as the blade made contact, its tip exploding in a dazzling flash of light. However, what happened next left everyone stunned. Masatsuki Aozaki, instead of dodging, simply extended his hand, casually, effortlessly. Ulquiorra's pupils constricted violently, a wave of indescribable shock surging through him. The spectators stood frozen, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Not bad, Ulquiorra. Masatsuki's lips curved into a faint smile as he spoke lightly. His fingers firmly grasped the tip of Ulquiorra's rapidly thrusting blade, while his left hand rested lazily on the hilt of his Zanpakutō, which had already entered its Bansho Senrin Shirkai state. Then, he slowly lifted his gaze, looking down at Ulquiorra with an air of absolute confidence. But it's not enough. If this is all you have, you'll never defeat me. But don't worry, I won't destroy your brain or your internal organs. It'll just hurt a little. Ulquiorra's breath caught for a brief moment. After his Arankar transformation, he had retained ultra-speed regeneration, but his brain and internal organs remained irreplaceable vulnerabilities. Masatsuki's words just now had clearly exposed that fact. Before Ulquiorra could react, Masatsuki snatched his arm in a single, fluid motion. At that moment, Harabel appeared silently at Masatsuki's flank, like a specter emerging from the shadows. Cascada. A sharp cry rang out, almost as if deliberately meant to warn him. Harabel raised her enormous, sharp-toothed greatsword. The gill-like vents along the blade erupted, unleashing a massive surging torrent, a waterfall of crushing force that roared toward Masatsuki. Ulquiorra's expression changed instantly. Before he could react. Darkness. His vision blurred as the world spun violently, as though the very heavens and earth had been flipped upside down. And in the next second, he was airborne. Like a discarded ragdoll, Masatsuki hurled him with shocking ease, sending him flying through the air. With such immense force behind the throw, Ulquiorra shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, streaking across the battlefield for more than 10 meters. Until he slammed directly into Harabel's oncoming cascada, striking the raging water like a cannonball. The once mighty, dragon-like torrent, shattered. The impact disrupted the attack completely, the powerful water surge breaking apart into chaotic currents before exploding into a mist of countless droplets. Ulquiorra's body tore through the dispersing water and was sent hurtling even farther. Until he embedded himself deep into the trunk of a quartz tree, more than 100 meters away. A thin trickle of blood slid down the corner of his lips. Yet, despite the devastating blow, his gaze remained locked onto Masatsuki in the distance. For the first time, he felt something he had never experienced before. A true sense of impending danger. His vasto Lord-class Pesquisa picked up on it clearly. From Masatsuki's body, an unfathomable surge of Ryatsu was rising. Fast. Violent. Monstrous. A presence so overwhelming, so utterly beyond comprehension. There was only one word that could describe it: terrifying. Since you've all used Resurrection, it's only fair that I return the favor and show you my strength. Masatsuki Aozaki spoke calmly. This will be my first time using Bankai in Hueco Mundo, so you'd better be prepared. Hearing this, Ulquiorra and Harabel were momentarily stunned. They had already learned from Masatsuki Aozaki what Bankai meant, an ability that surpassed Shirkai, the ultimate power that all Shinigami aspired to attain. If his Shirkai was already this strong, then just how powerful would his Bankai be? With an air of effortless composure, Masatsuki Aozaki reached for the Bansho Senrin at his waist. Like an elegant yet imposing knight, he steadily pointed his weapon toward the two opponents before him. Bankai, Bansho Senrin, Mugen. Limitless. The instant those words left his lips, a chilling scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. As Masatsuki Aozaki raised his long katana high, a pure, immaculate, and almost tangible white Ryatsu erupted from his body like a raging flood, as if attempting to bleach the entire world in its color. Its overwhelming force surged like a tidal wave, crashing down on everyone present. Lowly and Minoli, weaker in strength, found it nearly impossible to breathe under the suffocating pressure, gasping desperately for air. Even the forest of Mino seemed unable to endure such an unparalleled force, trembling and groaning as the ground quaked violently beneath them, making it difficult for anyone to stand firm. In the next moment, the shining blade in Masatsuki Aozaki's grasp began to change. The hilt, as if alive, extended and grew longer on its own. The silk ribbon tied to its end wriggled as though possessing a will of its own, swiftly wrapping around the handle and covering it entirely, transforming in an instant into a pure white hilt. The cross-shaped ring blade at the end elongated, gradually reshaping itself into a long, slender, pristine white katana, identical to Bansho Senrin but with the blade facing in the opposite direction. Upon Bankai activation, Bansho Senrin had transformed into a double-edged katana. Its tsuba, on either side of the blade, took the shape of the sun and the moon. Nearly 2 meters in length, its design was minimalistic yet radiated an icy brilliance. Masatsuki Aozaki gripped the double-edged katana firmly in his hands. The overwhelming ryatsu that had engulfed the world abruptly contracted, condensing into the blade and within Masatsuki Aozaki's body. Though outwardly composed, his own astonishment matched that of those around him. The moment Bansho Senrin's Bankai was completed, he understood, he could now wield the power of the Arankar. Yet, his face betrayed no emotion. Taking a deep breath, he spoke in a calm, collected manner. "I'll be taking your power." Even he hadn't expected it to work so flawlessly. Although he knew that Bansho Senrin's Bankai could replicate the abilities of other Zanpakutō, he wasn't certain whether it could mimic the resurrection of the Arankar. After all, the Zanpakutō wielded by Arankar were, at their core, spiritual seals restraining their own power. Yet, against all odds, it had worked. Not just Haribel and Ulquiorra, any Arankar whose resurrection he had personally witnessed before. Their resurrection had been flawlessly copied the moment his Bankai was unleashed. Steadying himself, Masatsuki Aozaki's voice rang through the battlefield, filled with emotion. "My love, come to me." 40 chapters ahead. P. at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 194, Chapter 194, Little Demon. Upon hearing this, the onlookers were all stunned, and a single thought inevitably surfaced in their minds. Who is the lover he's talking about? It can't be Ulquiorra or Haribel. Could it be me? Should I go to his side? Just as the women watching grew eager to rush onto the battlefield, the next scene left them utterly speechless. 2 beautiful women, dressed in purple and red kimonos, gradually solidified beside Masatsuki Aozaki, appearing before the crowd like goddesses descending to earth. Masatsuki Aozaki playfully winked at the 2 who had suddenly appeared. The girl in the purple kimono shyly lowered her head. The one in red, however, paid no heed to the crowd and, without hesitation, planted a gentle kiss on his cheek. "Senrin, Bansho, it's a perfect 2-on-2 matchup. I'll leave the next part to you two. Don't worry, leave it to us. But we've got a lot of new sisters today, and according to tradition, we have to welcome them. Don't you dare say you don't have time tonight." Bansho, clad in her vibrant red kimono, made an "okay" sign with her hand, completely ignoring Senrin, who was already red-faced and too shy to speak. Masatsuki Aozaki sighed helplessly and shook his head. "Ugh, this tradition is really bad for my health. We should probably get rid of it sooner rather than later. But I can't play favorites with your new sisters. Oh well, I guess I'll take one for the team today." Bansho didn't seem upset at his grumbling. Instead, she scanned the forest of Minos under the eternal night and flashed a triumphant smile. When the time comes, this duplicitous man will reveal his true colors. And when that happens, if all the sisters work together, dealing with this little man will be a piece of cake. They may have lost when training their Bankai, but as their numbers keep growing, victory will be theirs sooner or later. Enclose, Murcielago. Destroy, Tiburon. The sisters' voices rang out in unison. The crowd fell into a stunned silence, already too numb from the shock to react. Rumbling. In the dead stillness, their liberation commands exploded like thunder. The battered earth let out another mournful cry, even making Masatsuki Aozaki feel a tinge of pity for it. But the Senrin Bansho sisters didn't care in the slightest. The familiar torrents and rainfall soon dissipated. Masatsuki Aozaki often teased Bansho as a little devil, but at this moment, it was her younger sister, Senrin, who had truly transformed into a demon. The long white robe clung tightly to her, wrapping her up completely yet accentuating her figure in all the right ways. A demon's form with an angelic, breathtakingly beautiful face. Even Masatsuki Aozaki was momentarily mesmerized, let alone the surrounding female Arankars, who found themselves unable to tear their eyes away. Masatsuki Aozaki silently resolved that, no matter what, he would make sure Senrin kept this outfit on tonight. Among all those present, only Ulquiorra remained indifferent, as unfeeling as a block of wood. He merely cast a brief glance before shifting his gaze back to Masatsuki Aozaki. "See, sister. I was right, wasn't I? Masatsuki really likes it." The mischievous little devil, Bansho, dressed in a bikini-style battle armor identical to Haribel's, pulled Senran close and discreetly glanced toward Masatsuki Aozaki. Sure enough, they both caught Masatsuki Aozaki's openly eager and longing gaze. But in reality, his attention was fixed on both of them. Despite having the face of a mature woman, Bansho typically favored a cute and playful style. Though her figure wasn't quite as impressive as Haribel's, the contrast between her appearance and demeanor gave her a unique charm. Haribel stared intently at Masatsuki Aozaki and the two women before him, her expression a complicated mix of emotions. Masatsuki-sama has actually mastered her power. And those two women. Her gaze lingered on Bansho, clad in the same battle armor as herself, and an inexplicable sense of crisis crept into her heart. It felt as though she was about to be replaced. The other Arankars remained frozen in shock, mouths agape, eyes wide, unable to process the overwhelming scene before them. Time passed, second by second, though no one could tell how long it had been. This power, it's monstrous. Apache swallowed hard, only to find her throat unbearably dry, as if scorched by flames. She recalled the first time she met Masatsuki Aozaki. Back then, he had asked if they wanted to live. She had intended to attack him on sight, seeing him as just another Shinigami, but thankfully, Sung-sun had stopped her. Looking back now, she couldn't help but feel relieved. Not only was this man terrifyingly strong, but he was also shockingly kind to her and her sisters. And to top it off, he was easy on the eyes. Choosing to follow him had been the best decision ever. The others exchanged glances, their faces slightly pale, but in each other's eyes, they saw the same mixture of astonishment and excitement. Masatsuki-sama actually summoned two women just like himself, with Ryatsu that seems bottomless. This is terrifying. Sung-sun, I'm so glad I listened to you back then. Serving someone this powerful doesn't seem so bad after all, right, Minoli? You're right, lowly. And he treats us so well. Maybe you should try keeping your temper in check from now on. Keep my temper in check. What, do I treat you badly or something? Masatsuki Aozaki alone was an insurmountable force, effortlessly suppressing both Ulquiorra and Haribel. Now, with his Zanpakutō's ability, he had summoned two beings with Arankar-level Ryatsu equal to his own. It was enough to make them all submit willingly and completely. Bansho watched Haribel shake her head and giggled. Haribel, Masatsuki really likes you. I know, Masatsuki-sama already said so, Haribel murmured, her face faintly flushed as she responded to the dazzling girl before her. Are we still fighting or not? Oh my, so you're the cold on the outside, warm on the inside type. In that case, why don't you become my sister? Bansho spoke as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Her words instantly reminded Haribel of Masatsuki Aozaki. He had looked at her with that same expression when he asked if she wanted to be his companion. Without realizing it, Haribel gave a small nod. The moment the others saw her reaction, they fell into a stunned silence. Bansho's eyes sparkled. She bounced over to Haribel excitedly and beamed. I didn't think it'd be this easy. That's great, looks like we're sisters from now on. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 195, Chapter 195, Battle Power reaches 10. Haribel was lost in memories of Masatsuki Aozaki, her thoughts surging like waves. Suddenly, Senran's voice pulled her back to reality, her clear eyes filled with confusion. Senran let out a soft sigh, patted Haribel on the shoulder, and gently reassured her. It's okay, take your time getting used to it. My sister isn't exactly normal. As if recalling some unpleasant memories, Senran's expression twisted in pain, and she clenched her teeth in frustration. She then began to pour out her grievances to Haribel, complaining about how Masatsuki Aozaki and Bansho always ganged up on her and bullied her. Surprisingly, Haribel, who was usually reserved, had now taken on the role of a kind and understanding older sister. She listened patiently, offering gentle comfort to Senran's wounded heart. Meanwhile, Ulquiorra stood off to the side, completely ignored. He remained motionless, his gaze empty, as if nothing in this world concerned him. The sudden shift in the atmosphere caught him off guard, leaving his usually rational mind in disarray. Staring at these three women who had inexplicably grown close, Ulquiorra found himself utterly baffled. He couldn't understand how things had escalated to this point, so he simply stopped paying attention and instead turned his thoughts to something far more important. The meaning of emptiness. Looking at the four troublesome, problem children before him, Masatsuki Aozaki let out a long, exasperated sigh. Shaking his head, he rubbed his temples before speaking with a wry smile. It's getting late. If this drags on any longer, I'm going to run out of patience. All right, enough chit-chat. Let's get this fight started. After the brief exchange, Bansho clapped her hands lightly before grabbing Senran and leaping backward. At the same time, her previously bright and playful smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a sharp and battle-hardened intensity, an aura reminiscent of Masatsuki himself in combat. Masatsuki Aozaki watched her quietly, a faint trace of admiration flickering in his eyes. He understood exactly what Bancho was trying to do, which was why he hadn't interrupted their conversation earlier. The bond between the three women had been steadily growing, and with it came a natural sense of trust and understanding. Now, it was time to stop wasting time. The atmosphere on the battlefield grew tense in an instant. The four of them took their positions, forming two opposing sides. Their gazes sharpened, each prepared to launch a decisive strike at any moment. Bancho let out a small sigh, her voice deliberately lowered as she spoke. My sister and I have a combat power of 10,000, while yours isn't even 1,000. You two should just surrender while you still can. Are you kidding me? Combat power? What is this, Dragon Ball? What's next, shooting energy blasts from your hands? This is the world of Bleach, can you at least show some respect for Ryatsu? Masatsuki Aozaki's eye twitched violently. A sudden impulse surged through him, he wanted nothing more than to grab this mischievous woman, throw her over his lap, and give her a good spanking. As if sensing his sharp gaze, Bancho instinctively reached back and touched her own rear. Will Masatsuki hit me? Bancho muttered to herself with a hint of anticipation, but before she could dwell on it, Harabelle had already launched her attack. Puff, puff, puff. With the distinct sound of sonito echoing through the air, Harabelle, wielding her massive sword, charged forward like a storm. As the distance between them shrank to less than 2 meters, she suddenly leaped into the air. Her greatsword carried an unstoppable force, cleaving down toward Bancho from above. Too slow. Bancho thought to herself, her eyes fixed on the descending blade, a slight glimmer in her gaze. Under her sharp perception, the trajectory of Harabelle's sword became painfully clear. There was no mystery behind this, only the sheer gap in their Ryatsu. Although their Ryatsu didn't increase when they activated their Zanpakutō, their baseline was always in sync with Masatsuki Aozaki. In other words, when they used Resurrection, their Ryatsu rivaled the strength of a Bankai. Such overwhelming Ryatsu was far beyond what Harabelle and Ulquiorra could contend with. Bancho took a half step back before swiftly sidestepping. Boom. A thunderous crash followed as the greatsword struck the ground, carving a deep fissure several meters long while sending dust flying into the air. Harabelle's pupils contracted in shock, her expression filled with disbelief. She dodged it. And so effortlessly. Did she just read the trajectory of the slash? She's ridiculously strong. The surrounding Arankars gasped in astonishment. Watching this unfold, they couldn't believe their eyes. What they had expected to be a fierce clash was now looking like a one-sided battle completely under Bancho's control. Don't feel bad. Even though you're in Resurrection, my base stats are synchronized with Masatsuki-chan. Bancho playfully winked before suddenly swinging her right leg like a whip, aiming straight for Harabelle's stomach. Harabelle froze for an instant. After spending so much time around Masatsuki Aozaki, she had learned many things she had never encountered before. And now, she quickly understood the term base stats, it must refer to fundamental abilities like Ryatsu. But before she could react, Bancho's powerful kick struck her squarely, sending her body hurtling backward. Almost simultaneously, Bancho's figure flickered like a ghost, giving Harabelle no time to recover. Closing the distance instantly, Bancho raised her massive sword. Water seeped from the shark fin patterned blade, rapidly forming a massive tidal wave that surged forward, completely engulfing Harabelle. Harabelle adjusted her posture midair, landing firmly on the ground and skidding back, leaving deep grooves in the dirt. She immediately raised her sword defensively across her chest. Siro. Golden Ryatsu surged around her blade as she swung, unleashing a wide, fan-shaped Siro that clashed head-on with the incoming wave. Only for the wave to crush through it effortlessly. On the other side, Senrin and Ulquiorra had already exchanged several blows. Ulquiorra looked somewhat disheveled, clearly at a disadvantage. His green energy blade was raised defensively, his eyes narrowing as he shot forward like a cannonball. But his attack was meaningless. Senrin effortlessly sidestepped his strike. As they passed each other in an instant, Senrin suddenly tightened her grip on her energy sword and swung. Sizzle. The two green reishi blades clashed, only for Ulquiorra's weapon to shatter under the force. With nothing left to block her strike, Senrin's blade continued its downward arc. A deep gash was instantly carved across Ulquiorra's chest, sending blood spraying into the air. 40 chapters ahead. /Pinksnake. Chapter 196, Chapter 196, Fool. Today's Hueco Mundo First Martial Arts Tournament had an enormous impact on the Arankars. Bancho and Senrin, the two Zanpakutō spirits, completely shattered the pride of these arrogant warriors. Both Harabelle and Ulquiorra were defeated at their hands. It only reinforced what they already knew, their lord was truly a monster. In this vast Hueco Mundo, was there really no one who could stand against him? Fortunately, there were two. If not for the two most fearsome Vasto lords still residing in Las Noches, Hueco Mundo might have already been completely conquered by this man. Forest of Minos, temporary underground base. Still thinking about the tournament? Senrin, clad in the form of Murcielago, kissed the young man before her. Masatsuki Aozaki nodded slightly as he gently pulled a blanket over the sleeping woman beside him, a tall, cold beauty with long black hair and an alluring figure. This was the real Miss Murcielago. Senrin was merely borrowing her power. Masatsuki Aozaki, however, didn't particularly care about such details. After spending some time with her, he understood that this noble woman was a simple, ice-cold one-Isan type. She was completely different from the golden-haired queen, Tiburon, lying nearby. Not only did she resemble Haribel in appearance, but her personality was also the classic cold exterior, warm interior type. And it wasn't just them, around him were humanoid deer, humanoid pythons, humanoid lions. All bearing an uncanny resemblance to the Arankars in their resurrection forms. But at this moment, Masatsuki Aozaki's thoughts weren't on them. The Ryatsu I sensed back then was definitely from a Shinigami. He hid it well, but there's no escaping my spiritual awareness now. Masatsuki Aozaki spoke calmly. During the 4-on-4 battle, he had detected an unfamiliar Ryatsu lurking in the shadows, observing them. From the signature alone, he could tell the individual was a Shinigami with only third-class spiritual power, nothing remarkable. Since there was no killing intent, he hadn't given it much thought. Now, after clearing his mind with Bansho, Senrin, and their sisters, fragments of his past life's memories resurfaced, and he finally recalled the intruder's identity. Over 100 years ago, Soul Society had sent an expeditionary force to Hueco Mundo. Among them was Ishido, a close friend of Kenpachi Kuriyashiki. In the original timeline, this man's presence had been so minimal that Masatsuki Aozaki had completely forgotten about him when he first arrived in Hueco Mundo. That guy, there's nothing worth paying attention to. After briefly reflecting, Masatsuki Aozaki dismissed the thought. Even though Ishido had been able to slay Ajuchas without releasing his Zanpakutō, that level of strength was utterly insignificant to him now. And besides, the guy was just some random man. Instantly, Masatsuki Aozaki lost all interest. Arankar Women's Dormitory. The atmosphere was oddly tense. A group of girls had gathered in Haribel's room. Masatsuki-sama is too strong. He didn't even have to fight personally to defeat Haribel-sama. Could he end up ruling Hueco Mundo one day? Apache was practically bouncing with excitement. I've always hated that old bastard. Sending people after us, what a bunch of damn idiots. If Masatsuki-sama decides to rule Hueco Mundo, of course, we'll help him, Haribel said calmly as Loli and Minoli tended to her wounds. But against those two at the top, it's still too soon for him. Without high-speed regeneration, an Arankar's only method of rapid recovery was through resurrection. Otherwise, they had to rely on external treatment. I have never fought them before, and during Las Noches' hunt for us, they never personally took action. But I've felt their Ryatsu, it's like an abyss. Even I am nowhere near their level. Not to mention, Baragan is a Minos born in primordial times, from the very chaos of heaven and earth itself. He has ruled Hueco Mundo for nearly 1,000,000 years. It's hard to even imagine how powerful he truly is. After hearing Haribel's words, the Arankars couldn't help but recall the history of Hueco Mundo that Masatsuki Aozaki had told them as stories. A sense of awe filled their hearts. Millions of years had passed, and countless Vasto lords had been born, yet only this ancient king remained unshaken. And Masatsuki Aozaki had mentioned before, nearly 2,000 years ago, another ancient Minos invaded Soul Society. Not only did he defeat his then-young master, the current captain commander of the Gotei 13, Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto, but he even broke into the Soul King's palace. Though he was ultimately sealed away by the Soul King's guards and turned into a Zanpakutō, the mere fact that he managed to breach the Soul King's domain was something they wouldn't even dare to dream of. And more than 100 years ago, one of Baragan's Vasto Lord subordinates had joined an invasion of Soul Society, only to be slain by a Shinigami. It's true. Thinking about ruling Hueco Mundo right now is too soon, Sung-sun said thoughtfully. But with Masatsuki-sama's talent, surpassing Baragan is only a matter of time. She had no doubts about Masatsuki Aozaki's potential. Earlier, when watching the battle, she had been excited about his immense power. But after calming down and reflecting on it, a terrifying realization hit her. As far as she knew, Masatsuki-sama wasn't even 50 years old. That age, in the world of Reishi, was practically infancy. And yet, he already possessed strength far beyond the average Vasto Lord. His future growth was bound to reach an unimaginable level. Without thinking, she glanced toward Masatsuki Aozaki's room. Her decision back then had been the right one. Why had the four of them come together in the first place? Because they believed in Haribel-sama's ideals. Because they wanted stability, a life free from the constant threat of other hollows. And what could be better than standing beside someone as strong as him? Haribel-sama, the Shinigami actually have a lot we could learn from, don't they? Sung-sun asked softly, her long sleeves concealing her face. You're right. Techniques like Zenjutsu and Kido, along with methods for refining Ryatsu, can all strengthen us. Harabelle nodded, her expression serious as if to set an example. Before I became an Arrancar, Masatsuki-sama taught me Zenjutsu, and I gained a lot from it. Oh. That's wonderful. Sung-sun replied, her voice laced with hidden meaning. Hearing the strange tone in her voice, Harabelle tilted her head slightly in confusion. Wait, don't you all want to learn too? Of course we do. Sung-sun said smoothly. But, it seems like Masatsuki-sama favors you the most. And Harabelle-sama, you like Masatsuki-sama too, don't you? I do not. Like a rabbit whose tail had been stepped on, Harabelle flinched, suddenly flustered and tense. Seeing her reaction, the other girls grinned mischievously. Only Mila Rose blinked in confusion before muttering. But I feel like Masatsuki-sama likes all of us. Apache nodded in agreement. Sometimes, those who overthink things miss the obvious truth. But the rest of the group, far too entertained by teasing Hueco Mundo's queen, completely ignored the thoughts of the two certified idiots. 40 chapters ahead. P@Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 197, Chapter 197, Good Idea. Soul Society, a mysterious underground base in Seireitei. Countless surveillance screens were neatly arranged, forming a dense sea of glowing monitors. Standing before them was a man clad in a white haori, his gaze fixed intently on the images before him. Aizen-sama, is this the so-called major breakthrough in your experiment? With a soft rustle, a man wearing a camellia armband quietly approached from behind. Despite addressing Aizen with honorifics, his tone lacked the slightest hint of respect. However, the moment his eyes landed on the screen, his expression changed to one of shock. Displayed on the monitor was a figure clad in black battle armor, wearing a horned mask, with long hair flowing wildly over its shoulders. Its form was humanoid, yet a gaping hollow hole loomed in its chest, ominously filled with an unknown white mass. An artificial Minos. They actually pulled it off. The man with the armband muttered in disbelief. Aizen, unfazed by his subordinate's astonishment, merely adjusted his glasses with a faint, enigmatic smile. To be honest, even I didn't expect Hollow White to be completed this quickly. Thanks to a certain someone's assistance, the experiment's progress has been greatly accelerated. As if recalling that person, his smile became more genuine, carrying a rare sense of amusement. It is a modified hollow, created using a Shinigami's soul as a base. In my design, it possesses the ability to infect and transfer, inducing hollowification merely by inflicting damage. In terms of Ryatsu, it has indeed reached the level of a Vasto Lord, but its actual combat capabilities remain untested. Aizen's gaze flickered as he turned slightly. Koga-kun, I wonder, would you be interested in helping me assess its strength? You want me to be your test subject? Koga Kuchiki scoffed, shaking his head in disdain. You expect me to waste my power on something like this? Sorry, but I'm not interested in playing around with a half-baked prototype. For someone like me, who has already mastered Bankai, this level of Ryatsu is no match for me. What if I accidentally destroy your precious experiment? He smirked, then casually shrugged. Why don't you find someone else? Tozen should do. Isn't he at lieutenant level now? Tozen's strength is still insufficient to handle a Vasto Lord, Aizen replied flatly. For years, our hollowification experiments have been nearly paralyzed due to the Gotei 13th surveillance. But now, at this critical juncture, the research must continue. Koga Kuchiki spread his hands in mock apology. Yeah, still not interested. And I definitely don't need some half-finished hollowification either. But then, as if struck by a thought, a slow grin crept onto his face. That said, I just might have a better idea. Ryatsu of this level, is that Masatsuki-sama? He seems even stronger than before. Cold sweat dripped from the foreheads of the Ajuchas-class Arrancars, their bodies trembling under the overwhelming pressure. Inside the room, Bansho, Senrin, and their sisters gradually faded away, vanishing into thin air. Masatsuki Aozaki remained motionless, lying flat on the bed, before slowly opening his eyes. His Ryatsu had once again broken through, thanks to an unknown amount of intense exercise throughout the night. First-class spiritual power. The corner of Masatsuki Aozaki's mouth lifted into a smirk, his eyes gleaming with excitement. First-class spiritual power, the pinnacle of Ryatsu. It wasn't yet the absolute peak of a Shinigami, but it was the closest step to reaching it. At this level, if he could continue pushing his Ryatsu further, the apex of the Shinigami realm would be within reach. Masatsuki Aozaki had only been able to touch this threshold briefly when using Bankai. Among the Gotei 13, only Captain Commander Yamamoto, Aizen Sosuke, and Unohana Retsu could naturally reach first-class Ryatsu without even releasing their Zanpakutō. Even his senior Kairaku Shunsui, Yukitake Jushiro, and the old men Kuchiki Jinrei barely reached this level after activating their Shirkai. But compared to Yamamoto and Aizen, they were worlds apart. Those two were Shinigami at the peak, their base Ryatsu already rivaling a normal first-class Shinigami in Shirkai or Bankai. For them, releasing their Zanpakutō wasn't about increasing Ryatsu, it was purely an expansion of their abilities. But honestly, the difference between me and the peak of a Shinigami doesn't seem that big anymore. Masatsuki Aozaki stroked his chin, deep in thought. Shirkai and Bankai both consume Ryatsu at an accelerated rate. But with the Hogyoku supporting me, I can fully release my Zanpakutō for extended periods without worrying about depletion. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, Masatsuki Aozaki sprang off the bed, his face filled with undeniable excitement. Overcome with emotion, he even grabbed Bansho and Senrin in their Zanpakutō form and kissed them, not caring if their sharp edges might cut him. So, does this mean I'm already invincible? His eyes widened, his voice trembling with exhilaration. Once upon a time, he had been too weak, forced to tread carefully, constantly worrying about who to avoid and who not to provoke. The top-tier powerhouses, those standing at the very peak, had been untouchable to him. But now, he himself was standing at the summit. Aizen. Yamamoto. Bring it on. Let them come and see for themselves how sharp his blade had become. Like an overjoyed child, Masatsuki Aozaki rolled across the bed, pure elation washing over him. For the first time, he felt an unparalleled sense of freedom. Like a bird soaring through the endless sky. Like a fish leaping freely in the boundless ocean. This was true liberation. Old man Yamamoto, you've always looked down on me, lording your status and power over me, tormenting me at every turn. But now, the tables have turned. Masatsuki Aozaki clenched his fists, his eyes burning with rage and defiance. The image of Yamamoto's arrogant, condescending face surfaced in his mind over and over again. At this moment, he wanted nothing more than to rush back and beat that old man senseless, to finally put him in his place. Just as Masatsuki Aozaki was fantasizing about punching Yamamoto and kicking Aizen, his door creaked open slightly. Standing outside, Harabelle hesitated at the threshold, clearly uncertain. She had lingered there for quite some time before finally stepping into the room. The moment Masatsuki Aozaki saw her, he immediately dropped his arrogant and smug demeanor, transforming into a gentle, refined gentleman in an instant. Clearing his throat, he softened his voice, speaking with unexpected grace. Harabelle. What a surprise. It's late, shouldn't you be resting? What brings you here? Harabelle hesitated for a moment before speaking softly. Actually, it's lowly and Minoli. Your Ryatsu is too strong, they couldn't handle the pressure and fainted. 40 chapters ahead. P. @Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 198, Chapter 198, Hell. Late at night, Seireitei, 1st Division. Nobles dressed in ancient attire arrived at the division quarters. Captain Commander of the Gotei 13, Yamamoto, sat in his study, his hands resting on his walking stick, eyes fixed ahead. Behind him hung a portrait of the monster that burned the world. The silence stretched on for a long time, with almost everyone keeping their heads lowered. So, distinguished members of the Yomi family, it has been a century since we last met. What brings you here? Yamamoto asked calmly. Has something happened in Hell? The atmosphere was oppressively heavy. Hell existed independently of the three realms, Soul Society, Hueco Mundo, and the world of the living. It had coexisted with the chaotic world even before heaven and earth were divided. At the dawn of existence, all souls resided within the same chaotic world, both ordinary souls, known as Plus, and those consumed by desire, who fell into corruption and became hollows. Then, one day, hollows began to devour other souls, throwing the world's balance into disarray. Left unchecked, all souls would eventually be consumed, merging into a single, colossal Minos, and the world would fall into a state of stagnation, neither alive nor dead, neither advancing nor retreating. Thus, the Soul King, a divine being of omniscience and omnipotence, was born. With his power, he annihilated the hollows and restored balance. To ensure the world's continued progression, he divided it into three realms, Soul Society, Hueco Mundo, and the world of the living. In this structured world, the world of the living served as the home of souls, composed of Kishi and Reishi. Kishi was the source of Reishi, Reishi emerged from Kishi but remained distinct from it. When humans, formed of Kishi, died, they transitioned into a Reishi state, becoming Kanpaku. Ordinary souls, known as Plus, were sent to Soul Society, while those who fell into corruption became hollow souls in Soul Society, after death, would reincarnate into the world of the living. Human souls in the living world were either naturally born or reincarnated from Soul Society. Hollows, when purified by a Shinigami Zanpakutō, had their souls judged. Depending on their sins in life, they would either be sent to Soul Society or cast into Hell. Regardless of whether a soul was a Plus or a hollow, upon death, the spiritual body that housed it would break down into reishi or white sand, rejoining the natural cycle of the reishi world. However, if a soul's spiritual body was exceptionally powerful, it would not decompose naturally upon death, making it impossible to return to the reishi cycle. These anomalies, souls unable to be reintegrated, had only one destination: hell. Hell was the most unique link in this cycle, continuously absorbing souls from the three realms according to its own laws, beyond the control of any being. Perhaps the century-long war has resulted in too many captain-level Ryatsu entering hell, an elder of the Yomi family remarked. At first, nothing seemed amiss, but recently, during our observations of hell, we noticed that its will has grown more active. The other members of the Yomi family nodded solemnly. What do you intend to do? Yamamoto asked, furrowing his brows. He was well aware of the gravity of the situation. Throughout history, countless powerful beings had been cast into hell. If something was going wrong within it, the consequences would be dire. The slightest misstep could throw the three realms into chaos, or worse, lead to the destruction of the world itself. We don't need to concern ourselves with it for now. As long as the Ryatsu of the three worlds keeps the gate of hell suppressed, the will of hell cannot break the rules and interfere with the three worlds. The old man's black eyes remained expressionless. Regarding your disciple, the one named Masatsuki Aozaki, I would like to meet him. Meet him. Has he done something wrong again? Yamamoto rose from his seat, leaning on his walking stick. He didn't release his Ryatsu, yet an overwhelming pressure, like a towering mountain, seemed to weigh down on everyone in the room. I would appreciate it if you could tell me what has happened. If he has done something inappropriate, I, as his master, will ensure he is properly disciplined. In Soul Society, all matters related to hell were strictly off-limits, except for one family. The family currently seated before Yamamoto. The one that never involved itself in Seireitei's internal struggles. One of the 5 great noble houses, entrusted with overseeing hell, the Yomi clan. Hasn't Seireitei already had enough trouble from that brat? Now he's stirring up problems in hell too. No, Captain Commander, you misunderstand. The old man's tone was as calm as still water. I simply have some questions for him regarding the last Kanso ritual. It's nothing serious. The other members of the Yomi family exchanged amused glances. They had met this Captain Commander before, but it was their first time seeing him this flustered. It was clear that this child meant a great deal to him. Yamamoto, however, did not smile. Instead, he slowly sat back down, quietly relieved. The Yomi clan was one of the 5 noble houses, responsible for matters related to hell in Soul Society. Any conflict with them would be troublesome to resolve. After all, their role was vital, it concerned the safety of the world itself. They were just knocked out by the Ryatsu. I've suppressed mine now, so they should wake up soon. Masatsuki Aozaki explained to Haribel as he placed Loli and Minoli on the bed. These two are too weak. If they had reached the 4th rank of spiritual power like Sung-sun and the others, they wouldn't have fainted so easily. I'll train them in the future. They still have room to grow. Now that we're Arankar, we no longer need to devour our own kind to increase our Ryatsu. With the training method you gave us, we have a real chance of breaking through to the 4th rank, Haribel said. Don't blame yourself. This was my fault, I was careless and forgot to suppress my Ryatsu. Haribel stared at him blankly. Masatsuki Aozaki hesitated before asking, what is it? Why are you looking at me like that? Did Bancho play a prank on my face? Haribel snapped out of her daze, let out a soft chuckle, and shook her head slightly. In a voice filled with quiet relief, she said. It's nothing. I just realized you're still the same as ever. What's so strange about that? I've always been me. Silence filled the room. A gentle breeze drifted in, swirling through the underground cavern. Masatsuki Aozaki, who had been sitting by the bed, stood up and slowly made his way outside, with Haribel following behind. Beyond the doorway, the quartz trees glowed softly in the dim light, casting deep, serene shadows. The cool night wind carried a faint whisper as it brushed against them. What a beautiful place. But soon, he would have to leave. Take care of yourself, Masatsuki Aozaki said, his voice unusually gentle as he turned his head. We'll stay here. We're not going anywhere. There are devices in place that block Ryatsu detection, so there's no danger, Haribel said quietly. Partings were inevitable, but the best words to offer were always ones of reassurance. If anything happens, let me know immediately. No matter where you are, I'll be there in a flash. Masatsuki Aozaki gave her a playful wink. We won't cause you trouble. We'll wait here patiently, until you return to us, Haribel sighed softly. You sighed? Masatsuki Aozaki asked. I was just adjusting my breathing. You don't want me to go, he said suddenly. Haribel froze for a moment, then gave a small nod. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 199, Chapter 199, Solitude. Why are you acting like we're parting forever? I've been to Soul Society before, it's just that this time, I'll be staying a little longer. Masatsuki Aozaki slowly leaned in toward Harabelle, placing a gentle hand on top of her head and softly ruffling her hair with a touch of affection. If you miss me, you can use Kido or a Shihakushō to send me a message. No matter when or where, if you call for me, I'll be there. Harabelle lowered her head, burying her face in the high collar of her clothing. She stood there, motionless, like a statue. I am not a child. Compared to me, Loli and Minoli need more comfort. I've never seen any of you as children. Even Loli and Minoli, sure, they look small and cute, but in terms of age, they're actually several times older than I am. Masatsuki Aozaki gazed into Harabelle's flickering emerald eyes, watching as she avoided his gaze. He shrugged helplessly. If anything, it should be them comforting me, considering they're the older ones. Do you want me to wake them? They should have recovered by now, Harabelle said softly. As a Juchis class Erincar, they shouldn't be this fragile. Masatsuki Aozaki sighed. Sometimes, I really want to crack open your head and see what's going on inside. To most, this woman was a sharp, intelligent, and commanding leader, a cool-headed queen who had earned the respect of countless Erincar. If she weren't, she wouldn't have been able to maintain her position as their central pillar of strength. Yet at certain moments like this, she revealed a surprisingly innocent, almost naive side. Was she starved for affection? Or did emotions really lower one's intelligence? The contrast was almost too much. It was endearing. Enough to make someone dizzy. Wait, could this be some kind of adorable assassination attempt? Was she trying to charm him to death so she could conveniently take possession of the Hogyoku? So, do you want to see for yourself? If I can activate my resurrection in time, maybe I won't die. Harabelle furrowed her brows slightly and responded in a quiet voice. Forget it. Maybe she really is just a hopelessly straightforward woman. Masatsuki Aozaki quickly waved his hands in refusal, looking slightly panicked. No, don't say things like that so casually. Besides, you've always hated meaningless sacrifices, how can you talk about dying so easily? My life already belongs to you, Masatsuki-sama. I owe you for saving me, and I can never repay the debt. As long as it's for you, even if I have to give my life, it wouldn't be a meaningless sacrifice. Harabelle's voice was unwavering, her gaze resolute. All right, I get it. But you still need to treasure your own life, Masatsuki Aozaki said softly, his voice calm and gentle. Harabelle listened in silence, a complex emotion stirring within her. But since you say your life belongs to me, then I'm ordering you to cherish it. From now on, you no longer have the right to throw it away. Masatsuki's gaze was sharp and unwavering as he stared straight at her. Harabelle felt a sudden heat rise from her chest, like swallowing a strong drink in the dead of winter, burning her throat and warming her from the inside out. The sensation spread through her body, clouding her thoughts, making her forget everything except the overwhelming need to speak what was in her heart. I understand. My life belongs only to you, Masatsuki-sama. It is no longer mine to do with as I please. No matter where I am, I will live, and I will follow you, until eternity. The moment the words left her lips, regret hit her like a crashing wave. Why had she blurted that out? Masatsuki-sama was a Shinigami, one meant to stand above all. And she was just an Erincar, a hollow who had clawed her way up from the depths like a beast. To say she would follow him for eternity. How laughable. Then it settled, Masatsuki Aozaki said, his voice quickening as he grasped her shoulders. By my side, until eternity. Harabelle glanced at him, then lowered her head. I won't go back on my word. Well, of course not. Even your enemies recognize you as a noble knight, Masatsuki Aozaki said. Every word you've spoken, every promise you've made, I've taken them all to heart. So even if you wanted to take it back now, I wouldn't allow it. Harabelle let out a quiet sigh. Sometimes, I don't understand you at all. Your thoughts, how should I put it? They're difficult to grasp. If I'm not by your side, where else would I go? She paused, then asked, by the way, why did you make me your companion? You're already so strong, why keep someone as useless as me around? Because I need you. Why? I really want to know. Masatsuki Aozaki shrugged. Because. I'm lonely. Lonely. Someone as strong as you feels lonely. Harabelle found it difficult to believe. In Hueco Mundo, the powerful were never short on followers. She wasn't sure how things worked in Soul Society, but strong individuals were respected no matter where they were, weren't they? I'm not joking, Masatsuki Aozaki said. And I don't care if you find it laughable. When I first came to this world, I often felt alone. I don't know if you can understand, but I always felt like I didn't belong. Sometimes, I was even afraid of this world. He exhaled lightly. But it's different now. More and more people like you have gathered around me, and little by little, I don't feel as scared anymore. The world doesn't seem as terrifying as it used to be. Afraid. Harabelle murmured. She thought back over her near 1,000-year existence and gave a small nod. I suppose I understand. Sometimes, fear comes from being too high up. What? Masatsuki Aozaki asked. Harabelle scratched her head lightly. When I first became a Vasto Lord, before I met Sung-sun and the others, every Ajuchas, every intelligent Minos that saw me reacted with fear. Back then, I often felt like I was something separate from them. But later, I realized it wasn't because our lives themselves were different, it was because of our positions. She lifted her gaze slightly. You might be the same. Your talent is extraordinary. Compared to others, the place you stand is simply too high. You've long since stepped into a world different from theirs. Masatsuki Aozaki blinked, then chuckled. It's not that our lives are different, but our positions, huh? That's a profound way of looking at it. You see things much more clearly than I do. He tilted his head back, staring up at the sky. A familiar face flickered in his mind, and he murmured. This sounds familiar. Didn't I say something like this about someone before? Then, with an exaggerated nod, he said seriously, Congratulations, my queen. You're a philosopher now. You're doing it again, Harabelle said in a calm tone. Beneath her mask, her skin had turned slightly red, though no one noticed. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 200, Greed. Harabelle crossed her arms and leaned against the cold, dark wall of the cave. Deep within the lower levels of Hueco Mundo, the forest of Minos was so vast and shadowed that even the moon was nowhere to be seen. Yet, in those emerald green eyes of hers, everything remained crystal clear. The massive cave had been modified into an intricate labyrinth, its passages stretching in all directions. A faint breeze drifted in from outside, carrying away the stale, cold air from within, leaving behind a refreshing chill. Harabelle was beginning to regret coming out to talk with Masatsuki Aozaki. She was usually the quiet one among her peers, yet today, she had spoken far too much in front of him, words that didn't feel like her own. Still, she had been fortunate. Every time she had said something she shouldn't have, she received the response she had wanted. It made her heart flutter in a way she wasn't used to. By all logic, this conversation should have ended by now. And yet, as she gazed into Masatsuki Aozaki's bright, unwavering eyes, an unfamiliar feeling stirred within her. Something unspoken, lingering in the depths of her heart. Her last bit of rationality told her that this was enough. She should leave it at that, for now. Her mind drifted to the image of him standing before her, shielding her. That had been the closest she had ever come to death. As if he had been destined to be there. Death, such a heavy subject. Masatsuki Aozaki remained by her side, his presence radiating warmth. It almost made her heart stop. You're too close. Can't you give me a moment to breathe? She didn't know how to respond. Harabelle took a few slow, deep breaths, steadying herself as her heartbeat gradually returned to normal. You really haven't changed, Harabelle, Masatsuki Aozaki suddenly said, his voice carrying a teasing lilt. You've always been so cute. If only I had come to Hueco Mundo sooner, then I could have met you earlier. His playful remark did nothing to ease the tension. Instead, it only made her heart beat faster. Do you know what I used to look like? Harabelle muttered. I don't, Masatsuki Aozaki replied. But would you like to tell me, Harabelle? His voice was gentle, so gentle that it made her want to lower her head and simply nod. Harabelle's chest rose and fell sharply before she finally calmed herself, summoning the courage to speak. Truthfully. I used to be afraid of death. Afraid of death. Masatsuki Aozaki thought, momentarily stunned. It was difficult to imagine that the queen who had once sacrificed herself for her companions, who had stood alone against the forces of Las Noches, could fear death. Even her enemies had acknowledged her willingness to sacrifice herself. I don't like the feeling of life slipping away, Harabelle murmured. But back when I was in Ajuchas, there were times when I couldn't suppress my instincts. When I killed my own kind for power. It wasn't until I became a Vasto Lord, free from the need to devour others, that I finally rid myself of that primal hunger. That was to gain the strength to protect your companions. You had no choice, Masatsuki Aozaki said, shaking his head. I know you, Harabelle. If we're being honest, hollows are far more extreme and pure in nature than Shinigami. But you're not someone who would kill simply for power. Not now, and certainly not back then. This, too, was a sacrifice. Enduring that pain for the sake of protecting others, without a doubt, it was your own form of sacrifice. You don't need to blame yourself. And you definitely shouldn't feel ashamed. There's nothing disgraceful about it. Haribel stared at him, the man who seemed even more impassioned about this than she was. Then, suddenly, she smiled. Masatsuki-sama. What? Please, live. That goes without saying. I value my life quite a bit. I don't want to see another companion's life disappear before my eyes. You won't, Masatsuki Aozaki said softly. I won't let anything slip from my grasp. I'm a greedy man, I refuse to let anything that belongs to me be taken away. His golden eyes locked onto Haribel's. Haribel gazed back at him, something flickering within her emerald irises, recognition, a sense of kinship, or perhaps something closer to admiration. Masatsuki Aozaki couldn't quite tell. Half an hour later. Okuiora, are you free right now? Masatsuki Aozaki asked, pulling a book from the shelf and flipping through it absent-mindedly. At that moment, Okuiora was seated in a makeshift archive, completely absorbed in the mountain of documents before him. The cave was dark and somber, shrouded in a layer of gray. The newly arranged books, untouched for just 3 days, were already coated in a fine layer of dust. Okuiora reached up, retrieving a thick volume from the shelf. Studying in the middle of the night. You're quite the scholar, Masatsuki Aozaki teased, his voice sounding from behind. Okuiora turned his head, his gaze landing on a face that made his own appear dull by comparison. Masatsuki-sama, logically speaking, shouldn't you be resting in your quarters at this hour? Okuiora was mildly surprised by his presence. Masatsuki Aozaki absent-mindedly ran a hand through his long, jet-black hair, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. Staying cooped up in my room all the time gets boring, so I figured I'd take a walk. He paused before letting out an exaggerated sigh. Let me guess. You're searching for the meaning of the heart again. Okuiora fell silent for a long moment before turning back around, finally replying in a calm yet earnest voice. You are correct. And yet. I still cannot find an answer. Masatsuki Aozaki chuckled lightly, as if he had expected that response. The answer is simple. Heart isn't something you'll find in books. Maybe you should try interacting more with those who possess one, like your companions, or even humans from the world of the living. Okuiora's expression faltered slightly at the mention of the word. Companions. He repeated, confusion flickering in his gaze. Masatsuki Aozaki nodded. That's right, companions. Only through connection and interaction with others can the heart reveal its true meaning. And you already have one, Okuiora. You just haven't realized it yet. Okuiora frowned, deep in thought. Someone as hollow as I am, could truly have a heart. Masatsuki Aozaki let out a small sigh, raising his hands in a helpless gesture. That's something you'll have to figure out for yourself. Others can offer you guidance, but in the end, only you can find the answer. Okuiora already had a heart, there was no doubt about that. Otherwise, why would he show concern for his companions, even in the smallest ways? It was just that these actions came naturally to him, so much so that he hadn't even noticed them yet. But once he truly understood both emptiness and the meaning of the heart, that would be the moment he unlocked his second resurrection. Although Okuiora was a vasto lord, his strength was still somewhat lacking. Since he had chosen to follow him, there was no harm in helping him grow even stronger. 40 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 201, Chapter 201, Could it be? You're scared? Seireitei, 1st Division Headquarters. Masatsuki Aozaki sat with a troubled expression, occasionally hissing in pain as he pressed his hands tightly against his chest, trying to ease the discomfort. With an apologetic look, he said to the bald old man in front of him, I'm sorry, master. It was my fault, I got carried away. Yamamoto nodded slightly, satisfied with his young apprentice's performance. At this moment, he was bare-chested, dried blood still clinging to his face, yet his expression was filled with an unmistakable sense of joy. He casually picked up a teacup from the table, tilted his head back, and drank it in one go before speaking slowly. Breaking through to first-class spiritual power at such a young age. I've said it many times before, but I still have to praise your talent. His gaze lingered on Masatsuki Aozaki's well-built physique, a flash of unreserved appreciation in his eyes. Especially your body, it's impressive. It shows that you haven't slacked off in your Hakuda training. Hearing his master's praise, Masatsuki quickly stood up and respectfully replied, This is all thanks to your excellent teaching, master. However, this is not my full strength. If you allow me to release my Zanpakutō, then my Ryatsu. Before he could finish, Yamamoto's stern voice cut him off. Silence. His expression darkened, and his tone became especially serious as he firmly warned, Do not overestimate your abilities, nor underestimate your enemies. There is always someone stronger. The Zanpakutō is a Shinigami's most important partner, but there will be times when even it is powerless. You must never use it as an excuse to neglect your own training. Today's battle may have ended in your defeat, but it was still a valuable lesson for you. Remember, never grow arrogant. Stay vigilant at all times. More importantly, do you truly understand what it means to possess first-class spiritual power? That level of strength is immense. Its sheer pressure alone is enough to completely suppress ordinary squad members and even weaker lieutenants. Yamamoto's voice was low and grave, emphasizing the weight of his words. If you were to unleash your Bankai right now, no Shinigami below captain level would survive, he continued, a trace of concern in his tone. Masatsuki frowned, doubt flashing across his face. If that's the case, then I just have to suppress my Reiatsu so they won't sense it, right? He scratched his head, looking quite confident in his solution. After all this, are you telling me you're afraid? Ahem. Yamamoto had just lifted his teacup for another sip when he heard those words. He coughed twice, cleared his throat, and said, such insolence. Do you really think an old man like me, hailed as the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years, would be afraid of a brat like you? I'm simply concerned that since you've only just broken through to first-class spiritual power, you might not be able to fully control your Reiatsu when using Bankai. That could cause unnecessary disturbances. The Gotei 13 relies on every single squad member to maintain order in Seireitei. Though he spoke with confidence, deep down, Yamamoto couldn't help but feel a tinge of unease. He truly didn't understand how this disciple of his had developed such monstrous physical endurance. Even after taking a direct hit from his Ikatsu, all Masatsuki had suffered was some internal damage and a bit of blood loss. If it had been Shunsui Kairaku, getting hit by an Ikatsu head-on without a Zanpakutō to defend himself would have left him either crippled or severely injured. As for Jushiro Yukitake, there'd be no need for a follow-up, just proceed straight to a Kanso Raisai ritual. If they were lucky, they'd even save money on his next meal. If this kid really used Bankai and raised his Reiatsu to the same level as mine. Even if I release my Zanpakutō, I won't be able to increase my own Reiatsu further. If it comes down to pure Hakuta, I might not actually win. Thankfully, as his master, I have the final say. With just a few words, I've managed to keep him from using his Zanpakutō. So this is the taste of power. Quite sweet, indeed. By the way, stay put for the next few days, Yamamoto said, his expression carrying a hint of mystery. There's an important figure who wants to meet you. They should be looking for you in the 11th Division or the Noble District within the next couple of days. That person holds a prestigious status, and their family's duty is tied to the survival of the three worlds. Show them the proper respect. A noble. And their family is involved in the survival of the three worlds. Someone from the Soul King's palace. No. Yamamoto shook his head. It's one of the 5 great noble clans, the Yomi clan. Never heard of them. Masatsuki Aozaki scoffed. They never involve themselves in Seireitei's affairs. I don't know much about what they actually do, only that they're connected to hell. Yamamoto's tone carried a trace of impatience, clearly aware of his young disciple's distaste for nobles. Hell, huh? Masatsuki murmured, deep in thought. For the three worlds, hell had always been a looming threat. Over millions of years, countless powerful souls had been sent there, and once inside, they became immortal, unable to die, unable to be destroyed. If, one day, the Reiatsu of the three worlds could no longer suppress the gates of hell, it would spell disaster for all existence. That's right. Hell. In the 11th Division, an elderly noble dressed in an ornate kimono sat across from Masatsuki Aozaki. The Yomi clan is said to manage hell, but in truth, we only observe it. After all, the will of hell is an existence on par with the Soul King. While it can only operate according to hell's own laws, that also means we Shinigami cannot interfere in that world. Masatsuki leaned forward in his seat, meeting the nobleman's gaze head-on. So, what exactly does Hoshi-sama want to ask? I want to know, did Kenpachi Kiganjo truly die? Hoshi Yomi narrowed his eyes. Masatsuki blinked in surprise. Kenpachi Kiganjo. A familiar name. So, they had noticed something was off. What's that supposed to mean? Are they trying to start trouble? Masatsuki-sama has already become Kenpachi, and yet they're asking something like this. Before Masatsuki could react, the high-ranking seated officers of the 11th Division had already erupted in outrage. Some were even ready to draw their swords, but Jin Ichimaru and Mashiro Kuna stopped them with a single glance. Masatsuki raised a hand, signaling for silence. The room fell quiet instantly. My apologies. My men are passionate warriors, sometimes a little hot-headed. I hope you won't take offense, Hoshi-sama. No offense taken. As a combat division, this kind of spirit only proves that Captain Masatsuki is leading them well. Hoshi Yomi shook his head. But there was something unusual about the Kanso Raisai ritual. Kenpachi Kiganjo's spirit did enter hell, yet his soul does not seem to be within hell itself. We suspect that this anomaly may have disrupted hell's natural order, which is why hell's will has recently begun to stir. Hearing this, even Masatsuki found himself re-evaluating his opinion of the Yomi clan. Now this was how a noble family should act. The Tsuneyashiro clan could really stand to learn a thing or two. For all that they were both among the 5 great noble clans, the difference was staggering. Honestly, it seemed like the Tsuneyashiro clan was the only true parasite among them. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 202, Heal Him. Your Excellency Hoshi, I can say with absolute certainty, Kenpachi Kiganjo is dead. I ended his life with my own hands. Masatsuki Aozaki spoke firmly, his gaze unwavering, filled with determination. If you have any doubts, you're welcome to verify the autopsy report with the 4th Division. The examination was conducted by Shinosuke Yamada, former lieutenant of the 4th Division and the current acting director of the Shino Medical Institute. He's highly regarded among the noble families for his exceptional skill. I doubt someone like him would make a careless mistake. Masatsuki appreciated people like Hoshi, who focused on getting things done, but if they thought they could make him spill any hidden truths that easily, they were mistaken. Hoshi frowned at his response and pressed further. Then, when Kenpachi Kiganjo died, did anything unusual happen? Something unusual? Masatsuki furrowed his brow, sinking into deep thought, as if searching his memory for every detail of that battle. After a moment, he let out a small sigh, then slowly shook his head. There was nothing out of the ordinary. His death was no different from anyone else's. That's strange. Could we have been mistaken? But then, where did Kenpachi Kiganjo's soul go? Hoshi studied Masatsuki's expression carefully, finding no trace of deception. After a long silence, he let out a sigh. If that's the case, I apologize for the trouble, Captain Masatsuki. I must return to my family and report back. I'll take my leave. You're too kind, Hoshi-sama. We all serve the Soul Society, it's only natural to help one another. Masatsuki waved his hand casually, smiling. Ichimaru, see our guests out. Yes, Captain Masatsuki. Jin Ichimaru responded respectfully, then gestured toward the door. Once the visitors had left, Masatsuki turned back to his desk and sat down. After a brief silence, he called out. Third seat Mashiro Kuna. His voice wasn't loud, but just enough for Mashiro to hear. Upon hearing the call, Mashiro quickly entered the office, closed the door, and stood before Masatsuki, bowing her head in silence. Masatsuki didn't speak right away. He remained seated, back turned to her, as if lost in thought. After a while, he finally spoke. What's this? Have you stopped liking me, Mashiro? It's only been a little while, and now you're acting so cold toward me. His tone carried a playful tease. Ah, people really are fickle. It hasn't even been that long, and already I've been cast aside. How heartbreaking. His voice was filled with exaggerated sorrow, as if he had just endured some great emotional betrayal. I suppose I should be more careful around cute girls like you. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Mashiro huffed, her frustration bubbling over. She suddenly jumped up and, in one swift motion, plopped herself right onto Masatsuki's lap. Her normally cheerful face was now puffed up in an adorable pout. Ugh. Masatsuki, you're so mean. You disappear for so long, and now you blame me for being distant. That's just unfair. Her big, round eyes glared at him, full of grievance, as she pouted and began to complain non-stop. Masatsuki's long absence had left her without a partner for her Kuda training, and she had been beyond frustrated because of it. All right, it's my fault. But I'm back now, aren't I? I promise I won't be gone for so long next time. Seeing Mashiro sulking so adorably, Masatsuki could only smile helplessly. He reached out and gently rubbed the tip of her nose, his eyes brimming with affection. But just as he was enjoying this moment of warmth, a pair of soft, delicate hands, as smooth as jade, skillfully slipped under his clothes. 7 days later, in the dead of night, the full moon hung high in the sky. Its silvery light filtered through the window, casting scattered patches of luminescence across the floor. In the 12th Division's laboratory, Mayuri Kuratsuchi was completely absorbed in his research on the anatomy of Shinigami. Wearing gloves, he held a magnifying glass, meticulously examining a specimen laid out on the lab table. Suddenly, the heavy black and white makeup on his face twisted slightly. He had sensed a Ryatsu approaching from outside. However, upon realizing that the visitor was Masatsuki Aozaki, he made no move to stop him. Instead, curiosity sparked within him. What could this troublesome man want at such a late hour? I've actually been meaning to visit for a while, but I just woke up. So, here I am. With a crisp creak, the door swung open, accompanied by a playful voice. A familiar figure appeared before Mayuri. Wearing his signature white haori over a black Shihakushō, Masatsuki stepped lightly into the room, without so much as a knock. He moved as if he owned the place. A faint smirk played on his lips as he added, "Relax, I'm not here to eat you." "What do you want?" Mayuri frowned. "If you're here for a completed artificial soul, you're far too early. There's no way I'd have results in such a short time. That's not why I'm here. I need a favor." Masatsuki smiled casually as he sat down across from Mayuri. "What kind of favor?" "My senior, Jushiro Yukitake, you know him, don't you?" "Yes, I know him. I met him before I was imprisoned." "Then you're aware of his condition?" "I am." "And what does that have to do with you?" Mayuri asked impatiently. "Can you cure him?" Masatsuki asked. Mayuri's frown deepened. This man was no saint, so why was he suddenly so concerned? "I can try, but I won't know if it's possible until I examine him." "Then I'll leave it to you," Masatsuki said with satisfaction. Despite all this talk, he had complete confidence in Mayuri's abilities. Yukitake had always been frail, but after losing his lungs, he had relied on a special power to sustain himself. If anyone could cure him, it was Mayuri. Mayuri's talent was undeniable, but his research was still in its early stages. What he needed was time. However, Masatsuki's true goal wasn't just Yukitake's recovery. It was the one-eyed god, Mimihagi, residing within Yukitake's body. As a sickly child on the brink of death, Yukitake had been taken by his parents to the shrine of Mimihagi. The entity had claimed his lungs in exchange for prolonging his life. Masatsuki knew the truth, Mimihagi wasn't just some god. It was the right arm of the Soul King. In Hueco Mundo, the Hogyoku had absorbed the Soul King's kidney, awakening ahead of schedule. Now, Masatsuki wanted to see what would happen if the Hogyoku absorbed the Soul King's right arm. 40 chapters ahead. P@Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 203, Chapter 203, Give It Your All. When it comes to the Soul King's organs, one cannot ignore the Wandenreich, where both the Soul King's heart and left arm reside. Aside from what happens to Jushiro-senpai, Masatsuki Aozaki said, snapping his fingers. Take some time to keep an eye on Seireitei's shadows. Shadows. Mayuri Kuratsuchi glanced around before turning to Masatsuki. What do you mean? The Quincy you've been so fixated on, Masatsuki replied with a smile. You think that's funny? Mayuri frowned. This was Seireitei, the heart of the Shinigami's rule. How could the Quincy possibly be here? 900 years ago, Masatsuki continued, as if speaking to himself, the war between the Shinigami and the Quincy came to an end. But the Quincy didn't perish. In the shadows of Seireitei, they created a hidden space. Some of the Quincy who survived the war took refuge there and established a nation, the Wandenreich. The war when the Quincy invaded the Soul Society. Exactly. But how do you know all this? I have my ways. Shouldn't this be something we ask Kisuke Urahara about? Mayuri ignored Masatsuki's smirk entirely. He's a captain of the Gotei 13. The security of Seireitei should be his concern, shouldn't it? For now, I don't want anyone else to know about this, Masatsuki said. A strange, eerie grin spread across Mayuri's face. So, there's something in there that matters to you. You could say that, Masatsuki said indifferently. I need you to find a way into the Shatten Breach. Mayuri gritted his teeth. You bastard, are you treating me like your subordinate? Aren't you? Masatsuki raised an eyebrow. Don't forget my position, advisor to the Shinigami Research and Development Institute. As deputy director, you rank below me. Technically, that makes you my subordinate. TSK, that damned woman, Kirio Hikifune, Mayuri muttered. Masatsuki stood, placing a hand on Mayuri's shoulder with an almost exaggerated warmth. Don't look so miserable. This is mutually beneficial. The Quincy who once invaded Seireitei. You know how brutal that war was. You know my strength. You'll need it if you want to stand a chance against them. As he spoke, Masatsuki released a faint pulse of Ryatsu, giving Mayuri a glimpse of his current power. And I'll only take what I need. In return, I'll bring back a few Quincy for you to study, pure-blooded Quincy. Pure-blooded Quincy, now that was tempting. But this guy's Ryatsu, it's terrifying. A flicker of shock passed through Mayuri's eyes before he smirked. Fine. I accept. A wise choice, Masatsuki nodded. The 13th Division was built in the outskirts of Seireitei, with a winding cobblestone path along the river leading toward its barracks. Masatsuki Aozaki walked along this path, birds chirping in the ginkgo trees above. From time to time, passing Shinigami greeted him with respect. These were members of various divisions. As the captain of the 11th Division, Masatsuki Aozaki commanded immense respect, even from those outside his own squad. It was both an acknowledgement of his strength and recognition of his approachable yet formidable nature. The 13th Division's grounds were vast, but unlike the 2nd Division's grandeur or the 11th Division's battlefield-like environment, it had the tranquility of a secluded retreat, suited for those of refined and gentle temperament. Its barracks, built in the traditional Japanese style, consisted of numerous courtyards and pavilions arranged harmoniously. A faint, calming fragrance lingered in the air, adding to the serene atmosphere. The entrance was brightly lit, and a Shinigami in Shihakushō stepped forward to welcome him. Masatsuki Aozaki was a well-known figure among the Shinigami, not only as a disciple of Yamamoto but also as the one who had crushed multiple captain-level opponents during the rebellion. His reputation in the Gotei 13 was such that he even had 2 dedicated fan groups. It was inevitable that his name would carry weight within Seireitei. The guard at the entrance had clearly been informed of his arrival. Stepping back respectfully, he bowed deeply. "Kenpachi Aozaki, the captain has been expecting you." His voice wasn't loud, but to the keen-eared Shinigami in the vicinity, it was impossible to miss. The large doors, previously shut, slowly creaked open. All eyes in the courtyard immediately turned to Masatsuki Aozaki. If he noticed the attention, he showed no hint of unease. He had long grown accustomed to being in the spotlight and accepted it with his usual composure. "It's Captain Masatsuki," a girl whispered excitedly, her eyes practically sparkling. The gathered Shinigami exchanged knowing glances. For beings as long-lived as the Shinigami, encounters with handsome men and beautiful women were not uncommon, but Masatsuki Aozaki was in a league of his own. Among the striking figures of the Soul Society, he stood at the very top. When he was present, even a noble like Sojin Kachiki or the delicate and sickly Jushiro Yukitake failed to draw attention. It wasn't just about good looks, what made it overwhelming was that Masatsuki Aozaki knew exactly how striking he was. He was well aware of his charm and carried himself with an effortless confidence, letting the gazes linger on him as he strode forward. As Masatsuki entered the main residence, the courtyard behind him gradually resumed its lively chatter. With his sharp hearing, he caught snippets of excited murmurs. "Kenpachi-sama is so handsome. Did you see that? Masatsuki-sama looked at me just now. I should have joined the 11th Division back then." The hallways inside the residence were quiet and refined. Though Jushiro Yukitake was not of particularly high noble status, the tasteful decor still reflected a certain aristocratic elegance. Surprisingly, instead of a key officer from the 13th Division, it was Isane Kotetsu, the lieutenant of the 4th Division, who greeted him. "Isane, what are you doing here?" Masatsuki asked, slightly puzzled as he watched Isane approach. "I came to check on Captain Yukitake's health, and to visit my sister," Isane said shyly, her large eyes darting nervously. "Please follow me, Captain Yukitake is in the Ujendo." "Is this really okay?" Sentaro Katsubaki, the 3rd seat of the 13th Division, peeked out from behind a wall, glancing around. "Your sister looks like she's about to pass out." "This is the only way," said Kion Kotetsu, the acting lieutenant of the 13th Division, as she also poked her head out. "Feelings aren't meant to be hidden, you have to make them known. Otherwise, with how she is, she'll never take that step. But don't you think your sister looks kind of pitiful right now?" Sentaro smirked. "The more critical the moment, the stronger she has to be," Kion declared, raising a tiny fist in the air as if cheering for Isane. "You can do it, sis." 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 204, Clear Moon. The bright moon hung high in the sky, casting its glow over the 13th Division barracks. "Oh, I didn't even realize it was already dark." Masatsuki Aozaki gazed up at the luminous moon, while Isane Kotetsu, cheeks flushed, shook her head helplessly. "Captain Masatsuki, it's getting late. Captain Yukitake is probably growing impatient." "Well, it can't be helped. After all, it's you we're talking about, Isane. We ended up chatting for so long without even noticing." Sighing, Masatsuki Aozaki walked up to the entrance of Ujendo. "That senior of mine is really something else. I'll be out soon." "Yes, I'll wait right here." Too embarrassed to even lift her head, Isane Kotetsu only let out a sigh of relief once she heard the wooden door close behind Masatsuki. "How did it go? Did it work?" As soon as Masatsuki stepped out of Ujendo, Kion Kotetsu burst out from the shadows, her eyes shining with excitement. The walk from the barracks to Ujendo normally took no more than 10 minutes, but somehow, those two had dragged it out to nearly an hour. If Isane came back saying she had failed, Kion would be devastated. But at this point, there wasn't much she could do, just convincing her sister to take the initiative had been a monumental effort. Asking her to try again would take even more persuasion. The biggest headache was Isane's timid and indecisive nature. She was so shy that even when she had nightmares, she would run to Kion's room to sleep. Whether she was the one chasing after someone she liked or the one being pursued, her personality made things endlessly complicated. Honestly, Kion had no idea how Isane would survive without her around. What she hadn't expected, however, was that Masatsuki Aozaki actually seemed to like Aisane too. Because of her height and the way she spoke, people often mistook Aisane for a boy. She had been teased about it more than once. Captain Masatsuki invited me to dinner tonight. Aisane squatted down, her voice soft and uncertain. Thinking about Masatsuki's warmth and confidence, she couldn't help but admire him. That was the kind of person she wished she could become, like Captain Unohana, poised and graceful, not awkward and hesitant like herself. Good. Then tonight, you're making Captain Masatsuki yours, Kion declared, patting Aisane's head with a determined expression. She knew just how much courage her sister had mustered to get this far. Aisane avoided her gaze. Isn't it too fast? A chance like this doesn't come every day. You have to take it while you can. Kion said firmly. Junior, this isn't the time we agreed on, is it? A calm male voice echoed through the room. You really kept me waiting. Have I kept you waiting long? You can't blame me for that, Jushiro-senpai. It's all Shunsui-senpai's fault, his laziness rubbed off on me, so I ended up late. Masatsuki Aozaki replied. He made himself comfortable, sitting casually on the tatami as if he were at home. You really inherited Shuinsue's shamelessness, Jushiro Yukite quipped, still lying on the floor. I never thought you'd say something so harsh, Jushiro-senpai. Masatsuki Aozaki helped him up, leaning him against the wooden wall. Well, I'm human too, you know. I get upset just like anyone else, Jushiro chuckled lightly. It's just that this body of mine doesn't allow it. Then, do you want to get better? Masatsuki asked. You should know that when I was 3. Before he could finish, Jushiro coughed violently, spitting up blood. Masatsuki quickly grabbed a handkerchief and gently wiped it away. When you were 3, you suffered from a severe illness. Your white hair is a lasting consequence of that, Masatsuki said. Jushiro nodded. That's right. But what you don't know is that, due to certain circumstances, I only survived by sacrificing my lungs. Masatsuki shook his head. That's why I'm asking, do you want to recover? Jushiro furrowed his brows. You may not fully understand. A sacrifice like this can't simply be undone with Kaido. Senpai, do I look like an idiot? Masatsuki chuckled. Of course, I'm not talking about Kaido. I'm talking about science. Science. Jushiro was momentarily taken aback. That's right, Masatsuki affirmed. The deputy director of the Shinigami Research and Development Institute has been researching this recently. I've been thinking. If traditional methods can't heal your body, then what if we repair it through organ replacement? Jushiro sighed. I appreciate your concern, but you don't understand. My body has long since. He stopped mid-sentence. The moment he met Masatsuki's eyes, he froze. There was no need for words, the compassion and unwavering determination in those eyes said everything. Senpai, just give it a try, Masatsuki said softly. A long silence filled the room before Jushiro finally gave a slow nod. All right. I'll give it a shot. But if it doesn't work, we let it go. However, this matter involves certain secrets. I need to inform Master. Of course, go ahead and tell the old man. There's nothing to hide, Masatsuki replied. Captain Masatsuki. Masatsuki Aozaki stepped out of Ugendo, only to hear a soft voice calling out to him. Instinctively, he turned toward the corridor. Aisane. Have you been waiting here this whole time? Yes. Came a shy response. I've finished talking with my senpai. Let's go. Masatsuki walked over and took her hand, slightly surprised when she didn't pull away in embarrassment this time. Aisane Kotetsu was still dressed in her Shihakushō, but her collar was slightly loosened, a subtle but noticeable change. Masatsuki instantly realized this wasn't her usual style. Someone must have advised her, someone who knew exactly how to highlight her natural charm. Feeling the two concealed Ryatsu observing them from the shadows, Masatsuki chuckled inwardly. These two had been tailing them since they left the barracks, and while they had done their best to stay hidden, they couldn't escape his senses. With that alone, he had already pieced together most of the situation. Aisane's body was slightly stiff as Masatsuki led her toward the 13th Division's gates. Bathed in moonlight, she looked even more radiant. Aisane. You really do look like the moon hanging in the night sky, Masatsuki murmured, admiring the silver-gray strands of her hair. Captain Masatsuki, you're just teasing me. It's just that our hair color happens to be similar, Aisane mumbled, her face flushing at his words. Under the moonlight's glow, she looked even more delicate and charming. Although Masatsuki had come to this world, his sense of beauty hadn't changed from his previous life. He spoke plainly, making his admiration clear. Your hair is beautiful, Aisane, but I wasn't just talking about that. Masatsuki smiled. Feeling Masatsuki's gaze on her, Aisane's blush deepened. 40 chapters ahead. P. A Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 205, Chapter 205, Conscience. The bright moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room with a soft glow. The luxurious mansions of the noble district carried a strong, lingering fragrance, the scent of rare spices that nobles spent fortunes to acquire. Masatsuki Aozaki had visited many noble estates before, and the scent was always present, an unmistakable sign of wealth and refinement. They referred to this tradition, originating from a great Western nation, as the way of incense, ranking it alongside ikebana and the tea ceremony as one of the refined arts. Unlike the extravagance of those aristocratic mansions, Masatsuki Aozaki's room exuded a simpler, more subtle fragrance. What a beautiful scent, just like Captain Masatsuki, Ise Kotetsu thought to herself as she took in the gentle aroma. Masatsuki walked into the room, carrying a tray in his hands. These are some dishes I made, along with a few bottles of wine that Shunsui-senpai gifted me. He pointed to the array of dishes on the table, over a dozen in total, before taking a seat beside Ise. This is some of his prized wine, he's kept it stored for years and barely has the heart to drink it. I hope you don't mind. No, not at all. These dishes look delicious, Ise said quickly, waving her hands in slight panic as she took in the feast before her. I heard you like eating porridge, Masatsuki remarked, looking at her with a knowing expression. Something about not wanting to grow taller, since porridge doesn't have much nutritional value. He studied the tall girl in front of him before continuing. You care too much about what others think, Ise. But in my opinion, you don't need to concern yourself with every opinion, just those of the people who truly matter to you. Besides, your appearance is nobody else's business. And they're wrong. There's nothing bad about growing taller. You look adorable just the way you are. Ise's body trembled slightly at his words. Without hesitation, she poured herself a cup of wine, then lifted it to her lips and downed it in one go. Thank you, Captain Masatsuki. I know you're just trying to comfort me, but you really don't have to. Comfort you. Masatsuki raised his glass and took a small sip, meeting her gaze. I'm just telling the truth, not a single word of it is a lie. Ise's heart fluttered. Her beautiful eyes locked onto him, and in that moment, her sister's words echoed in her mind. This is the perfect chance. So, Captain Masatsuki, do you like? Fueled by the warmth of the wine, she found the courage to speak, but her voice grew softer with every word until it was barely audible. I do. Masatsuki didn't hesitate. He met her gaze unwaveringly and said. I've liked you since my previous life. Previous life. Was he talking about the world of the living? But she was born and raised in Seireitei. The 4th Division never had to patrol the human world, and she had never set foot there. And their age difference, how could they have met in a previous life? Wait, is this a confession? Does Captain Masatsuki really feel that way about me? A storm of thoughts raced through her mind, but somewhere deep inside, there was a quiet sense of joy. Under the glow of the moon and the warmth of the alcohol, Ise slowly leaned forward, falling into Masatsuki's arms. The faint, elegant fragrance of the room wrapped around her, and for the first time, she felt what it was like to be held by someone taller. The night deepened. The moon hung high in the sky. The dense darkness of the night shimmered under a veil of silver light. Seireitei, 4th Division Barracks. Yasachika, has Lieutenant Ise returned? Inside the captain's office, Retsu Unohana's expression was tinged with concern as she turned toward the door, which had just opened. Captain, Lieutenant Ise Kotetsu hasn't returned yet, but 3rd Seat Kion Kotetsu from the 13th Division is here, said Yasachika Iemura, the 3rd seat of the 4th Division, as he hurried inside. Seeing his captain's worried expression, he quickly attempted to reassure her. She delivered Captain Yukate's medical report, it's in Lieutenant Ise's handwriting. It looks like she'll be staying with 3rd Seat Kion again tonight and won't be returning to the barracks. She's staying with Kion. Unohana frowned slightly, sensing that something was off. It wasn't unusual for Ise to spend the night at Kion's place. But she usually informed Unohana beforehand. This time, she hadn't even returned to report in, that was strange. Still, Kion was Ise's younger sister. If something serious had happened, she would have said something. In that case, let's leave it be. Tomorrow is a rest day anyway. Looking at Iemura, Unohana gave a small nod before asking. Did Masatsuki Kenpachi stop by the 4th Division today? No, Iemura shook his head. I heard he went to the 13th Division to see Captain Yukate, then returned to the Noble District. That little brat. Did he really think he could hide from me just because he broke through to first-class spiritual power? Unohana let out a displeased scoff. She made a habit of checking in on Masatsuki Aozaki's training progress through the 1st Division from time to time. She knew exactly when he had reached first-class Ryatsu, right after Yamamoto himself. He used to drop by to visit her from time to time, but now. Ever since his breakthrough, he hadn't shown his face once. Whenever she sent someone to find him, the answer was always the same: he's busy. He had time to go to the 13th division, but not to the 4th. Wait. The 13th division. Anohana's expression darkened. The temperature in the room plummeted, making Ayamura shudder involuntarily. This was the first time he had ever seen his captain look this terrifying. The sheer pressure radiating from her made it feel as though he would be frozen solid just from standing there. "See, Captain, I still have work to do. I'll be going now," Ayamura stammered, immediately turning to flee. "Wait." Anohana's icy voice froze him in place. "Captain, I swear it has nothing to do with me. I didn't do anything." Ayamura halted mid-step, suddenly feeling as though taking even one more step might mean the end of his life. With no other choice, he slowly turned back around, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. "When Lieutenant Isane returns, tell her to come to my office," Anohana ordered, narrowing her eyes. "Yes, Captain." Ayamura responded, face twisted in despair. Why is her killing intent so terrifying? The moon above shone even brighter. The 1st Division barracks remained well lit, and a white-haired man followed a group of squad members as they led him toward the tea room. "Let the Shinigami Research and Development Institute handle the treatment," Yamamoto muttered, deep in thought as he gazed at his ailing disciple. "I already promised my junior that I would go to the 12th Division tomorrow for an examination," Joshiro Yukitake said, dabbing at the blood on his lips with a handkerchief before looking up at his master's gleaming bald head. Yamamoto closed his eyes, as if locked in an internal struggle. Finally, he exhaled and spoke in a deep voice. "Very well. This is no longer my era. You may give it a try. But I must say, I'm surprised. That boy Masatsuki actually has some conscience after all. He cares enough to think about his senpai's well-being. It is my own weakness that has troubled both master and my junior," Yukitake said, bowing his head. Watching his disciple, plagued by illness and suffering day after day, Yamamoto could only sigh in silent frustration. 40 chapters ahead. P. A Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 206, Chapter 206, Brother-in-Law. The bright moon sank in the west as the rising sun cast its golden light over the horizon. As sunlight once again bathed the Soul Society, Seireitei awakened to the usual morning bustle. A familiar Ryatsu. Kion. Masatsuki Aozaki sat up, rubbing his drowsy eyes as he muttered to himself. For him, there was no point in trying to conceal Ryatsu within the noble district. The only time someone could successfully hide their presence from him was when he simply chose not to notice. Kion. Still groggy from sleep, Isane Kotetsu weakly rubbed her head, blinking in confusion. Kion. She's looking for me. What do we do? She can't see us like this, can she? You. Masatsuki's voice came from beside her. He teasingly hooked a finger under her nose, his tone affectionate. Why is an older sister so afraid of her younger sister? This is when you need to stand tall. Besides, we haven't done anything shameful, what's there to be nervous about? I know. Still dazed from just waking up, Isane mumbled in response, comforted by Masatsuki's words. Hey, where are you going? Noticing Isane wince slightly as she tried to get out of bed, Masatsuki asked in confusion. Isane absent-mindedly rubbed her sore head, wondering why she felt such discomfort this morning. Instinctively, her hand moved downward, ready to perform Kaido. Hearing Masatsuki's question, she answered without thinking, I can't leave my sister waiting outside for too long. You were exhausted last night. Just rest. Masatsuki gently but firmly pushed her back down onto the bed and pulled the blanket over her, shielding her from any stray morning light. Despite being taller than him, Isane wasn't the type proficient in Hakuta. After an entire night of exertion, even if she had used Ryatsu to sustain herself, fatigue had long set in. I'll go meet your sister. Seeing how tired you are, I'll also take care of breakfast, something to help you recover. Thanks. Isane mumbled, his voice oddly familiar, yet she didn't quite register it. Hearing the door open, she snuggled back into the covers, preparing to drift off for a little longer. Then. Wait. A sudden jolt of realization sent a shiver down her spine. This isn't my room. Who was just next to me? Her eyes snapped open. Looking down, she saw the slightly damp Shihakushō on the floor. Memories from last night came rushing back in perfect clarity. Last night, Captain Masatsuki and I. So alcohol really is that powerful. It even gave someone as timid as me the courage to take the initiative. Lying under the covers, wrapped in a blanket still carrying a faint, unfamiliar fragrance, she listened to Masatsuki's footsteps outside. Slowly, she covered her flushed face with the blanket. This feeling isn't so bad. With Masatsuki outside, handling Kion, an odd sense of security settled in her heart, like she had found something, someone, to rely on. But an entire night. That doesn't match the timeframe my sister told me at all. Creak. Hearing the sound of the noble estate's door opening, Kion Kotetsu quickly stopped knocking, only to feel her face heat up the moment she looked up. Masatsuki Aozaki stood at the entrance, wearing a thin yukata, his long black hair loosely draped over his shoulders. His smile was as radiant as the morning sun, and the light breeze carried a refreshing scent around him. It wasn't that she was mesmerized by his looks, definitely not. But just thinking about her sister spending the night with him made her feel a little flustered. After all, Aisane wouldn't have ended up in this situation if not for a subtle nudging. Here to see your sister. I'll take you inside. Masatsuki stepped out, glancing at her with an amused smile. Should I call you brother-in-law? Kion hesitated for a moment before finally voicing the question, her expression filled with uncertainty. Is my sister still sleeping? She didn't have any nightmares last night, did she? She was pretty exhausted, Masatsuki replied helplessly, leading Kion through the estate. And let's not pretend, I know exactly who's been stirring things up. Don't think I didn't notice you spying on us at the 13th Division yesterday. Hee hee. Kion scratched her head with a sheepish grin. But come on, my sister likes you, and you like her too. People who like each other should be together, right? Besides, those idiots who make fun of her don't know what they're talking about. The most important thing is that she's happy. You sure are a little schemer, Masatsuki said with an amused shake of his head. I'm an adult, okay. Kion puffed up her chest indignantly, staring at Masatsuki with exaggerated defiance. Masatsuki smirked. Ah, my mistake, I almost forgot that Aisane is special. That's how it should be, Kion paused for a second, then nodded. It's best if she's always treated like a normal person. That won't do. Masatsuki rejected the idea outright. She's important to me, why would I treat her like just anyone else? To be perfectly blunt, I've never been the type to treat everyone equally. He patted his chest confidently, as if considering it a point of pride. If you ever become Captain Commander, Soul Society is doomed, Kion teased, shaking her head. But as family, you're just right. I'll take that as a compliment, Masatsuki chuckled, scratching his head as a carefree aura settled around him. Everyone was right, you really are a kind person, Kion thought to herself, her earlier annoyance over her height disappearing as she felt the morning breeze against her skin. You'll take care of my sister, right? She asked, her eyes flashing with seriousness as she looked up at Masatsuki. Of course. No one will ever hurt her as long as I'm here, Masatsuki said firmly. So when you go in, don't startle her too much. You make it sound like I'm always bullying her, Kion huffed in mock indignation. I never said that, Masatsuki laughed. But you know her personality, just imagine how embarrassed she's going to be when this comes up. Watching Kion flail her arms in exaggerated protest, Masatsuki couldn't help but smile as his thoughts drifted to the girl inside. Oh wow, so this is what a man in love looks like. Always thinking about my sister, Kion teased with a knowing nod, looking far too serious for her own good. Well, Aisane is someone worth cherishing. Masatsuki led Kion to the dining hall before heading toward the kitchen. Have you eaten yet? I'm cooking today. Want me to make you something? Really? Then I'll take you up on that, brother-in-law. Kion's eyes lit up with excitement. After all, this was the man whose cooking had once completely captivated Kiryu Hikifune, the former captain of the 12th Division. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 207, Breakfast. It's delicious, so good. As Aisane Kotetsu eagerly devoured her breakfast, Kion Kotetsu, who had just picked up her bowl and chopsticks, narrowed her eyes and stared at her intensely. Big sister. Hearing the resentment in Kion's voice, Aisane instinctively shivered and immediately set her bowl and chopsticks down on the table. Masatsuki Aozaki couldn't help but smile. To an outsider, these sisters seemed to have completely swapped roles. The taller elder sister was actually afraid of her smaller younger sister. I always thought you liked eating porridge because you didn't want to grow taller, but now I see it's just that my cooking isn't good enough. Kion's brow twitched as she spoke, staring at Aisane, whose lips still had a few grains of rice stuck to them. That's not true. Your cooking is delicious too. Sensing an inexplicable pressure, Aisane, driven by sheer survival instinct, hastily reassured her sister with a panicked expression. Of course, your cooking is great. It's just that Masatsuki said I could eat as much as I wanted and didn't have to worry about managing my figure. Masatsuki Aozaki's mouth twitched. No wonder even Retsu Unohana said Aisane was too timid and introverted. Who needed to justify themselves to their sister just for eating a meal. And she sold me out so easily. I'll have to teach her a lesson later. Oh. So you're not calling brother-in-law, Captain Masatsuki, anymore? Just using his name now? That's pretty close. Kion smirked as she looked at Aisane, her teasing tone instantly turning her sister's face bright red. Cough, cough. Aisane choked in embarrassment, flustered and shy. Sister. Be brother-in-law. Why would you call him that? We're not even married yet. You can't just say that. What's there to be embarrassed about? Kaion's playful grin only grew wider. Her large eyes sparkled mischievously as she leaned in closer to her blushing sister. All right, Kaion, don't tease Aisane anymore, Masatsuki Aozaki interjected, stepping in to defuse the situation. He gently held Aisane's hand, comforting her. You really dote on her. And who else should I dote on? Looking at the beautiful and bashful woman before him, Masatsuki sat down beside her, running his fingers through her soft silver-gray hair before pulling her into his embrace. There was a faint fragrance lingering on Aisane's body, one Masatsuki knew all too well. The familiar scent made him feel like he had returned to last night. Leaning down, he planted a light kiss on her lips. Because she's Aisane. Not in front of my sister. Aisane murmured, her face flushing even deeper. I don't see anything. You two go right ahead. Kaion covered her eyes dramatically with both hands but shamelessly peeked through her fingers, watching the display of affection unfold. Despite her teasing, she felt genuinely happy. Her sister had finally found someone who truly cherished her. And to top it off, that person was one of the most prominent captains in Seireitei. Maybe now, her sister would finally start carrying herself with more confidence. Enough talk, if we wait any longer, the food's going to get cold. Masatsuki picked up a piece of omelette and fed it to Aisane, while Kaion, watching them eat so heartily, reached out with her chopsticks and picked up a piece of grilled fish. Unlike the Western nations, which had a wide variety of breakfast options, the cuisine here was primarily rice-based. Delicious. The moment the grilled fish touched her tongue, Kaion's eyes widened in shock. She suddenly understood why Aisane had been eating so eagerly earlier. Something as simple as grilled fish had completely overwhelmed her taste buds. How was she supposed to stop eating now? Joshiro Yukitake was always generous to his squad members, and the barracks meals weren't bad, but they simply couldn't compare to this. Looking at the 4 simple dishes laid out before her, Kaion's eyes suddenly turned a little red. Sister, just because you're done eating doesn't mean you can steal my food. Watching Aisane Kotetsu, who hadn't stopped eating since the meal started, Kaion Kotetsu instinctively reached out with her chopsticks, trying to snatch some food back. Sis, you're a grown woman, how can you still be fighting your little sister for food? Kaion quickly grabbed a piece of egg roll with her chopsticks while simultaneously biting into the grilled fish in front of her. But, Kaion, you never eat breakfast. And I'm still not full. Aisane, unwilling to back down, reached out with her chopsticks as well. At this moment, caught up in the frenzy, she was brimming with determination. Is this really necessary? Masatsuki Aozaki sighed as he watched the 2 sisters battle over food. Still, he understood why. The dishes he made were practically on another level compared to the usual fare in Seoul society at this time. After all, he had once dreamed of becoming the #1 seat at Tatsuki Culinary Academy, not that it mattered here. His ultimate goal was to create food so delicious that people would literally burst out of their clothes in sheer ecstasy. He was still far from that, though. Once they were full, Kaion Kotetsu patted her stomach and grinned in satisfaction. Brother-in-law, you're amazing. Brother-in-law is incredible. Brother-in-law's cooking is the best. She clenched her fists, raised them high, and beamed as she spoke. Aisane Kotetsu furiously nodded in agreement beside her. Hearing Kaion repeatedly call him brother-in-law, Aisane couldn't help but flush red, shooting her a sidelong glare. Still, considering that while they didn't have the official title of husband and wife, their relationship was already that in practice, Aisane silently accepted the term. Since we're all done eating, I'll clean up the dishes. You two have a good chat, I'll be back soon, Masatsuki Aozaki said. I'll handle it. Aisane murmured shyly, casting Masatsuki a glance before gathering the dishes and heading toward the kitchen. Brother-in-law. As soon as Aisane left the room, Kaion carefully tugged at Masatsuki's sleeve. What is it, Kaion? He looked down at her, puzzled. I'm trusting my sister to you. For once, Kaion's usual playful expression disappeared, replaced by the maturity and seriousness befitting her age. She lifted her head, her gaze unwavering. She might always seem loud and mischievous, the one who kept the atmosphere lively, but when it really mattered, she was surprisingly reliable. Masatsuki looked down at Kaion and sighed inwardly. Today, everything she said and did was out of concern for Aisane. Her whole heart was set on her sister's well-being. A family like this was impossible to dislike. Still, isn't this underestimating me a little? Taking care of Aisane is something I should be doing anyway, he thought to himself. Don't worry, Masatsuki said with a bright smile. I will protect her. That's our promise. That's our promise. Kaion nodded, her expression serious. Honestly, how did it end up like this? Aisane, who had just returned from the kitchen to clear the table, leaned against the wall and muttered softly as she gazed up at the sky. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 208, Not Dare. The next day. Masatsuki Aozaki took advantage of his day off to spend time with Aisane Kotetsu once again, expressing their emotions freely. As dawn broke, they parted ways in the Noble District. In the 11th Division barracks, the atmosphere was lively as the squad members trained, their faces filled with enthusiasm. Among them, the most distinctive presence was undoubtedly Masatsuki Aozaki, who openly flirted with the female team members. Yet, not a single person dared to challenge him. Years of camaraderie had firmly established Masatsuki's absolute authority within the squad. He was the undisputed strongest, and in the minds of his comrades, he was already second only to the captain commander in the entire Gotei 13. To them, there was only one true leader, Masatsuki Aozaki. They enjoyed fighting, but they weren't masochists. None of them were foolish enough to invite unnecessary trouble. It wasn't a question of whether they could win, it was a question of how many days they'd be bedridden after taking a single punch. A fight with him was pointless, it wouldn't even serve as proper training. Masatsuki, you're finally back. A young man with silver hair and narrow eyes, wearing the 11th Division armband over his shoulder, smiled at him. Oh, it's Jin-chan. What a coincidence. Finished your work already? I was just thinking of heading to the office to help you out. But since you're done, that makes things easier. Masatsuki let go of Mashiro Kuna's delicate hand, flashing an easygoing smile. Jin-chan. What kind of way is that to address me? You did that on purpose, didn't you? Ichimaru Jin raised an eyebrow, the corner of his eye twitching slightly before his usual grin returned. Well, whatever. You should probably be worrying about yourself right now. Masatsuki frowned. This kid's smile practically screamed schadenfreude. What do you mean by that? Captain Unohana is here, Jin said with a chuckle, shrugging as if it was no big deal. What? Masatsuki shot up from his seat. And you're just telling me now? Jin, hold her off, I'll be right back. Heh. Jin simply sneered, glancing over Masatsuki's shoulder before walking off without another word. Masatsuki watched Jin's retreating figure before exhaling sharply. Behind him, he could feel a Ryatsu steadily approaching. There was no escaping this. Not that he really wanted to. He'd known from the start that things would come to this. If I actually beat her, what would happen then? Glancing around, he spotted her right away. Sure enough, there she was, Retsu Unohana, the very picture of a gentle Yamato Nadeshiko, gracefully making her way toward him. And she was unmistakably coming for him. With their own unspoken thoughts in mind, the two greeted each other warmly, as if they hadn't seen each other in ages. Under the watchful eyes of the squad members, they exchanged pleasantries before heading toward the office area, Masatsuki leading the way. But despite their seemingly friendly interaction, an unsettling tension filled the air. The squad members instinctively sensed it, their expressions turning pale as they looked at the two like they had just seen a ghost. One by one, they all scattered and fled. That was the true instinct of a warrior. Captain Masatsuki, you certainly are a busy man. Has it been over half a year since we last met? Do you remember when you first started learning Zenjutsu from me? We used to meet twice a week. Then it became once a week, then once a month. And now, we haven't seen each other in half a year. But I suppose it makes sense. You are exceptionally talented, and over the years, there's been less and less that I can teach you. I can understand why you don't feel the need to visit the 4th Division anymore. As she spoke, the air around Unohana suddenly changed. Her gentle demeanor remained, but an eerie, almost suffocating black aura seemed to seep into the surroundings. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. It wasn't just about her strength, her sheer presence alone was enough to make Masatsuki feel an unsettling pressure. And the things she was saying, somehow, they made him feel even more guilty. Speaking of which, our lieutenant has been receiving quite a bit of care from Captain Masatsuki these past 2 days. Shouldn't I properly thank you for that, Captain Masatsuki? Retsu Unohana's narrowed eyes opened just slightly, her gentle smile sending an unexpected chill down Masatsuki Aozaki's spine. Why does she look like a resentful wife? When did my dear Unohana turn into this? Masatsuki forced an awkward but polite smile, even adding a hint of flattery. Retsu, you're joking. We're all comrades in the Gotei 13, and since she's your lieutenant, looking after her is only natural. At his words, Unohana's expression softened instantly, and she smiled. So, Captain Masatsuki did all this for me. Then I really must thank you, Masatsuki. Retsu. He never used to call her that. It was always Captain Unohana or Unohana, spoken with clear respect. Looks like this kid's courage has grown quite a bit. But for someone to become bolder, they need strength. This meant that Masatsuki had grown extremely confident in his own abilities. So confident, in fact, that he was no longer afraid of her. Countless thoughts flashed through Anohana's mind, but she didn't let any of them show. She had worked too hard to reach this point. This was a rare gem she had meticulously polished. If she scared him off now, it would all be for nothing. There's no need to thank me. This is something I should be doing, Masatsuki said, swallowing hard. Looking at the young man before her, Anohana retracted her killing intent, her warm smile returning. Masatsuki, you know exactly what I want, just as I understand your nature. No one in this world knows me better than you do. Masatsuki gazed at the woman before him. She was as gentle as flowing water, yet the pressure she exuded was suffocating. His expression calmed, a faint smile playing at his lips. The fear from before was nowhere to be seen. The two of them stared at each other, saying nothing, yet their eyes spoke volumes. They were truly alike. A storm was about to break out, yet both of them were smiling. Masatsuki extended a hand toward Anohana. She hesitated for only a moment before placing her pale, delicate hand in his. I'll take you somewhere where no one will interrupt us. With that, Masatsuki took her hand and led her straight out of the barracks. The way they held hands so naturally and intimately was impossible to ignore. All around them, 11th Division members craned their necks, straining to catch every detail. Did I just imagine that? Or did I actually see Kenpachi-sama holding Captain Anohana's hand? Someone slapped themselves, as if trying to confirm whether they were dreaming. I saw it too. Kenpachi-sama never fails to be our role model. The 11th Division barracks instantly erupted into chaos. What a vixen! Mashiro Kuna crossed her arms, puffing up her cheeks as she watched the two leave. Seeing their third seat practically fuming with anger, the nearby squad members subtly distanced themselves, not wanting to get caught in the crossfire. Would you dare say that in front of Captain Anohana? Ichimaru Jin teased from the side. No. Mashiro immediately deflated, pouting in frustration. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 209, Conquest. Seireitei, the underground training ground of Masatsuki Aozaki. This time, we're fighting to determine victory or defeat, not life or death. Masatsuki Aozaki looked down at Retsu Anohana, her long hair now loose, no longer tied into its usual braids. He smiled, his gaze momentarily lingering on the striking scar just below her collarbone. Are you afraid you'll lose your life here? You weren't like this before. Or has living in comfort all these years dulled your fighting spirit? Anohana frowned, her eyes turning cold as a trace of disappointment flickered across her face. I just don't want to lose you, Masatsuki replied. That's why I'm letting you know in advance. Even someone with low emotional intelligence could tell that Anohana was already upset, but her icy demeanor did nothing to shake Masatsuki's resolve. Anohana was briefly stunned before shaking her head with a small smile. You've certainly grown bolder than before. She exhaled softly before continuing, fine. I can agree to that. There's no need for us to fight to the death. If I were to kill the Captain Commander's most prized disciple, I doubt he would let me live. But you know my abilities. As long as there's a single breath left in you, I can heal almost any wound. So you better not hold back. Even if you lose today, with your talent, you'll only keep growing stronger. We can keep fighting for eternity. As she finished speaking, Anohana's expression suddenly shifted. A chilling, eerie grin stretched across her face, exuding a sinister air like a demon straight from the depths of hell. Ah, yes. Let's fight for eternity. Masatsuki's mouth twisted into a manic grin, his once handsome features warping with unrestrained excitement. Entertain me, Retsu Anohana. You really are. Exactly the man I set my sights on. Anohana's breath hitched, her face flushed with exhilaration, eyes burning with wild anticipation. Finally, this day has come. Without hesitation, she drew her Zanpakutō, her entire body trembling with barely contained excitement. Masatsuki chuckled. He had to admit, she was absolutely insane. But she was exactly his kind of insane. Come. There was no need for further words. Everything had led to this moment. Anohana raised her long, curved katana, its chilling gleam brimming with murderous intent. Whoosh! In an instant, she vanished. Fueled by her Ryatsu, her speed exploded beyond comprehension, tearing through the air with deafening sonic cracks. Shockwaves of reishi rippled outward in her wake, distorting the very atmosphere around them. Facing Yamamoto's acknowledged monster of a prodigy, Anohana saw no reason to hold back. Nor did she have the luxury of doing so. With her Ryatsu unleashed in full force, she moved even faster than Yorichi Shihoin, the flash goddess herself, whom even Yamamoto had acknowledged as the fastest in the Gotei 13. She was moving at a speed so unfathomable that most captains, someone like Kensei Maguruma, for example, would struggle to even track her movements. A sudden gust of wind howled toward Masatsuki, carrying with it an overwhelming force. Unfazed, he charged forward to meet her head-on, his eyes locking onto the gradually emerging silhouette before him. His grip on his blade tightened. Clang! A sharp, deafening clash rang through the air. Bansho Senrin and Minazuki collided, sending shockwaves of spiritual energy bursting outward. Reishi rippled from the impact, forming violent gusts that whipped through the battlefield, sending both of their long hair wildly fluttering in the wind. Masatsuki held firm. Anohana, however, was forced to take a step back. Her grip on her katana instantly shifted, both hands now grasping the hilt as she barely managed to steady herself. A flicker of shock crossed her face. Despite their Ryatsu being equal, how was she losing in sheer brute strength? She had always been absolutely confident in her own power. Yet now, faced with undeniable reality, she felt a rare moment of confusion and disbelief. It was only at this moment that Anohana truly realized. The young man standing before her was no longer the boy she had once known. The timid child who once hesitated before her had long since disappeared. Now, in his place, stood a true warrior. If it had been any other captain, a weaker one, taking this strike without releasing their Zanpakutō, the consequences would have been disastrous. At best, they'd suffer severe injuries. At worst, they'd be dead before they even realized what happened. Except that she was the greatest criminal in the history of Soul Society, one of the strongest Shinigami in the Gotei 13. As expected. You're strong. This power. It was monstrous. Impossible to understand, and even more impossible to accept. She couldn't fathom how this young man was capable of wielding such terrifying strength. Anohana snapped back to reality, but instead of fear or doubt, her smile only widened. The excitement in her eyes burned hotter, her exhilaration impossible to conceal. A fight is only fun when your opponent is strong. What's the point of trampling the weak? You truly are the man I acknowledged. Masatsuki, only a man like you is worthy of being my lifelong rival. As her words fell, blue Ryatsu visibly surged from her body, rippling outward. Slash. Another slash. And another, relentless, unceasing. Anohana paused for a brief moment, scanning her surroundings, before gripping her katana tightly in both hands, holding it horizontally before her chest. With her Ryatsu crackling around her, she lunged again. More sword strikes came flying, too many to discern whether they were feints or real attacks. It was just like that lesson decades ago, back when she was the teacher and he was the student. But now, they stood as equals. She didn't hesitate. She didn't think about the outcome. The storm of blades roared forth once more. What is battle? Just swing your sword. Masatsuki Aozaki didn't retreat. Instead, he stepped forward, right into the eye of the storm. His long blade flickered like a phantom, dazzling to the eye. Heavy. Swift. Anohana let instinct take over, her body moving purely on battle-honed reflex. There was no need for thought, her sword knew what to do. Completely immersed in the fight, she moved like an elegant dancer, Minazuki slicing through the air with a shrill whistle. At point-blank range, Masatsuki intercepted every slash, blocking from every possible angle. This man is nothing like that child. A sharp pain suddenly flared from the old wound on her chest. If that child had been a wild, reckless beast, then this man was a true swordsman, just like her. Her body was starting to struggle to keep up with his pace. It didn't make sense. She had fought for centuries before sealing away her blade. Her swordsmanship had been forged through endless bloodshed and agony. How could she be falling behind this man? Yet the reality was undeniable. No matter how she swung, he blocked it. No matter how cunning her angles, he saw through them all. Bloodstains multiplied across her body, none fatal, but enough to tell her the truth. He was holding back. Unacceptable. A true battle had no place for mercy, not for oneself, nor for one's opponent. This isn't enough, Anohana declared, her blade flashing as she struck again. You do intend to conquer me, don't you? 40 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 210, World. Most people recognized Retsu Anohana's uniqueness, but they mostly admired and revered her. Only Masatsuki Aozaki could entertain such a disrespectful thought. A sharp whistle of a blade cutting through the air rang in her ears, accompanied by the rhythmic tapping of straw sandals on the ground. A massive dark shadow surged upward, a demon clad in a white haori leaping into the air, brandishing a curved long blade as it came crashing down. She swung her right hand with force, slashing the sharp blade diagonally downward. Masatsuki Aozaki raised his sword horizontally against his left arm. The blade tilted slightly downward, reddish-brown sparks scattering as it fell. Retsu Anohana's left hand emerged from her sleeve. Masatsuki Aozaki saw the wakizashi in Anohana's grasp aimed at his upper right abdomen, right where the liver was. Ordinarily, even without a sword, a heavy blow from a fist alone would be enough to cause unbearable pain. For a brief moment, Masatsuki Aozaki deliberated but ultimately chose to extend his left hand, striking the wakizashi's blade. It wasn't a Zanpakutō, just an ordinary sword, but in Retsu Unohana's hands, enhanced by her Ryatsu, it became a fearsome and deadly weapon. Under equal levels of Ryatsu, no ordinary Shinigami could block that wakizashi with their body. Even with Masatsuki Aozaki's exceptional physique, it was impossible. It seems you haven't forgotten what I taught you. Retsu Unohana straightened, turning to face him. Her eyes radiated killing intent, she was fully immersed in the fight. Nitin Ichi Ryu. You taught me yourself. How could I forget? Masatsuki Aozaki's gaze was equally cold as he swung a backhand slash at Unohana's chest. In this country, any mention of dual-blade swordsmanship inevitably brought to mind the famed swordsman Miyamoto Musashi. His style, Nitin Ichi Ryu, involved wielding a long sword in the right hand and a short sword in the left. Other dual-blade styles followed a similar principle, one hand holding a long blade, the other a short one. When the left hand wielded the short sword and the right held the long sword, it was called standard dual-blade style. Reversing the grip was known as inverted dual-blade style. Nitin Ichi Ryu was a rare martial art, seldom practiced. Fighting with two swords required wielding them one-handed, naturally diminishing the striking power compared to the two-handed slashes of a single sword style. Furthermore, dual-blade combat could be distracting, victory or defeat often hinged on a split second of absolute focus. A single moment of carelessness could lead to utter defeat. However, dual-blade combat placed greater emphasis on technique, using the unpredictable nature of two swords to confound the enemy and seize victory. As Seoul Society's greatest master of swordsmanship, Retsu Unohana had naturally mastered various dual-blade techniques. The very essence of such a style was its unorthodox and unpredictable nature. There was no concept of a sneak attack. Masatsuki Aozaki would never consider it an offense. Under normal circumstances, he might have teased her about it. But at this moment, he knew all too well that saying something inappropriate would only earn her ire. The only thing that could satisfy her now was the cold steel of a blade. Retsu Unohana gave a slight nod. This man pleased her more and more. With a casual flick of her wrist, she discarded the wakizashi onto the ground. The gap in strength between them was too great, and Masatsuki Aozaki knew her techniques too well. This move was only effective if it caught him by surprise. Continuing to wield it would not only leave her at a disadvantage but also risk having her techniques completely read and countered. Worse yet, it would divide her focus. Come on, it's far too early to end this. Retsu Unohana lightly ran her hand over the wound on her chest, glancing at the bright crimson blood staining her fingers. The corner of her mouth curled into a chilling smile. There was an indescribable madness and obsession in her eyes, as if the sight of blood filled her with endless power and ecstasy. With a soft, almost whisper-like call. Bankai, Minazuki. The entire battlefield transformed in an instant. The once calm atmosphere shattered as Minazuki and the surrounding environment began oozing blood, unfolding into a grotesque, blood-soaked nightmare. In a flash, her blade morphed into a writhing, crimson weapon, stretching and twisting like a living entity, exuding an overwhelming aura of death. In mere moments, the world was consumed by scarlet, as though they had been cast into the depths of a hellish battlefield. The thick scent of blood filled the air, and its metallic tang stirred excitement in the two combatants, both monsters in their own right. Then, with a thunderous boom, a colossal wave of Ryatsu erupted like a raging storm, crashing outward in all directions. The sheer density of the force made it feel tangible, shaking the very ground beneath them. Even the blood-drenched landscape seemed on the verge of being torn apart. Through the swirling crimson mist, a lone figure stood tall, gripping a gleaming white blade. From his body, an unending surge of Ryatsu burst forth, pouring into the blood-drenched world like an unstoppable tide. In the blink of an eye, the scarlet abyss was engulfed by a brilliant, blinding white. The overwhelming pressure continued to expand, suffocating in its intensity. Wherever it spread, everything seemed to freeze. Time itself appeared to halt. Space, locked in place. Even the very air crystallized into ice, pressing down with an unbearable weight. Bankai, Bansho Senrin Mugen. Masatsuki Aozaki's voice resonated in Unohana's heart. In the sky above, a blazing sun and a luminous moon hung side by side, casting their light upon the battlefield. A grand palace, wreathed in lightning, loomed high above, solemn, majestic, divine. A cool breeze stirred the air, carrying a refreshing chill. Waves surged and crashed violently against jagged cliffs, their thunderous roars echoing across the land. These impossible sights overlapped in perfect harmony, painting a scene both breathtaking and terrifying, a world of boundless beauty hiding an unfathomable dread. What kind of world was this? Tranquil, radiant, mesmerizing beyond words, so alluring that one could easily drown in its splendor. Even the ever-composed Retsu Unohana felt a slight tremor run through her body, a chill creeping up her spine. A world. Just how much do you carry in your heart? How greedy? Her gaze turned solemn as she peered deeper, as if trying to glimpse the truth hidden within the endless void. The two of them stood within this paradoxical domain, a realm where vibrant beauty and blood-drenched carnage intertwined, existing as one beneath their feet. Isn't it the same for you, Retsu? Masatsuki Aozaki surveyed the world around him, his voice quiet as he took in the scarlet nightmare that coexisted with his own creation. I'm nowhere near your level, Anohana replied, shaking her head slightly. Her tone remained eerily calm. The power to create a world. That's not something Minazuki can match. It only proves how terrifying your abilities truly are. She narrowed her eyes, scanning the vast illusion surrounding them. The world you created is hardly any different from reality. 40 chapters ahead. p@tree.com/pinksnake. Chapter 211, Chapter 211, Shinsaku. Masatsuki Aozaki stared in shock as the deceptively delicate woman extended her left hand and grasped the tip of her blood-stained blade. The sword elongated, thick crimson blood dripping from its edge before bending unnaturally. Retsu Anohana closed in, leaving him no time to think. Masatsuki raised his double-edged long sword and met her head-on. She stepped forward and swung her blade straight down at him. By the standards of swordsmanship, she was an undisputed master. Against opponents of equal ryatsu, she could easily take on 3 or 4 at once. But that applied only to ordinary fighters with powerful ryatsu. Her current opponent could not be considered ordinary in any sense. Masatsuki Aozaki's speed erupted in an instant. Her curved Zanpakutō was still midair, blocked by his twin-bladed sword, yet before the moment could fully register, Masatsuki had already closed the distance, his chest nearly pressed against hers. Shinsaku. Godspeed. Masatsuki Aozaki had developed his own footwork technique, drawing inspiration from the movement technique used by Hikone Abujinu in the original timeline. By combining the Shinigami Shuinpa, the Arrancar's Sonido, the Quincy's Hirenkyaku, and the Fullbringer's Bringer Light, he had created a step technique unmatched in velocity. It surpassed any existing movement skill, allowing him to evade Ryatsu detection like Sonido while simultaneously forming reishi beneath his feet like Hirenkyaku. Masatsuki pressed one hand against Anohana's chest, pausing for an instant. Then, his muscles tensed, fingers curling into a tight fist before he struck with full force. The technique, Inch Punch, a burst of explosive power he had learned from the martial arts of Western nations, sent Anohana, whose Ryatsu-hardened body was like steel, hurtling backward. She crashed into a rock face dozens of meters away. Melting. Masatsuki lifted his right hand, still gripping his sword. His flesh, splattered by the blood from their clash, had begun dissolving, skin and muscle vanishing to reveal stark white bone. But a second later, his body rapidly regenerated. In the blink of an eye, he was completely restored. Without hesitation, he pushed forward. His form flickered, seeming almost weightless as he reappeared before Anohana in an instant. The single punch had torn a hole clean through her chest, yet to her, such an injury was insignificant. A mist of blood spread over the wound, and within moments, it had sealed completely. Masatsuki was unsurprised. Anohana had never hidden anything from him. He already knew the full extent of her Bankai's power. Minazuki, a Bankai that granted control over blood within a certain range. However, it did not possess the ability to dissolve or heal flesh on its own. Those abilities stemmed from Tenjiro Karinji, the founder of Kaido. Long ago, Anohana had sought him out, not for healing but to prolong her battles, to fight longer, to enjoy them more. Under his guidance, she developed these regenerative techniques, which later became the foundation of Minazuki's healing abilities. This is also part of your Bankai's power. Anohana's gaze lingered on Masatsuki's arm, puzzled. She hadn't used Minazuki to heal him, and yet his body had regenerated on its own. Shinigami didn't possess such rapid regeneration. Could it be, his Zanpakutō had the power to create flesh? Masatsuki shook his head slightly. After fusing with the Hogyoku, his regeneration had been drastically enhanced, so much so that even deep, internal wounds could heal in an instant. But he said nothing. His sword was already swinging down again. Anohana frowned slightly. If it wasn't his Zanpakutō's power, and it didn't resemble Kaido, then what was it? At that moment, she saw it. A dim, blood-red glow, like a cursed blade bathed in the endless wails of the damned. A silent domain of blood unfolded. Scarlet liquid seeped from Masatsuki's blade, and in an instant, the once vibrant world of colors was consumed by a vast, crimson abyss. 2 blood-stained demons stood upon a sea of blood, locked in an unyielding standoff. Anohana's heart pounded violently. A rush of exhilaration, unlike anything she had ever felt, surged through her. For the first time in centuries, her blood boiled with excitement. I finally understand what this world truly is. Retsu Anohana didn't even notice the change in herself. Without hesitation, she threw herself into battle against Masatsuki Aozaki with everything she had. What a greedy man. His heart is filled with the hearts of others. Yet, this greed wasn't repulsive, it was the very foundation of human existence. I am part of it too. We all exist within the hearts of others. Isn't that what it means to be human? To fight and struggle endlessly, so be it. Masatsuki Aozaki. It was infuriating that he had hidden his true abilities from her. He had never once told her what he was truly capable of. Had he deliberately used Minazuki in an attempt to defeat her head-on? In Anohana's vision, at the farthest edge of this blood-soaked world, stood a dangerous man, staring at her intently. A faint crimson glow flickered in his eyes. Behind him stretched an endless sea of blood. In front of her stood a warrior whose presence loomed like an unshakable force. Trapped in this narrow world, Anohana did not back down. Masatsuki Aozaki closed the distance in an instant. Fueled by the intoxicating thrill of battle, he leapt high into the air. Arcs of scarlet slashes, dripping with blood, tore through the space around them. The razor-thin crimson blades shot out, slicing the air apart. The sheer force of his attack was overwhelming, but Anohana remained unfazed. She knew the feeling of being corroded by these blood blades well, but this corrosion was not beyond recovery. She suddenly sprang backward, narrowly avoiding Masatsuki's strike. Plunging her curved blade into the ground, she swept it in a wide arc, unleashing a surge of blood that crashed into the crimson sea behind her. Anohana trembled slightly. Her movements had been swift, but the presence of death still loomed close, too close. Then, she caught a familiar scent, cold, sharp, and unmistakably bloody. But this scent, this was hers. She had only ever smelled it on herself. Yet now, there was someone else who carried it. So fast. A faint ripple echoed beneath her feet. Anohana glanced down. Within the seemingly empty blood, a long, blood-red blade gleamed ominously. It was already slicing through her chest. Terror exploded within her mind. The sensation of steel parting flesh was all too real. The keen edge pressed against her skin, and in that instant, extreme speed combined with a blade sharp enough to tear through her Ryatsu's outer defenses. Her strength abandoned her. Her body shuddered violently. From her left abdomen to her right shoulder, her torso was split apart. The moment her severed flesh touched the blood below, it began to melt. Anohana lost her balance. Her body began to fall. In that moment, she understood. This was the source of his confidence. Within the same level of Ryatsu, Masatsuki Aozaki was simply too powerful. Even Yamamoto himself, without unleashing his Zanpakutō, might not be able to defeat him. Wako Mundo, Forest of Minos. Amidst swirling sand and jagged quartz trees, 3 figures dressed in white and wearing broken masks moved swiftly through the desolate landscape. They dashed into a cavern, stopping before what seemed less like a cave and more like a fortress carved into the stone. Massive white boulders formed its outer walls, resembling a miniature castle, nestled against the cave's rocky interior. This was the queen's domain. The door creaked open from within. A slender, bronze-skinned foot stepped forward, touching the ground with effortless grace. Her toned, elegant legs carried a presence that was nothing short of breathtaking. Every movement of her figure exuded a captivating allure, yet her expression remained ice-cold, her gaze sharp and commanding, the presence of a true queen. "You're finally back," Tear Haribel said, stepping aside to let them enter. Her voice was steady, composed. "How is the situation?" "Any movement from Las Noches?" She settled onto a plush, crimson sofa, her piercing gaze fixed on them as she waited for their report. "There's been a lot of movement. I'm pretty sure they've mobilized their entire army." Apache flopped onto the couch without a care, her voice brimming with excitement. "We captured some Ajuchas from Las Noches and interrogated them," Sung Sun added, her expression grim. "It's likely that Barragan will step in personally." Haribel nodded, her expression unreadable. "That's understandable. A king would never let the death of his most loyal and powerful subordinate go unanswered." Her golden eyes swept over them. "For now, stay in the base. From this point on, I will handle intelligence gathering myself." 40 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 212, Chapter 212, Minazuki. "Oh, Haribel-sama, I just remembered something," Mila Rose said, clapping her hands. "It looks like Las Noches is hunting Neliel." "Neliel? Why would Las Noches go after her?" Haribel looked up, her sharp features showing clear confusion. "Even if Barragan couldn't find us, he shouldn't have picked a fight with a powerful Vasto Lord, should he?" "Let me think." Mila Rose lowered her head in thought for a moment. "It seems to have something to do with Oswell's death." "I see. They must have mistaken Neliel for helping us." Sung Sun nodded, analyzing the situation. Las Noches doesn't know about Masatsuki-sama's existence, so there are only a handful of beings in Wako Mundo capable of defeating Oswell. Neliel, being independent of Las Noches, happens to be one of them. The room fell silent at her words. This was completely unwarranted. While they were busy running for their lives, Neliel was probably still sound asleep at home. Just like that, bam, a huge burden got dumped on her. Talk about bad luck. I'd bet my money on that bastard Noitra, Apache said, lounging on the sofa while idly playing with her discarded shoes. Her delicate feet swung lazily in the air. He must have bad-mouthed Neliel in front of Barragan, which is why Las Noches is after her. Otherwise, Neliel's not a bad person, but it's not like she's particularly close to us either. Why else would they suddenly suspect her? TCH, that bastard Noitra again. Mila Rose's temper flared as she growled. That guy hides behind Barragan's backing and constantly disrespects Lord Harabel. And now, he's stirring up even more trouble. One day, I'm going to rip his head off. You should focus on your training first, Sung Sun said, quickly grabbing Mila Rose's arm before she wrecked the furniture. This place, along with everything inside, had been carefully arranged by Masatsuki-sama. As much as I hate to admit it, that guy is still one of the strongest among the Vasto Lord-class Minos. If we use the Quimera Parka, we should be able to take him down. But he's holed up in Las Noches, and Quimera Parka is no match for Barragan. Let's set Noitra aside for now, Harabel said. The trouble Neliel's facing is ultimately because of us, so we should help if we can. As expected of Harabel-sama, taking responsibility upon yourself, Sung Sun murmured, covering her face. Harabel shook her head. Of course, we'll only help if we can do so safely. Our priority is to protect ourselves. I feel bad for Neliel, but our lives don't belong to us. They belong to Masatsuki-sama. Only Masatsuki-sama has the right to decide whether we live or die. I wonder when Masatsuki-sama will be back, Apache mused, her legs swinging back and forth. I hope it's soon. Yeah. The others turned their gazes toward her. Seireitei, underground training grounds. Masatsuki Aozaki gazed at the skeletal remains before him, now smooth and full under the nourishment of blood. His eyes met those of the woman standing across from him. A few seconds later, the blood-red curtain vanished in the blink of an eye, revealing the bare rocky ground of the underground training area once more. It was as if nothing had ever happened. The eerie sea of blood had left no trace, and the only evidence of battle was the shattered stone fragments strewn across the area. Floating in midair, Masatsuki Aozaki sheathed Bancho Senrin, now restored to its katana form. Retsu Unohana lay on the ground, gazing up at the ceiling. The dome of white light reflected in her eyes, each glimmer resembling that familiar Ryatsu. Every speck of light that shone down seemed to settle within her gaze. The last traces of blood energy merged into her body. In that instant, she underwent a complete transformation, her blood surged through once dry veins, and every cell in her body came alive, desperate to breathe. She had been healed. How many times has this happened? Retsu Unohana lay on the ground, gripping her katana, struggling to lift even a single finger. As long as Minazuki had strength, her body would not die. But while life seemed endless, Bankai was not. Bankai granted immense power for a short time, but the cost was an equally immense consumption of Ryatsu. And now, she had none left to summon. I've lost count, Masatsuki Aozaki said as he sat beside her, gently brushing aside the long strands of hair covering her eyes. He had no idea how long this endless battle had lasted. More than once, he had seen her body reduced to bare bones, and more than once, he had dragged her back from the brink of death. Bound by the dual effects of Minazuki, they had cast aside mortality, locked in an endless cycle of combat. No matter who fell, the other would always pull them back. Time and again, they stood up. Time and again, their blood-stained blades sank into each other's flesh. I lost. Unohana's eyelids drooped slightly, her calm gaze fixed on the men before her. Endless slaughter. What an intoxicating feeling. This is the first time, Masatsuki said with a smile, but it doesn't have to be the last. He reached out and helped her up, letting her rest against his chest. You always know exactly where to strike, Unohana murmured, her voice softer now. With great effort, she lifted a trembling hand and placed it against his face. I wish I could personally pass the title of Kenpachi to you, but it is no longer mine to give. Once, there was a powerful child in Rakangai, a child obsessed with the thrill of battle. He sealed away his own power just to extend his enjoyment of the fight, only to be defeated by the first Kenpachi, Ichiro Unohana. But Unohana never accepted that victory. She believed her opponent had not fought with his full strength and saw herself as the true loser. In her eyes, that child was the one who should inherit the title of Kenpachi. That battle left a scar on her chest. Afterward, she changed her name to Retsu Unohana and took up the mantle of the 4th Division's captain. As for that child, he would one day become Kenpachi Zaraki, the future captain of the 11th Division. But for now, he still wandered Rakangai under the name Zaraki. I will reclaim it one day, with my own hands, Masatsuki declared. As he spoke, he slowly lowered his head. At the same time, Unohana leaned in as well. Their faces drew closer and closer, their breaths intertwining, their heartbeats aligning. Continue to entertain me, Masatsuki Aozaki. Her voice was dreamlike, soft as a melody from the heavens, yet tinged with a sorrow that could break the heart. Her beautiful eyes fluttered closed, long lashes trembling like butterfly wings. Our entanglement is far from over, and it never will be. Masatsuki murmured in response, his fingers tracing the delicate contours of Anohana's face. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. The world faded, leaving only the two of them. Bound by battle, by fate, this struggle would never end. Not even death could stop it. 40 chapters ahead. /Pinksnake. Chapter 213, Chapter 213, Taboo. In the early morning, the sun slowly rose above the horizon, casting its warm, gentle golden light over the land. Lying on the ground, Retsu Anohana stirred awake, still groggy. What time is it? Her body ached from exhaustion as she slowly opened her eyes. When she caught sight of the clock on the wall, its hands already pointing far into the morning, she frowned slightly. It's this late already. Thinking back to last night, it felt like an eternity had passed. Her mind was a haze, she couldn't tell when she had regained consciousness or when she had lost herself entirely. It's even more exhausting than a battle. Frowning, she lightly bit her lip before reaching for a fresh black Shihakushō from beside her and slipping it on. As for the Shihakushō and white haori she had worn before, her gaze fell to the tattered remains of her clothing on the ground, a hint of reluctance in her eyes. That outfit had accompanied her for many years, especially the haori, which she had worn ever since transferring to the 4th Division. The material and craftsmanship of a captain's haori were of the highest quality, remaining pristine for centuries without a single tear. But even it couldn't escape the hands of that man. By the time their battle had ended, her clothing was already in shreds, though at least its original form was still somewhat recognizable. Under Masatsuki Aozaki's relentless assault, however, it had been completely reduced to scraps. That boy. Her gaze drifted to Masatsuki, still sound asleep on the ground. For the first time in a long while, her usually calm heart wavered, and a faint blush crept across her alluring features. Masatsuki, he's truly something. He was nothing like what Furufushi Saito and the others had described, not some fragile man. He possessed the strength to truly satisfy her. He could wield Minazuki. He could fight endlessly. If only I were stronger. Despite the ecstasy of the battle, I was the first to falter. In the end, he had to accommodate me. She thought back to the battle from centuries ago. Even then, against a formidable opponent, the fight had been exhilarating. But it had been too short. And her opponent had been holding back. The thrill of that fight was nothing compared to this one. Everything is in the past now. Looking at the torn haori on the ground, she felt as though she had finally cast aside a lingering burden. Still, between him and that demon of a man, which of them is truly stronger? Masatsuki is still young. He needs more training. I'll keep helping him grow. As for me, there's no more room for improvement. I reached first-class spiritual power long ago, and for years, I haven't advanced a step. My path as a Shinigami has reached its end. But he still has endless potential. Ah, it's already this late. I might as well skip the squad today. She nodded to herself. I'll wait for him to wake up, then we can fight again. A rare smile tugged at her lips. I should savor this feeling a little longer. Retsu Anohana felt her Ryatsu slowly recovering as she stepped out of the training hall, using Tentikura to contact her lieutenant, Isane Kotetsu. Only after receiving Isane's reply did she begin making her way back. As she walked, a sense of frustration settled in. No wonder the days in the underground training hall had felt like a blur, she and Masatsuki had been down there for nearly a week. And she hadn't even noticed. To Isane, she had always been the image of a perfect captain, yet this time, she had vanished for an entire week. The shock must have been overwhelming. If not for the fact that Masatsuki Aozaki had taken her away, and the 11th Division's lieutenant had vouched for her, Isane might have already reported her disappearance to the 1st Division. However, when she returned to the underground training ground, the sight before her left her completely stunned. Masatsuki, your Ryatsu has increased again. Masatsuki Aozaki was soaking in the hot spring, powerful waves of Ryatsu radiating from his body. When he had first woken up, his Ryatsu had been completely restrained, making it difficult for Anohana to notice any changes. But now that it was unleashed, she immediately sensed his growth. A surge of joy filled her heart, but at the same time, a lingering sadness followed. Her own path had already reached its end. Retsu, come on in. This hot spring is amazing, Masatsuki called to her casually, waving her over without a hint of restraint. There was no need for formalities between them anymore. Anohana glanced at him in the water. He was smiling at her. Is there something on my face? Why are you grinning like that? Or are you just happy to see me? She had no way of knowing. As if sensing her gaze, Masatsuki's eyes locked onto hers, carrying an intensity that sent an unexplainable ripple through her heart. The infamous demon of battle looked calm as ever, but there was the faintest tinge of red on his cheeks. She was certain now, this man was up to something. And she had no way to stop it. He wanted to see her flustered, wanted her composure to waver under just one glance from him. She could see right through his petty little tricks. "You child," Anohana sighed before stepping into the water. "You're not seriously training your Ryatsu like this, are you? I thought you were simply weak to women, but it seems I misjudged you." "This is just one of the ways I refine my Ryatsu," Masatsuki said confidently, patting his chest. "It's not as efficient as Jinzen, but it lasts longer, it's relaxing, and it makes training enjoyable rather than tedious." Anohana suddenly turned to him with a teasing smile. "Then why don't I feel anything at all? How is that possible?" Masatsuki looked genuinely surprised, briefly questioning himself. "I was talking about your Ryatsu." Anohana huffed, rolling her eyes as she settled beside him. Masatsuki couldn't help but think, when she wasn't in the midst of battle, every little expression of hers was utterly captivating. "Oh, you meant Ryatsu. Don't scare me like that." He let out a long breath. "That's just how it is for Shinigami," he continued. "For many, reaching first-class spiritual power is impossible. Hell, even becoming a seated officer is an insurmountable gap." Anohana nodded. "You're right. The world was unfair. It always had been. For most people, their limits were determined from the moment they took their first step. 1,000 years of experience had taught her that talent was something effort alone could never overcome. Most Shinigami would remain ordinary foot soldiers their entire lives, not because they lacked dedication, but simply because they weren't born with the right potential. It was cruel. But there was nothing that could be done. Masatsuki seemed to read her thoughts as he gently ran his fingers through her hair. "Are you really content to stop here?" "What?" Anohana looked up at him, her eyes shimmering. "I know a way for you to reach an even higher realm of power." "You're talking about holification. You actually know about it?" Masatsuki raised an eyebrow in surprise. "The Soul Society has existed for over 1,000,000 years, Anohana said, shaking her head. "Did you really think no one had ever tried to tap into that forbidden power before? But all related research has been strictly outlawed by the nobility. I don't care what the nobles think." With that, he had admitted it. Yet instead of reprimanding him for defying Seireitei's laws, Anohana simply smiled. "How strange," she said softly. "I think I feel the same way." 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 214, Chapter 214, A Good Day. A special day, the birthday of the 11th Division Captain, the 11th Kenpachi, Masatsuki Aozaki. In truth, birthdays didn't mean much to Masatsuki. He often forgot his own. But even if it didn't matter to him, it seemed to hold significance for others. A birthday with no one to celebrate it was just another ordinary day. But when too many people gathered, it became a mix of joy and awkwardness. He woke up early to the sound of Yoruichi Shihoin snoring. She was exhausted, it wasn't surprising. Considering how many people had seen her in far more embarrassing states, this was nothing. Still, if he ignored the faint sound of her snores, her sleeping posture, curled up like a kitten, was undeniably cute. Masatsuki slowly climbed out of the pile of bodies around him, the very thing that made him feel both overwhelmed and oddly content. Glancing at the others still asleep, he felt nothing. Tired of it already. That thought lasted about 2 seconds before he pushed it aside. Who was he kidding? He could never get tired of this. Throwing on a loose bathrobe, he noticed a Shihakushō fluttering toward him. "Respectful greetings on this auspicious day. Wishing you joy on your birthday. Koga Kuchiki." An old-fashioned blessing, clearly the kind of message only someone who had lived for centuries would send. Masatsuki was mildly surprised that anyone other than his lovers even remembered his birthday. Though, of all people, it had to be a man he had no interest in. Koga Kuchiki, current lieutenant of the 6th Division, also happened to be a spy under Aizen's command, with Masatsuki himself as his direct handler. Technically, his superior was Yamamoto, but the old man had no clue what Koga was really up to. Koga was diligent in his work, but Masatsuki wasn't entirely sure how reliable his intel was. Not that it mattered. Right now, Koga Kuchiki was unimportant, both to him and to Aizen. So, was this his way of sucking up to a superior? Shouldn't he be offering an actual gift or something? That's how it worked in the movies. No wonder he'd been a Shinigami for so long and was still just a lieutenant. Masatsuki was still lost in thought when another Shihakushō arrived. The operation is about to begin. Make sure you don't miss it. This time, we'll make them pay. TCH. The nobles really do have too much money. One Shihakushō wasn't enough. They had to waste resources just to send the message twice. Masatsuki muttered to himself. He wasn't exactly short on money these days, but he still found this kind of extravagance ridiculous. Well, today really is shaping up to be an interesting day. A few miles away, in an underground facility on the outskirts of Seireitei. Footsteps echoed, steady and deliberate. The door to the lab was pushed open. Kaname Tozen stepped inside, his dark clothing nearly blending into the dim surroundings. It was hard to say what kind of admiration he held for Love Ikawa, but he had even grown out an afro similar to his. Not exactly Masatsuki's idea of good taste. It's not often that both the captain and lieutenant are sent to the world of the living for guard duty. You should be getting ready, Tozen. Sosuke Aizen's voice was as smooth and calm as ever, yet it carried an unsettling chill. Isn't it risky to have Koga Kuchiki handle this mission alone? The target is. Tozen frowned. That man was insufferable. Though he had become more emotionally stable than before, his arrogance and authoritarian nature still made him difficult to tolerate. Don't worry, Aizen said softly. Someone will be there to assist him. The midday sun filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled light over the empty courtyard. Koga Kuchiki paused, looking down at the chaos below. People screamed and scattered in all directions, their terror consuming them. Behind him stood a cloaked figure, shrouded in black robes. Twin blades extended from the sleeves, their tips angled downward, fresh blood dripping slowly to the ground. More white-masked creatures crawled out from the buildings, but Koga no longer had the time to direct their attacks in an orderly fashion. The people fleeing below were just as powerless as he had been before his imprisonment. Back then, he had done nothing wrong. But now, he was committing a crime of his own volition. You wanted to destroy me? Then I'll destroy you all. Tsuneyashiro Clan, Elders Meeting Hall. Who are these intruders? Tokuyasu Tsuneyashiro asked, glancing at the clock on the wall. How long until the Gotei 13 arrives to assist us? The captain of the clan's samurai knelt below him as the assembled elders stared him down. They're hollows, the captain answered, bowing his head. A group of Minos with lieutenant-level Ryatsu has launched an attack on us. They look identical and possess strange abilities, we can barely hold them back. And we can't send out a distress call. Our messages aren't getting through to the Gotei 13. Strange abilities, one of the elders snapped. What kind of abilities? Speak clearly. A bunch of lowly beasts had invaded the Tsuneyashiro clan's territory, something unheard of in their thousands of years of existence. Was the Seireitei Sekiseki just for show? Were the Gotei 13 supposed to protect the nobility, or were they just a bunch of useless corpses? These hollows can possess and control the bodies of our guards, the captain explained grimly. At first, the guards didn't take them seriously, but by the time they realized what was happening, it was too late. They were caught completely off guard. The elders exchanged uneasy glances. Clearly, none of them had ever heard of such an ability before. Tokuyasu-sama, Tamaba Tsuneyashiro whispered as she stepped closer, the branch family has sent a representative. The branch family? At a time like this? Tokuyasu frowned. What do they want? They're under attack as well, Tamaba replied. Their defenses have collapsed, and they're requesting permission to temporarily release that man and borrow the clan's treasured artifact. That man. Tokuyasu muttered. He knew exactly who she meant, Tokinata Tsuneyashiro. Right now, he was the only capable warrior the branch family had left. The main family was still relatively secure, guarded by captain-level fighters, but the branch family had lost nearly all of its lieutenant-level retainers. They're offering to double their tributes for the next 50 years, Tamaba continued. A massive sum. Fine. Release Tokinata Tsuneyashiro, for now. But he is not to leave clan territory. Tokuyasu's expression remained unreadable. Give him the Enreikyoten as well, but it must be returned once this battle is over. This is unacceptable, one of the elders protested immediately. The Enreikyoten is a treasure left behind by our ancestors. 50 years of tribute isn't nearly enough, we should demand at least 100. The Tsuneyashiro clan cannot be destroyed by a pack of hollows, Tokuyasu said coldly, giving the elder a sharp glance. Not even the branch family is allowed to fall. 30 years ago, our clan was invaded, and we lost several captain-class warriors. The damage nearly crippled us, and ever since, we've been the laughingstock of the nobility. His voice turned frigid. I will not let the other noble clans mock us again. Deploy all guards and assassins, we must wipe out every last one of those creatures. When this is over, have the Central 46 convene a meeting. The Tsuneyashiro clan has been invaded time and time again. Let them question Yamamoto directly, what is the point of maintaining the Gotei 13 if they're just a pack of useless fools? 40 chapters ahead. P@Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 215, Brothers. In the afternoon, Metastasia was cutting down members of the Tsuneyashiro clan, waiting for them to undergo holification. His revered Aizen-sama was expecting him to finish the job and return in time for dinner, so he was feeling a little impatient. Before arriving, he had been an artificial ajuchas, an arachnid-like hollow with a vaguely humanoid form, 8 legs firmly planted on the ground, and thick red tentacles protruding from his back. Originally, he was nothing more than an ordinary hollow, but thanks to that man's modifications, he had evolved into an ajuchas and gained many brothers in the process. Now, however, he was inhabiting the body of a Tsuneyashiro clan Shinigami. It felt uncomfortable, his instincts told him he should be crawling, not walking. Fully transforming this body back into his original form would take some time. Metastasia grabbed a nearby Shinigami with red-ringed eyes. Second, how many of them are left? The Shinigami's true form was identical to his own, though he was also using a stolen body. No clue, boss. I never enhanced my perception, you should ask Third instead. Second scratched his head. Really? Guess I remembered wrong. Where is Third? Metastasia glanced at his brothers. A horde of monstrous figures, each with writhing red tentacles sprouting from their backs, were rampaging through the area, slaughtering without restraint. The sight of all the blood thrilled him. Unfortunately, he hadn't had time to memorize all their faces yet. He had named them himself, but lacking creativity, he had simply gone with Metastasia II, Metastasia III, and so on. To make things more personal, he just called them Second and Third. It really did sound like they were family. Third is probably with those two, Second muttered, his expression sour. They need to back up more. Thinking about that Shinigami and the bull-headed hollow put Metastasia in a bad mood. To Aizen-sama, they seemed far more valuable than him. He swung the Zanpakutō he had taken from his host's body and gazed down at the Shinigami who were about to become just like them. All it took was a touch from their tentacles. Once contact was made, a Shinigami Zanpakutō would simply vanish. And without their blades, they were nothing more than defenseless prey. Bored, Metastasia wandered from room to room, observing each Shinigami's horrific transformation into a hollow. He debated whether to push further into this area or pull back. After all, he had only been told to buy time, but no one had specified how long that was supposed to be. How was he supposed to know when it was enough? 10 minutes later, a cloaked figure glided silently through the sky along a reishi path. Rain poured down in sheets. Masatsuki Aozaki peered through a gap in the attic, his gaze falling upon a sprawling wooden estate at the edge of the horizon, shrouded in the storm. This was the Tsuneyashiro clan's domain. Officially, the title of head of the nobility still belonged to the Kuchiki clan. But in reality, as the Tsuneyashiro clan had expanded its influence over the past few centuries, manipulating the power structure within Seireitei, their dominance had made them the true rulers behind the scenes. Now, their grand estate was drowning in blood. Not a single living figure could be seen. From his vantage point in the sky, even he couldn't take in the full extent of the carnage at once. The towering wooden gates were shut tight, while the once pristine white walls of the courtyard had been stained a deep crimson. Masked creatures roamed the grounds, cutting each other down. Some fought desperately, only for their bodies to collapse and dissolve into reishi mid-battle. Most nobles lived within the designated noble district, but the Tsuneyashiro clan, one of the 5 great noble houses, considered themselves the true rulers of Seireitei. Their vast private territory reflected that arrogance. As if they would ever lower themselves to live alongside lesser nobility. Damn, Aizen's really going all out. Is he trying to wipe out the Tsuneyashiro clan completely? Masatsuki muttered to himself, already concealing his ryatsu as he descended. Not that I'm complaining, he sighed. Seeing the Tsuneyashiro clan in ruins like this is satisfying, but it's not quite the same if I don't do it myself. He had planned to settle things with the Tsuneyashiro clan for a long time. He never forgot a grudge. He had simply been biding his time. Aizen had merely beaten him to it. If we keep killing like this, some of them are bound to slip away. Masatsuki Aozaki had already been feeling a hint of regret, but seeing the Tsuneyashiro clan members putting up such stubborn resistance filled him with excitement. He leaned forward, ready to dive down and slaughter them all, until a familiar figure caught his attention. He's stepping in personally. Looks like he really despises the Tsuneyashiro clan. The streets of the Tsuneyashiro estate were in chaos. Amid the torrential rain, people ran frantically, dodging the blades cutting through the downpour. And then, suddenly, the streets fell silent, emptied of life. This place was practically a city within a city. Seireitei was already 3 times the size of the world of the living's modern Japan, and this noble district alone could rival any thriving metropolis. Koga Kuchiki stood in the shadows, draped in a black cloak. Muramasa, still dripping with fresh blood, was clutched in his hand. In the other, he held the severed head of a Tsuneyashiro clansman. Lowering his gaze, he watched as thick raindrops splattered onto the ground, mixing with the diluted blood that was slowly dissolving into reishi. The contrast painted a grim yet strangely beautiful scene. A black blade tore through the rain, its sharp edge shrieking against the air as it halted just before Koga Kuchiki. Aizen's carefully prepared war hound, a powerful hollow, had skewered one of the guards. The Shinigami, a seated officer, had been completely helpless. As expected of a Vasto lord. A dead Tsuneyashiro, Koga murmured, voice indifferent, is the best kind. The horned hollow glanced at him briefly, showing no interest before continuing its hunt for prey. Its instincts had been left mostly unrestrained to preserve its combat ability, making its intelligence barely superior to that of a Jillian. To this creature, Koga was an ally, but not a superior. It had no need to listen to him. It had only one directive, kill. A mindless beast. Koga snorted in disdain. Wasted potential. Even with that much Ryatsu, it has no idea how to use it. The bull-headed hollow let out a long, guttural howl, as if venting some unseen frustration. Then, with a powerful kick, it launched itself into the panicked crowd like a cannonball. TCH. Even a brute like that can get pissed off. Koga smirked, a trace of mockery in his expression. His eyes drifted to the fallen Shinigami littering the streets. Their faces were gradually being consumed by an eerie layer of white. A familiar sight. Hollow souls forcibly infused into another soul, breaking down the boundary between them, elevating the subject to a higher state of existence. A bold idea, Koga mused, but an incredibly flawed one. The hollow-fied Shinigami before him had grown stronger, stepping into a new realm of power. But compared to the true monsters of the three worlds, they were still far too weak. What if a Vasto Lord's soul was infused instead? How far could a Shinigami go? He shook his head slightly, as if rejecting his own thoughts. No experiment had ever succeeded in achieving stable hollowification through soul infusion. Most subjects simply lost control, their spiritual bodies collapsing until they perished. Only Shinigami at lieutenant level or higher could withstand the transformation, but even they inevitably lost their sanity, devolving into mindless hollows, becoming a monster with no sense of self. What meaning was there in gaining power if it came at the cost of everything else? 40 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 216, Chapter 216, Stars. The news of the Tsuneyashiro clan's defenses collapsing yet again spread like wildfire across their territory. With it, the last remnants of their Shinigami's fighting spirit crumbled. These so-called warriors, arrogant bullies in times of power, had been reduced to nothing more than terrified prey. Their once brutal nature had completely vanished, replaced by sheer, unrelenting fear. The elders of the clan understood the truth. For decades, the Tsuneyashiro clan had expanded recklessly, growing ever more influential on the surface. But beneath that illusion of power, their military strength had been steadily declining. The 11th Kenpachi, just the thought of him was enough to make them grit their teeth in fury, had cost them several warriors with captain-class Ryatsu. Then came the invasion of the Black Swordsmen. Not only had the branch family suffered heavy losses, but even the main house had been forced to sacrifice many of their strongest fighters. This was a clan that had once stood at the pinnacle of Soul Society for over 1,000,000 years. Their ancestors had fought alongside the Soul King himself. Yet over countless generations, their once pure noble blood had diluted, leaving their descendants weaker and weaker. That was why, in desperation, they had swallowed their pride to keep Tokinata Tsuneyashiro under their control. Now, they had fallen so far that even hollows could trample over them. They shivered as they looked upon the strange creatures stalking through their halls. Their grotesque, distorted faces. Their unnerving familiarity. These were people they had known. Loyal retainers. Trusted servants. Even family. All twisted into something unrecognizable. A man in noble attire strode through the rain, heading toward the Tsuneyashiro branch family's compound. His pleasant smile did nothing to mask the oppressive force of his terrifying Ryatsu. The Metastasias hesitated, taking a step back and raising their blood-stained Zanpakutōs. Their stance immediately exposed them as amateurs, anyone trained in Zanjutsu could see it at a glance. The nobleman held his sword casually in one hand. With a simple swing, his treasured family blade shattered their weapons and, in the same motion, sent their heads flying. Pathetic. You can't even handle something this trivial. The Metastasia's alarm bells rang out, shaking the entire attic. The Tsuneyashiro clan members, who had been hiding from the slaughter, crowded the hallways. At that moment, all eyes turned to the men. It's Tokinata. He was under house arrest, he's been released. You lowly branch family member, why are you only coming now? Hurry up and save us. We're the main family. If you save us, we can plead with the elders to reduce your sentence. Even as they cried for help, their tone remained condescending. Tokinata Tsuneyashiro ignored them, already locked in battle with over a dozen Metastasias. He sprinted wildly through the grand hall on the first floor, moving as if obstacles didn't exist. The only things in his path were blood and corpses, which he regarded as nothing more than foul garbage, not even worth a glance. With a sudden burst of speed, he vanished like a phantom. The Metastasias were stunned, but they had no choice but to weave through the panicked crowd, grabbing anyone within reach to use as human shields. As artificial hollows modeled after Metastasia, their power was far inferior to that of their leader. But that didn't matter, they knew, even if their boss were here, he wouldn't stand a chance against this man. Whenever Tokinata Tsuneyashiro cut down a human shield, he would pause, as if waiting for something, flashing a dazzling smile. The Tsuneyashiro clan members, who had briefly glimpsed hope, were baffled. This guy is a lunatic. At a time like this, he's not killing the hollows to save himself, what the hell is he smiling about? But then, they realized something was wrong. The Metastasias were scattering, fleeing through different exits, snatching up random passers-by and wrapping them in their tentacles as makeshift barriers. And the smiling noble vanished in an instant. His Shuinpa was terrifyingly fast. Each time he reappeared, he covered several meters in a blink, moving like a specter. One moment, he wasn't there, then suddenly, he was behind the Metastasias, cleaving through them and their captured shields in a single stroke. The Metastasias were dying. And so were the members of the Tsuneyashiro clan. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 217, Merit. Dark clouds loomed over the outskirts of the Tsuneyashiro clan's estate. Thunder rumbled, lightning split the sky, and rain poured relentlessly over the towering penthouse, just slightly lower than the clan's main assembly hall. Masatsuki Aozaki stood alone in the storm, allowing the rain to drench him completely. His fingers tapped rhythmically against the hilt of Bancho Senrin, the sound blending seamlessly with the downpour. The penthouse spanned 50 floors, reaching approximately 250 meters in height. Standing at the rooftop's edge and looking down, everything seemed so insignificant, as if he were gazing down upon the world from above. No one disturbed him. A perfect vantage point. Far below, the elders of the Tsuneyashiro branch cowered within the towering structure, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The branch family's final line of defense stood guard around them, ever vigilant. With a subtle release of reishi beneath his feet, Masatsuki Aozaki tilted forward and let himself fall freely. In a state of complete weightlessness, he swiftly drew his Zanpakutō from his waist. As he swung, the blade shimmered, cutting through the air like water, swift as a raging wind. Bancho Senrin sliced through the storm, emitting a piercing, shrill whistle. Meanwhile, at the top floor of the penthouse, the family guards and samurai had long been on high alert. Every entrance, stairwells, doors, and passageways, was tightly sealed, leaving no openings. The Tsuneyashiro clan had raised its guards and death squads from a young age, molding them into one of the most formidable forces among noble households. The 80 to 90 warriors stationed here were no ordinary fighters. Nearly all of the branch family's elite were gathered in this stronghold, except for the men under house arrest. Under normal circumstances, even if an intruder possessed the strength of a lieutenant, breaking through this defense would not be an easy feat after all. As long as one understood the peculiar abilities of those strange Minos, they weren't entirely impossible to counter. Moreover, the enemy's numbers were relatively small compared to the family's warriors, and in terms of actual combat ability, they weren't particularly outstanding for their level. The guards couldn't comprehend why the elders were so terrified. Their last battle had been against an elite captain-class adversary. Back then, they had truly been powerless. But this invasion. The hollow forces this time weren't nearly as threatening. There was no reason to be this afraid. What they didn't realize was that the elders weren't fearing the enemy. They were afraid of getting cut by the double-edged sword. Hey! Someone just jumped off the building. A guard suddenly pointed toward the window, shouting in alarm. Before his words had even finished, a cold sweat ran down the backs of everyone present. This wasn't the world of the living. Shinigami couldn't fly in Soul Society. They were already on the top floor, with no higher exits above them. So how had that person leaped from over 200 meters in the air? Most of them stood frozen, staring in shock as the figure lingered midair, as if time itself had stopped. Then, a powerful gust of wind howled through the window, carrying the sharp whistle of air being torn apart and the restless hum of reishi. The crowd was stunned. Was it a Shinigami wielding a wind-type Zanpakutō? Or a Quincy manipulating reishi to walk on air? Just then, a massive slash of Ryatsu tore through the solid walls, sending shattered wood flying in all directions. The dark figure glided into the room as lightly as a bird. A young man, cloaked in black, hovered in midair like a ghost, gripping a Zanpakutō as white as freshly fallen snow. His arrival was like a storm, filling the entire room with an unbearable pressure. As the winds pushed against him, he descended smoothly, landing with effortless grace. But that poised image shattered in an instant. With no effort at all, he grabbed a nearby guard and flung him out of the building like a piece of trash. The men barely had time to scream before vanishing into the stormy night. This was Masatsuki Aozaki's target. When the Tsuneyashiro clan had schemed against him, it was the old foxes hiding in this very place who had orchestrated everything. As for the other Tsuneyashiro members, he could leave them to the Metastasias. But these old men, the masterminds, he had to deal with personally. It might be troublesome, but if he didn't settle this with his own hands, he wouldn't be satisfied. Revenge was necessary. That was simply the nature of this vengeful, narrow-minded man. There was still plenty of time. All he had to do was sweep through this floor and cut down those old bastards. No matter how well they hid, they couldn't escape his spiritual perception. And there wasn't a single person here who could withstand even one of his strikes. The guards stared in shock as the black-clad intruder raised his long blade, a weapon they weren't even sure was a Zanpakutō. Without hesitation, they drew their own and surrounded him. The two leaders stepped forward in unison, their swords gleaming coldly as they slashed down at Masatsuki Aozaki's head with lethal precision. By Gotei 13 standards, these two warriors were undeniably at the level of seated officers, more than capable of cutting down a dozen ordinary squad members with ease. But this time, their opponent wasn't an ordinary squad member. He was Masatsuki Aozaki, captain of the 11th Division. In an instant, he vanished. When he reappeared, he was already behind them. The two guards barely had time to register their shock before they attempted to turn. Too late. With a single slash, their heads tumbled to the ground, blood pooling beneath them. Monster. A scream, from somewhere in the crowd. And then, silence. The once noisy room became deathly still. Every single person swallowed hard, their faces drained of color. Then, a deafening roar shattered the silence, echoing through the corridor. He's an intruder. Everyone, attack, kill him. But before anyone could move, a cold voice cut through the chaos. Don't rush. Masatsuki Aozaki's words carried an eerie weight, reverberating down the hall. His Zanpakutō, which had been gleaming in his grip moments ago, now pointed downward. The guards, distracted by his voice, instinctively turned to glance around. And then, they froze. Terror crawled up their spines. Somehow, at some point, their own comrades had begun to change. Their skin had taken on a sickly green hue. A haunting orange-red ring circled their eyes. They looked exactly like the hollows outside, twisted, grotesque monsters. Then, more movement. Four Shinigami squads surged into the hallway, 32 men in total. They were reinforcements, oblivious to what had just happened. With their weapons drawn and eyes gleaming with murderous intent, they saw only an intruder before them. An enemy to be cut down for glory. After all, killing a hollow in battle could earn them promotions. Killing an invader. That was a guaranteed path to power. 40 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 218, discussed. Masatsuki Aozaki's expression remained unchanged. It didn't matter how many people came, once they had witnessed Kyoka Suigetsu, escape was impossible. An unconscious shift in perception took hold in everyone's minds. Half of the guards and death dealers began to show signs of transformation, green skin and eerie orange-red eye sockets, the unmistakable traits of monsters. Their bodies instinctively succumbed to fear. They didn't even realize the abnormal changes unfolding before them. Instead, they threw themselves into battle, swinging their Zanpakutōs with all their strength, against their own comrades. At the end of the corridor, in the depths of the shadows, Masatsuki Aozaki sheathed his Zanpakutō. His figure gradually faded into nothingness. The howling storm and the monstrous horde engulfed the guards and death dealers, leaving them with no escape. Overwhelmed by the fear of death, their adrenaline surged, driving them into a frenzy. They leaped into the air, Zanpakutōs flashing coldly as they struck. Ryatsu cut through the atmosphere, and the scattering blue reishi clung to their blades. Madness granted them unprecedented strength, but their blades were turned on the wrong enemy. No matter how fiercely they fought, in the end, Masatsuki Aozaki remained unscathed. Moving effortlessly through the chaos, he evaded their frenzied attacks, occasionally channeling the power of the Hogyoku to hollowify the fallen guards. It was merely a passing thought, something done out of convenience. They were destined to die regardless, so why not ensure they served a purpose before their end? The attic was hollow. Masatsuki Aozaki leaped out of the corridor into the empty air, where reishi quickly gathered beneath his feet, forming footholds. He strode through the sky, guided by his vast Ryatsu perception, which encompassed the entire attic. Against these frenzied Shinigami, he could have acted, but there was no need. Letting them tear each other apart would achieve the same result, death would claim them all just the same. A smirk curled at the corner of Masatsuki Aozaki's lips. Someone was approaching, someone whose Ryatsu rivaled that of his two senior disciples. He had overlooked something odd. The Tsuneyashiro clan was missing a key combatant. More precisely, in this situation, such a combatant was indispensable. The air turned pale, like a thick white mist. Rain poured down, yet the air was oppressively hot. Even in the height of summer, it shouldn't be this stifling. The metastasias had not fled. Instead, they ignited in bursts of flame, collapsing into ash that scattered before Tokinata Tsuneyashiro. For a brief moment, he felt a strange sense of clarity. Tokinata Tsuneyashiro smirked slightly. This scene felt oddly familiar, using the power of the strongest Shinigami to kill Shinigami. Then, he caught a scent, cold, sinful, unmistakable. The day he lost that woman's corpse, he had smelled the same stench, emanating from the expressionless elders. Icy cold seeped up from beneath his feet. That woman's corpse should have been his, it was his plaything. But those old men had taken it away, and on a snowy day decades ago, it had disappeared forever. A surge of fear exploded in the depths of Tokunada's heart. The falling raindrops seemed to soften, landing gently on his face, caressing him like a lover's touch. That gentle woman, how utterly detestable. Why couldn't she just become part of this wretched world? Then, he suddenly understood, she was still here. No longer a corpse, but now a part of the very world itself. Making this world all the more unbearable. 12th Division, Shinigami Research and Development Institute. Under the overcast sky, a figure in a black hooded cloak moved silently. A distorted light screen shrouded their slender form as they stopped near the white building that stood alone in the open space. The structure, built from pure white boulders, was heavily surveilled. Patrolling Shinigami moved through the area, and Rokurichi monitors covered nearly every corner. Yet, curiously, only 3 teams of guards were assigned to patrol this highly secured facility. The concealed figure took a step forward, then leapt lightly onto the rooftop. Aizen-sama, this is the map of the Shinigami Research and Development Institute. The laboratories in this building are assigned to ordinary team members like me, but the truly important data is hidden in the underground research facility. Inside a modest laboratory within the white building, a young man named Oko Yushima patiently explained. That's the true core of the entire Shinigami Research and Development Institute. You've done well, Oko. I've also prepared what you need. Sosuke Aizen pulled the curtain aside slightly, peering outside. I have high expectations for your research. I hope you achieve something worthwhile. It's an honor to be recognized by you, Aizen-sama, Oko Yushima replied with a smile. But your research is the true masterpiece. I look forward to the day you succeed. Hey. Mayuri Kuratsuchi, how's your research coming along? A slouching man strode into the room, spreading his arms wide in greeting. Looks like things are going well. I still remember how miserable you looked a while ago. You really are an insufferable man, Kisuke Urahara. Mayuri Kuratsuchi shot him a glance and took a step back. Have you finally abandoned that ridiculous research of yours? Well, you are a man who took everything from me and then kicked me aside. Cold as ever. That obsession with experimental subjects. That's an emotion only you seem to possess. Kisuke Urahara casually placed a hand on Mayuri Kuratsuchi's shoulder, his manner oddly familiar. To an outsider, they might have looked like close friends. So, what do you really want? Obviously, I came to get you for dinner. You haven't left the lab in ages, have you? I can't keep bringing you food forever, it's starting to get annoying. Just have that brat lieutenant bring it, Mayuri Kuratsuchi scoffed. If she's going to take the title of lab director, she should at least be put to work. That won't do. You two would definitely end up fighting, and knowing you, you'd probably blow up the underground facility. That kind of repair job isn't cheap. Kisuke Urahara waved a hand dismissively. I'm not Masatsuki, I can't just get the captain commander to foot the bill for my squad's damages. So, you're implying that I'm as much of an idiot as Hiyori? Mayuri Kuratsuchi muttered, his expression unreadable. I'm not some reckless child who throws tantrums. But Hiyori is. Before Urahara could finish, the lab's alarm blared, the sound echoing throughout the underground research facility. Oh dear, looks like lunch is off the table. Thinking about food at a time like this. That's just like you, Kisuke Urahara. It's a shame Masatsuki refuses to bring me lunch, so heartless. Urahara sighed dramatically as he opened the lab door and walked out. That's the same trick he used to get close to that woman, Kiryo Hikifune, Mayuri Kuratsuchi muttered in annoyance. 40 chapters ahead. P at Tree&Com/Pink Snake. Chapter 219, Demon. Tsuneyashiro Clan. Tokunada Tsuneyashiro stood in the attic. The moment the guards lunged at him, he sprinted forward with all his strength, his gaze locked ahead. The entire attic's guards were reflected in his pupils. From this perspective, it was as if every single one of them saw him as their final enemy, each one desperate to cut him down with their blades. It felt as though the entire world stood against him, filled with nothing but malice. In an instant, he assessed the situation. These crazed guards had lost all reason, consumed by the torment of life and death. Every one of them was blinded by bloodlust, desperate to tear each other apart. A twisted smile slowly crept across his lips. His own malice could no longer be contained. It was time to kill. This was a feast, a long-awaited indulgence after his release from house arrest. During his confinement, trapped within the clan's territory, he had passed the time by torturing and slaughtering the servants he had regular contact with. But that had grown tiresome long ago. Now, at last, he was free. And soon, no one would ever be able to restrain him again. For the first time in years, he truly felt alive. The last time he had been let out was over 30 years ago. Back then, his opponent had been none other than the esteemed head of the Shihoin clan. He had wanted nothing more than to sever that noble head from its shoulders. At the time, the gap in their strength had been enough for him to do just that. But those cowardly elders of the clan, constantly second-guessing, always looking over their shoulders, had forbidden it. This time, however, no one could stop him. Those old fools, too corrupt to be truly wicked, were finally going to die. If he played his cards right, he would soon take his rightful place as head of the clan. And the only ones standing in his way were the remaining heirs and the elders. The heirs were nearly wiped out. Now, it was time for the old men to fall. The position of head of the Tsuneyashiro clan, one of the 5 great noble houses, was finally within reach, his for the taking. Tokinata vanished from sight, moving at a speed far beyond that of an ordinary captain-level Shinigami. Wielding his razor-sharp blade and overwhelming Ryatsu, he carved through the battlefield as if it were his own personal slaughterhouse. And Reikyoten pierced and slashed through one guard after another, dismembering them with effortless precision. Severed limbs scattered through the air. The wounds left on their bodies were smooth, yet their corpses lay in a grotesque, chaotic heap. There was no question, this was a massacre. Moving like a phantom, Tokinata's body twisted and leaped, hands and feet working in tandem as he scaled the inner edge of the attic's open framework. Like a gecko clinging to a wall, he ascended with unnatural ease. The guards stationed on the top floor didn't flinch at his sudden appearance. Not a trace of panic crossed their faces, as if such gravity-defying feats were an everyday occurrence to them. Their grips tightened around their sharp Zanpakutōs, while some of the death dealers swiftly drew additional weapons, short blades, chains, and other armaments, readying themselves for battle. Tokinata scanned the room, but his eyes barely registered them. He wasn't interested in the guards. He was searching for the elders, the ones cowering in fear. To him, these so-called warriors, eagerly sharpening their blades, were nothing more than irrelevant obstacles. They weren't even worthy of his attention. They were mere debris along the long path to power, serving only to make the journey a little more comfortable. Like a child crouching beside an anthill, watching the tiny creatures scurry about in their endless struggle for survival, Tokinata saw no value in them. A child might idly poke the ants with a stick or drown them with a splash of water, bringing utter devastation upon them, only to laugh in amusement, never once considering the fate of a single insect. And as he walked this path, he, too, only wanted to laugh. The blood surged through his veins as he arrived, and blazing flames erupted along the gleaming blade of his Zanpakutō. The guards did not retreat. Their senses had dulled, and even as their bodies ignited, it was as if the flames had nothing to do with them. The elders fell. A pair of pitch-black pupils gazed at them coldly. It was a gaze from above, overlooking them with an oppressive aura so overwhelming that it felt as though an invisible hand was crushing their hearts. Daring to meet his eyes directly would surely shatter them. The elders, who had struggled to accept the truth, suddenly froze in terror. Their mouths opened, perhaps to wail, but no sound escaped. A thick, white, viscous Ryatsu had clogged their throats, silencing them. Hollow power crushed the last shreds of their reason, erasing their fear. The white Ryatsu formed grotesque masks across their faces, and the once proud elders rose again, not as themselves, but as monstrous, white-faced hollows. A relentless assault erupted from all directions, surging like an unstoppable tide. Masatsuki Aozaki remained still, unwavering. The hollows had barely begun their charge when they abruptly turned on one another, tearing into their fellow abominations with savage fury. Even hollowification could not escape the illusions of Kyoka Suigetsu. Masatsuki Aozaki watched in silence for a moment. Then, in the narrow chamber, a searing heat exploded outward. In an instant, the temperature soared by thousands of degrees. The overwhelming heat vaporized the blood that had soaked the surroundings. Centered around Masatsuki Aozaki, a 10-meter-wide sphere of fire rapidly expanded, engulfing the entire council chamber. The elders never had a chance to scream. The inferno consumed them in a flash, reducing their bodies to nothing, mere specks of dust carried away on the wind. Just moments ago, the room had been full of life. Now, it was empty. Flames danced across the scorched ground, and the air reeked of burning flesh. The raging fire devoured the ancient structure that had long shielded the elders. Even the walls, reinforced through layers of kido, could not withstand the sheer intensity of the heat. Masatsuki Aozaki gripped his smoldering Zanpakutō in one hand and stepped forward, a figure wreathed in flame, like a demon emerging from the depths of hell. The once imposing guards had been reduced to nothing but ash, yet Masatsuki Aozaki remained unchanged, his blade still poised in his grasp. So then, who remained worthy of facing his sword? If he were to swing it again, it would be only for slaughter. With every step he took, the corridor behind him erupted in flames, the crackling of burning wood echoing through the air. The ancient building groaned under the strain, its very foundation trembling. Faint creaks rang out, ominous, foreboding, as if the structure itself was moments from collapse, like a towering giant finally brought to its knees. But in Masatsuki Aozaki's eyes, there was no sign of the lives he had erased, only the blood-stained, death-laden corridor stretching before him. The surviving guards stood frozen, their expressions vacant, their minds lost. There was no one before them. Yet death itself was drawing near. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 220, Time. Puffed. With a sharp, piercing sound, a bone-chilling torrent of water surged forward like a raging tidal wave, smashing through the tightly shut door ahead and sweeping across the space with unstoppable force. A mysterious and powerful energy erupted, an ability belonging to an unknown water-based Zanpakutō. The sheer force within the rushing water was overwhelming, carrying a ferocious momentum that seemed capable of tearing everything apart. Yet, the intense heat radiating from Ryujin Jaka clashed against it, making the approaching figure keenly aware of the threat. The corridor ahead was eerily empty, only scattered ashes drifting in the wind and a thick, lingering mist filling the air. Through it, the surging torrent advanced like an unbridled beast, charging forward without restraint. Faced with such a fierce assault, Masatsuki Aozaki merely smiled, unfazed. With a simple, fluid motion, he swung his long katana, and in an instant, flames erupted, evaporating the rushing water completely. Confidence and composure filled him, he regarded his opponent as nothing more than insignificant insects. With an unhurried pace, he walked forward, each step leaving a steady imprint on the floor. The closer he got to the end of the corridor, the denser the mist became, and from within it, cold steel glinted menacingly, growing ever more radiant. Then, suddenly, a rhythmic tap, tap echoed from beyond the door, as if someone was strolling inside at a leisurely pace. Moments later, the footsteps abruptly ceased. Then, bang. The dilapidated wooden door was violently kicked open, sending a thick wave of white steam billowing outward. From within the swirling mist, a young man dressed in elaborate aristocratic attire slowly emerged. His presence only deepened the mystery. Illuminated by the crimson firelight, a face that felt both familiar and unknown stepped into view, greeting Masatsuki Aozaki with a bright, almost cheerful expression. Though this was their first meeting, Masatsuki Aozaki recognized him. Tokinada Tsuneyashiro, on the other hand, couldn't see his face clearly, yet an unsettling sense of familiarity stirred within him. More than 30 years ago, he had seen a portrait of a young man's face, a face etched into his memory, impossible to forget. He stepped forward, advancing down the corridor toward Masatsuki Aozaki, his grin twisted into something almost grotesque. You can't sense my Ryatsu because of this cloak, can you? This cloak is quite useful. Masatsuki Aozaki pulled back his hood, revealing a face so striking it could shake one's mind with just a glance. Now, the killing would continue. This man had to die, their grudge had lasted far too long. You're late. Those old men passed away peacefully, Masatsuki Aozaki said indifferently. Though, the process might have been a bit painful. Ha ha. Masatsuki Aozaki, so it really is you. Ha 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 ha. Tokinada Tsuneyashiro laughed heartily. Today is truly a double celebration. The old geezers in the main family are done for, and I don't even have to lift a finger. Masatsuki Aozaki watched the madman in silence. Through his perception, he could feel that the Ryatsu in the highest pavilion was rapidly fading. The one responsible, of course, was Koga Kuchiki. Everything was going smoothly there. Masatsuki Aozaki knew exactly what was happening. Aizen had orchestrated the plan, and Koga Kuchiki was merely the executioner. As for him, he had come to settle a personal grudge. At the same time, this was a preliminary test for the upcoming holification experiments. So, shall we continue? Tokinada Tsuneyashiro suddenly extended his arm, pointing his Zanpakutō at Masatsuki Aozaki with a cold smirk. Captain Masatsuki, to be honest, I hate those old men too. If you think about it, we shouldn't really be enemies. But I want to kill you. Masatsuki Aozaki smirked in disdain, his voice calm. Which means you're going to die here today. So there's no room for discussion. Tokinada Tsuneyashiro's gaze turned icy, his tone chilling. Then die. And Reikyoten carved through the dense fog again and again, its crimson light flickering as it left shimmering trails in the air. The blade's arcs intertwined like an impenetrable web. One after another, pristine white blades clashed against it, sparks bursting from the collisions. Slashes tore across Tokinada Tsuneyashiro's body, carving countless bloody lines. As Bansho Senrin's blade became soaked in red, a clear wave of water surged from its steel, washing away the blood. How are you this strong? Tokinada Tsuneyashiro gritted his teeth, his bloodied mouth trembling in disbelief. He had always considered himself equal to his two fellow veteran captains. Yet now, he was being completely overpowered by a junior. Their blades clashed once more, his knees buckled slightly. You've been locked away for too long, Masatsuki Aozaki said mockingly, pausing slightly. A frog in a well has no idea how much the world has changed. With a single slash, Masatsuki Aozaki sent Tokinata Tsuneyashiro staggering backward, slicing a shallow cut across his face. His Zanpakutō dipped slightly, red droplets falling from its edge. Damn it. More sword strikes came at him in rapid succession. Tokinata Tsuneyashiro no longer had time for mind games, words wouldn't save him now. It was just like back when his wife was still alive. She had been a mature adult, while he had always remained the childish one. He never wanted to listen to her guidance. Her gentle words had only ever irritated him. Even now, he was still that same child. But this time, the words of instruction had become an inescapable storm of steel and blood. The powerlessness enraged him. Damn it. Why won't you just die? I'm a noble of one of the 5 great clans. You should just accept your fate and die by my blade. Meanwhile, the main family's council chamber had been utterly transformed. The elders and their guards lay sprawled across the floor, lifeless. Some of them wore white masks, their bodies already beginning to break apart. Koga Kuchiki had lost interest in the corpses. Instead, the bull-headed Vasto Lord beside him, loud, incomprehensible, and irritating, was starting to make him want to draw his blade and cut something down. Ah. The bull-headed Vasto Lord charged toward Koga Kuchiki, its mouth open in an endless, wordless bellow. Enough. I know they're all dead, so shut up. Koga Kuchiki snapped, raising his blood-stained left hand and knocking the creature on the head. Annoyance crept over him. He hadn't expected the Tsuneyashiro clan to have such a skilled fighter. This battle had been far more brutal than he anticipated, he had even suffered injuries himself. He glanced at the bull-headed Vasto Lord beside him. The beast had fared worse, having lost an arm and a leg in the battle. But thanks to its ultra-speed regeneration, it had already fully recovered. RRGH. The Vasto Lord let out a low growl, pointing at the bodies on the ground. I don't understand a damn thing you're saying. Can you shut up for a second? Koga Kuchiki frowned. Or do you still want to keep killing? No. We're done. He pulled a clock off the wall, wiping the blood off its face with his sleeve. Look at the time, we need to retreat. The bull-headed Vasto Lord tilted its head at him, then nodded. This thing can read a clock. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 221, Chapter 221, Existence. Kakio, listen carefully. It's not even night yet, and it's pouring rain. I can't see a single star. Tokinata Tsuneyashiro lay at the bottom of a massive crater, dazed. In his delirium, he seemed to see his wife, the woman who had died years ago. Buried beneath rubble and shattered wooden walls, he found an ironic sense of security in these once impenetrable barriers. With his ear pressed against the ground, the only sound he could hear was the echoing thud of his own heartbeat, whispering to him, "You're still alive." One punch. Just one punch. That terrifying man had struck him down from the peak of power within the Tsuneyashiro clan, sending him crashing to the very bottom. You sure were laughing a lot back there. Sorry to disappoint, but I'm still alive. He panted, his voice silent, as if speaking to someone he refused to show weakness before. Yamamoto gave him a katsu. I have to wonder, could he himself have used it with such power? His body ached, a searing pain spreading through every inch of him. It hurt so damn much. My whole body. Is this what dying feels like? Was it like this for you too? He let out a hoarse chuckle. What a mess. How many years has it been? 50. 60. 100. Tokinata blinked, a smirk curling at the corner of his lips. I can't remember any more, but it doesn't feel so bad. His expression darkened. Don't say something stupid. Just shut up already, Kakio. Save me. I don't need saving. At a time like this, could you stop pissing me off? I don't need you to clear the storm for me. From the very beginning, I've stood above the clouds. I am the storm. I'm no child in need of guidance, and you are not my master. I studied at the Central Shino Academy, under the headmaster of that time, Yamamoto himself. He was the one who taught me. But even he couldn't teach me properly. So don't delude yourself, Kakio. He shut his eyes, as if that could make those gentle eyes vanish from his sight. Darkness engulfed the ruins. Outside, the storm raged on, rain pouring relentlessly from the heavens. The broken walls and shattered stones hadn't buried him completely, water seeped through the cracks, pelting his face. Tokinata hadn't expected this place to become his grave, nor had he thought death would come for him today. Today was supposed to be a good day. By the time it ended, he should have been seated as the head of the Tsuneyashiro clan. But now, it seemed the clan would be erased from existence, him along with it. This makeshift fortress gave him no sense of security. Not when he had no doubt that the men who had so effortlessly crushed him could just as easily destroy the entire Soul Society. A bitter thought crossed his mind, if Masatsuki Aozaki were to wipe out this world along with him, that wouldn't be so bad. After all, it was a world he never cared for. The moment he stepped into the high tower, something felt off. Then came the sight of that bizarre Zanpakutō. And then, the chilling realization, the elders of the Tsuneyashiro branch had been slaughtered. That man had come for the Tsuneyashiro clan, and he was terrifyingly powerful. Tokinata had known from the start, he might not be able to win. Running away would have been the wisest option, but he had no intention of fleeing. He had long known that she would come for him. Today might finally be the day. If it wasn't, well, then he'd get to enjoy himself a little longer. At least he had done everything he wanted, committed every crime, indulged in every pleasure. If he truly died today, it wouldn't be a loss. He would go to hell, away from her. That alone would be a relief. To be honest, there was never any love between them. She was a carefully selected test subject, chosen by the family for an experiment, one meant to determine whether a child could inherit their parents' fragments of the Soul King. As a low-ranking branch member, he had no say in the matter. He accepted the marriage with indifference. The experiment never interested him. What did intrigue him, however, was the thought of seeing Kakio crumble upon learning the truth. So, on their wedding night, he told her everything. But that wretched woman. She had already seen through it all. Instead of reacting with shock or despair, she treated him like a petulant child, brushing off his malice as mere childish mischief. Tokinata clenched his teeth at the thought. If only I had let her live, let her suffer through those experiments for just a while longer. Maybe then, he wouldn't still be haunted by her memory. But knowing her, she would have just smiled, offered him some meaningless words of comfort, and let it go. The very thought of that expression infuriated him. His twisted smile grew even darker as he turned his head. A dark figure stood beside him. So fast, I didn't even sense a thing. Just how strong is this guy? That damn outfit made it impossible to gauge his exact Ryatsu, but even if he tried again, the result would be the same. The torrential rain pounded against the men beside him, the droplets forming a faint shimmer around him. The flames he had conjured earlier had been terrifying, just like facing that old man, Yamamoto. Tokinata Tsuneyashiro spat out a mouthful of blood, too weak to struggle. Blood gushed from his wounds, the excessive loss draining the oxygen from his brain. His consciousness wavered, his vision blurred. He knew he was doomed. And yet, he had a feeling the other man wasn't planning to let him off so easily. Those eyes, deep as ink, were beautiful, yet devoid of the slightest trace of mercy. Masatsuki Aozaki studied Tokinata Tsuneyashiro, his gaze fixed on the Enreikyoten in his hands, curiosity burning within him. Like Bansho Senrin, it had the ability to mimic Zanpakutō. However, unlike Bansho Senrin, it consumed the wielder's soul. Which meant, ultimately, Bansho Senrin was the superior weapon. The soul was the foundation of all existence, Shinigami, hollow, human, no matter the form, the soul was everything. Even the slightest damage could cause irreversible consequences. Tokinata Tsuneyashiro's awareness briefly returned. He wasn't sure if this was a final moment of clarity before death, but the first thing he saw was Masatsuki Aozaki claiming Enreikyoten. Is he really going to kill me with my own blade? He mused, the thought laced with bitter amusement. How cruel. His lips curled into the same smile as always. To be slain by one's own Zanpakutō, nothing was more humiliating for a Shinigami. Even if it wasn't truly his blade, it was still the one he wielded. What an irritating look, you make me not want to see it a second time, Masatsuki Aozaki muttered, raising the Zanpakutō in his hand. Flames roared to life, engulfing the blade. Tokinata Tsuneyashiro finally understood. Masatsuki Aozaki wasn't simply going to kill him, he intended to erase every trace of his existence from this world. With a fluid motion, Masatsuki Aozaki sheathed Bansho Senrin at his waist, gripping Enreikyoten firmly in his right hand. He slowly turned and stepped forward, walking away. The dark crimson flames that had coiled around him gradually dissipated. The wretched, arrogant child that had once stood there vanished, almost as if he had never existed at all. As if he had always been nothing more than dust scattered upon the ground. It's useless to beg. I have no intention of using you, I won't weaken my own soul. Masatsuki Aozaki lowered his gaze, murmuring as he stared at the Enreikyoten in his hands. Diminishing the soul is necessary to maintain my existence. Without it, I could not have endured until now. The voice was unexpectedly gentle, even carrying a hint of reverence. But I have other ways. In the end, a Zanpakutō is nothing more than a vessel. What I need, is for you to accept me. 40 chapters ahead. p@tree.com/pinksnake. Chapter 222, Chapter 222, Enreikyoten. 12th Division, Shinigami Research and Development Institute. The large red alert on the screen finally stopped flashing, and the deafening alarms echoing through the underground research facility came to an abrupt halt. Kasuke Urahara looked up and let out a long breath, as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. Lucky me. Everything important is intact. Good thing I had the foresight to store my experimental data and research separately, he muttered to himself. Mayuri Kuratsuchi-san, how about you? Did you lose anything valuable? Humph, I'm not the director. I don't have the luxury of a special storage space for my research, Mayuri scoffed, showing no sign of distress or concern. Instead, he sneered dismissively. It doesn't matter. I didn't have anything valuable here anyway, all my research is still in its early stages. Even if the data was stolen, it wouldn't matter. It would be completely useless. In that case, things aren't as bad as they could have been. Kisuke's expression grew a bit more serious as he analyzed the situation. The intrusion lasted only 10 minutes. The intruder created chaos on the surface first to divert our attention, then used the opportunity to infiltrate the underground research facility. Quick and efficient. While we don't seem to have lost any critical research, we have no idea what he actually did during those 10 minutes. And he caused significant damage to the institute. Cleaning this up won't be easy. As much as I dread how much the repairs will cost, you know that's not the biggest issue here. Mayuri responded indifferently, I don't know what you're so worried about, but since your research results are still here, it means he didn't find your private stash. If he had seen the experimental data, he would have realized it was something you stumbled upon. Even with the information, replicating it wouldn't be easy. Fair point. Kisuke nodded. Still, this intrusion needs to be reported. If Captain Commander Yamamoto is willing to allocate some repair funds, that'd be ideal. That's not my concern, but the intruder clearly had extensive knowledge of the Shinigami Research and Development Institute. You'll have to deal with that, Mayuri said. My research is moving to the next phase, and I won't tolerate another incident like this. What kind of nonsense is that? Kisuke protested. You're the deputy director of the Shinigami Research and Development Institute, how is this not your problem? Mayuri scoffed. Ridiculous. Since I became deputy director, all I've done is conduct experiments. Have you ever given me any real authority? With that, he turned and left, clearly uninterested in wasting any more time on this shameless man. Masatsuki Aozaki pushed open the door, looking up at the rain pouring from the sky. He wiped the water from his face and stepped into the luxurious mansion gifted to him by the Tsuneyashiro clan. The door to the elegantly designed bathroom slid open, and the water in the bath was at the perfect temperature. Sinking into the tub, he turned his gaze toward the window. Beyond the delicate wooden frame, a curtain of rain poured down, while the cool breeze drifting through made him feel at ease. A woman with short pink hair stood by the window, appearing almost dreamlike, as if she might dissolve into the soft wind at any moment. She looked in his direction, took 2 steps forward, and sat at the edge of the tub, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. You're quite good-looking, Masatsuki Aozaki said softly, leaning against the side of the tub and gazing up at her striking features. This is the body you gave me, the image you wish to bestow upon me. I merely chose to accept it, and Reikioten's voice echoed throughout the bathroom. You've had quite the personality shift. You weren't like this before, Masatsuki teased. I've existed for millions of years. Naturally, I've learned to adapt. And now, you're stuck with me, Master. And Reikioten reached out, lifting Masatsuki's chin as she deliberately enunciated the title, one that would make most people blush in embarrassment. This woman was the Zanpakutō that had been passed down within the Tsuneyashiro clan for generations. Masatsuki had taken her from Tokinada Tsuneyashiro, keeping only the intangible soul of the blade. With its essence lost, the physical sword had crumbled into reishi fragments. He had already undergone the process of accepting a Zanpakutō's soul before. Urozakuro still resided within his inner world, and now, this woman did as well. At this moment, there was a distinct yet elusive connection between them. Master was not just a jest, but a true reflection of their current bond. And Reikioten, the Zanpakutō of the Tsuneyashiro clan, had been completely and unquestionably claimed by Masatsuki Aozaki. She was clad in gleaming silver Valkyrie armor, her slender legs encased in polished armored boots. From her waist down, soft white feathers, as pristine as freshly fallen snow, cascaded over her legs like a fan. Her appearance felt oddly familiar to Masatsuki, almost as if she had been sculpted in the image of Lightning Sister. If she and the Bansho Senrin sisters were to be transported into the world of Final Fantasy, they would embark on an exhilarating crystal-fueled adventure. Masatsuki had always been fond of the Final Fantasy series. The movie Final Fantasy VII, Advent Children had introduced him to that fantastical world. Though the film's plot was simple, its stunning character models had deeply captivated him. Since then, he had immersed himself in the series, setting off on his own crystal fantasy journey. He wasn't sure whether this world's future would develop the same way as his past lives, but even if it did, what difference would it make? After all, he had no talent for game development, and with Square Enix yet to be founded, it would likely take decades before such games came into existence. Wait. With so many geniuses around, it would be difficult to ask for help outright when it came to certain secretive endeavors. But developing games wasn't exactly something that needed to be done in the shadows. Someone like Keisuke Urahara, a man who lived for entertainment, definitely wouldn't turn down the idea. In fact, he might even be grateful that Masatsuki had come up with such a brilliant plan. This armor looks a lot like the kind the Quincy used to wear. Don't tell me you have a thing for Western knights. But Bansho Senrin and the others wear kimonos, you really are hard to figure out. And Reikyoten glanced down at her own armor. And this design is strange. From what I've seen, Quincy armor covers the entire body completely. This outfit has gaps here and there. Can it really offer any protection? You wouldn't understand, Masatsuki smirked, tilting his head smugly. With our level of strength, we don't need armor for protection. A little exposure adds a sense of mystery, it's the essence of refined aesthetics. Chapter 223, Anticipation. Sosuke Aizen reached out with a slightly trembling hand and slowly shut off the flashing electronic screen. As the only source of light disappeared, the laboratory was instantly swallowed by darkness, shrouded in an oppressive, almost tangible force. He remained still, taking slow, deep breaths, trying to steady his emotions. Seconds stretched into minutes. Finally, once he regained his composure, he reached forward and gently lifted the glass cover, his gaze locking onto the growing mass of black coal-like material. Stepping forward, he moved with deliberate grace, shedding his black robe and draping the captain's haori over his shoulders. With practiced care, he smoothed out his disheveled hair. For a brief moment, an overwhelming sharpness radiated from him, like a blade on the verge of being unsheathed, impossible to look at directly. Standing before the mirror, Aizen studied his reflection. At a glance, he appeared to be nothing more than a refined, kind, and approachable man. But only a select few understood the depth of cunning and calculation lurking behind that facade. Koga Kuchiki pushed open the door and stepped inside, freezing in place the moment he saw him. Aizen stood upright, an unusually radiant smile spread across his face. Typically, his lips carried a gentle, practiced curve, an effortless mask meant to obscure his true emotions. But this was different. Aizen rarely, if ever, displayed such an unguarded expression. Koga couldn't help but feel uneasy. It wasn't that the smile was hideous, it was simply unsettling, far worse than the polished, artificial one he usually wore. What had happened to make this man so elated that he failed to control even his own expression? At that moment, Aizen looked like an excited child, staring at a long-coveted toy, his face brimming with anticipation. Koga didn't react immediately. He merely led the ox-headed Vasto Lord inside, closing the door carefully behind them. He meticulously checked the lock, ensuring no one could enter unannounced. Then, moving without a sound, he stepped behind Aizen, shrugging off his blood-soaked black robe with one hand while pressing the other against his wounded shoulder. The Tsuneyashiro estate wasn't far from the laboratory, barely 30 miles, but to avoid the ever-watchful surveillance of the Gotei 13's monitoring insects, he had to take a roundabout route, skirting the outskirts before finally arriving. By now, the wound on his shoulder had begun to scab over, but even the slightest movement threatened to tear it open again. A thin stream of crimson trickled down his arm. He retrieved a medical kit from the metal case. Returning to the estate was not an option, so for now, these rudimentary tools would have to suffice. As a seasoned warrior, Koga had endured far worse. A wound like this was nothing, he had survived much graver injuries. In under a minute, he had bandaged himself up. Once finished, he changed into a clean Shihakushō, securing the 6th Division's camellia armband over his shoulder and covering it with a red windflower sash, ensuring no signs of injury remained visible. He scrutinized his reflection in the mirror. Outwardly, there was nothing amiss, though his complexion was noticeably pale, lacking its usual warmth. Without hesitation, he discarded his blood-stained garments, tossing them into the incinerator. Given the nature of their experiments, a facility for disposing of biological waste was essential. Once that was taken care of, he methodically swept through the laboratory, erasing any potential traces of his presence. Not a single clue could be left behind. Because the Koga Kuchiki who walked out of this room would be a different man entirely. A man with no connection to Sosuke Aizen. The world knew him as the ideal son-in-law, an honorable swordsman who respected his father-in-law's teachings, trained diligently alongside his closest friend, and remained a devoted husband, utterly faithful in both heart and action. Sometimes, even Koga himself marveled at how seamlessly he had crafted this facade, so much so that he was beginning to forget who he used to be. But that illusion was what had won over his father-in-law and wife. If they ever uncovered the truth about him, they would no longer love him. They would see him as a monster. And in the moment he annihilated the Tsuneyashiro clan, he had felt nothing but satisfaction. Yet he understood one thing better than anyone: no one loves a monster. Not even himself. That was why he hid his true nature. That was why he continued the deception. Because Koga Kuchiki wasn't ready to lose them. Not yet. Sosuke Aizen wrapped the coal ball in a strange metallic film. As his reiatsu flickered, the metal sphere gradually turned transparent. How did the experiment go? Judging by your expression, it doesn't seem ideal. Well, it's the same as always. Spiritual bodies with weak ryatsu collapse, while those with strong ryatsu become hollows. Koga Kuchiki nodded. This experiment has undoubtedly failed. You don't seem surprised at all. We've run this experiment so many times already. Shouldn't you be prepared for the outcome by now? So, does this mean the experiment will be terminated again? Koga Kuchiki asked with a frown. No, I've already found the solution. Aizen's lips curled into a confident smile. His gaze was unwavering and sharp, as if he had foreseen everything from the beginning. His words made it clear, the experiments wouldn't end here. The outdated methods would be discarded. Koga Kuchiki's eyes widened in surprise and confusion, but he quickly masked his emotions and gave a slight nod. I see. He had no doubts about the intellect of the men before him. Aizen had achieved countless astonishing breakthroughs, far beyond the reach of ordinary minds. Even if the hollowification experiments hadn't been a complete success, the ability to transform Shinigami into hollows and greatly enhance their power was already a remarkable feat. If Aizen continued his research, perhaps one day, his vision would become reality. You're looking forward to it as well, aren't you? Aizen suddenly turned to Koga Kuchiki and asked softly. Looking forward to it? Koga Kuchiki was momentarily taken aback. Was he really anticipating something? Aizen, however, simply shook his head. Behind him, space itself seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force, revealing a massive, elliptical black void. Thick mist swirled within, exuding an air of mystery and unpredictability. A garganta. This was a hollow spatial passage, akin to the Shinigami Senkamen. But stepping through it was not a hollow, it was Kanami Tozen. Without sparing Koga Kuchiki a glance, he raised the transparent metal sphere and walked into the garganta. Aizen has even figured out how to manipulate the hollow's garganta. Koga Kuchiki was stunned. Chapter 224, willingly. As I thought, you have a rather twisted sense of humor. Enreikyoten gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear before slowly raising her head. Her eyes were clear and bright, as mesmerizing as the still waters of autumn. Hearing you say that, does that mean you know me well? Masatsuki Aozaki blinked, a trace of confusion flickering across her face. Yes, I do. I am your Zanpakutō now. I get along quite well with those girls, they seem to like you a lot. Enreikyoten let out a soft sigh, her voice as light as a passing breeze. Someone's coming. Don't worry, she's very gentle. Masatsuki Aozaki stuck out his tongue playfully. You don't need to worry about me, I'm perfectly fine. To be honest, I never make a deal where I come out at a loss. Letting you stay here is basically like you renting my space. By that logic, shouldn't you be paying me rent? It's a bit early to be talking about that, Enreikyoten chuckled. Besides, you're not really taking this seriously. I see. So what you want is sincerity. Masatsuki Aozaki hesitated for a moment, trailing his fingers lightly across the water's surface, sending ripples outward. You want to establish a true connection with me? Enreikyoten lowered her head in silence, then leaned over Masatsuki Aozaki. Without a word, she reached out with her slender hand and gently stroked his face, which was still clouded with doubt. Goodbye, she whispered. Goodbye, Masatsuki Aozaki responded, his gaze fixed on the woman before him as her form gradually blurred, growing fainter until she finally disappeared. Just then, the door creaked open, and a figure slowly stepped inside. She lowered her head, gazing at the pool of water as steam curled into the air. Reaching up, she gently smoothed her long, flowing hair, which cascaded like a waterfall. Then, with an elegant motion, she loosened the obi at her waist, let her yukata slip from her shoulders, and stepped toward the bath. Masatsuki Aozaki silently spread his arms, waiting for the woman approaching him. Finally, she arrived at his side and gracefully lowered herself into the warm water. Amid the swirling mist, the two were so close they could feel each other's breath. Retsu Unohana's luminous eyes were captivating, their depth seamlessly blending with the transparent water around her, making her entire presence seem even softer. She looked up at Masatsuki Aozaki, her naturally gentle face now tinged with a delicate flush, making her beauty all the more alluring. Outside, the rain intensified. Heavy droplets pounded against the wooden window, splashing into countless shimmering beads of water. The torrential downpour lashed at the earth, sending up ripples and mist, as the world beyond blurred into a haze of falling rain. You seem happy, Retsu Unohana murmured, leaning back against Masatsuki Aozaki. Her gaze drifted toward the ceiling as the steam-filled bathroom made her feel as if she were lost in a dreamlike haze. It looks like everything went smoothly. Very smoothly. Masatsuki Aozaki adjusted his posture so Unohana could rest her head against his shoulder more comfortably. The experiment was a success, I saw those old relics with my own eyes as they turned into crazed beasts. Beasts. Unohana frowned. As a master of refined technique, she found such an outcome far from ideal. This is just the first step in breaking the boundary between hollows and Shinigami, Masatsuki said after a brief pause. After crossing that line, one must overcome the hollow within before they can truly control its power. Anohana rolled her eyes. You knew how to hollowify from the very beginning, didn't you? Masatsuki let out a small chuckle. Well, I had the theoretical foundation, of course, but practice is just as important. The old men of the Tsuneyashiro clan, let's just say they met a fitting end. Anohana leaned against his chest, watching the rain pour down outside. With a quiet sigh, she said, I know about your grudge against the Tsuneyashiro clan, but I never thought you'd actually go through with it. They are, after all, one of the 5 noble houses that govern Seireitei. The rhythmic patter of rain against the wooden panels filled the silence between them, like the soft notes of a distant piano melody. Masatsuki didn't respond, and Anohana found herself at a loss for words as well. The two simply remained there, locked in quiet contemplation. Today, you stayed with me the whole time, Anohana suddenly broke the silence. Retsu really treats me well. Masatsuki scratched his head with a small smile. In that case, I can't let you down either. The hollowification experiments need to be accelerated. We'll continue tomorrow. Conveniently, I've already found 2 volunteers willing to participate. Since merging with the Hogyoku, Masatsuki had been patiently waiting for his evolution to progress. However, without experiencing extreme fear, his transformation was advancing at a slower pace. Even so, he had no intention of using fear to drive his evolution. Aizen's grotesque, monstrous fusion with the Hogyoku didn't seem like a true evolution to him. Instead, he sought a more controlled and stable path, one that might even lead to new possibilities beyond what was previously imagined. For now, he still had time. Aside from collecting the Soul King's organs, strengthening the women around him was also one of his top priorities. More power meant more security. Volunteers. Anohana tilted her head slightly. Who would willingly take part in such a dangerous experiment? Unless they were volunteers, in name only. Ryusuke and Izumo, you know them. They're the 4th and 5th seats of our squad, Masatsuki said. Anohana's expression shifted in understanding. In fact, she found that answer unsurprising. The entire Gotei 13 knew those 2 were Masatsuki's die-hard followers. It was even rumored that they held high-ranking positions in the all-male fan club dedicated to him. And, of course, the president of that rather infamous organization was none other than the 11th Division's lieutenant, Jin Ichimaru. No wonder. If you ordered them to die, they'd probably thank you for it. Anohana nodded. I've never doubted their loyalty, Masatsuki replied, his voice utterly devoid of emotion. As long as they master hollowification, it'll be your turn next. I'll be waiting for that day, Anohana mused before adding with a smirk, not that it really concerns me, if anything, it's your subordinates who'll be the ones suffering. They volunteered. Masatsuki sighed. All right, fine, you win. But Yoruchi and the others sure can sleep. They're still not up after all this time. I used a sleep-inducing technique on them while they were unconscious, Anohana said casually. They were completely exhausted. From a medical standpoint, proper rest was necessary. They'll probably sleep for a few more hours. Masatsuki shot her a surprised glance, thinking to himself, you could at least change that gentle expression of yours. How can you say something so devious with such a serene face? Chapter 225, Hollowification. We really are a perfect match. Masatsuki Aozaki shamelessly declared. Retsu Anohana suddenly turned around and straddled him, placing both hands firmly on his shoulders. Hey, I was just speaking from the heart, no need to get so worked up. Masatsuki hurriedly protested. That deep flush on her face didn't seem normal, was she about to lose control? The last thing he wanted right now was to end up fighting her in this situation. Their faces were nearly touching. You're right. Masatsuki froze for a moment, his gaze locking onto Anohana's face. A deep, striking red burned across her cheeks, and he could feel her body temperature rising. It's nothing, I'm just a little pleased, Anohana said casually. Huh? And you're only telling me this now? You do realize emotions like that are contagious, right? Masatsuki was stunned. Would he even make it out of this bath alive today? Gotei 13, Captain Commander's office. A paper report lay on the long table, stamped with the official seal of the 12th Division. It had been delivered the night of the attack. Yamamoto set the document aside, closing his eyes in thought. The air in the room grew heavy. Kisuke Urahara didn't dare make a sound. He knew better than to act carefree in front of Yamamoto when he was like this. On the way here, he had already pieced together what had happened. One of the rulers of Soul Society had been attacked once again, and the extent of the damage was still under investigation. Last time, the Gotei 13 had at least been able to intervene in time, but this time, when the Tsuneyashiro clan was assaulted, they hadn't even realized it had happened until it was over. To the noble houses, this was an unforgivable failure, one they had placed squarely on the shoulders of the captain commander. For an organization that carried the name of the Gotei as Seoul society's strongest military force, failing to protect the ruling class of Seireitei was a disgrace. The nobles had already raised their grievances with Central 46. Yamamoto gave a slight nod. The Shinigami Research and Development Institute requires repairs. I will apply for funds from Central 46. Do you need any further assistance? Many thanks, Captain Commander. As long as we have the funds, repairs will be simple. Urahara waved a hand. We lack nothing, except money. Funding will not be an issue, Yamamoto stated. Have you identified the intruders? No, Urahara shook his head. However, a researcher has gone missing. It's highly likely he was involved in the attack. We have people searching for him now. Speak with Captain Shunsue Kairaku. I will have the 8th Division assist in your investigation, Yamamoto said flatly, his narrowed eyes opening just slightly. These lowly criminals will not be allowed to trample on Seireitei's dignity any longer. Do you understand, Captain Kasuke Urahara? Yes, sir. I'll handle it immediately and head to the 8th Division now, Urahara replied, bowing his head deeply, more respectfully than ever. Anyone could see that the old man was holding back his fury. And Urahara had no intention of testing his patience today. Sokayaku Hill, underground training ground. Step forward, Ryusuke, Izumo. Masatsuki Aozaki lifted his head. Footsteps echoed as Ryusuke and Izumo pushed open the door and entered. They came to a stop before Masatsuki, their expressions unwavering. They had been waiting for this moment for a long time. This is the path to glorious evolution. Masatsuki's gaze swept over them. I'll ask one last time, are you sure? It's not too late to back out now. Yes, Masatsuki-sama, we are ready. Their eyes burned with fanatic devotion, filled with admiration, devoid of any hesitation or doubt. If you fail and lose yourselves to holification, I will kill you myself. Despite his words, Masatsuki had full confidence in this experiment. In the original timeline, the Vizards had been forcibly holified by Aizen, only to be saved later by Kasuke Urahara using an incomplete Hogyoku. But now, with the fully awakened Hogyoku fused within him, there was no reason for failure. We offer ourselves as your blades, Masatsuki-sama. Even in death, we will not regret it. Ryusuke and Izumo nodded firmly. Even as seated officers, they knew that embracing the power of holification was a dangerous path. After all, hollows were the sworn enemies of the Shinigami. To seek out their power of one's own accord was nothing short of heresy. And yet, they chose to proceed. Masatsuki nodded and extended 2 fingers, gently pressing them against their foreheads. Hogyoku. Masatsuki had no intention of revealing its existence to them. It wasn't a matter of doubting their loyalty, this world was filled with abilities beyond comprehension, and there was never a guarantee that one's thoughts wouldn't be exposed against their will. Even Masatsuki's lovers didn't know about the Hogyoku embedded in his chest. Every time he stood bare before them, it remained the one thing he concealed. None of them knew the extent of its power. A piercing wail rang out as a white, liquid-like ryatsu spread across their faces. Masatsuki stood before them, waiting for them to lose control and attack him, only then would they truly grasp the power of holification. Neither of them was particularly gifted. It had taken them centuries just to become high-seated officers, and under normal circumstances, it would take them over 1,000 years to reach lieutenant level. Yet now, their ryatsu had already surpassed that threshold. This was the result of Masatsuki using the Hogyoku's power to forcibly draw out their latent potential, an artificial acceleration for the sake of perfecting the holification process. To control holification, one needed a lieutenant-level ryatsu at minimum. Otherwise, the overwhelming spiritual force would consume them, leading to their soul's collapse. Suddenly, Ryusuke and Izumo's eyes flashed a deep, blood-red glow, as if an unstoppable force was devouring them from within. Their consciousness wavered, slipping away into chaos. A pure white, viscous ryatsu oozed from their bodies, spreading over them like a relentless tide. In an instant, it engulfed them completely. As the transformation took hold, their forms expanded at an alarming rate, their bodies swelling into towering figures nearly 3 meters tall. Roar! Roar! A thunderous bellow tore through the air, a deafening shockwave that sent violent ripples through the training ground. Their howls were filled with unrestrained savagery, an untamed ferocity that threatened to rip apart everything in their vicinity. Though Ryusuke and Izumo were similar in age, it was no coincidence that Ryusuke held a higher rank. Even before holification, Ryusuke had already possessed the peak of 4th-class ryatsu, granting him lieutenant-level strength. Now, with his transformation complete, he had stepped into the realm of 3rd-class spiritual power, well beyond the scope of ordinary warriors. Izumo, by comparison, lagged slightly behind. Originally a standard 4th-class spiritual power wielder, his holification had pushed him to its absolute peak, though he remained a step below Ryusuke. But one thing was undeniable, the power boost granted by the Hogyoku's holification was nothing short of monstrous. This transformation was leagues ahead of the Vizards from the original timeline. Aizen's experiment had been a failure, an incomplete prototype. Yet here and now, Ryusuke and Izumo's holification had elevated their Ryatsu levels by over half a rank, an explosive increase of more than 5-fold. However, Ryatsu was just the beginning. From their movements alone, it was clear, every fundamental ability had undergone an astonishing leap in power. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 226, HYUZ, Chapter 226, Incident. Yoheim, Feilien. With this command, the wind stirred violently, erupting into a raging storm. Like a ferocious beast, it bared its fangs and clamped down on the holified Ryusuke and Izumo, preventing their escape. In an instant, the swirling winds formed an impenetrable prison, sealing them within. A crushing pressure, as heavy as a mountain, bore down on them, rendering them immobile as if an invisible force was pinning them to the ground. Their bodies creaked under the immense strain, producing unsettling cracking sounds, as if they could shatter at any moment. Masatsuki Aozaki stood still, his sharp gaze locked onto Ryusuke and Izumo, watching them intently within the raging wind prison. His eyes held a trace of expectation, as if he were waiting for something miraculous to occur. Time passed, minute by minute. An hour slipped away, yet neither Ryusuke nor Izumo showed any signs of their holification breaking. Masatsuki Aozaki frowned, shaking his head slightly. Raising a finger, he pointed at their foreheads and muttered to himself. Did it fail? Where did it go wrong? His voice carried a hint of doubt and frustration, his once calm expression growing heavier with concern. His gaze remained fixed on the holified figures of Ryusuke and Izumo lying motionless on the ground, unwilling to miss even the slightest change. Then, suddenly, his expression shifted. A flicker of surprise flashed through his eyes. The white skeletal layer covering Ryusuke and Izumo's bodies had begun to crack, thin, web-like fissures spreading rapidly across its surface. The cracks intertwined, growing denser, forming an intricate network of fractures. Then, crack! With a sharp sound, the entire skeletal layer shattered, disintegrating into countless specks of dust that scattered into the air. Without the bone-like armor supporting them, Ryusuke and Izumo collapsed limply to the ground. Had it worked? Is this the power of holification? We've grown several times stronger than before. A mix of disbelief and exhilaration filled their expressions. Their bodies trembled, not from fear, but from the overwhelming rush of newfound strength. But just as they were reveling in their success, their masks suddenly fractured without warning, breaking apart into countless tiny shards that drifted to the ground. Masatsuki Aozaki, observing the lingering Ryatsu emanating from them, gave a small nod. At this stage, if you can release your Zanpakutō and fully control your holification, your strength should rival that of a captain-level Shinigami who fights without using Bankai. He waved a hand dismissively. Find a place to practice. Get used to this power, and focus on extending the duration of your holification. Yes. Thank you, Aozaki-sama. We'll start training immediately to master this new strength. Ryusuke and Izumo exchanged a glance before turning and leaving, eager to refine their control over their transformation. Meanwhile, Masatsuki Aozaki expanded his Ryatsu perception, locating Jin Ichimaru within the 11th Division. 1 week later, 1st Division Barracks. Inside the captain's meeting room, the captains of the Gotei 13 were gathered. The only absentee was the 3rd Division captain, Sosuke Aizen, who was away on a mission. In his place, Lieutenant Chikane Iba attended the meeting. This is the situation. Without lifting his head, Yamamoto handed out the documents he had prepared in advance for everyone to review. The Central 46 has already uncovered the truth behind the incident. Due to an internal experiment leak, the Tsuneyashiro clan has suffered an unprecedented blow. I am deeply grieved. This is a failure on the part of the Gotei 13. Holification. That's strictly forbidden in Seireitei, yet these noble families were secretly researching it themselves. No wonder they never sought our help. Shunsue Kayaraka flipped through the documents, which were filled with investigation reports, each stamped with the official seal of the Central 46. Well, what a disaster. Is there even anyone left in the Tsuneyashiro clan? The branch family was completely wiped out, but a few children from the main family survived. They are currently under the protection of the Gotei 13. Yamamoto shot him a hard glare, though his mood had improved compared to when he first learned of the Tsuneyashiro clan's downfall. After all, internal strife was different from an external invasion. If the attack had come from an outside force, failing to protect them would have been a clear dereliction of duty for the Gotei 13. But in this case, the Tsuneyashiro clan had brought disaster upon themselves. Conducting holification experiments within Seireitei, Yamamoto was already showing restraint by not taking action against them. Trying to pin the blame on the Gotei 13 was unreasonable. Masatsuki Aozaki's expression was somewhat strange as he flipped through the documents. He could only marvel at Aizen's meticulousness. There wasn't a single flaw in his cover-up. Yamamoto's voice turned solemn. Now, I will announce the decree from Central 46. What now? Shunsui Kairaku muttered under his breath. They've already investigated everything. What's left to say? Tokinada Tsuneyashiro, a low-ranking member of the Tsuneyashiro branch family, has been found guilty of stealing his clan's sacred treasure and slaughtering his own kin during this incident. His crimes are unforgivable. Yamamoto continued. Effective immediately, Tokinada Tsuneyashiro is to be hunted across all of Soul Society. Dead or alive. Captains, ensure your divisions are informed. The more senior captains exchanged surprised glances. This wasn't in the reports, but they all knew of Tokinada Tsuneyashiro. Decades ago, he had been placed under house arrest for murdering his wife and a close friend. The one who had exposed him back then was none other than the 8th Division captain, his former classmate, Shunsui Kairaku. He had always been known as a madman, but no one expected him to go this far. Yes. The captains answered in unison. There are 2 more matters to discuss. Yamamoto scanned the room, observing the captains' reactions before giving a satisfied nod. Even the most unruly among them sat respectfully, a clear sign that this incident had not shaken his authority within the Gotei 13. Not that it would have mattered if it had. Worst case, he'd just have to re-establish his authority, with his fists. Masatsuki Aozaki, however, had no idea what was running through the old man's mind. He wasn't worried about Yamamoto. After all, he was the one who had killed Tokinada Tsuneyashiro. He had also slain numerous other Tsuneyashiro clan members and taken the Enreikyoten for himself. Yet here he was, completely untouched, while all the blame conveniently fell on a dead man. He had to resist the urge to laugh. The first matter, Captain Jinrei Kachiki will be transferring to the Shino district. As such, he has submitted his retirement and withdrawal from active service. He has recommended 6th Division Lieutenant Koga Kachiki as his successor. Do any of you object? Yamamoto asked. All eyes turned to Jinrei Kachiki, who nodded calmly. I am old. It is time for the younger generation to take up the mantle. Since the elder himself had spoken, the captains had no reason to object. Koga Kachiki's strength was well known, his performance on the battlefield was outstanding, and he had already mastered Bankai. Moreover, the position of 6th Division captain had always been hereditary within the Kachiki clan. The rightful successor, Sojin Kachiki, had been reassigned to the Shino district early on due to health issues. With Jinrei stepping down, Koga was the only viable candidate for the role. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 227, Chapter 227, Boredom. This incident has been a wake-up call. The enemy doesn't always come from outside, many dangers may be lurking within Seireitei itself. If the Gotei 13 cannot respond in time when an internal crisis occurs, it could lead to catastrophe, or worse, destabilize it. Therefore, my second decision is to establish a special security unit, responsible for the daily defense of the Noble District and Noble Territories. With a firm tap of his cane against the ground, Yamamoto's words sent a shock through the captains. This was bound to cause a major uproar. The last time the Gotei 13 suggested installing surveillance insects in Seireitei, the noble families fiercely opposed it. Despite their polished and prestigious facades, they had plenty of dirty secrets they wanted to keep buried. Naturally, they wouldn't allow any measures that risked exposing them. As a result, the surveillance network only covered the Gotei 13 barracks. This was the very reason the attack on the Tsuneyashiro clan had gone unnoticed. The Gotei 13 had no way of detecting it. If surveillance had been placed at the Tsuneyashiro estate, even without a call for help, the Gotei 13 would have noticed something was wrong. The nobles won't agree to this, will they? Joshiro Yukitake asked in a hushed voice. This time, they have no choice, Yamamoto replied coldly. I will not allow threats to Seireitei's safety to unfold right under our noses while we remain blind and powerless to act. His tone left no room for argument. A heavy silence filled the room. No one held a stronger resolve to protect the world than this old man. He could have easily stood at the pinnacle of power, a monster capable of bending the world to his will. Yet, for the sake of maintaining order, he willingly bowed his head to a group of nobles he personally despised. But if those very nobles he once upheld ever became a threat to the world, he would not hesitate to crush them. Whatever master intends will be done, Masatsuki Aozaki said. Just give the order. The nobles had no power to stop Yamamoto from forming this unit. Even putting aside his strength, the Tsuneyashiro clan was all but extinct, their influence had crumbled. Without their backing, the so-called wise men and judges of Central 46 wouldn't be able to cause any real resistance. As for the remaining 4 great noble clans, the Kuchiki and Shihoin clans were loyal to Yamamoto. The Shiba clan had distanced themselves from the political core, residing in Rakangai, while the Yomi clan had no interest in power. The lesser noble houses weren't worth considering. In fact, if Yamamoto established a security force to oversee noble affairs, Central 4-6 might not just approve it, they might even fully endorse it. Lieutenant IBA, Yamamoto called. Present, Captain Commander, Chikane IBA responded with a slight bow. I have heard that 3RD Division's 3rd seat, Rojuro Odoribashi, has achieved Bankai. Is this true? Yamamoto's expression was serious. Captain Aizen and I can both confirm it, Captain Commander, IBA answered respectfully. Very well. After this meeting, have Rojuro Odoribashi report to the 1st Division. Once I verify his abilities, I will officially appoint him as the captain of the 1ST Division Special Security Unit. Yamamoto gave a slight nod, his tone steady. As for the members of this unit, I will personally select suitable candidates from each division. That is all. Oh dear, the Tsuneyashiro clan really got unlucky this time. Holification experiments sure are dangerous. Yoruchi Shihoin walked out the door, linking her arm around Masatsuki Aozaki's with an amused tone. Behind them, Retsu Unohana simply smiled without saying a word. Since their first prolonged battle, Unohana had never confronted Yoruchi directly again. Instead, she had adopted an air of calm detachment, as if she had placed herself above such conflicts. That aura alone was enough to make the usually carefree Yoruchi feel just a little uneasy. Holification is indeed dangerous. I seem to recall someone dabbling in this kind of risky experimentation, don't you think, Kisuke? Masatsuki Aozaki, ever eager to stir up trouble, spoke meaningfully. Hey now, how would I know anything about that? I'd never mess with something so dangerous. Kisuke Urahara quickly waved his hands in denial, casting a cautious glance over his shoulder toward the meeting room. Only when he saw Yamamoto engaged in conversation with Shunsui Kairaka did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Really? But didn't you ask me to help with your last experiment when you were trying to? Before Masatsuki could finish, Urahara slapped a hand over his mouth. For the love of, can you not? Do you want the Captain Commander to kill me? Urahara looked absolutely miserable. Did Masatsuki not notice how dark Yamamoto's expression had gotten the moment the word holification was mentioned in the meeting? Bringing it up in front of him now was not an option. If the Captain Commander found out that he had developed something capable of inducing holification, well, Masatsuki's influence might be enough to keep him alive, but at the very least, he'd get skinned alive as a warning. MMMPH, Masatsuki muttered something unintelligible under Urahara's grip. I'll let go, but if you have something to say, just say it. And for the love of everything, do not say the word holification again. Urahara's voice carried an edge of desperation. Only when Masatsuki nodded in agreement did he cautiously release him. Unohana, watching the exchange, looked slightly surprised. She felt as though she had just uncovered the truth. She had initially assumed that holification research was Masatsuki's doing, but judging by their interaction, that clearly wasn't the case. This kind of forbidden research. It was most likely Kisuke Urahara's work. Look at you, panicking like that. What's there to be afraid of? Coward. Masatsuki scoffed. As long as I'm here, if I put in a few good words with the old man, he won't make things difficult for you even if he finds out. With your big mouth. The moment you open it, the Captain Commander will probably tear me to shreds. Urahara gritted his teeth. Huh. Masatsuki drew out the sound, narrowing his eyes at him. Urahara immediately flashed a sheepish grin. My bad. You're an honorable person, after all. Please don't hold it against me. That's more like it. Masatsuki folded his arms and nodded. But your attitude still isn't quite sincere enough. And your acting. Sloppy. Needs work. What? Impossible. I was professionally trained in the 2nd Division. Urahara puffed up his chest, raising a fist in mock pride, before quickly hunching over, rubbing his hands together in exaggerated humility. But if you say there's a flaw, then there's a flaw. I'll make sure to train harder when I get back. Now that's a teachable student. Masatsuki nodded, speaking in an almost condescending tone. So, what do you actually want? Kisuke. Masatsuki's voice suddenly turned serious. Urahara blinked at the unexpected shift. Masatsuki. Don't you think this world is getting a little boring? Masatsuki gazed off into the distance, looking as if he were peering down from some lofty height. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 228, Chapter 228, Fierce Sister. Kisuke Urahara instinctively shook his head. Something told him this kid was about to drag him into another troublesome mess. I'm busy too, you know. You're seriously not bored? I really misjudged you, Kisuke Urahara. I thought you were a man on my level, but clearly, you've still got a long way to go. Masatsuki Aozaki let out a dramatic sigh. But whatever. As long as I'm bored, that's all that matters. I have an entire series of games I want you to help me create. Games. A series of games. At the mention of games, Urahara's interest immediately piqued. Masatsuki had no talent for scientific research, but every now and then, he came up with some genuinely interesting ideas. And entertainment. That was something worth backing without hesitation. Seeing that Urahara was hooked, Masatsuki launched into an animated explanation. It's a role-playing video game series. A new type of game, huh? That does sound interesting. Urahara stroked his chin, nodding in approval. Final Fantasy, huh? That's a solid name. Actually, I've got a bunch of other ideas too. Once you finish this one, I'll tell you about the rest. Masatsuki's eyes gleamed with excitement. In his past life, he had played through hundreds of games, not just for fun, but as a serious connoisseur. Red Dead Redemption, Monster Hunter, Demon's Souls, Dark Souls, Elden Ring, and of course, Resident Evil, he had to bring them all into existence. The plan was simple, he provided the ideas, and Urahara handled the execution. A perfect partnership. No problem. Leave it to me. Urahara gave a confident nod. Though, I've never done anything like this before, so I can only promise to try my best. Anything related to having fun was right up his alley. The moment he got into it, his entire body practically radiated motivation. Good, I'll leave it in your hands, Kasuke. Masatsuki nodded, a bit excited himself. If he became truly invincible one day, free from all threats and worries, what would be left to do? Spending every single day with women. That sounded boring as hell. Masatsuki. Since I'm doing you this favor, how about returning one for me? Urahara casually draped an arm over Masatsuki's shoulders, pulling him off to a quiet corner. What do you mean, doing me a favor? This is mutual benefit, don't act like I don't know what kind of person you are. Masatsuki shot him a look of disdain. They'd known each other for years. Who was he trying to fool? Honestly, Masatsuki wouldn't be surprised if Urahara ended up more addicted to gaming than he did. Fine, tell me what it is first. I'll think about it. I want you to keep that thing safe for me. Urahara raised an eyebrow, his voice low and cryptic. Masatsuki's eyes narrowed. That thing. And why would I need to hold on to it? He already knew what Urahara was talking about, the Hogyoku. Urahara still didn't know its true name. Up until now, he had treated it like his personal treasure, keeping it hidden away and only bringing it out for the occasional experiment. So why the sudden decision to hand it over? You know as well as I do how dangerous that thing is. It's not safe with me. I need you to keep it for me. Kasuke Urahara spoke in a hushed voice. Why me? Masatsuki Aozaki asked, narrowing his eyes. Urahara took a deep breath. If I'm not mistaken, your current strength is on par with the Captain Commander, right? Tell me, where in this world could possibly be safer than by your side? Masatsuki let out a dramatic sigh. To think I hid my power so well, yet you still saw through it. He shook his head. As expected, I shine as brilliantly as the sun in the sky, no matter how much I try to hide, I simply cannot be ignored. Urahara shot him a look of pure disdain. That said, he had to admit, Masatsuki wasn't exactly wrong. Whether it was his personality, appearance, or sheer talent, Masatsuki was someone no one could simply overlook. But since you've so sincerely begged me, I suppose I can reluctantly agree to do you this favor. Masatsuki smirked. Urahara's eye twitched. This guy, he's acting like he's being put out when he's the one benefiting the most. But then again, the Hogyoku was a dangerous burden. Masatsuki wasn't an idiot, agreeing to take it meant taking on serious risks. I owe you a favor, Urahara said. Huh? We're friends, why are you saying stuff like that? You looking down on me? Apologize. For a brief moment, Urahara actually felt touched. After a moment of silence, he sighed. I'm sorry. I forgive you. Just don't forget to repay this favor. Masatsuki waved his hand dismissively. Give me back my emotions, you bastard. Are you free tonight? I'll bring it to you then, Urahara said, exhaling deeply. I was planning to slack off. Masatsuki muttered. Fine, I guess I can graciously squeeze some time out of my busy schedule. Come find me at the barracks tonight. Urahara hesitated for a moment. He didn't want to part with his research, but the truth was, it had become too dangerous. He couldn't keep working on it, but at the same time, he couldn't bring himself to destroy it either. Last time, when his lab was raided, the Hogyoku had gone unnoticed. But what about next time? He couldn't keep gambling on luck forever. If someone really set their sights on the Hogyoku, nowhere would be truly safe. There was only one choice, entrusting it to the man who was likely the strongest Shinigami in all of Seireitei. There was nowhere safer than at Masatsuki's side. I'll deliver it on time. Urahara gave a small nod before turning to leave. What's with that evil grin? You bullied Kasuke again, didn't you? Yoruichi Shihoin's voice rang out from behind Masatsuki. Bully? What are you talking about? Masatsuki crossed his arms, raising a brow. I was just offering him something fun. He was thrilled just now. You found something fun and didn't tell me. What is it? Spill it. Yoruichi latched onto his arm, shaking him excitedly. Masatsuki stood firm, unmoved, like a rock being battered by waves. He glanced at her and said flatly. Tell me, do you know anything about programming or art design? Neither, Yoruichi admitted. There you go, then. The technical stuff is Kasuke's job. We just have to wait for the finished product. Masatsuki waved a hand dismissively before shifting the conversation. By the way, how's Yushiro doing? He's reached 3rd rank spiritual power. I'm teaching him Shunko now, Yoruichi said, visibly pleased. Masatsuki smiled. Then let me congratulate you in advance, you'll finally get to take it easy soon. Once Yushiro masters Shunko, I'll pass both the clan head position and my captaincy down to him. Yoruichi raised an eyebrow, leaning in close. Her warm breath tickled Masatsuki's ear as she whispered. That means I won't be the head of the Shihoin clan much longer. If you're interested in becoming the head of a noble family, there's still time. If you marry into the clan now, I might be willing to reluctantly step down from head to head wife. So. Wanna think it over? Before she could finish, a pale hand suddenly grabbed the back of her neck. Yoruichi isn't being a good girl. Turning around, Yoruichi was met with the gentle, yet terrifying, smile of Retsu Unohana. A visible shiver ran down her spine. Aretsu-nichan, I was wrong. I won't do it again, please, just this once, let me off the hook. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 229, Protagonist. Masatsuki, it looks like Captain Yoruichi has been slacking off lately. That won't do. I'll take her to the 4th division for a checkup. You head back first. Standing at the entrance of the 1st division, Masatsuki Aozaki heard the gentle yet spine-chilling words, followed by a faint plea for help. He watched as Retsu Unohana effortlessly grabbed Yoruichi Shihoin by the collar with one hand, hoisting her up before turning away. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a small, white-haired figure standing at the doorway, clearly waiting for someone. Masatsuki walked over. As the two walked side by side, Masatsuki spoke softly to his lieutenant. How are you feeling? I'm fine. I haven't noticed anything unusual, and my body feels normal, Jin Ichimaru replied calmly. He glanced around to make sure no one else was nearby, then lowered his voice and continued. Ryuseki, Izumo, and I can only sustain it for about half an hour at most, but Mashiro has already broken past the 16-hour limit. Masatsuki nodded slightly. Keep at it. This power is crucial for you. The longer you can maintain it, the better. It not only strengthens you but can also prove invaluable in critical moments. Jin fully understood the significance of this power and silently resolved to train harder, refining his control over it. Only by mastering it could he better protect himself and those around him. Masatsuki patted Jin's shoulder and reassured him, no need to hurry, mastery takes time. Jin nodded firmly. Yeah, I get it. Where's that little shadow, he muttered. Normally, whenever they came to the 1st division, Ranjiku Matsumoto would cling to Masatsuki like glue, refusing to leave until she had personally seen him off. Today, however, she was nowhere to be found, a rare occurrence. Not that it was a bad thing. Having her around could be a hassle, she was always chattering non-stop and hanging off Masatsuki. I heard she tried to take another day off, but Chojiro didn't just refuse, he made an example out of her. She's getting a lecture right now, Masatsuki said. Well, serves her right, Jin scoffed. He knew Ranjiku was a hopeless slacker, but taking days off left and right. Even Chojiro Sasakaibe had his limits. She was even worse than Masatsuki. Jin glanced at Masatsuki's grinning face and immediately felt a surge of irritation. No, she wasn't worse. Masatsuki was worse. At least Ranjiku had to ask for time off. This guy didn't even bother, he just slacked off without permission. He never did any real work anyway. How did I end up stuck with these two? He had no answer. But turning back wasn't an option, because this man was the reason he was still alive. What rotten luck. Jin, you should smile more. No girl's gonna like a guy who always looks so miserable, Masatsuki teased. Heh. Actually, never mind. You smiling is kind of creepy. And whose fault do you think that is? No idea, but it's definitely not mine. Late at night, in the 11th Division barracks. A blonde man in a white haori was led by a squad member to the captain's quarters. Once the door was shut, he pulled a deep blue and black jade from his robes and carefully placed it in the hands of the person before him. Tears welled up in his eyes, as if he were bidding farewell to a lover. You don't have to be so dramatic. It's like you're actually in love with this stupid rock, Masatsuki Aozaki said. Masatsuki shoved the blonde man, who was clinging to his clothes, away. If anyone saw two grown men tugging at each other like this, it would definitely leave a bad impression. What if rumors spread and the male squad members started getting the wrong idea about him? Dealing with all the women was already a hassle, though he didn't mind it. But men? No, thank you. I'm just trying to emphasize how important it is so you'll take it seriously. Keisuke Urahara dropped his usual playful demeanor and put on a rare serious expression. You have to keep it safe. If it falls into the wrong hands, the consequences will be unthinkable. Yeah, I know. You've said this at least 800 times already, my ears are practically calloused from hearing it. Masatsuki waved him off, casually lifting the familiar jade in front of his eyes before slipping it into his robes under Urahara's watchful gaze. Happy now. You must take this seriously. I got it. Don't go mixing it up with the little trinkets I usually give you. Shut up. Oh, but... Before he could finish, Masatsuki grabbed his face and lifted him off the ground, gritting his teeth. Say one more word, and I swear I'll go straight to Master and rat you out. Why the hell was this guy so damn talkative all of a sudden? I was wrong. Put me down first. Urahara mumbled, struggling against Masatsuki's grip. Masatsuki shot him a glance before finally letting go. Urahara landed steadily, rubbing his sore face with both hands. That hurt, you jerk. You wouldn't shut up, Masatsuki snorted. Don't act like I actually used any real force. If I had, I would have popped your head like a melon. As if someone as obsessed with cleanliness as you would dirty your hands crushing my skull. Urahara's lips twitched, not out of fear, but something else entirely. He realized just how absurdly strong the men before him had become. He hadn't let his guard down for even a second, yet Masatsuki had subdued him effortlessly with a single, casual grab. The gap between them wasn't just wide, it was like they existed in entirely different realms. But the stronger Masatsuki became, the safer the Hogyoku was in his hands. Urahara could finally rest easy. Opening his mouth, he started, about. Masatsuki shot him a sharp look, clearly telling him to think twice before speaking. About Final Fantasy. I have an idea. Want to hear it? Urahara carefully reworded his approach. You have an idea? Masatsuki eyed him suspiciously. Go on. I'm thinking of making the main character of the series look like you, Urahara sighed. Masatsuki was about to reject the idea outright, but the words stopped at his lips. He wasn't a celebrity. He didn't need money. Selling his likeness as a product didn't interest him in the slightest. But then, another thought struck him. If this game spread throughout Seireitei, reaching everyone from the nobles to the common folk, then when their daughters played it and found the protagonist was him. As long as the character design had even a hint of charm, wouldn't that be a perfect way to win them over? Genius. Urahara Keisuke was a damn genius. If we use your image for the protagonist, the game will fly off the shelves. It's a guaranteed gold mine. Urahara declared, patting his chest confidently. Not that he needed money himself, but as everyone knew, scientific research burned through cash like nothing else. The meager funding he received each year was never enough, so any chance to expand his budget was one he couldn't afford to miss. How about this, we split it 50-50. I won't take advantage of you. Sound fair? 40 chapters ahead. p@tree.com/pinksnake. Chapter 230, Devious Merchant. I want it all. Masatsuki Aozaki leaned in close to Keisuke Urahara, raising a hand into a claw-like shape with a crisp click-click sound, perfectly mimicking the leopard head from Justice, My Foot. That's too much. Sure, the game was your idea, but I'm the one actually making it, Urahara pouted. How about this, 40-60, with me taking 40? Masatsuki narrowed his eyes and stared at him, shaking his head slightly without a word. Urahara pulled a bitter face. 30-70, that's my bottom line. I really can't go any lower. 10-90. 20-80. Deal, Masatsuki said flatly. You damn swindler. No wonder Kakaku called you one. Urahara finally realized what had just happened and looked at him with a face full of indignation. Is this how you did business in Rakongai? Of course not. In Rakongai, it's all about fists. Masatsuki shrugged. Talking won't get you anywhere in a place like that, you'll just get beaten up. You should be grateful this isn't Rakongai, or I'd be negotiating with my fists right now. Masatsuki shook his head, sounding genuinely regretful. So I should be thankful that you're even willing to argue with me. Urahara's eyes widened. He had never met someone this shameless before. If only he could actually win in a fight, he would have taught this guy a lesson right now. There was no way he could just let this slide. Once the game is released, the yearly financial records need to be submitted to my lieutenant, Jin Ichimaru, for review. Don't even think about pulling any tricks. With a single offhand remark, Masatsuki had dumped a massive burden onto Jin. Why do you need the records? Urahara asked, a slight sweat forming on his forehead. To make sure you don't try anything sneaky. You're too clever for your own good. I don't trust you, Masatsuki said, narrowing his eyes sharply. Urahara looked a little embarrassed. Honestly, I'm actually quite dumb. The entire 12th Division considers me mentally ill. I even have a certificate. Sure, the recent maintenance costs for the barracks may have been a little exaggerated, but that was all Mayuri Kuratsuchi's doing. I had nothing to do with it. I don't even know how to falsify accounts, you have to believe me. You actually dared to fake records. Masatsuki looked at him, utterly heartbroken. How do you think Master will feel when he finds out? Everything is negotiable, Captain Masatsuki. Urahara hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Kisuke, you know I'm a flawless, perfect person, right? Masatsuki asked. Perfect. You. Urahara was momentarily stunned before quickly correcting himself. Of course. You are. Then the game's protagonist can't ruin my image, right? Masatsuki smiled. You do know what to do, don't you? Urahara couldn't help but sigh internally. Masatsuki Aozaki is absolutely shameless, I have no words. Still, he patted his chest with a grin. I understand. Just wait for the good news. Masatsuki nodded in satisfaction. Urahara didn't know how to respond. He just wanted to get out of there as fast as possible and away from this shameless man. How's my senpai doing? Masatsuki suddenly asked. He's stable. We examined him, his condition can be treated, but it'll take time, Urahara replied. That's good. Masatsuki nodded. Jushiro Yukitake might have had a bit of a scheming side, but overall, he was a genuinely good person. He had always treated Masatsuki well. Honestly, the old man had great judgment, none of his disciples, himself included, were bad. Not even one. Masatsuki couldn't help but feel a little proud of that. In the early hours before dawn, the secret laboratory beneath the 11th Division captain's quarters was silent. Masatsuki Aozaki sat shirtless on a sofa, holding a familiar blue-black gemstone in his hands. His gaze was fixed intently on the mysterious gem, as if trying to decipher the secrets hidden within. At the same time, he focused on the fully formed Hogyoku embedded in his chest, causing it to gradually emerge onto the surface of his skin. Having successfully fused with it once before, Masatsuki was already familiar with the process. He pressed the gemstone against his chest, attempting to establish a connection with the Hogyoku, trying to merge them together. Though this semi-finished Hogyoku was nowhere near the level of the Soul King's organs, it still possessed some of the Hogyoku's unique properties, making the experiment worth attempting. However, when he applied pressure, he felt nothing, no resonance, no reaction. As expected, it won't be that easy. Disappointment flickered across Masatsuki's face as his initial hope gradually faded. Not even a little interest in this thing. You sure are picky. So only the Soul King's organs will do. He muttered, glancing at the unresponsive gemstone in his hand. With a resigned sigh, he set it aside and stared at his chest, lost in thought. If the fusion failed, then his interest in this half-finished Hogyoku naturally waned. So what now? Should I return it? Masatsuki exhaled. Seems unnecessary. Aizen's vanished to who knows where, so it's probably safer with me for now. He looked at the incomplete Hogyoku resting on the table and sank into contemplation. It wasn't like he lacked fragments of the Soul King, he had gathered quite a few during the invasion of the Tsuneyashiro clan, but even that stockpile was proving insufficient. Soul King fragments were a resource that, once used, were gone forever. Every piece was invaluable, a true rarity that couldn't simply be replaced. If only Ora Michibane were here, Masatsuki sighed. In the original story, this woman had been one of Tsuneyashiro Tokunada's subordinates, and her soul contained the power of the Soul King Seketsu. Her accomplishments were nothing short of extraordinary. In just a few years after Kugo Jinjo's death, she expanded the executive militia into an organization of 700,000 followers. She collaborated with Tokunada Tsuneyashiro to create an artificial Soul King. She even manufactured Hogyoku-infused espada using remnants of the original espada's existence. Simply put, she was at least on the same level as Mayuri Kuratsuchi, a super genius in her own right. After all, Mayuri had spent an immense amount of effort just to create artificial souls, let alone something as unfathomable as an artificial Soul King. But what intrigued Masatsuki the most was her ability to create Hogyoku-infused espada. Sure, Keisuke Urahara had managed to create an artificial Soul King on his own. That feat alone was impressive. But when it came to mass-producing Hogyoku-powered beings, only Ora Michibane had pulled it off. Maybe Urahara had simply never wanted to make such things, but even so, her talent was undeniable. Especially now, Urahara wanted nothing to do with the Hogyoku anymore, and Mayuri, being as dangerous as he was, couldn't be trusted with it even if he did want to experiment on it. That made Ora's abilities all the more valuable. Unfortunately, Masatsuki had no way of knowing whether she even existed in this world yet. Chapter 231, Patriarch. Gotei 13, 8th Division Barracks. Masatsuki Aozaki stood quietly in the distance, gazing at the pristine white building gleaming under the sunlight. It had a solemn, imposing presence, exuding an air of mystery and authority. As the division responsible for intelligence gathering, its security was exceptionally tight, guards stationed every few steps, watchful eyes monitoring all who passed. Each office entrance was guarded by at least 2 Shinigami, as if protecting some deep, hidden secret. Masatsuki Aozaki was a well-known figure here, and his popularity within the 8th Division was remarkable. Not only was he the junior disciple of the division captain, but he also shared a close bond with the lieutenant. His ties to the 8th Division were so strong that they could almost be called family. Of course, given that this was an intelligence unit, its members were highly perceptive. They were all well aware of the unspoken connection between Masatsuki Aozaki and their lieutenant. Taking his time as usual, Masatsuki Aozaki stretched what should have been a 10-minute walk into a leisurely half-hour stroll. Along the way, he and Lisa Yatamaru each held onto a small hand. The girl between them was none other than the 8th Division's cherished treasure, Nanao Ise, the beloved niece of Captain Shunsue Kairaku. Her adorable presence had a way of brightening everything around her, as if the whole world became a little warmer just by having her there. The sight of the three together, 2 adults and 1 child, gave off the unmistakable warmth of a small, happy family, despite the lack of any actual blood relation. We really do feel like a family, don't we? Masatsuki Aozaki mused, his gaze soft. What family? Don't say such misleading things in front of the squad members. Lisa Yatamaru's expression remained neutral, but she instinctively straightened her posture, like a proud swan lifting its head. Only the slight excitement in her voice betrayed the happiness she felt in that moment. I'm just stating the truth. Look, little Nanao is nodding, which means she agrees with me. Nanao Ise glanced up at him before giving a small nod. Brother Masatsuki is absolutely right. Masatsuki Aozaki grinned smugly, nodding in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Lisa Yatamaru's cool expression twitched slightly, not because she agreed with him, but because the 2 people closest to her had so effortlessly teamed up to leave her out. I was just joking. You okay? Masatsuki Aozaki asked cautiously. Do I seem like the type to get upset over something like this? Lisa Yatamaru sighed. Masatsuki Aozaki shook his head. After all, he had known this woman for decades, there was no one he understood better. This was someone who could calmly read the strangest of books in public without the slightest hesitation. Even he had to admit, her composure was something he could never hope to match. You really don't know how to handle girls, do you? In moments like this, you should hold me tight, whisper sweet words, and then sweep me off my feet with something so bold I'm left speechless, like pinning me against a wall and... Lisa Yatamaru lectured with a straight face. Feeling the weight of the squad member's strange stares, Masatsuki Aozaki broke into a cold sweat and quickly clamped his hand over her mouth. Enough. There's a kid here. I'm not a kid. In a few more years, I'll be 100, Nanao Ise protested, shaking her head vigorously. This time, she couldn't let it slide. You look so small, yet you're way older than me. Wait, that's not the point. Masatsuki Aozaki looked thoroughly flustered. He could already picture how the squad members saw him, a shady alderman luring an innocent girl. He wouldn't be surprised if the 10th Division was already gearing up to haul him off in chains. And knowing his dear brother-in-law, he was sure to receive special treatment. Come back to me when you're 120. 120. Does that mean I'll be like you guys by then? Nanao wondered aloud. That depends. Some people are almost 200 and still look like kids, Masatsuki Aozaki shrugged. Lisa Yatamaru, watching this exchange, finally felt a bit reassured. At least this guy had some boundaries, 100 was still too young, after all. I've even seen people who still look like kids at 300, she added. Some people mature early, some late. It's all normal. Don't worry about it, Nanao. Hearing this, Nanao Ise's face twisted like she had just swallowed the 300-year-old child whole. Actually, I think you've been growing pretty fast these past few years, Nanao. Noticing the shift in her mood, Masatsuki Aozaki quickly tried to comfort her. Nanao puffed her cheeks. But you're younger than me. Well, I'm a special case. I've looked like this ever since I arrived in the Soul Society. He reached out and gently pinched her cheek. Nanao lowered her head, not resisting. She was used to this. Masatsuki Aozaki had always said she was too cute not to pinch. She actually liked it, just as she enjoyed when he patted her head. It was a small, reassuring gesture, and sometimes, when she felt overwhelmed, she would act out on purpose just to get him to do it. And Masatsuki always played along, pinching her cheek with a warm smile, making it even harder for her to look him in the eye. Honestly, growing up isn't all that great. There's just more stuff to worry about, Masatsuki sighed, taking Nanao's small hand and crouching down so she could see his face clearly. She glanced around, avoiding his gaze. Really? She found it hard to believe. To her, this man didn't seem like he had any worries. He was carefree, living his days with an enviable ease. I get tired too, you know. There's a lot I have to deal with. Masatsuki pouted, pulling a face like a sulky child. A lot of people depend on me, and I depend on them too. I carry them in my heart, and they carry me in theirs. I can't just ignore that. Oi. What the hell are you telling our adorable little squad member, you damn idiot? Before Masatsuki could react, a large, powerful hand clamped down on his head like an iron vice. At the same time, a lazy, drawling voice reached his ears. You want to talk about grown-up problems? Keep it to grown-ups. She's still a kid, what are you filling her head with all this for? Masatsuki Aozaki stiffened. That voice belonged not just to his senpai but, potentially, to his future uncle. Being caught doting on the man's niece was one thing. Being caught this closely was something else entirely. Anyone in his position would feel like a nervous wreck meeting the in-laws. But then he remembered, Nanao herself didn't even know about this familial connection. So really, why the hell should he treat this guy like an uncle? 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 232, Chapter 232, Self-Deception. Chapter 232, Self-Deception. Under the watchful eyes of the 8th Division members, Masatsuki Aozaki was unceremoniously dragged into the captain's office by Shunsue Kairaku. Once inside, Kairaku pushed Masatsuki down onto a seat before settling into the chair across from him. With a smile that was neither too friendly nor too stern, he spoke in a gentle tone. My dear junior, would you mind telling your senior what exactly is going on between you and little Nanao? Masatsuki Aozaki's expression stiffened slightly, but he forced himself to stay composed as he countered. Senpai, you're not Nanao's guardian, so why do you even care about this? That question made Kairaku pause. He honestly didn't know how to respond. Was he supposed to tell his junior that he was actually Nanao's uncle? That he had once promised her mother to keep her away from the ISE family's curse? That he had hidden the truth all this time to sever her ties with her lineage? If he said that outright, Masatsuki would probably just think he was making up a ridiculous excuse to break them apart. But it wasn't as if he could just pull out the cursed sword as proof either. Kairaku let out a long sigh, muttering to himself. Man, this is a real headache. Just then, Masatsuki abruptly changed the subject, his tone turning teasing. Squad members' love lives have nothing to do with the captain, you know. You should worry about yourself first. You're already past your prime and still single, don't tell me you're actually into men. Masatsuki Aozaki spoke with absolute confidence. Right now, the advantage was his. He and Nanao were in a perfectly normal relationship, outsiders had no right to interfere. No wonder you dress so flamboyantly every day. Stay away from me. Masatsuki took 2 steps back, looking at Kairaku with exaggerated wariness. You little brat, how dare you turn this on me? Kairaku's eye twitched, momentarily speechless. You just don't have any taste, he finally retorted. My style is something people wish they could copy. The female squad members love it. What do you know, brat? Whoever wants to copy it can go right ahead, but I sure don't. The flashy, flirtatious route isn't my thing, I'm more suited to a cool and sophisticated look. Masatsuki waved his hand dismissively, his tone full of disdain. Kairaku almost jumped out of his seat in anger. This brat dares to question my sense of fashion. Oh, I'll deal with him later. But for now, the priority was figuring out what was going on between Masatsuki and Nanao. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down before speaking seriously. All right, enough fooling around. I'm being serious here, Masatsuki. You need to tell me exactly what's going on between you and Nanao. As her captain, I have a responsibility to look after my squad members, and there may even be potential dangers involved. I need you to cooperate and understand that. Masatsuki playfully stuck out his tongue. Oh come on, senpai, a 1,000-year-old bachelor like you couldn't possibly understand the beauty of love. You'll get it once you fall in love yourself. Kairaku's face twitched. Him? Not understanding love. He was Seireitei's most famous romance novelist, for crying out loud. This was a direct insult to his professional expertise. Hey, I'm the author of The Path of Roses. Do you even know what that is? It's Seireitei's best-selling romance novel. How could I not understand love? Masatsuki Aozaki raised an eyebrow, his tone carrying a hint of irritation. If you know so much, then why are you still asking all these questions? Kairaku was momentarily speechless. After a long pause, he could only sigh helplessly. Fine, I'll let it go. But I do have one more question for you. Masatsuki, do you fear death? Masatsuki shook his head. Of course not. I've brushed shoulders with death more times than I can count just to get where I am today. We're practically old friends by now, what's there to be afraid of? Kairaku blinked, momentarily caught off guard. He had nearly forgotten that, despite how well Masatsuki was doing now, he had endured his fair share of hardship. The struggles he faced in Seireitei were one thing, but before that, he had ruled over a district in Rakangai. And Kairaku knew what kind of place Rakangai was. Anyone who made it to the top there had fought for it, tooth and nail. This brat really is tough. Masatsuki gave a casual smile. What's wrong, senpai? You're saying falling in love is so dangerous it might cost me my life. Haha, of course not. Kairaku quickly waved his hands. But if I told you that being with Nanao might actually put your life at risk, would you still be this confident? I would. Masatsuki met his gaze head-on. There's nothing more to say. My answer won't change. He leaned back slightly. That's not the only reason you called me here, is it? Let's get to the real topic. Kairaku stared at him for a long moment before finally letting out a sigh. I just hope you won't regret it. Masatsuki didn't take his warning seriously. With the Hogyoku fused inside him, he couldn't die even if he wanted to. Some so-called ISE family curse. He wasn't worried in the slightest. Actually, the old man was the one who asked me to bring you here, Kairaku admitted, finally getting to the point. Masatsuki frowned. The old man. He hadn't sensed any trace of his Ryatsu. Kairaku explained, he wants the Shiba clan to return to Seireitei. Masatsuki scratched his head. The Shiba clan. They left Seireitei years ago, why bring them back now? The remaining children of the Tsuneyashiro clan can't control what's left of their family's power, Kairaku said. With the political landscape in turmoil, Master wants the Shiba clan to take their place and help maintain Seireitei's stability. Masatsuki scoffed. There are only 4 people left in the Shiba clan. How are they supposed to replace the Tsuneyashiro clan? They may be few in number, but Captain Ishin and Lieutenant Kaien are exceptional talents, aren't they? Kairaku gave him a knowing glance, a strange smile forming on his lips. Not to mention, they have the backing of a certain monster, the 11th generation Kenpachi. Masatsuki clicked his tongue. Senpai, you sure think highly of me. The 5 great noble clans aren't just noble because their ancestors once followed the Soul King, Kairaku continued. Their bloodline has ensured their military dominance for generations. In the end, this is a world where strength rules. Even if Master appears to submit to the Central 46, do you think any of those so-called rulers actually dare to treat him like a servant? Captain Ishin has already agreed, but he said he can only represent the branch family. The main family is beyond his control, and that's where you come in. Masatsuki tapped his chin thoughtfully. And why didn't the old man just tell me himself? Kairaku sighed. He doesn't want to get directly involved in noble affairs, so he sent me, the high-ranking noble, to deliver the message instead. Masatsuki smirked. Isn't that just willful ignorance? Kairaku chuckled. Who says it isn't? 40 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 233, Marriage. West Rakangai, District 1, Junranen. A man clad in a white haori strode out of Hakudaman with great fanfare, greeted with deep respect by Jidambo Ikenzaka, a gatekeeper of Seireitei. As he checked the man's credentials, he also offered a polite greeting. Having guarded Hakudaman for centuries, Jidambo was well aware of the man's identity, someone who frequently passed through these gates. But protocol was protocol, even when faced with the captain of the Gotei 13, he never neglected his duty. Still, a certain level of reverence was only natural. After all, though the war had ended decades ago, many still remembered this man's extraordinary achievements. Jidambo's respect was not flattery but genuine admiration. This was the great hero who had ended the war. Of course, as the gatekeeper, he had no interest in the mysterious ring that had suddenly appeared in his arms. His reverence came purely from the heart. He pondered this as he watched the man step into Rakangai. Masatsuki Aozaki walked through the streets of Junranen, hands on his hips, exuding confidence. Masatsuki Aozaki. Masatsuki Aozaki has returned. Aozaki boss is back to see Ain-san again. Aozaki Aniki is so cool. One day, I'm going to join the Shino Academy and become a Shinigami too. Masatsuki Aozaki accepted the praise without hesitation. Given his close ties with Kakakushiba, it was only natural that he had become one of Junrinen's big names. Junrinen. If I remember right, this is where Toshiro Hitsugaya grew up, he mused, stroking his chin as he walked. I wonder if that brat's even been born yet. He wasn't interested in Hitsugaya himself, just his Zanpakutō. With a crowd gathering around him, Masatsuki Aozaki made his way toward the Shiba household. The Shiba family lived in the suburbs of Junrinen. Once one of the 5 great noble clans, the Shiba clan had long since lost their prestigious status, but their noble blood still flowed through their veins. Though they no longer held power, the comfortable lives they now enjoyed were thanks to the strength inherited from their ancestors. It was precisely this strength that had allowed them to establish themselves in West Rukongai and become its dominant force. Rukongai had always been known for its chaos and bloodshed, and without the Shiba family's might, West Rukongai would never have become the safest district in the region. We plan to get married next year, said Kaien Shiba, kneeling with a solemn expression. Next year, huh? I see. But what does Miyako even like about my brother? I mean, he's thick-headed, rude, not exactly good-looking, and as a Shinigami, he's nothing special. He's just one walking flaw after another. I can't believe someone actually likes him. Kakakushiba shook her head as if she had just witnessed something unbelievable. A lock of her long, soft bangs swayed in front of her bright, expressive eyes. Kaien Shiba let out a helpless sigh, covering his face with one hand. Could you at least try to spare me some dignity? Show a little restraint in front of Miyako. Hearing this, Miyako smiled gently. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and spoke softly. I know that's only how he appears on the surface. In reality, Kaien is not only kind and warm-hearted but also deeply loyal and principled. Many of his squad members admire and respect him, and I am no exception. But he... Kakaku seemed like she had more to say, but before she could finish, Kaien cut her off. Ahem. Ahem. Kakaku, there's a time to stop, you know. Even as your brother, I'll get mad if you go too far. His sister's bluntness was honestly terrifying. It had taken him so much effort to find such a good wife. But I'm just worried she picked the wrong person. Kakaku grinned mischievously, though she knew better than to push too far. Waving her hand dismissively, she said. All right, I was just joking. But you two came back at just the right time. Masatsuki will be dropping by soon, so I'll introduce you. You mean Captain Masatsuki of the 11th Division? Miyako asked in surprise, as if suddenly realizing something. That big name was coming here personally. Born into an ordinary Shinigami family, she hadn't even known the Shiba family was once one of the 5 great noble clans. If she had, she would have been even more astonished. That's right. Kakakushiba nodded. Masatsuki, that guy actually dared to come back. Kaien Shiba's eyes widened as he slammed his palm on the coffee table in front of him. Just thinking about that smug grin on the man's face was enough to irritate him. He had worked so hard to raise his little cabbage, only to have it so easily taken by that pig. If he'd known from the start, he never would have fallen for that guy's sweet talk. He should have just buried him alive and been done with it. He drops by every now and then, actually, pretty often. Unlike you, Aniki, who vanishes for months, sometimes even half a year at a time. Kakakushiba crossed her arms and scowled. At this rate, you might forget about Ganju and me altogether. I've just got too much going on. I am a lieutenant now, after all. Kaien Shiba scratched his head, looking a little embarrassed. Kakaku huffed. Masatsuki is still a captain, though. You don't understand Masatsuki's situation. Ever since he became a captain, he's been ridiculously carefree, just like Uncle Ishin. He barely takes care of anything and dumps all the squad's responsibilities on us lieutenants. Kaien Shiba clicked his tongue in irritation. If you don't believe me, ask Ichimaru. He'll back me up. Kakaku couldn't help but laugh at that, her shoulders shaking. Ha. Aniki, aren't you a bit too old to be sulking like a kid? Kaien Shiba snorted. After years in the Gotei 13, he'd weathered countless storms and honed a steady and resilient nature. But the moment he thought about that man, all his composure shattered in an instant. With a helpless sigh, he murmured to himself. That brat Ganju. After all this time, he probably misses his big brother. Sigh. I wonder where he is now. Kakaku, standing nearby, casually chimed in, oh, Ganju went to find Masatsuki. The two of them are getting along pretty well these days. Ganju's grown up. He used to refuse all the training we put him through. But now, he's the one going to Masatsuki for help. He's really matured. Chapter 234, The 5 Noble Clans. Hearing this, Kaien couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. Had he really been away from home for so long that it felt like there was no place for him in this family anymore? Ganju is still young, so don't be too hard on him, Kyan said awkwardly. If I had the time, I'd come back and teach him myself. In that case, Aniki must be a great teacher now, right? Kakakushiba asked. That depends on who you're comparing me to. Kyan shrugged. Kakaku stroked her chin thoughtfully. How about compared to Masatsuki? He's ranked 10th dan in Zanjutsu, Hakuda, and Kido. Oh, right. I also heard the Shihoin clan recently established a Shuinpa association, and now he's a 10th dan in Shuinpa too. Kyan's expression twisted as if he had swallowed a fly. What the hell is that guy doing with all his free time? What's the point of certifying in so many disciplines? Do you really need the extra stipend that badly? There's no need to be so surprised, brother-in-law, a voice suddenly chimed in. To be honest, I don't care about these meaningless titles, but Master insisted I get certified. I had no choice but to put on a little show for those old guys in the association. The wooden door slid open. A young man in a white haori stepped inside, leading a small boy by the hand. The child obediently remained at the entrance, not stepping in, while two muscular men behind them respectfully shut the door. Masatsuki, you're here? Kakaku's face lit up with a dazzling smile. Wait, is that really Captain Masatsuki? Everyone froze, eyes wide in shock as they stared at the men who had just appeared. She had assumed the girl in front of her was joking, but there was no mistaking it, it really was the legendary 11th Kenpachi, Captain Masatsuki Aozaki. And what was even more shocking? Had she just heard someone call him, big brother-in-law? There had only been one man in the room before, Kyan. Did that mean Masatsuki was referring to him? And within the Shiba family, the only female relative was Kakaku. So that meant Kakaku was his wife. Masatsuki Aozaki's gaze swept across the room, Kakaku, exuding her usual bold and heroic presence, the gentle, dark-haired woman beside her, and Kyan, who at this moment was practically radiating jealousy. You bastard. Kyan leapt to his feet, his emotion surging as he clenched his fist and swung it fiercely at Masatsuki's face. Being too outstanding really does make you an easy target for jealousy, Masatsuki mused inwardly as he casually extended his palm, catching Kyan's punch with ease. Stepping forward, he leaned in close, his voice lowering to a near whisper beside Kyan's ear. I'm here under orders from the Captain Commander. Though his tone was quiet, every word carried clearly throughout the room. The light-hearted expression on Kakaku's face vanished in an instant. She lifted her head, staring intently in Masatsuki's direction. Kyan's pupils contracted slightly, momentarily stunned. But after only a brief pause, he quickly composed himself, withdrew his fist, and sank back into his kneeling position. Why are you so late? Kakakushiba asked. I went to see someone, Masatsuki Aozaki replied. Nothing important. What did the Captain Commander send you here for? Kyan Shiba rested his hands on his lap, his posture slightly tense as he asked. Masatsuki shifted his gaze from Kyan to the dark-haired woman sitting beside him, curiosity flashing in his eyes. She's the 3rd seat of the 10th division, right? What's your relationship with her? Kyan's expression softened. He nodded slightly, his voice firm. She's my future wife. Masatsuki frowned slightly, as if deep in thought. After a moment, he spoke again. Then, can I consider her a member of the Shiba family now? Kyan was silent for a few seconds before giving a small nod. Yes. At his confirmation, a small smile appeared on Masatsuki's lips. Well then, since she's the lady of the Shiba household, as her younger brother-in-law, I naturally have no right to turn her away. His teasing tone eased some of the tension in the room. Kyan's eye twitched. He clenched his jaw, his voice carrying a hint of frustration as he demanded. What exactly did the Captain Commander send you here for? Masatsuki let out a weary sigh, as if already used to this kind of questioning. Captain Ishin should have told you already. The old man wants the Shiba family to return to Seireitei as one of the 5 noble clans. Masatsuki frowned slightly and continued, and I'm just here as their messenger. 5 noble clans. Miyako murmured softly, a look of confusion on her face. Coming from a commoner background, she had never heard of the 5 noble clans, only the 4 noble clans. Masatsuki caught her reaction and offered a small smile. Do you remember Shino Academy's motto? To protect the king and serve the 5 lords. The 4 noble clans people talk about today were once the 5, before the Shiba family left Seireitei. As he spoke, he gave Kakaku's arm a reassuring pat. Miyako's lips parted slightly in surprise. So her future husband was actually the head of a top noble family. But when she thought about his usual carefree attitude, it suddenly didn't seem like such a big deal after all. Kyan licked his dry lips but found himself at a loss for words. To him, being the head of the Shiba family wasn't something to brag about. The so-called 5 noble clans were nothing more than descendants of traitors who had conspired against the Soul King, and his ancestors had acknowledged that sin. Uncle Ishin had mentioned this before, but Kyan had dismissed it as a joke and never taken it seriously. After all, that man was unreliable more often than not. How could anyone take him seriously when he suddenly suggested something as absurd as the Shiba clan returning to the Seireitei? Kokaku, still holding onto Masatsuki's arm, grinned and said, "It doesn't really matter to me, but Aniki is the real head of the family, so the final decision is up to him." Kyan glanced at her. This was basically her way of persuading him. Why was his sister always siding with outsiders? Masatsuki nodded slightly in agreement. Kyan hadn't died as a Shinigami, so Kokaku and Ganju had no particular resentment towards Seireitei. Kokaku had already agreed, and Ganju lacked a strong opinion of his own. Now, all that remained was for Kyan to decide. 40 chapters ahead. P. at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 235, Chapter 235, My Disciple. Masatsuki Aozaki had a vague idea of what the old man was thinking. Maintaining Seireitei's power and stability was likely only part of it. He was also paving the way for himself. He wasn't some genius, but he wasn't an idiot either. After following the old man for so many years, how could he not recognize his expectations? Sure, the old man often resorted to punching and kicking him, but when he chose to be kind, it was genuine. More than anything, as a master, he had taught him everything. He even let him observe his bankai, one he hadn't used in years, and passed down all his techniques. And now, despite knowing about his relationship with Kokaku Shiba, he was still pushing for the Shiba family to return to Seireitei's center of power. To say this had nothing to do with him. He didn't believe that for a second. Kokaku and Kyan Shiba weren't fools. They had to see the implications behind this as well. But Masatsuki wouldn't force the issue. If they accepted, it would be a decision that defied their ancestors. Kokaku had agreed without hesitation, that alone was enough. Do you know why the Shiba family left Seireitei in the first place? Kyan Shiba asked, taking a deep breath. I do, Masatsuki Aozaki replied calmly, glancing at Miyako. Because the Shiba family couldn't accept that the 5 noble clans could commit such sins and still rule Seireitei from above, so they left. Sins. Miyako tilted her head, clearly unable to grasp what he was referring to. Masatsuki didn't answer. If Kyan wanted her to know, he would tell her himself. If you know, then why are you asking us to go back? Kyan asked. Seireitei will change eventually, but not yet, Masatsuki said slowly. Now wasn't the time for internal conflict. The Quincy were still lurking in the shadows, and Aizen was up to something. The old man was already well into his years, and who knew when he would pass. Until then, Masatsuki might as well protect the things he cared about. Besides, aren't you already serving as a lieutenant in Seireitei? That's different. That's just to keep the family going, Kyan shot back. That was the same excuse you gave when you sent Uncle Ishin to Seireitei, do you remember? Of course I remember, Masatsuki nodded. That had been one of his lines when persuading Ishin Shiba. More than anything, it was the key reason Ishin had agreed to join the Gotei 13. Otherwise, with his carefree personality, he would have been content to waste his days away in Rakangai, despite his strength. That's exactly why we can't let that sin continue, Kyan murmured, his gaze lowering. It's not a sin. Think of it as being for everyone, Masatsuki said. Everyone. Kyan frowned. The Tsuneyashiro clan is undoubtedly full of scum. The Seireitei they rule has no future. Compared to them, the Shiba clan is a better choice. Masatsuki's expression remained unreadable as he spoke words that, in Seireitei, would be grounds for execution. For the sake of everyone's future, that truly corrupt family needs to be erased. The omniscient Soul King bears his suffering for this very reason, doesn't he? Whether it's for atonement or the survival of your family, just endure. Hold on, until the day this world changes. I was right about you, Masatsuki Aozaki. You truly are a disciple worthy of this old man, Yamamoto said, a faint smile on his lips, his eyes filled with appreciation. Masatsuki muttered inwardly. You old fossil, always trying to take credit for yourself. I've been talking my mouth dry, and all you say is, this old man's disciple, to claim the glory. That's low. On the surface, however, he maintained a humble demeanor, bowing slightly. Master, you overpraise me. It's all thanks to your exceptional teaching. Yamamoto sat across from Masatsuki, leisurely sipping a cup of hot tea, while Masatsuki gently blew on his own, the rising steam carrying the rich fragrance of tea through the air. The atmosphere between the old and the young seemed unusually harmonious, as if time itself had stilled in that moment. They sat in silence, immersed in the tranquility, almost like a grandfather and grandson. Meanwhile, Kyoraku Shunsue and Yukitake Jushiro stood to the side, utterly forgotten. Like two neglected ornaments, they stood there awkwardly, watching as Yamamoto and Masatsuki enjoyed their tea. Unable to hold back, Shunsui nudged Yukitake with his elbow and muttered under his breath. "Jushiro, the old man and our little junior are being downright cruel. They're enjoying tea by themselves and didn't even bother preparing a cup for us. Do they not see us as people anymore?" A tinge of disappointment crept into Shuansue's heart. He had always felt Yamamoto treated him well, but ever since taking on a younger disciple, it seemed like he and Yukitake had been cast aside. Not that he could really complain, after all, they knew better than anyone how their master thought. The old man was getting on in years. What could they do but let him have his way? Shunsui gave Yukitake another playful nudge, grinning. "Let's go grab a drink later and celebrate." "A little is fine, but don't overdo it," Yukitake said, covering his mouth with his hand. "I thought you'd refuse again, but it looks like you're recovering well," Shunsui said, pleasantly surprised. "The Shinigami Research and Development Institute has been helping restore my body's functions. Once I reach the required standard, they'll proceed with the surgery," Yukitake replied with a smile. He was truly grateful to his junior. Masatsuki had given him hope, something he never dared to dream of before. "Has the head of the Shiba clan arrived?" Yamamoto asked. "Since the Shiba clan has agreed to return to Seireitei, it's only proper that I meet him as Captain Commander." A slight tremor rippled through the tea's surface, and for a moment, Masatsuki felt as if he were looking at the waves stirred by Nijibana. "Masatsuki, this is the last time. This time, we end it once and for all." Kaion Shiba's voice was firm as he gripped his trident-like spear, his expression serious. With a powerful push, he lunged forward, his momentum surging like an unstoppable wave. And then, a scream of agony tore through the forest, startling the birds overhead so badly that their wings stiffened mid-flight, nearly causing them to plummet. Masatsuki sighed, shaking his head. He recalled his brother-in-law's swollen, bruised face, an absolutely pitiful sight. Meanwhile, Kukaku stood to the side, laughing uproariously. Brother-in-law must have been heartbroken. There was an accident. He lost his footing and rolled down the mountain. He's currently receiving treatment in the 4th Division, Masatsuki said, tactfully sparing Kaion's dignity. After all, saying he got beaten up by his own brother-in-law would be far too humiliating. Sigh. As his brother-in-law, I'm really too considerate. He'll definitely be grateful when he hears this. Rolled down a mountain and ended up in the 4th Division. A lieutenant-level Shinigami is that fragile. Or maybe, you just hit him too hard. The three onlookers twitched slightly. Who in their right mind would believe that nonsense? 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 236, Chapter 236, Guidance. 1 year later. The bright moon hung high in the sky, cold and clear, silently watching over the world. Like a silver plate, it cast a soft, tranquil glow, shrouding everything in an air of mystery. The once mighty Tsuneyashiro clan's territory had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. Due to their unauthorized holification experiments, although the remaining family members were spared harsh punishment, more than half of their assets were confiscated. A portion of their land was also ceded to the Shiba clan, which had returned to Seireitei. Though the Shiba clan still lagged behind the other great noble clans in power, it remained one of the 5 noble clans in name. If they were left without any territory, wouldn't that be a disgrace to their status as nobles? Of course, the main reason behind this shift was that the Tsuneyashiro clan had no power to resist. They were like fish on a chopping board, completely at the mercy of others. Few had any intention of helping them maintain their influence. Only the Kasumiyaji clan openly opposed the Central 40 SIX's decision. Currently, the Kasumiyaji clan was led by a child, with real power resting in the hands of the family elders. These old men were nothing if not ambitious. With their influence growing, they had long harbored resentment toward the noble hierarchy. For years, they had set their sights on breaking into the ranks of the 5 noble clans, striving to become the most powerful aristocratic family. However, when faced with the combined pressure of Shunsui Kairaku and Masatsuki Aozaki, even the highest-ranking noble house beneath the 5 had no choice but to back down. Yamamoto might still show some courtesy to the great noble families, but the 11th Kenpachi. He had never been one to hold back. During wartime, anyone who stood against him, regardless of status, either fell by his hand directly or ended up dead by other means. There were even conspiracy theories circulating within Seireitei, claiming that the downfall of the Tsuneyashiro clan was his doing. What nonsense. Accusations like that should at least come with proof. A lavishly decorated palanquin moved slowly through what was once the Tsuneyashiro clan's domain. Beneath the freshly washed blue sky, an array of colorful brickwork and lacquered wood stretched out in all directions. Rurakayo Kasumiyaji, head of the Kasumiyaji clan, sat idly inside, gazing at the dazzling scenery around her. It was clear just how extravagant the lives of those who had once lived here had been. As the head of her clan, Rurakayo had been raised in luxury. Though the Kasumiyaji clan was not as powerful as the Tsuneyashiro clan, it was still among the most prestigious noble families. She had long grown tired of such opulence. To her, this world, overflowing with ambition and uncertainty, held little appeal. Yet she was keenly aware that the master of this domain had changed. Historically, the Shiba clan had not carried a bad reputation, but among the noble houses, they were the ones who had valued power the least. And now, there was a certain someone stirring the winds of Seireitei once again. Day after day of monotony had left her restless. She wanted to meet these people. Today, at last, she had the chance. For once, she was free from the towering walls that had long confined her, a gilded cage masquerading as a home. With the elders' approval, she had finally been granted permission to step outside and see the world beyond the Kasumiyaji estate. "Rurikayo-sama, we have arrived." As the palanquin slowly came to a halt at the entrance, vassal Gyokaku Kamoi hurried forward, carefully assisting the girl as she stepped inside. Gyokaku felt quite pleased with himself. After all, the surrounding onlookers were casting them admiring glances. "I see." Rurikayo Kasumiyaji shifted slightly, her gaze sweeping across the scene before her. "It's quite lively here." As she took in the obsequious expressions of those around her, she subconsciously furrowed her brows. She had seen this look far too many times. From childhood to now, it had never changed, and frankly, she was tired of it. It's only natural. The great 5 noble clans have returned, of course, the other families would come to pay their respects. Gyokaku spoke with deference. Rurikayo's delicate brows knitted together at his tone. Gyokaku had been a loyal vassal left behind to assist her after her parents' passing. He was typically strict, often using his position to impose discipline. Seeing him so submissive today felt unsettling. Just earlier, he had been chastising her about maintaining proper decorum as the head of the family. Yet, the moment they stepped outside, he was the one bowing and scraping like a mere servant. She didn't dwell on the thought for long, though, her attention was soon drawn to the woman standing in the hall. The moment she laid eyes on the poised and elegant Kakakashiba, an overwhelming sense of despair washed over her. No wonder the rumors said that Kenpachi held her in high regard. He had even personally intimidated several noble families to ensure the Shiba clan's return to Seireitei. Just from observing Kakaku's natural grace, Rurikayo felt a crushing pressure. She was too strong. Even the simplest of movements, just a casual shift of her hand, left Rurikayo with a deep sense of powerlessness. Would she ever grow to be like that? But wait, did the Shiba clan's eldest daughter not know how to dress herself? Why did she look so strange? In reality, Rurikayo had completely misunderstood the situation. Kakakashiba's disheveled kimono wasn't due to carelessness, it was because she had just been roughhousing with Masatsuki Aozaki in her room. She had only managed a hasty attempt at fixing her outfit before stepping out, which left her looking somewhat unkempt. In truth, Kakaku wasn't fond of wearing elaborate clothing and wasn't particularly skilled at putting them on properly either. "Oh. And who's this adorable little girl? Is she from the Kasumiyaji clan?" A male voice suddenly rang out from behind, causing the crowd to widen their eyes in surprise. "Ahem. My lord, Rurikayo-sama is the head of the Kasumiyaji clan. Please show her proper respect." Gyokaku turned around, his voice cautious. However, as the figure at the entrance stepped into view, not only Gyokaku but even Rurikayo herself, who had been on the verge of anger, found herself momentarily frozen. How can someone like this exist? Masatsuki Aozaki walked in at an unhurried pace, his presence like the only beacon of light in an otherwise dark night. Rurikayo stared blankly at the men who had just entered, then glanced at the noble sons and daughters surrounding her. These young men and women were the product of generations of selective breeding, carefully refining their bloodlines. Each of them, on their own, could be considered attractive. But standing next to this man, they looked ugly. For the first time in her life, Rurikayo Kasumiyaji had this thought as she observed the finely dressed nobles around her. And this person is... "My lady, this is the captain of the 11th Division, the 11th Kenpachi, Masatsuki Aozaki-sama." Gyokaku patiently explained, his tone carrying a trace of apprehension. Not only that, he has recently been elevated to high-ranking nobility. As the saying goes, a new ruler brings new ministers. Though the Shiba clan was not royalty, and Masatsuki Aozaki was no mere subject, his efforts in reinstating the Shiba clan to Seireitei had been a monumental achievement. A rise in status was only fitting. Masatsuki Aozaki's noble rank had been officially granted after the Shiba clan's return. Among the gathered nobles, expressions varied, many tinged with unease, and some with outright fear. After all, this was one of the strongest Shinigami of the current era. Not just that, he was a young, unrelenting force, sharp as a blade, completely unlike the aging and tempered presence of Yamamoto. Several noble families had already experienced his attention in recent days. It would be a lie to say they weren't afraid. Chapter 237, Head of the Clan. It's Captain Aozaki. What an honor to meet you here, I never expected this. Gyokaku Komoi wore a fawning smile, his eyes locked onto Masatsuki Aozaki as if staring at a mountain of gold. I heard that Captain Aozaki was recently promoted to a high-ranking noble, such wonderful news. I, Gyokaku Komoi, would like to extend my sincerest congratulations to you on behalf of the Kasumiyaji clan. His words took everyone by surprise. Rurikayo Kasumiyaji, in particular, widened her eyes in disbelief. A vassal who had just been deferential to her was now boldly stepping forward to speak on behalf of the entire Kasumiyaji clan. Nearby, Kakaku Shiba, Kaien Shiba, and Miyako Shiba exchanged glances, filled with doubt. They couldn't comprehend how a mere servant had the audacity to make such a statement in this setting. Yet, Gyokaku seemed utterly indifferent to the reactions around him. His attention was solely on Masatsuki Aozaki, as if gaining his favor was the only thing that mattered. Rurikayo Kasumiyaji furrowed her brows, silently seething. She never expected Gyokaku to act so brazenly at a time like this. Where had his previous respect for her gone? Why was he behaving so differently in front of this man? Gyokaku, however, didn't care about what others thought. He had only one goal, to win over Masatsuki Aozaki at any cost. For years, he had harbored ambitions of seizing power within the Kasumiyaji clan. Bit by bit, he had tightened his grip, leaving only a few loyalists still dedicated to the head of the family. Now, most of the power rested in his hands. Masatsuki Aozaki was the perfect pawn to further his ambitions. If he could secure his support, achieving his goal would become far easier. And now was the perfect opportunity. Offering congratulations on behalf of the Kasumiyaji clan was a strong show of goodwill. To him, Masatsuki Aozaki might be a high-ranking noble, but he was still just an individual. Meanwhile, the Kasumiyaji clan was the most powerful among the upper nobility, standing closest to the 5 great noble houses. However, Masatsuki Aozaki's next words doused his enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. Since when can a mere servant represent the Kasumiyaji clan? Can't they even keep their subordinates in line? If that's really the case, I wouldn't mind helping with the discipline, it's quite affordable. Masatsuki Aozaki smirked and winked at Rurikayo Kasumiyaji as he spoke, his tone light but laced with mockery. Rurikayo couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. At least this man still acknowledged her authority, and even said aloud what she herself wouldn't dare to. Gyokaku had always acted superior, treating her like a child. He never truly respected her position as head of the clan. But Captain Aozaki. Gyokaku Komoi frowned. Shut up. Did I say you could speak? Masatsuki Aozaki raised an eyebrow, and an invisible wave of pressure crashed down on Gyokaku. His consciousness faded instantly, and he collapsed to the ground. Everyone present shuddered. The Ryatsu hadn't even been directed at them, yet just sensing it faintly was enough to send cold sweat dripping down their backs, as if they had just brushed against the depths of hell and been pulled back. We haven't even introduced ourselves yet. Feeling Masatsuki Aozaki's gaze, Rurikayo Kasumiyaji finally snapped out of her daze. Gathering her courage, she said, I am Rurikayo Kasumiyaji, head of the Kasumiyaji clan. Wow, quite the presence you've got there. Masatsuki Aozaki teased, as if speaking to a child. I'm Masatsuki Aozaki. Nice to meet you, Rurikayo-san. Masatsuki Aozaki studied the girl in front of him. She lowered her head in silence. Rurikayo-san, let's head inside. Miyako Shiba stepped forward at just the right moment. Rurikayo hesitated, glancing at Masatsuki Aozaki one last time before reluctantly turning away. With her 2 guards supporting the unconscious Gyokaku, she left. Young girls these days sure are something else, Kakaku Shiba chuckled. What do you mean? Masatsuki Aozaki asked. Oh, come on, don't play dumb. You really don't see it. Kakaku scoffed. That girl obviously has an interest in you. Oh. So I should be happy about that. Masatsuki Aozaki feigned sudden realization, which only earned him an exasperated eye roll from Kakaku. Being so courteous to the Kasumiyaji head, huh? So the rumors are true. We need to report this to the family head. Are there any suitable daughters left in the family? As the two continued chatting and laughing, those around them couldn't help but start scheming their own thoughts. What's wrong? Feeling upset. Masatsuki Aozaki glanced at Kakaku, who had turned her face away. Without hesitation, he wrapped an arm around her waist and whispered into her ear. Ignoring the curious gazes from the crowd, the two strolled into the house, still laughing as they talked. Come now, Shiba clan head, have a taste, this is excellent wine. Gyokaku Komoi poured a drink for Kaien Shiba and raised his own cup with a smile. You're too generous, Gyokaku. Kaien Shiba pretended to be pleased as he downed the drink in one gulp, though in truth, he couldn't stand the men sitting before him. But since Gyokaku was here as the representative of the Kasumiyaji head, Kaien couldn't very well go and fetch the young lady herself to drink in his place. Why haven't I seen Aozaki-sama? Gyokaku asked casually, sipping his wine. It was my mistake earlier, and I was hoping to personally apologize to Aozaki-sama. This guy really knows how to bend when needed, Kaien thought. If he had been humiliated as publicly as Gyokaku was earlier, even if his strength was far inferior, he would never lower himself to openly admit fault like this. Kaien didn't understand, sometimes, dignity was worthless to ambitious men like Gyokaku. So, it's Aozaki-sama. A soft and youthful voice came from behind. Masatsuki Aozaki smiled before turning around. There, in the garden, a young girl in a pink kimono approached him with slow, graceful steps. The hem of her skirt was embroidered with delicate peach blossoms, swaying gently as if caught in a breeze. Rurakayo Kasumiyaji, like an unopened flower bud among a field of blooms, exuding an air of fresh innocence. So it's you, Rurakayo-san, Masatsuki Aozaki said, a slight smile playing at his lips as he gazed at her. Shouldn't you be discussing important matters with the head of the Shiba clan? Why are you here alone? I don't understand any of the things they're talking about. Besides, I don't like the smell of alcohol, so. Rurakayo lowered her gaze slightly, as if feeling a bit self-conscious. Her eyes drifted down to her toes. So, you left on your own. Masatsuki Aozaki inhaled the floral fragrance in the air, and in that moment, he understood why poets so often compared women to flowers. After all, wasn't there a delicate, unbloomed bud standing right beside him? 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 238, Chapter 238, Friend. Masatsuki Aozaki, who had seen his fair share of such reactions, naturally understood the girl's shy demeanor. I don't have anything to do either. With Gyokaku handling the banquet, that's more than enough. Rurakayo Kasumiyaji tightly clutched the corner of her clothes, pouting slightly as she muttered. Gyokaku has always taken care of these things. Oh. What's with that pitiful expression? Masatsuki Aozaki didn't comment, simply gazing at Rurakayo with interest, his eyes filled with curiosity and scrutiny. He was genuinely intrigued, what exactly was this cute young lady planning? His unabashed gaze was like an X-ray, scanning Rurakayo from head to toe, making her heart skip a beat. She felt as though she had been completely seen through. You came to see me specifically, didn't you, Rurakayo-san? Is there something I can help with? Walking through the garden, Masatsuki Aozaki got straight to the point as he observed the distracted Rurakayo. The girl he remembered was willful and assertive, yet today, she was uncharacteristically shy. If this dragged on, they'd be here all night without getting to the point. He had only stepped out for some fresh air, Kakakashiba was still waiting for him in the room. Well, it's like this. Rurakayo stole a few glances at Masatsuki Aozaki, and in that moment, she finally grasped the meaning of a saying from the Western texts, from now on, the king will northwest longer attend morning court. If Masatsuki Aozaki were to marry into the Kasumiyaji clan, she wouldn't mind handing over the position of clan head altogether. I heard from my cousins that your excellency is the owner of the Odd Jobs Agency. Rurakayo's voice grew smaller and smaller. They said that as long as there's money, the agency will take on any request. If this were an anime, Masatsuki Aozaki was sure there'd be steam rising from the girl's head right about now. He more or less understood what she was implying and couldn't help but mentally complain. Her cousin really has a big heart. Not even worried about corrupting the younger generation. Huh. She's actually older than me. Well, never mind then. Honestly, it's nothing special. I was able to establish my business thanks to the generous support of many wonderful sisters. Of course, I'm selective about my clients, but fortunately, Rurakayo-san falls within the range. So, what is it that you need? Masatsuki Aozaki waved his hand modestly, though his expression carried a hint of amusement. That cousin, whose name he couldn't even remember, had saved him the trouble of advertising. Promoting his business all the way to the head of the Kasumiyaji clan. That was impressive. And judging by the way this young lady was acting, she had clearly been influenced. I can hire you too. I have plenty of money. Rurakayo's eyes lit up as gratitude toward her cousin swelled in her heart. She hadn't expected such valuable information to be shared with her. If she had encountered this man without knowing about his agency, she wouldn't have had a clue what to do. I want you to. She's really bold, Masatsuki Aozaki thought, already filling in the rest of the sentence in his head. He subconsciously glanced at Rurakayo, who had crouched down slightly. He had to admit, the lifestyle of the Kasumiyaji clan certainly nurtured beauty. Rurakayo-san, just say it outright. If it's something I can do, I'll do my best. Masatsuki Aozaki's lips curled into a polite smile as he spoke softly. Of course, whether or not he could do it was entirely up to him. Rurakayo felt his gaze lightly sweep over her, and in an instant, her cheeks turned a deep shade of red. Her body tensed slightly as she spoke, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Aozaki-sama, you might not know this, but ever since I was a child, I've been rather mischievous. Gyukaku has always been strict with me. As she spoke, her voice gradually softened, tinged with self-reproach and unease. After a brief pause, Rurikayo took a deep breath and continued. Even though I'm always surrounded by attendants, my relationship with them is strictly that of master and servant. A flicker of loneliness and longing flashed in her eyes. Finally, gathering her courage, Rurikayo lifted her head, locking eyes with Masatsuki Aozaki. Her voice was firm as she declared her request. I want you to be my friend, Aozaki-sama. I have a lot of money, so name your price. Her tone carried a sincere expectation, as if hoping to use wealth to secure a genuine friendship. Masatsuki Aozaki couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He had expected her to make a bolder request. Being friends is fine, but there's no need to pay me. He said seriously. I really am rich. Rurikayo Kasumiyaji crossed her arms, tilted her chin up confidently, and, with her eyes closed, spoke in a playful, pampered tone. No matter how much you want, I can give it to you. Or, is money not enough for you? That makes sense. You're a high-ranking noble now, so I. She abruptly cut herself off. Masatsuki Aozaki knew she had nothing more to say, so he picked up the conversation instead. Let's make one thing clear. If I'm going to be your friend, I should be able to visit you anytime, right? If I have to jump through a bunch of hoops just to see you, then forget it. That'd be way too much trouble. Hearing this, Rurikayo Kasumiyaji nodded enthusiastically, her face lighting up with a bright smile. No problem. If you want to come play with me, just come by any time. Looking at the innocent and lively girl before him, Masatsuki Aozaki felt a softness rise in his heart. He gave a small smile and gently placed a hand on Rurikayo's head, softly ruffling her hair a few times. I've got things to do, so I'll be heading out. Kaien's business is probably wrapping up too. His voice was calm and steady, but there was a subtle urgency in his eyes, as if something important awaited him. I'll head back now. Rurikayo Kasumiyaji practically bounced with excitement, like a joyful little deer. She playfully nudged his hand with her head, her face beaming with happiness. I'll go tell Gyukaku now. If he doesn't agree, just let me know. I'll figure out a way to make him agree. Masatsuki Aozaki nodded. Finally, almost absent-mindedly, he reached out and gave Rurikayo's soft, rosy cheek a gentle squeeze. The moment his fingers touched her skin, he felt its warmth, soft, smooth, with a slight flush. Something stirred in his heart, and a faint smile played on his lips. I'm off. With those words, he turned and walked away, his figure gradually disappearing from sight. Rurikayo Kasumiyaji remained standing there, watching his retreating back until it vanished completely. 40 chapters ahead. P at Tree&Com/Pink Snake. Chapter 239, Making Friends. Seireitei, the new residence of the Shiba clan. The brightly lit hallway was eerily silent. At this moment, Gyukaku Kamui stood by the window, gazing quietly at the luminous full moon in the night sky. Under its glow, his figure appeared particularly ominous. As a true schemer, Gyukaku understood the value of power and status all too well. After years of effort, he had finally won the trust of Rurikayo Kasumiyaji's parents, and following their deaths, he successfully seized control of the main family's authority. Under his careful manipulation, the strength of the main household had steadily grown, even to the point of suppressing the elder faction that once held real power. Gyukaku gently stroked his beard, calculating his next move in silence. He knew that to fully solidify his hold, there were still some troublesome obstacles to eliminate. And the most vexing of them all was Rurikayo herself. My lord. A soft footstep suddenly broke the eerie silence of the corridor. A figure clad in black hurried forward, dropping to one knee and lowering his head in deference. What's the situation? Have you found Rurikayo-sama? Gyukaku turned, his brows furrowing as he fixed a sharp gaze on the kneeling men. These assassins were personally trained by him, his most trusted and reliable subordinates. Yet at this moment, he found himself dissatisfied with their performance. She has been found, the men in black replied, his voice carrying a trace of nervousness. He did not dare to lift his head, knowing full well they had nearly made a grave mistake. Gyukaku's expression darkened. He clenched his fists, the crisp sound of his joints cracking in the tense air. How could you allow Rurikayo-sama to disappear right under our noses? Cold sweat beaded on the assassin's forehead as he hurriedly explained, Please forgive us, my lord. Here is what happened. We found Rurikayo-sama in a garden. She is unharmed, but the assassin assigned to secretly guard her has been killed. By the time we discovered him, his body was already dissipating. Oh, interesting. She wasn't harmed at all. Gyukaku ran his fingers through his beard thoughtfully. He still needed Rurikayo in order to maintain control over the Kasumiyaji clan, he couldn't afford anything to happen to her just yet. Do we know who was responsible? We're not certain. The 7th unit member died before he could even send a signal. However, the only person with the ability to do something like this is Masatsuki Aozaki. I see. Gyokaku's eyes narrowed slightly. So, he's taken an interest in the head of the family, has he? That could be troublesome. Recalling the rumors surrounding Masatsuki Aozaki's many romantic escapades, Gyokaku fell into deep thought. My lord, should we eliminate him? A sharp glint flickered in the assassin's eyes as he cautiously posed the question. No, absolutely not. Gyokaku quickly waved his hand, cutting him off. This was the problem with assassins. They were raised and conditioned from childhood, subjected to rigorous brainwashing to ensure their unwavering loyalty. But in the process, their ability to think critically had been dulled. Eliminate Masatsuki Aozaki. That would be no different from inviting the destruction of the entire clan. The 7th unit member is dead, so be it. For now, leave it alone, Gyokaku said coldly. Assassins were expendable. As long as the Kasumiyaji clan remained standing, there would always be more to take their place. There was no need to waste concern over a single loss. From now on, none of you are to appear before that man. I refuse to believe he would truly dare to make a move against Rurikayo-sama. After a long moment of contemplation, Gyokaku let out a cold snort and addressed the assassins behind him. Once the Bakoto is forged and I take full control of the Kasumiyaji clan, I'll personally pay this so-called rising star of Seireitei a visit. The vast room exuded a rugged atmosphere in every detail, yet within that roughness, there was an unmistakable touch of elegance. This was the unique aesthetic that Kakakushiba loved. Lying alone in bed, Kakaku tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Like Masatsuki Aozaki, she had little interest in social gatherings. Drinking was fine, but exchanging meaningless pleasantries, she had no patience for that. It was all just empty words, she didn't even need to hear them to know that none were spoken with sincerity. Her current residence was far more spacious than her previous home. In fact, her personal quarters alone were as large as their entire old house. Yet deep down, Kakaku still preferred that small home on the outskirts of Rakangai, where she had felt truly free. Sigh. She let out a long breath, as if she carried an endless weight in her heart that she couldn't shake off. What's with the sighing? Tell your husband about it. A deep, gentle voice suddenly murmured beside her ear. Before she could react, a pair of familiar arms wrapped around her, pulling her into a firm embrace. She flinched slightly and instinctively tried to break free, but the moment she recognized the familiar presence and voice, her body relaxed on its own. Turning her head, she met Masatsuki Aozaki's gaze, a mix of helplessness and mild irritation flashing in her eyes. You really have too much energy. Her tone carried a hint of reproach, but there was a touch of affection in her gaze. Masatsuki chuckled, holding her even tighter as he whispered. I'm just helping you train. Haven't you noticed your Ryatsu has increased again? That's all thanks to my hard work. Lowering his head, he inhaled her familiar scent, enjoying the warmth of her body against his. His mood couldn't have been better. A slight blush spread across Kakaku's cheeks as she huffed. You and your ridiculous theories. Can't you just let me get some rest? Masatsuki only smiled, offering no reply, merely tightening his embrace. The two remained like that, quietly wrapped in each other's arms, savoring the warmth and peace of the moment. My Ryatsu really has improved, Kakaku murmured, a flicker of delight in her eyes. You sure you're not some kind of legendary spiritual furnace? Oh. So you've read that novel too? I thought only Lisa would be into that. Masatsuki looked at her in surprise. I read it when I'm bored, Kakaku said, winking mischievously. Not like I have much choice when a certain someone keeps disappearing on me. Masatsuki let out a helpless chuckle, saying nothing more. No matter how well he managed his time, situations like this were unavoidable. By the way, you just went to see the Kasumiyaji clan's young lady, didn't you? Kakaku hesitated for a moment before speaking. You know about that too? Masatsuki narrowed his eyes at her. He had deliberately spread his spiritual awareness earlier and confirmed that Kakaku had been here the whole time. I could smell her, Kakaku wrinkled her nose slightly, as if sniffing the air. So. What did she want? She wants to be friends with me, Masatsuki replied flatly. Chapter 240, Peace of Mind. That's it. Kakakushiba's eyes widened in disbelief. That's it, Masatsuki Aozaki shrugged. It really was that simple. That doesn't make sense. Kakaku muttered to herself. Did my instincts as a woman fail me? She should definitely have improper thoughts about you. That girl is just really shy, Masatsuki scratched his cheek. I see. So you agreed. That's right, I did. Masatsuki nodded, then glanced at her. What, are you unhappy about it? How could I be happy about something like this? Kokaku rolled her eyes, clearly irritated. But it's not like you don't know who she is. Just don't screw this up. She let out a huff, her tone carrying a hint of lingering frustration. The head of the Kasumiyachi clan. Their influence is still greater than the Shiba clans right now. Does influence really matter? Worst case scenario, I'll just send them to join the Tsuneyashiro clan in the afterlife. Masatsuki smirked as he looked down at Kokaku, who was still nestled in his arms. Killing Gyokaku Kumoi would take just a single slash. Wiping out the entire Kasumiyachi clan. One strike would be enough. Did power really mean anything? You'd really do that? That girl would be devastated, Kokaku said, tilting her head slightly, amusement flickering in her gaze. She knew Masatsuki Aozaki well, after all, they had shared a bed for decades. At this point, there were barely any secrets between them. After knowing him for so long, Kokaku understood that Masatsuki often appeared ruthless and indifferent. But when it came to certain people, he couldn't help but show genuine emotion. That was when his humanity was at its most apparent. Just keep it from her and take care of it quietly, Masatsuki said softly, gently running his fingers through Kokaku's hair. Kokaku's expression subtly shifted. He didn't care about groups, only individuals. The people he cared about were the ones he truly valued, and just because someone was connected to them didn't mean they held any weight in his heart. To him, everyone else was just an extension of the people he favored, nothing more. Forget the Kasumiyachi clan, if the day ever came when Masatsuki had to choose between her and his own brother, Kaion Shiba. He wouldn't hesitate. He would choose her without a second thought. He was willing to let her brother get away with his usual recklessness because she was around to keep him in check, but that didn't mean he would tolerate everything. Kaion had taken plenty of beatings before. His recklessness just hadn't reached the point where it would cost him his life. So, there's really nothing to worry about, Masatsuki Aozaki said patiently. And what do you plan to do next? You're not seriously thinking about just being friends with her, are you? Kokaku Shiba asked. Of course not. I'll slowly help her build up some courage. I still want her to be a little more willful with me, Masatsuki said. You really are a bad man, Kokaku snorted with amusement. Thank you for the compliment, my dear wife, Masatsuki replied shamelessly. Where the hell did you learn to be so thick-skinned? I should never have fallen for someone like you, Kokaku huffed, feigning annoyance. I learned it from the Shiba clan, of course. I inherited Uncle Ishin's teachings perfectly, Masatsuki grinned. Looking down at Kokaku in his arms, he lowered his head and placed a gentle kiss on her lips. At this moment, words were unnecessary. The purest expression of emotion was far better than any flowery speech. That's it. You think you can get away with just that? Kokaku licked her lips slightly, pouting in dissatisfaction. What do you take me for? If Yoruchi and the others find out, they'll think I'm worse than them. You're really making this a competition. Thinking of that energetic and mischievous cat, Masatsuki chuckled, watching Kokaku's stubborn determination with amusement. Of course. You have no idea how smug Yoruchi is around me just because she's good at Hakuta, Kokaku muttered. Well, maybe if you actually trained more instead of slacking off. Masatsuki sighed, shaking his head. Look at you, so fragile. How do you expect to keep up? With that, he lowered his head again, pressing another deep kiss onto her soft lips. Kokaku had incredible potential. Her talent wasn't far behind Yoruchi's. She just didn't focus on training, pouring all her energy into her fireworks research instead. Yet despite that, her Ryatsu had nearly reached lieutenant level. Having you is enough. Besides, you're basically a walking power source, Kokaku mumbled shyly, her face turning red. Masatsuki's lips curled into a teasing smirk. Oh. Someone's still not being entirely honest. Sounds like you need some proper education. Kokaku's blush deepened. She narrowed her eyes at him suspiciously, her tone playfully wary. Era, what are you planning? Masatsuki didn't answer. Instead, he reached out, gently cupping her face, his gaze filled with warmth and affection. Slowly, he leaned in close to her ear and whispered. My lady, it's late. Time for us to rest. The room gradually fell into silence. My lady, where have you been? You had me worried sick. Seeing Rurokayo Kasumiyachi step out of the garden, Gyokaku Kumoi finally let out a relieved sigh. She was his source of power. This wasn't the time to lose her. With 2 guards by her side, Rurokayo felt somewhat safer. I went to see Masatsuki-sama. And did you meet him? Gyokaku asked cautiously. I did. Rurokayo beamed, placing her hands on her hips. We're friends now. Friends. Gyokaku muttered under his breath, his brows knitting together. This was not good news. As my friend, Masatsuki-sama is now free to come and go from the Kasumiyachi clan as he pleases. Rurokayo smiled and nodded confidently. Absolutely not. Gyokaka blurted out, momentarily forgetting his place in front of others. Giving someone as dangerous as him such a privilege is far too reckless. Please reconsider, my lady. But I've already agreed, Rurokayo replied nonchalantly, glancing at Gyokaka's anxious expression. Even she wasn't sure where this newfound confidence was coming from. But when she thought of that man, she simply felt at ease. Masatsuki-sama also said that if you don't approve, you're welcome to go see him yourself. He assured me he has a way to change your mind. A way? What kind of way? Is he planning to tear this old body of mine apart? Gyokaka thought bitterly. With a long, helpless sigh, he realized something. The moment Masatsuki Aozaki was involved, this was no longer his decision to make. 40 chapters ahead. P. at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 241, A Difference in Eras. Time flowed like a fleeting shadow, and before anyone realized it, more than a year had passed since the Shiba clans returned to Seireitei. During this long period, Kisuke Urahara and Mayuri Kuratsuchi had worked tirelessly, or, more accurately, under the relentless pressure and coercion of Masatsuki Aozaki. These two eccentric scientists had managed to develop a groundbreaking technology, one with the potential to revolutionize the entire medical system of the Gotei 13. It wasn't just Masatsuki's impatience that had been driving them forward, but also the strict oversight of an irritable and demanding Yamamoto. So, the 12th Division's experiment is finally complete. They now have a perfected method to restore Jushiro's health. Inside the 1st Division's barracks, Yamamoto sat in quiet contemplation, his gaze fixed on his young disciple, who was beaming with confidence. Nearby, Shunsui Kairaku peeked out curiously, his eager eyes locked onto the two men standing before their old master. Unlike his usual carefree demeanor, a rare seriousness filled his expression. And his focus was entirely on Jushiro Yukitake. Jushiro can really recover. Hearing Yamamoto's words, Shunsui couldn't suppress the sheer joy on his face, even letting out an unrestrained laugh. He and Jushiro had known each other for centuries, not only as fellow disciples under the same master but as the closest of friends. With such a deep bond, how could he not feel elated at the news that his dearest friend might finally be cured? Captain Kairaku, mind your composure. Now that business has been handled, return to your division at once and stop embarrassing yourself here. Yamamoto cast a sidelong glance at his most troublesome disciple, his hand trembling slightly as he lifted his teacup and took a slow sip. Though he appeared composed, the truth was that his own emotions were no less turbulent than Shuensui's. But as their master, he had an image to uphold, and so he maintained his usual strict demeanor. Of course, his three observant disciples saw right through it, and their hearts warmed at the sight. That's hardly important right now, old man Yamamoto. Shunsui had already abandoned all other concerns. Taking quick strides into the room, he looked straight at Masatsuki, his voice filled with urgency. Masatsuki, are you absolutely sure that Mayuri has developed a treatment that can cure Jushiro? Is it reliable? His question reflected the deep-seated doubt and concern in his heart, his complete lack of trust in Mayuri Kuratsuchi. After all, Mayuri had come from the infamous nest of maggots. Trusting someone like him was no easy feat, however. Shunsui still had faith in his junior disciple. And so, he desperately sought a firm and reassuring answer from Masatsuki. Beside him, Jushiro's pale, sickly face had taken on a faint flush of color. His gaze was filled with both hope and nervous anticipation as he looked toward Masatsuki, as if placing all of his faith in whatever answer came next. Masatsuki took a slow sip of tea before setting his cup down and replying with unwavering certainty. Captain Kisuke and I can both guarantee it, this technology is absolutely effective. It will cure Jushiro-senpai. Kisuke personally conducted rigorous tests. There's no doubt, it works. As he finished speaking, a stray thought crossed Masatsuki's mind. The tea today is surprisingly good. Seems like old man Yamamoto's tea brewing skills have improved quite a bit. In that case, there's no time to waste. Yamamoto's staff struck the ground with a sharp thud, the crisp sound echoing through the room. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath before speaking. No more delays. Masatsuki, take Jushiro to the 12th Division immediately. His voice was steady and firm, carrying the weight of absolute authority. I expect to hear good news soon. Opening his eyes, he locked his piercing gaze onto Masatsuki and Jushiro, his expression leaving no room for argument. The next time we meet, I want to see a fully recovered disciple standing before me. This time, his tone carried something more than command. It held the warmth of a teacher's genuine concern and expectation. Hearing Yamamoto's words, Jushiro Yukitake immediately knelt on the ground and respectfully bowed his head. Please rest assured, Master. The next time we meet, I will stand before you in perfect health. Shunsui Kairaku, however, fell into silence. He muttered to himself, what about me? Old man, did you forget I exist? Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Yamamoto cut him off. You're staying here, aren't you? If you don't want to leave, then wait here with me for news. Yamamoto took a leisurely sip of his tea, casting a casual glance at Shunsui before taking another sip. Watching the two figures gradually disappear into the distance, Shunsui let out a long, helpless sigh. Old man, is this really necessary at a time like this? Don't you see how much Joshiro cares for our little junior? There was no need for all these extra schemes. Just as he was about to take a step, a commanding voice rang out from across the room. Sit down. All right, no need to get so worked up, old man. It's just a trivial matter. Shunsui promptly sat back down, gripping his teacup tightly. His next words made Yamamoto's expression soften slightly. I have full confidence in our junior. Let him handle it, I'll wait here. After a long silence, Yamamoto let out a sigh and spoke in an even tone. Shunsui, I've always considered you my smartest disciple, but you insist on acting lazy. I often wonder, if only you weren't such a slacker. Old man, if you keep talking like that, you're going to hurt my feelings, Shunsui muttered, the corner of his eye twitching. You know I don't want to be Captain Commander. I'm even staying behind like you wanted. And yet, you still feel the need to take a jab at me. Isn't that a little too much? Yamamoto shook his head helplessly. It wasn't anger, it was disappointment. If Shunsui Kairaku had the drive for it, even if his strength wasn't the greatest, he would still be the best choice for Captain Commander in Yamamoto's eyes. Shunsui might seem carefree, but at his core, he shared the same conservative ideology, perhaps more accurately, he was a conservative reformist. As for Masatsuki Aozaki's way of thinking, there were times even Yamamoto couldn't grasp it. Perhaps this is just the difference between generations. 40 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 242, Why did you have to provoke him? 12th Division. On his way to the Shinigami Research and Development Institute, Joshiro Yukitake was filled with both anticipation and nervousness. Finally, he arrived at the door of Deputy Director Mayuri Kuratsuchi's private laboratory. Thanks to prior notice from Masatsuki Aozaki, Mayuri had been expecting him for quite some time. Even Keisuke Urahara had made a special trip to personally brief him on the experiment, only leaving once he was satisfied that everything had been thoroughly explained. Listening to Urahara's professional and meticulous explanation, Yukitake gradually felt his initial unease. After all, Keisuke Urahara was a genius recognized by Kiryu Hikifune, and his words naturally carried more weight than those of Mayuri Kuratsuchi, a former prisoner turned deputy director. At this moment, Yukitake was filled with confidence in the experiment. He firmly believed that if he went through with it, his body, long tormented by illness, might finally return to a normal state. With that thought, he didn't hesitate. Removing his clothing, he resolutely lay down on the experimental table, his gaze steady as he looked at Masatsuki Aozaki and Mayuri Kuratsuchi. Masatsuki, Director Mayuri, I'll leave everything to you. When addressing Mayuri, Yukitake displayed a subtle sense of tact by deliberately omitting the word deputy. However, this gesture did nothing to please Mayuri. He merely scoffed, entirely indifferent to such flattery. Waving a hand dismissively, he pulled out a syringe, a sinister grin creeping onto his face as he let out a low, eerie chuckle. Captain Yukitake, I'm about to administer the anesthetic. Please relax and don't resist. This syringe is custom-made, but even so, it can't break through a captain-level Ryatsu defense. I'd rather not waste such valuable experimental equipment. Hearing this, Yukitake let out a small cough and sighed in exasperation. All right, I get it. It's just anesthesia. Can you at least drop that creepy grin? It's seriously unsettling. Mayuri, however, didn't respond. Instead, he silently turned away and placed the syringe back where it came from. Then, pulling open a drawer, he retrieved an even larger syringe. This one was particularly striking, just a slight push of the plunger sent a faint purple liquid sizzling from the needle's tip. Joshiro Yukitake stared wide-eyed at the massive needle, nearly the length of his palm, and swallowed hard. His voice trembled slightly as he asked. This isn't right, is it? Director Mayuri, you're not trying to get back at me, are you? Why would I? I'm not that kind of person. Mayuri Kuratsuchi turned to face him, that same unsettling, sickly grin creeping across his face. Well then, Captain Yukitake, let's begin. No need to be afraid, I'll be very gentle. Though his tone was mild, there was something about it that sent a chill down the spine. Before Yukitake could respond, Mayuri abruptly drove the needle deep into his backside. Yukitake's expression twisted in an instant, his mouth opened soundlessly, his eyes clenched shut, and his body trembled before going limp. Within moments, he collapsed onto the experimental table, unconscious. Senpai, why did you have to provoke him? Masatsuki Aozaki shook his head with a helpless sigh. Mayuri was clearly taking this chance to settle a grudge. Just looking at the sheer size of that needle was painful enough, actually getting stabbed with it must have been even worse. Still, for Yukitake, the greater torment was likely psychological rather than physical. That kind of pressure had nothing to do with strength. Even the most powerful individuals wouldn't be able to suppress their unease in such a situation. Well then, Captain Masatsuki, you may proceed however you see fit. Once you're done, the treatment will officially begin. I'll be stepping out. Mayuri spoke with complete indifference, showing no hint of remorse for his actions. No need, you can stay. Masatsuki glanced at him, the corner of his lips curving into a faint, almost imperceptible smile. In case something unexpected happens, I might need Director Mayuri's assistance. Mayuri narrowed his eyes, sensing a mocking undertone in Masatsuki's words. I didn't realize Captain Masatsuki had so much trust in me, he said stiffly. I only trust myself. Masatsuki's confident smile remained unchanged as a powerful reiatsu surged from his body. Mayuri felt his breath catch, an immense pressure pressing down on him. Masatsuki lifted his right hand, and in an instant, 5 spheres of condensed reiatsu formed at his fingertips. The spheres flickered like transparent flames, radiating an astonishing amount of energy. Fixing his gaze on Yukitake's chest, where his lungs should have been, Masatsuki showed no hesitation. He thrust his arm forward, driving his hand deep inside. Mayuri watched in shock as something dark and shapeless began to emerge from within Yukitake's body. It was a blackness so pure that it seemed to swallow all surrounding light. Yet it also carried an undeniable sense of majesty, an eerie, sacred darkness that exuded an aura of unfathomable power. At that moment, everything around them seemed to lose its color. Light, air, even the dust in the room, nothing left a trace upon that darkness. It writhed silently, like a black hole in the vastness of space, drawing all attention toward it. Then, an overwhelming and utterly alien reiatsu exploded outward from Yukitake's body. This was not a power any human could possess, it was something far beyond that. It surged uncontrollably, as if it sought to engulf everything in existence. Mayuri's eyes widened in disbelief. Never in his wildest calculations had he imagined that Jushiro Yukitake, of all people, was harboring such a terrifying force within him. What in the world was going on? How could this frail, sickly man wield such an earth-shattering power? As the reiatsu continued to surge, black markings suddenly began to spread across Yukitake's skin. They twisted and intertwined, forming a dense web-like pattern that covered his entire body, a sight that sent shivers down the spine. Even more disturbing was the way these markings seemed alive. They writhed and convulsed as though something hidden deep within Yukitake was stirring, awakening. His entire form became engulfed in an abyssal, ink-black reiatsu, so thick it looked almost solid, like an armor of pure darkness clinging to his skin. What is this? Mayuri leaned forward, his hands pressing against the table as he stared intently at Yukitake, unable to suppress the tremors running through his body. His eyes gleamed with a crazed excitement. He had only one thought now. He needed to study Jushiro Yukitake, inside and out. Chapter 243, The Soul King's Right Arm. Masatsuki Aozaki paid no attention to Mayuri Kuratsuchi. His gaze remained locked on Jushiro Yukitake, where a dark, singular eye was gradually taking shape. I can't let you keep causing trouble. I swore to that old man that I'd cure him. If I mess this up and he dies, the old man will probably throw a tantrum, cry, and threaten to hang himself, and I really don't want to deal with that. Masatsuki tightened his grip on the Soul King's right arm. The solid texture beneath his fingers confirmed that he had seized the right thing. Got you. Now get out of there. A smirk tugged at the corner of his lips as his arm suddenly tensed, exerting force. The violent clash of reiatsu sent shockwaves through the air, creating a storm-like turbulence as if an explosion could erupt at any second. Ordinarily, Mayuri would be beside himself at the sight of such destruction, but right now, he didn't care in the slightest. His eyes remained unblinking, fixed on Masatsuki's arm. Under his gaze, Masatsuki's hand slowly retracted, muscles tensing as he forcibly tore something from Yukitake's body. He had succeeded. The grotesque black mass had been yanked out. Mayuri stared at the ink-like, arm-shaped entity, his curiosity surging uncontrollably. Yet the sheer pressure of Masatsuki's overwhelming reiatsu sent a shudder through him, immediately quelling any impulse to act rashly. Instead, he simply watched, swallowing hard as his throat bobbed involuntarily. Masatsuki had now completely removed the Soul King's right arm. Only now did Mayuri get a clear look at the creature in its entirety. It was beyond ugly, indescribably so, and the suffocating aura it emitted was enough to send chills down the spine. Even standing in its presence felt like an unbearable weight pressing down. Its body was pure black, an ink-like darkness that constantly twisted and writhed, resembling an arm yet shifting unnaturally. In the center of its palm, a massive eye slowly peeled open, staring unblinkingly at the two before it. More precisely, it was staring at Masatsuki. Even with just a glance, Mayuri felt a crushing pressure seize him, freezing his consciousness for an instant. What a terrifying thing. An endless, suffocatingly thick Ryatsu poured out, dark as ink, spreading like an uncontrollable tide. It surged from the grotesque arm, steadily creeping toward Masatsuki's body. Was it trying to claim a new host? Mayuri's pupils shrank in realization. Masatsuki Aozaki, be careful. It's trying to parasitize you. He absolutely could not allow both of the Captain Commander's disciples to die in his laboratory. If they did, both he and his research would be doomed. However, before he could say more, his mouth fell open in shock, his entire body going rigid. Just as the massive black Ryatsu was about to latch onto Masatsuki, a radiant, emerald-green shield, as clear as glass, suddenly materialized in front of him. It intercepted the incoming darkness with unwavering force. Miniskirts. The surging Ryatsu slammed into the barrier with tremendous force. Yet it was like ocean waves crashing against an immovable cliff, failing to inflict any harm on Masatsuki. For a brief moment, Masatsuki and the Soul King's right arm locked eyes. Then, without warning, a deafening crack echoed through the air. The miniskirts shattered. In the blink of an eye, the swirling Ryatsu transformed into a monstrous black tidal wave, engulfing Masatsuki completely. Mayuri opened his mouth, but no words came. That shield had seemed unbreakable, so why had it shattered so suddenly? The next second, the surging Ryatsu receded like a tide, revealing Masatsuki Aozaki's figure. His clothes were in tatters. However, to everyone's surprise, they instantly repaired themselves, as if they had never been damaged. Seeing this, Mayuri Kuratsuchi let out a sigh of relief. This indicated that Masatsuki Aozaki was still in relatively good condition. He knew that the clothes Masatsuki Aozaki wore were a gift from Senjumaru Shitara, possessing the miraculous ability to self-repair using Ryatsu. Now that Masatsuki still had the presence of mind to channel Ryatsu into fixing his attire, it meant he was not in any immediate danger. What truly caught Mayuri's interest, however, was Masatsuki Aozaki's current appearance. The man, whose skin had once been so pale that even women would envy it, now had a pitch-black right hand. It looked as if he were wearing a dark gauntlet, encasing his entire arm, forming a stark contrast against his usual complexion, strangely jarring. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, the complex devices connected to Jushiro Yukate's suddenly lit up with red warning lights, accompanied by the piercing sound of alarms. The moment he lost the Soul King's right arm, Yukate's body began to deteriorate rapidly. For years, he had relied on the power of the Soul King's right arm to keep his body functioning. Now, with that vital force suddenly gone, his condition plunged into a critical state. The Soul King's right arm had replaced Yukate's damaged lungs, serving as the key to his survival. Without it, his body was now on the irreversible path toward death. It's in your hands now. I hope to see a healthy senpai when I return. Mayuri Kuratsuchi, flustered, snapped back, you don't need to tell me. I'll save him. If Jushiro Yukate were to die, Mayuri had no idea what kind of severe consequences he would face. He had only just managed to escape the nest of maggots, and his newly restarted research was still in its early stages. He couldn't afford for it to be derailed now. At this moment, he was even more desperate than Masatsuki Aozaki for Yukate to survive. Noticing Mayuri's tense expression, Masatsuki nodded in satisfaction. In the past, Yukate's condition would have been deemed incurable. But after years of extensive research by Kisuke Urahara and Mayuri Kuratsuchi, treating it was no longer an impossible task. The real obstacle to Yukate's recovery had always been the Soul King's right arm. Since it had replaced his lungs, conventional healing methods had been ineffective. To cure him, they had to remove the Soul King's right arm from his body. Now that Masatsuki had taken care of that, the rest would be much simpler. He lifted his right hand, glancing at the pitch-black eye in his palm, and a smile crept onto his face. After everything he had done, wasn't this exactly what he had been working toward? With a single thought, his figure flickered and vanished. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 244, Chapter 244, Beyond the Shinigami. Sokayaku Hill, underground training ground. Deep within the rocky forest, a fearsome presence stood tall. Ryatsu poured out endlessly, as if there were no limits, surging like an unstoppable tide. An overwhelming power flowed into his body, vast and ceaseless. For a long time, Masatsuki Aozaki had been pushing the limits of a Shinigami. But now, the slow growth of his Ryatsu had suddenly shattered some kind of barrier, accelerating at an astonishing rate. It's still rising. He flexed his hands, his expression calm, yet he could feel the faint tremor running through his body. A transformation, invisible to the eye, was quietly unfolding from within the Hogyoku, subtly reshaping him. His soul felt as if it were awakening, and even the essence of his existence was undergoing a profound shift. Lowering his gaze, Masatsuki Aozaki looked down at his chest. There, mysterious blue-violet lines, resembling veins, flickered faintly before beginning to spread, slowly branching across his entire body. At the same time, every aspect of his being, Ryatsu, spiritual body, and more, was experiencing an unprecedented surge. There was no doubt about it. The Hogyoku had successfully absorbed the Soul King's right arm. A power capable of destroying everything with just a thought. No wonder Aizen abandoned the deception of complete hypnosis after evolving to this stage. This kind of strength. It's easy to mistake it for true invincibility. Masatsuki Aozaki murmured to himself, casually swinging the blade in his hand. In an instant, a tremendous sword pressure erupted forth. The ground below split open as if an invisible giant hand had torn it apart, leaving behind a massive fissure. As he spoke, his body underwent another transformation. A milky white Ryatsu burst from within, exploding like a volcano and engulfing him entirely. In the blink of an eye, Masatsuki Aozaki was encased in a layer of milky white spiritual energy, sealing him completely. Only his bright eyes remained visible, resembling an insect cocooning itself in the process of evolution. Then, something unexpected happened. Without hesitation, Masatsuki Aozaki lifted his sword-wielding hand and slammed the hilt of his blade forcefully against his own head. A dull bang echoed through the air. The once pristine milky white spiritual armor was instantly covered in fine cracks, which spread like a spiderweb across his entire form. Within seconds, the armor shattered completely, disintegrating into countless tiny particles that scattered into the wind and vanished without a trace. Preconceived notions had taken hold of me, making me subconsciously wonder, could I evolve the way Aizen did? Fortunately, I caught the anomaly in time. Otherwise, I might have developed inhuman traits. Masatsuki Aozaki found a mirror from somewhere and examined his reflection. Seeing that he remained unchanged, he couldn't help but feel relieved. After careful observation and contemplation, he came to a conclusion: unlike Aizen, he didn't seem to require such a bizarre and terrifying transformation process. Not only that, but his abilities had already far surpassed the limits of a Shinigami. After confirming his body's current state and ensuring his appearance remained unaffected, Masatsuki exhaled deeply in relief. The bluish-purple vein-like patterns that had once spread across his body gradually faded, retreating back into the Hogyoku. However, at the center of his chest, a faint, almost imperceptible pattern remained, still connected to the Hogyoku, like a beating heart. Masatsuki could feel an immense, boundless Ryatsu surging through him, his fundamental abilities growing at an explosive rate. He was certain now, his existence had completely transcended that of a Shinigami. As he silently familiarized himself with his new form, Masatsuki focused his mind, willing the Hogyoku to submerge within him and conceal itself. At that moment, a deep black light flashed through his eyes. Then, before him, a completely transparent barrier materialized. Super Ryatsu Barrier. This was one of the abilities he had gained through his evolution. When he activated it, his eyes would emit that eerie black glow, and a perfectly transparent Ryatsu wall would form around him. Anything that collided with this barrier would be instantly pulverized. In the original timeline, Aizen had once used this very ability to crush the high-density Ryatsu entity, Kotatsu, within the Dangai. However, unlike Aizen, whose eyes gleamed white upon activation, Masatsuki's ability manifested in a much more subtle manner. After all, those deep, obsidian eyes of his had always drawn admiration. He could only attribute this difference to the influence of the Soul King's right arm. Yet, the evolution brought about by absorbing the Soul King's right arm was far from over. He tilted his head slightly, the black light in his eyes flickering as his gaze settled on a corner of the training ground. A breeze whispered past. A small stone, dislodged from the steep rock face, tumbled down and struck the ground with a crisp sound. Masatsuki remained unfazed, as if he had foreseen it all. And it wasn't because he used Yuheim's ability. A brief glimpse into the future. Another ability granted by the Soul King's right arm. And yet, this was only one among many. The right arm of the Soul King governed the power of stillness. It allowed Masatsuki to remain in a fixed state indefinitely, unchanging, untouched by time. In other words, at this very moment, his existence could almost be described as eternal. Feeling the immense power coursing through him, a faint, almost imperceptible smile appeared in his eyes. A surge of exhilaration filled him. For a moment, he even felt an impulse to mimic a legendary immortal and shout to the heavens. Who can kill me? Who dares to kill me? But then, realizing that arrogance could easily lead to an untimely downfall, he wisely dismissed the thought. Speed, power, defense, Ryatsu, every aspect of me has ascended to an entirely new level. Compared to before, my strength has grown far beyond mere increments. Testing his movements, Masatsuki clenched his fist in satisfaction. He could clearly feel it, his spiritual body, his Ryatsu, everything had evolved in leaps and bounds. Most importantly, he had shattered his former limits. Judging by Aizen's evolution process, Masatsuki estimated that he was now in the third fusion stage. The next phase would be a period of rapid growth. His power would continue increasing until it reached a saturation point, at which point he would smoothly enter the fourth fusion stage. It's about time I head back. If Senpai wakes up and finds me missing, he might end up cornered by that lunatic Mayuri Kuratsuchi, trembling in fear. 40 chapters ahead. P at Tree&Com/Pink Snake. Chapter 245, Vanished. Masatsuki Aozaki returned to the Shinigami Research and Development Institute. About an hour later. Jushiro Yukitake, his complexion pale, slowly regained consciousness, though his mind still seemed somewhat hazy. Captain Yukitake, how do you feel? Mayuri Kuratsuchi, tossing a pile of organs into the incinerator, walked up to Yukitake with a twisted grin. Well, does it count if my butt still hurts a little? Yukitake, still a bit dazed, instinctively reached back to touch the sore spot. Yes, of course it counts. Mayuri's grin widened. That's completely normal. When I gave you the injection earlier, I may have pressed a little too hard and, well, the needle broke off inside. What? Even the battle-hardened captain of the 13th Division jolted in shock, his mind instantly snapping into clarity. Revenge. This was definitely revenge. Countless countermeasures flashed through his mind in an instant. Hey, just kidding, Captain Yukitake. Mayuri shrugged. Your body is in perfect condition, not a single scratch. As for the pain, probably just psychological. But more importantly, what do you think of my new invention? Of course, it still needs more testing and refinement, but I believe it has enormous potential. Perhaps the Gotei 13 should consider funding it. What do you think, Captain Yukitake? Mayuri's eyes gleamed with excitement as he spoke, completely immersed in his own enthusiasm. Yukitake listened to Mayuri's relentless pitch and couldn't help but sigh internally. This guy was always like this, completely obsessed with his own inventions and utterly confident in their value. And this? This was clearly an attempt to squeeze some funding out of the Gotei 13. That said, Yukitake had to admit that Mayuri truly was a genius scientist. His inventions often brought great advancements to Seoul society. Well, it's an interesting idea. Yukitake answered vaguely, doing his best to ignore the lingering soreness. Knew it. I just knew you'd agree, Captain Yukitake. Mayuri grinned triumphantly. So, for the sake of the countless young lives in the Gotei 13, how much are you willing to invest in my research? You should probably ask Master about that. Yukitake hesitated. You two seem to be having fun. Masatsuki Aozaki leaned against the side, looking at the pair with a helpless expression. Senpai, how are you feeling now? Hearing the voice, Yukitake turned his head. Seeing his junior, he couldn't help but smile. He slowly propped himself up, shaking his head slightly as dizziness set in, and spoke in a soft voice. Compared to before, my body feels much lighter. In the past, even breathing brought endless pain, but now, I only feel a sense of relief. The dull ache I always had inside is gone. I don't even feel the urge to cough up blood anymore. As he spoke, Yukitake gently clenched his fist, testing the changes in his body. I still don't have much strength, but I can at least control my Ryatsu. He moved his arm slightly. His already pale face seemed even more bloodless now, the word weak practically written across it. Masatsuki handed him the prepared Shihakushō and Haori, watching as he dressed. Only then did he feel a little relieved. At this moment, Yukitake was truly happy. This lightness, something he had never experienced before, filled him with hope for the future. You're definitely going to feel weak. Mayuri Kuratsuchi explained seriously. After all, once that thing left your body, you lost a lung. And that's not all. Your other organs had already sustained severe damage long ago and were only functioning because that thing was keeping you alive. So, when it left, I figured I might as well replace all your internal organs at once. I see, so that pile of organs just now, those were my originals. Jushiro Yukitake was stunned. Yep. What, Captain Yukitake, were you hoping to keep them as a souvenir? If I'd known, I wouldn't have destroyed them. Mayuri stroked his chin, feigning a look of regret. Noticing the increasingly strange looks from the two in front of him, Yukitake quickly waved his hands. No, don't get the wrong idea. I was just surprised. You can do whatever you want with them. Seeing this, Masatsuki Aozaki and Mayuri both nodded with amused smiles. Yukitake looked at them, his eyes gradually growing misty. His voice trembled slightly as he bowed deeply. Masatsuki. Deputy Director Mayuri Kuratsuchi. I truly can't thank you enough. Yukitake had been sickly since childhood, even coming close to death on more than one occasion. He had always longed for a healthy body. That desire only intensified after becoming Master Yamamoto's disciple and assuming the role of captain of the 13th Division. He wanted to shoulder his responsibilities as a captain, not lie bedridden, leaving all the work to his subordinates. Masatsuki waved his hand with a chuckle. Senpai, there's no need to be so formal with us. If anything goes wrong with your body again, just go straight to Mayuri. Mayuri's mouth twitched. He grumbled internally. How generous of you. Despite his silent complaints, he sighed and gave a reluctant nod. By the way. Yukitake suddenly clapped his hands together and pulled Masatsuki aside, lowering his voice. Where did that being go? That being. Masatsuki looked genuinely confused, as if he had no idea what Yukitake was referring to. Seeing this, Yukitake quickly clarified. I mean the one-eyed great god, Mimihagi. Oh, you mean that giant eyeball hand thing? Masatsuki shook his head and answered calmly. It disappeared after leaving your body. He wasn't lying. The Soul King's right arm had indeed vanished after separating from Yukitake. Completely. Without a trace. As if it had never existed in this world to begin with. Yukitake fell silent for a moment, then nodded in understanding. After all, that was the right arm of the Soul King, a force beyond mortal comprehension. If it wanted to leave, nothing could stop it. He could never have imagined that the revered arm had already been devoured by the seemingly harmless junior standing before him, absorbed as fuel for his own evolution. Since everything's fine now, get some rest. Once you're ready, we'll head to the first division. The old man and Shunsui-senpai are probably getting impatient. Masatsuki smiled. Chapter 246, Chapter 246, Unohana Retsu's Holification Experiment. First Division, Captain Commander's Office. Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto sat across from Jushiro Yukitake, his deep, piercing gaze seeming to scrutinize him down to his very core. With a calm voice, he slowly asked. So, Jushiro, you're saying you've fully recovered? Yukitake met Yamamoto's gaze without hesitation, nodding firmly as he answered. Master, Deputy Director Mayuri Kuratsuchi has already conducted a thorough examination. There are no issues with my body. Yamamoto gave a slight nod, acknowledging the response, though the doubt in his eyes didn't entirely fade. At that moment, Shunsui Kairaku, standing off to the side, interjected. Jushiro, are you absolutely sure you're fine? How about letting your dear senpai double-check? As he spoke, he reached out as if to poke Yukitake, seemingly trying to confirm for himself that his friend was truly in good health. Seeing this, Yukitake quickly reached out to stop him, his tone exasperated. Shunsui, cut it out. We're in public, what do you think you're doing? A hint of embarrassment flashed across his face. After all, this was the Captain Commander's office, and such behavior was hardly appropriate. Yamamoto looked at his two disciples, one acting like a mischievous child, the other helplessly trying to rein him in, and let out a silent sigh. It was as if he were thinking, how did I never realize what kind of people these two really are? Jushiro, how are you feeling? Compared to Shuinsue's antics, Yamamoto's question was composed and restrained, but there was no mistaking the genuine concern in his voice. Hearing his master's inquiry, the two momentarily set aside their playful banter. Yukitake felt warmth spread in his chest. Taking a deep breath, he answered seriously. Master, I feel great. No discomfort at all, just a little weak from the treatment. According to Deputy Director Mayuri Kuratsuchi, I should recover to a normal state after about half a month of proper rest. As he spoke, Yukitake's gaze drifted toward Masatsuki Aozaki, who was calmly sipping tea beside Yamamoto. If not for this junior of his, he would never have had the chance to live like a normal person. The next few days passed peacefully. Each day was a simple, quiet routine spent with his loved one, occasionally taking some free time to check in with Kasuke Urahara on the progress of the game development. Though life felt somewhat monotonous, it was fulfilling. As for his division's affairs, Masatsuki Aozaki had left everything in the hands of Jin Ichimaru. Masatsuki valued this young genius and wanted him to start adapting to the responsibilities of a captain early. Or at least, that was how Masatsuki Aozaki had spun it to Jin. Whether Jin actually believed him or not was anyone's guess, but Masatsuki certainly did. One day, inside the underground training hall that Masatsuki had essentially claimed as his own, the atmosphere grew tense. Are you ready? Masatsuki Aozaki fixed his gaze on Retsu Unohana as she stretched and warmed up. They were about to begin the holification experiment. In truth, the holification process for the others had already reached completion. Even Kakakushiba, who had never been fond of training, had, under Masatsuki's relentless efforts, managed to raise her Ryatsu to the level of a lieutenant and successfully completed the experiment. The Seireitei's opposition to holification was, strictly speaking, more of a political issue. In reality, there weren't many who genuinely rejected this power on a fundamental level. The only one who had struggled with it was Isane Kotetsu. She was naturally timid, so much so that she would wake up in terror from nightmares about kamaboko, a fish cake. The idea of breaking Seireitei's strict prohibitions was something that frightened her deeply. But when faced with Masatsuki Aozaki and Retsu Unohana, the two people she admired most, she eventually mustered the courage to go through with it, unable to refuse their combined persuasion. Still, none of that mattered today. Because today's real focus was Retsu Unohana. It wasn't that Masatsuki had hesitated to let her attempt holofication out of fear that he couldn't defeat her. His real concern was that if she lost control after holofication, she might abandon technique in favor of raw power, resulting in unpredictable consequences. Retsu Unohana, even in her normal state, possessed first-class spiritual power. A single careless strike from her could already cause a massive disturbance. And if her power were to be amplified through holofication, the results would be far from simple. As these thoughts ran through Masatsuki's mind, his already dark, fathomless eyes flickered with an even deeper intensity. Suddenly, transparent Reiatsu barriers formed around them, enclosing the entire space in an instant. Super Reiatsu barrier. Look, it's starting. Yoruichi Shihoin was sprawled excitedly on the edge of the hot spring, waving her hands with barely contained enthusiasm. I missed their last fight, no way I'm letting this one slip by. Is it really that exciting? Kukakushiba, standing behind her, wrapped an arm around Yoruichi's slender waist and smiled warmly. Masatsuki is obviously going to win. If even Bankai couldn't defeat him, simple holofication isn't going to do the trick. As she spoke, Kukaku glanced at the other Shinigami women relaxing in the hot spring, an odd suspicion forming in her mind. She was starting to seriously doubt whether Masatsuki had called her back to Seireitei just so he could keep her close for convenience's sake. Yoruichi, absent-mindedly toying with her thick, fluffy hair, grinned. We already know who's going to win, but that doesn't mean it won't be fun to watch, right? I don't spar with Masatsuki much anymore. Every time we fight, he holds back, it's frustrating. That just means you're not working hard enough, Kukaku smirked playfully. Look at how fast I've improved. I'm almost at third-rank spiritual power. That's only because you were weak to begin with, so you had a lot of room to grow. I'm already close to second rank. It's not the same. Yoruichi shot Kukaku an unimpressed look. I'm ready. Let's begin. Retsu Unohana took a deep breath, slowly closing her eyes as she allowed herself to relax completely. Masatsuki Aozaki stepped forward, gently tilted her chin, and pressed a light kiss against her soft lips. Then, the familiar process began. Reiatsu surged. White energy condensed over her face, forming a hollow mask, while her body slowly took on monstrous traits. Unlike Ryuseki and Izumo, whose transformation turned them into a towering beasts, Unohana retained most of her human form, her face now hidden behind a fearsome, demonic white mask. Her skin had grown paler, yet her graceful figure remained unchanged. Masatsuki observed her for a moment before Unohana suddenly lifted her head. A dangerous wave of Reiatsu erupted from her, crashing against the Super Reiatsu barrier, only to dissipate without leaving a trace. Masatsuki licked his lips, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. It was as if he were taunting the bloodthirsty demon standing before him. 40 chapters ahead. P at Tree&Com/Pink Snake. Chapter 247, Will It Be Okay? Boom. A deafening explosion shattered the air. Retsu Unohana stomped down with immense force, shaking the very earth beneath her. The ground beneath her feet instantly caved in, forming a massive crater hundreds of meters deep, as if some unimaginable force had crushed it into existence. In the next instant, her figure blurred, vanishing like a bolt of lightning. Before anyone could react, she rocketed forward like a cannonball, slamming directly into Masatsuki Aozaki's chest. Masatsuki spread his arms wide, welcoming her impact as if he had anticipated it all along. The collision sent him hurtling through the air, his body tracing a long arc as he flew. For that brief moment, Unohana used her overwhelming strength and sheer momentum to propel them both at an astonishing speed. In less than a second, they had already traveled thousands of meters. It was a display of raw power that left even the spectators in disbelief. Unohana had always been a warrior who pursued the pinnacle of technique. If she regained her reason and combined that with the release of her Zanpakutō, her strength would be beyond imagination. To still want to hold me at a time like this, how passionate of you. Masatsuki chuckled as Unohana held him tightly with one arm around his waist, her other hand gripping his long hair. Despite the chaos, his gaze remained warm and steady, as if she were still the gentle, devoted lover he knew, not a frenzied, hollow-eyed berserker. This kind of embrace is fine, but if you ever do this with another man, I might get jealous. His voice was low and teasing. Then, his body leaned back slightly before he suddenly snapped forward, his forehead colliding directly with hers, the space between them barely a finger's width. Bang. A tremendous force erupted from the impact. The sheer speed was staggering. The shockwave was even more terrifying. The very air around them seemed to tear apart, sending deep, resonating sonic booms echoing through the battlefield. Upon contact, the air distorted violently, sending out visible ripples that expanded in all directions. The exchange appeared brutal, but in reality, Masatsuki had held back. Had he used his full power, Unohana might not have been able to withstand even a single strike. Boom. Another thunderous blast rocked the entire space. Even Yoruichi Shihoin, who was on the verge of stepping into the second-rank spiritual power realm, along with everyone else present, failed to see exactly what had happened. All they felt was a violent gust of wind howling past them. Masatsuki bent forward slightly, while Anohana's figure suddenly vanished, as if she had been pulled away by an invisible force. Dust and debris erupted from the ground, scattering like a flock of startled birds. The earth split open, leaving a jagged, serpent-like crack stretching far into the distance, as if carved by an enormous blade. Thick clouds of dust billowed into the air, completely obscuring the battlefield. Far away, the towering Super Reiatsu barrier trembled slightly, as if something had just crashed into it with incredible force. As the dust gradually settled, a pale face slowly emerged from the haze. Retsu Anohana stood there, her expression momentarily dazed, as if she herself hadn't expected the outcome. Her lips parted slightly, but before any sound could escape, a milky white layer of Reiatsu spread across her face like a thin veil, rapidly restoring her shattered mask to its original form. Hiss! The women snapped out of their daze, gasping as chills ran down their spines. Did you see that clearly? Isane Kotetsu asked, her face deathly pale, her voice trembling. No. Yoruchi Shihoin shook her head, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. But just watching it hurts. The others also shook their heads silently, their hearts pounding. At that moment, they finally realized just how much Masatsuki Aozaki had been holding back during training. Retsu Anohana was undeniably strong. They all knew it. They had all witnessed it firsthand. It was why she was their respected big sister. Yet against Masatsuki Aozaki, she didn't even stand a chance. Masatsuki, don't you think that was a little too much? Kakakushiba muttered, cold sweat dripping from her forehead. No matter how you looked at it, that attack was brutal. Retsune, she's going to be okay, right? She'll be fine. Yoruchi swallowed hard. Like hell he'd let anything happen to her. That's true. Kukaku exhaled, finally snapping out of it. As their voices trailed off, a surge of visible Reiatsu erupted from Anohana's mouth, rapidly coalescing into a dark red sphere of light. Then, she abruptly stood up, her body bending unnaturally as she lunged forward at a terrifying speed. She moved like a rabid beast, her mouth wide open, her originally pale face now tinged with an eerie crimson glow under the light of the sphere. Siro. A guttural growl escaped Anohana's lips as the dark red sphere flickered erratically before extending into a brilliant beam of energy. In an instant, the air ripped apart. The enormous pillar of light shot toward Masatsuki Aozaki at breakneck speed, tearing up the ground beneath it, carrying an overwhelming force and pressure. Yet Masatsuki only narrowed his eyes slightly, the corners of his lips curling into the faintest smirk. He lifted his hand slowly, graceful, effortless, moving as though he barely needed to try. And just like that, he caught the devastating energy blast with ease. Boom. A massive explosion erupted. Flames and scorching shockwaves consumed the entire training ground. The rocky terrain, already uneven, was flattened in an instant, leaving the onlookers wide-eyed with shock. As the dust settled, Masatsuki Aozaki stood there, completely unscathed. Not even a speck of dirt on his clothes. Then, without warning, he moved. Shinsaku. His figure vanished. Anohana's predatory gaze darted around, but the transformed beast had lost sight of her prey. A split second later, Masatsuki appeared midair right in front of her, like a phantom. His right leg swung high. And came crashing down, heel aimed directly at the back of Anohana's head. The women turned just in time to see a massive cloud of dust explode into the air. 40 chapters ahead. P@Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 248, Chapter 248, You Might Die. Bang. A deafening explosion ripped through the air as an overwhelming force erupted like a volcanic blast, slamming down onto Retsu Anohana's head. The sheer impact seemed to tear the very world apart, compressing the surrounding air until it warped and distorted. For a split second, the onlookers could clearly see Anohana's long, flowing hair whipping wildly through the air. And then, in the blink of an eye, she vanished from sight, sent hurtling away at an unbelievable speed. A power beyond that of any Shinigami had struck her down. In an instant, Anohana's body was driven deep into the ground, as if swallowed by an invisible colossus. Another thunderous boom followed. The ground trembled violently as countless cracks spread outward like a spider web. The sheer force of the impact caused the surrounding terrain to collapse and shatter, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. Rumble. A massive shockwave surged in all directions, kicking up towering waves of dust and debris that blotted out the sky. The earth itself groaned under the devastation, its deep, guttural roar echoing like a cry of agony. Smoke and dust billowed furiously, forming a colossal gray vortex that swallowed everything in its path. Everyone stood frozen, staring at the destruction before them, their expressions a mix of awe and disbelief. Their mouths twitched, unable to fully process what had just happened. Isn't this too much? Mashiro Kuna muttered, her voice laced with shock and concern. She couldn't even begin to imagine the kind of damage a strike like that had inflicted on Anohana. Just watching it made her feel like death itself had come knocking. Wait. Masatsuki Aozaki would never harm Retsunichin, let alone kill her. Unless. A sudden realization struck them all at once. Their gazes shot toward Anohana, still embedded in the ground, and their pupils shrank in alarm. Her body was trembling slightly. Then, pressing her hands against the earth, she slowly pushed herself up. She looked battered but not gravely injured. These two are absolute monsters. Yeah, but honestly, Masatsuki might be worse. He hasn't even released his Zanpakutō yet. If Retsunichin is a monster, then this guy is something even worse than a monster. The women exchanged disbelieving looks, as if struggling to accept the reality before them. But just then. Masatsuki, you damned brat. Yoruchi Shihoin's furious voice cut through the chaos. He actually destroyed my playground. This is my territory. Would it kill him to hold back just a little? Her heart ached. This training ground was one of her favorite places, she had put so much effort into it. Kisuke Urahara. The thought of a certain absent man's dumbfounded reaction flashed through Yoruchi's mind, and she found herself nodding. At least Kisuke was around. With his abilities, he should be able to restore the place to normal, right? Otherwise, she wouldn't even have a place to relax and have fun anymore. Even so. Rebuilding this place was definitely going to cost a fortune. Last time, constructing the training ground had already drained a painful amount of her personal savings she had spent forever accumulating. This time. Would she have to dip into the Shihoin clan funds? How much is this going to cost? No way, Masatsuki has to help me pay for it. Well, let's just consider it part of our joint marital property. At those words, the women around them fell silent. Shouldn't she be more concerned about more important things right now? Wait. What did she just say? Joint marital property. You really are fearless, still daring to run off behind Retsu's back. Aren't you afraid that once she regains her senses, she'll come after you? Masatsuki Aozaki gently cupped Retsu Anohana's face, his touch soft and careful, as if holding a rare treasure. Retsu stood motionless, her vacant eyes lost in a daze. Her once pristine captain's Hayori was now tattered and torn, like a flower battered and scattered by a storm. Slowly, her gaze refocused, locking onto the smug and satisfied smile in front of her, sending a tremor through her heart. Suddenly, the mask on her face shattered into countless fragments, scattering to the ground. For 5 whole seconds, she remained frozen before snapping back to reality, as if waking from a dream. Everything that had just happened felt like an illusion, yet it was all too real. Deep inside, she had fought her hollow self in a fierce battle, and it had been exhilarating. The wind gradually died down, and the thick fog lingering in the air began to disperse. Smoke curled up from the ground, drifting toward the sky. Meanwhile, the group of women had struggled to the edge of the hot spring, their trembling hands supporting their weary bodies. Yet their eyes remained fixed on the 2 figures in the training ground, watching intently, unwilling to miss a single detail. Through the fading haze, 2 silhouettes could be seen tightly embracing. Curiosity surged among the women, and they began whispering among themselves. What's happening? Is the fight over? Isane Kotetsu asked anxiously. It looks like it. Lisa Yadamaru replied uncertainly. How are they done so quickly? Ours took way longer. Ranjika Matsumoto rested her chin in one hand, pursing her lips in a thoughtful pout. Wait, look. Are they kissing? With her sharp eyes, Yoruchi Shihoin suddenly stood up, pointing straight ahead. What? The other women gasped in shock. A mix of surprise and indignation welled up in them, their expressions full of disbelief. Just then, a light breeze swept through, blowing away the last traces of smoke. The scene in the training ground became crystal clear. Their eyes widened in shock, mouths gaping at the sight before them. Masatsuki Aozaki stood in the center of a massive crater, holding a delicate woman in his arms. The so-called frail woman nestled against the tall man's chest, the two unmistakably locked in a kiss. What a shameless display. Did they forget we're still here? Don't do anything reckless, Yoruchi-ne-san. That's the captain. If you go over there now, you might not make it back alive. Chapter 249, News. Masatsuki Aozaki emerged from the underground training ground, his gaze sharp and clear, completely unaffected by the passionate affections of his lovers. His energy remained as boundless as ever. With his current strength, even if all of them attacked together, including their Zanpakutō spirits, they still wouldn't pose a threat to him. This holification is quite interesting, but the duration is far too short. Recalling everyone's performance just moments ago, Masatsuki couldn't help but shake his head in mild disappointment. The ability to help a Shinigami break through their limits was not to be underestimated, it greatly enhanced one's physical abilities. Unfortunately, it just didn't last long enough. Aside from Retsu Unohana, the only one who could maintain it for a decent amount of time was the exceptionally talented Mashiro Kuna. The moon cast its silvery glow over Seireitei, bathing everything in a serene tranquility. Masatsuki Aozaki walked alone along the main avenue of the noble district as the once quiet surroundings gradually grew lively. He strolled leisurely down the white brick road, savoring the slightly damp breeze as it brushed against his face, while the distant hum of the marketplace reached his ears. The nobles living here were nothing more than a group of people drowning in material excess, their spiritual lives utterly hollow. To satisfy their ever-growing thirst for entertainment, countless recreational activities and establishments had sprung up along this very street. At this hour, the area was bustling with noise and activity, as crowded and lively as a marketplace. However, the moment Masatsuki appeared, everything changed. Or, to be precise, the moment people caught sight of the white haori draped over his shoulders, emblazoned with the bold kanji 411, the mood shifted instantly. The once busy street fell into an unspoken order as both nobles and servants alike instinctively stepped aside, clearing a path for him. "Look, my lord, it's Masatsuki Aozaki. The family head specifically warned us, under no circumstances should we provoke that man. Wow, he's incredible. That's Captain Masatsuki Aozaki of the 11th Division. Tomorrow, I'll tell my father, I want to join the Gotei 13. You. Please. Every noble family is scrambling to send their daughters to Lord Masatsuki's household. Even if you make it into the 11th Division, what makes you think he'd even glance at you?" Whispers and murmurs rippled through the crowd, growing louder with each passing second. Every pair of eyes that landed on Masatsuki was filled with both admiration and deep reverence. This reaction was nothing new to him. Though he was only an upper noble in title, that status alone already placed him at the highest rank ordinary nobles could ever hope to achieve. By Seireitei's laws, he did stand above the middle and lower nobles, as well as commoners. However, a noble title without real power or family influence meant little in a society where power reigned supreme. But in Masatsuki's case, the deciding factor wasn't just his status, it was his sheer strength. And that was something no one could ignore. "Boss." The shop owner, who had been busy inside, immediately rushed out at the familiar voice, his face lighting up with a sycophantic smile. "Oh my, Aozaki-sama. You're here again." "Yeah, had some free time today, so I thought I'd stop by." "Same as usual." With that, Masatsuki casually found a seat inside and sat down. This had long since become a habit, sitting here, listening to the chatter of those around him, picking up on all sorts of interesting stories. It was, in its own way, quite entertaining. "All right, just a moment. It'll be ready soon." Hearing Masatsuki Aozaki's order, the shop owner immediately understood, his esteemed guest must have had another exhausting day. Without wasting a second, he hurried to the kitchen, urging the cooks to prepare the dishes as quickly as possible. Masatsuki slowly turned his head, resting it on one hand. Through the window of this small yet exquisitely designed shop, an establishment that exuded both elegance and extravagance, he continued admiring the view of the noble district. He wasn't particularly arrogant toward the weak, nor did he see ordinary people as mere servants to command. After all, there was little amusement in bullying those who posed no threat, unless, of course, they ever chose to stand against him. Despite being called the noble district, the area wasn't exclusively home to nobility. A significant number of commoners lived here as well, most serving as attendants or house staff. Others, like the shop owner, provided services catering to the nobles. "Aozaki-sama, your meal is ready." The shop owner carefully arranged the dishes on the table. "I see. You may go." Masatsuki gave a slight nod, then shifted his gaze to the food before him. Casually, he picked up a piece of lamb kidney and placed it in his mouth. It wasn't as if he needed this for any health reasons. His body was in perfect condition, strong, resilient, and without weakness. This was simply a long-standing habit. Back in the day, when he handled business with noblewomen and ladies of high society, they often brought him to this very restaurant. The establishment wasn't just known for its fine dining, long-term patrons were even granted free lodging. Scanning the restaurant now, Masatsuki noticed several familiar faces, many of whom greeted him with a nod. Truth be told, this place made the best lamb kidneys in the entire noble district. Whenever he craved them, and was too lazy to cook, this was where he came. Just then, a conversation from a nearby table caught his attention. "Hey, did you hear? Koga-sama has gone to the world of the living." "Oh, that. Yeah, I heard about it while on patrol this morning." Apparently, he received direct orders from the captain commander. The captain commander himself gave the order. Did something major happen? It's about the missing Shinigami. Captain Aizen from the 3rd Division was sent to investigate, but there's been no word from him for ages. That's why Koga-sama volunteered to assist. One captain wasn't enough. Why did Koga-sama have to step in personally? He's trying to bring honor to the family, of course. Ever since he became a captain, he's been working hard to prove himself. Besides, the captain commander is taking this case very seriously. The two branch members of the Kuchiki clan carried on their discussion, completely unaware that Masatsuki Aozaki was eavesdropping. Koga, what the hell is this? Why didn't he inform me? Does he even recognize me as his leader anymore? Masatsuki set his chopsticks down, gazing out at the bustling streets, his expression contemplative. A faint, unreadable glint flickered in his eyes. Aizen leaving Soul Society to investigate the missing Shinigami, Masatsuki already knew about that. Tozen leaving for the same reason. No surprise there. And now, Koga Kuchiki was using the exact same excuse to slip away. Masatsuki didn't even have to think, this so-called missing Shinigami incident was undoubtedly a staged act by those three. But even if Aizen was behind it, Koga should have at least informed him. Yet, he hadn't said a word. As he pondered the situation, a Shihakushō suddenly fluttered into view, landing right in front of him. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 250, Pursuit. Moonlight poured over the land like flowing water, as several figures moved swiftly like ghosts. Ahead, an errand car and a hollow ran tirelessly. It was Haribel, accompanied by a humanoid, half-goat Vasto Lord, the antelope knight like Neliel II Odelschwank. Behind them, more than 10 Ajuchas-class errand car pursued relentlessly. The human goat Vasto Lord did her best to keep up with Haribel, occasionally glancing back at their relentless pursuers. No matter how good-natured she was, frustration and anger inevitably welled up inside her. Haribel, thank you for saving me, but those two are too strong. You need to go. I'll stay and fight them, Neliel gritted her teeth. Calm down, Neliel, Haribel shook her head slightly, guilt flickering in her eyes. This isn't the time for reckless bravado. You can't stop them, and they won't spare me either. What we need now is to work together to get through this. Those two seem to have disappeared for now. All that's left are some small fry, we still have a chance. Neliel was being hunted because of them. When Haribel learned that Neliel was being pursued by a group of Ajuchas-class errand car, she immediately came to her aid. But the true threat, the two terrifying beings of Las Noches, had ambushed them from the shadows. After grievously wounding them, they vanished without a trace. As the two fled, Haribel explained everything that had happened. Neliel, after learning the truth, didn't blame her. That only made Haribel feel more guilt-ridden. Hearing this, Neliel merely nodded slightly, not saying a word. How could she be anything but frustrated after being dragged into this disaster? But Haribel and the others were victims too. She couldn't blame them. If there was anyone to blame, it was Barragan, the insatiable tyrant with an endless thirst for conquest. Always looking for trouble, always expanding his ranks. But as she calmed down, something felt off. Haribel, why is she still releasing her Ryatsu? In a situation like this, when they were being pursued, she should be suppressing her Ryatsu as much as possible to avoid detection. Then, a memory surfaced, she had seen some strange creatures under the control of the Shinigami earlier, as if they were delivering a message. Just as the thought crossed her mind, Haribel suddenly spoke. I'm truly sorry, Masatsuki-sama. I've caused trouble for you again. Her voice carried deep remorse, as if she had committed an unforgivable sin. The air grew heavy in an instant, an invisible pressure settling over them. Neliel froze mid-motion, looking up in confusion. Following Haribel's gaze, she saw nothing. An empty space, void of any presence. Who was Haribel speaking to? Just as the thought took shape, a voice suddenly rang out from the sky. You did the right thing, Haribel. Like a clap of thunder, the words exploded through the air. Neliel's body tensed. Eyes wide, she frantically scanned the surroundings for the source of the voice. I'm glad you chose to believe in my power, the voice continued, carrying a note of satisfaction. A warm sensation spread through Haribel's heart. This voice, it belonged to someone who held a special place in her heart. I honestly thought you'd be stubborn enough to face danger alone again, just so I wouldn't get hurt, or something equally foolish. Haribel's face flushed at those words. She couldn't help but recall how she used to be, always willing to sacrifice herself. Just like when she stayed behind to protect Sung-sun and the others. But she wasn't that person anymore. Who's there? Neliel tensed, immediately shifting into a defensive stance. She scanned her surroundings warily, trying to pinpoint the source of the voice. Behind her, the dozen or so errand cars also halted, glancing around in confusion. They couldn't sense any Ryatsu from the voice's source, nor could they determine its exact location. It came from above, was it a Minos with the ability to fly? Haribel, however, let out a quiet sigh of relief. She gently placed a hand over her chest, steadied herself, then spoke. You promised me you would survive. If this is truly an enemy you can't face, I trust that you'll keep your word and protect yourself. It was as if she were conveying her feelings to the unseen presence. But the voice didn't seem particularly moved. You still doubt my strength. Not believing in me, that deserves punishment. There was an irritated edge to the voice. Haribel hesitated for a brief moment, slightly embarrassed. She hadn't meant any offense, only to express her concern and trust. But judging from the response, maybe she was overthinking things. A small smile crossed her lips at the thought. Neliel? ? Hearing their exchange, Neliel's confusion deepened. Haribel was a Vasto Lord-class Arrancar, who in the world could punish her. She turned to Haribel, about to ask something, when. To her shock, Haribel nodded without hesitation. All right, I accept whatever punishment you see fit. She accepted it. Neliel's eyes widened in disbelief. And then. Something happened that left her utterly stunned. A figure, radiant as the sun, descended from the night sky, landing steadily behind them. With his back to them, he stood tall, exuding an overwhelming presence. The men, striking and commanding, glanced in their direction. Then, with a slow, deliberate motion, he raised his hand. A deep, magnetic voice followed. Heido number 91, Senju Koten Taiho. The moment the words left his lips, massive pink energy cannons erupted into the sky like a volcanic explosion. Ah. Gah. The 10 Arrancars caught in the blast had no time to react before they were engulfed in a dazzling pink light. In the blink of an eye. Their bodies, along with the Zanpakutō they wielded, were reduced to nothing but ashes. As the smoke cleared, Masatsuki Aozaki gazed at the lingering reishi drifting through the air. A smirk crept onto his lips, sharp and predatory. Arrancar. Someone with that level of skill. You really are here, Aizen. Neliel's breath caught in her throat. A Shinigami? The Lord Haribel had referred to was a Shinigami. And not just any Shinigami, his power was immense. Even she would struggle to handle a dozen Ajuchus-class Arrancars at once. Yet, before this man, they had been utterly insignificant, swept away as if they were nothing. What terrifying power. Haribel, too, was visibly shaken. She had known Masatsuki Aozaki was incredibly strong when they last parted. But back then, his strength had still been within reason, something she could grasp. Now. She couldn't even sense his Ryatsu. This change, this sheer leap in power, left her both stunned and relieved. But there was no time to dwell on it. The danger wasn't over yet. Because their true enemy wasn't just a group of Ajuchus-class Arrancars. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 251, New Friend. Come out. Masatsuki Aozaki's voice wasn't loud, yet it echoed like thunder across the desert, reaching everyone's ears. With his call, the once still desert suddenly came alive. From the depths of the endless sands, black shadows began to emerge, a tide of darkness surging forward and clustering together. As they gathered, they formed an overwhelming sea of white. A closer look revealed the truth, every one of these figures was an Arrancar. They had been lurking, waiting for their prey. Now that their target had arrived, there was no longer any need to hide. Arrancars, all of them. Masatsuki Aozaki's lips curled into a faint smile. Hundreds of Ajuchus-class Arrancars. They've really gone all out. A low growl rippled through the Arrancar ranks, a menacing chorus meant to bolster their own morale. Then, they moved. Brandishing their long katanas, the horde charged straight for Masatsuki Aozaki, their twisted forms exuding an eerie, bone-chilling presence. Yet, in the face of this overwhelming force, Masatsuki Aozaki remained unnervingly calm. He stepped forward, his movements slow and deliberate. Each stride was steady, unwavering, as if he were merely taking a casual stroll. Haribel snapped out of her daze and instinctively tried to move forward, intending to fight alongside him. But just as she took a step, Masatsuki Aozaki waved a hand, silently signaling her to stay back. Why are there so many? Neliel asked in shock, looking at Haribel with concern. Haribel's brows furrowed slightly. She hadn't anticipated such a massive force either. In her original plan, their main enemies should have been the aged king and the mad scientist. But clearly, she had failed to predict this, an army of the scale was beyond expectation. It was as if every Ajuchus-class Minos in Las Noches had been forcibly turned into Arrancars. Her gaze remained locked onto Masatsuki Aozaki's composed figure. Watching his confident steps, she felt a faint sense of reassurance. She wasn't certain if this man truly had the power to turn the tide of this battle, but his calm demeanor left her with only one choice, to believe in him. The fact that Masatsuki Aozaki had come for her was already more than she could have hoped for. If, in the end, they couldn't escape this fate, then she was willing to die at his side. The only thing she regretted was Neliel, who had lost her life because of her. Masatsuki-sama. Haribel called out, her voice firm, filled with determination. What she had meant to say was, I will fight beside you. This battle belongs to us. But before she could finish, Masatsuki Aozaki nodded and spoke first. I understand. This truly is a perfect opportunity. Then, he smiled and said, My queen, stay here and watch the battle. Witness as I fight for you, watch as I conquer Hueco Mundo in your name. Before she could respond, Masatsuki Aozaki casually waved his hand. Then, like a knight pledging himself to his queen, he rushed headlong into the enemy ranks without hesitation. Haribel fell silent. Standing beside her, Neliel glanced at her softly, making Haribel's cheeks flush slightly. Before she could say anything, she was startled to see Masatsuki Aozaki raise a hand. A burst of power surged outward as he called out. Super Ryatsu Barrier. In an instant, a transparent barrier of pure Ryatsu erupted, surging toward the Arankars at breakneck speed. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield transformed. The space around Masatsuki Aozaki became a massive grinder of destruction. Like a ravenous beast, the Ryatsu barrier tore into the heart of the Arankar horde, mercilessly shredding their bodies apart. Ah! A piercing scream rang out. To the astonished eyes of Haribel and Neliel, Masatsuki Aozaki's super Ryatsu barrier crashed into the Arankars with overwhelming force. The Arankars crumpled like fragile paper, instantly shattered into countless pieces. Their broken bodies dissolved into fine reishi, dispersing into the air. Masatsuki Aozaki slowly withdrew his hand. Before him, only a vast sea of reishi remained. The battle had lasted less than a second, yet, in that fleeting moment, most of the Arankar army had been annihilated. Neliel's eyes widened in disbelief. As a Vasto lord, she had witnessed many battles between Shinigami. But a Shinigami as terrifyingly powerful as Masatsuki Aozaki. She had never encountered one before. From the Kido he used upon his arrival, she had already recognized his immense strength, far beyond that of an ordinary captain. Yet no matter how much she tried to imagine it, she never could have fathomed that his power had reached such an unfathomable level. These were hundreds of Ajuchas-class Arankars. They weren't just livestock waiting to be slaughtered. Each one possessed fearsome power, enough to make most Shinigami and Hollows tremble. Neliel stood frozen for several seconds before finally shaking her head with a wry smile. With a heavy sigh, she drove her lance into the ground. She had originally intended to step in and help, but in the end, Masatsuki Aozaki had finished the fight effortlessly, alone. For the longest time, Neliel had believed that, as a Vasto lord, she stood at the pinnacle of Hueco Mundo. One of the strongest beings in the world. But now, facing this undeniable reality, she understood. Even as a Vasto lord, she was still far from the true peak. Compared to these top-tier monsters, she was nothing. The realization left a bitter taste in her mouth. Not far away, Haribel watched Masatsuki Aozaki's effortless victory, a flicker of doubt crossing her eyes. The ones chasing them down weren't just Ajuchas-class Arankars. Two of Las Noche's strongest warriors had been hunting them as well. Yet now, only the Ajuchas had appeared. Something wasn't right. Could it be that, after witnessing Masatsuki-sama's power, they had fled? Seireitei running away wouldn't be surprising. But Baragon, so arrogant, so proud, would he really retreat? After wiping out the Arankars, Masatsuki Aozaki narrowed his eyes and scanned the battlefield. His gaze locked onto the horizon, where a group of surviving Arankars was desperately fleeing. There you are. Wait for me. As his words fell, a worried voice called out. Masatsuki-sama, that's the direction of Las Noches. Seireitei and Baragon might both be there. I know. I'm going to find them. They've become Arankars just like me. Their strength is terrifying. That place is too dangerous, let me go with you, Haribel said urgently. No need, Masatsuki Aozaki replied with a light chuckle. Take this new friend to the stronghold. The next battle isn't something you can take part in. Go back and regroup with Ulquiorra and the others. Chapter 252, Stylish Male Squad. A full moon hung high in the sky, like a luminous pearl, casting its silvery glow over the silent expanse of Las Noches. Once a mere pile of ruins, the palace had been reconstructed with massive white stone, standing tall beneath the moon's radiance. Together, they formed an eerie yet majestic sight in Hueco Mundo. A faint rustling echoed through the sea of sand. A figure streaked across the desert like a bolt of lightning. He did not pause, nor did he spare a glance at the breathtaking scenery before him. Driven solely by his keen spiritual senses, he pressed forward. Ahead, a fully restored Las Noches came into view. Its dome, a flawless arc, stretched over the palace, enclosing it entirely. The towering white stone walls exuded a solemn and imposing presence, while low-ranked Arankars in white robes combed the desert, searching for something. Masatsuki Aozaki paid them no mind. Like a ghost, his figure flickered past, silent and swift. In the blink of an eye, he had already stepped inside Las Noches. Within the palace, an intricate labyrinth of structures unfolded before him, an architectural masterpiece brimming with a futuristic aesthetic, as though plucked from another era. Its unique design was almost mesmerizing, a stark contrast to what one might expect. This is nothing like the ruins Haribel and the others described. Aizen's sense of aesthetics is still as impeccable as ever. Masatsuki Aozaki muttered the words softly, genuine admiration lacing his tone. Even the white robes worn by his Arrancar subordinates were modeled after the designs from the time Aizen ruled Las Noches. They were likely moments away from a battle to the death, yet Masatsuki Aozaki couldn't deny that Aizen had an eye for elegance. Refocusing his thoughts, Masatsuki Aozaki took advantage of his march to calculate his odds of victory. After absorbing the Soul King's kidney, my abilities have far surpassed what should be possible at my Ryatsu level. Within my tier, there is no one who can rival me. His fingers, resting on the hilt of his sword, slowly tightened and relaxed, an unconscious motion, as if awakening every muscle in his body while mentally running through every possible scenario. If his strength was overwhelming enough, then any form of trickery would become meaningless. More importantly, raw power wasn't his only advantage. After fusing with the Soul King's right arm, I gained the ability to foresee the future. No matter what schemes or plots Aizen has in store, I will remain undefeated. And besides, I'm not without my own tricks. You're not the only one who can play the long game, Aizen. Summing everything up, Masatsuki Aozaki was certain there was no chance he would lose. Now, give me something worth my time. A grin stretched across his face, revealing a set of sharp white teeth. He was in complete control. And he could hardly wait to see what kind of spectacle Aizen would put on for him. Be on alert. He's here. A low voice sounded beside the throne. Kaname Tozen straightened slightly, the hem of his white robe fluttering in the night breeze. A scoff of disdain echoed through the chamber. Standing beside the throne, along with Tozen and Koga Kuchiki, were two more figures. One was an elderly man with long white hair, a bone-white crown resting upon his head. The other was a young man with flowing pink hair. Aizen-sama, is it really necessary to go to such lengths just to deal with a single Shinigami? The man with long pink hair asked, his expression tinged with doubt. Sosuke Aizen gave a faint smile, casually removing his glasses and sweeping his hair back, exuding a confidence that was both effortless and sharp-edged. He replied in a calm voice, Sailaporo, never underestimate the Shinigami. He is the key figure in my plan, the greatest obstacle standing between me and everything I wish to achieve. Koga Kuchiki clearly heard the mocking chuckle of the elderly man beside him, stirring a hint of unease in his heart. He, too, found the situation puzzling. In this room stood Aizen, the undisputed pinnacle of Shinigami, alongside two of Hueco Mundo's strongest warriors. Add to that Kaname Tozen and himself, both captain-class fighters. With such an overwhelming lineup, even someone as formidable as Masatsuki Aozaki, a man capable of annihilating the entire Tsuneyashiro clan, should have no chance of survival. Logic dictated that he was already as good as dead. Yet, the white-haired old man scoffed in disdain. Humph. Just another Shinigami. If he dares to stand before me, I'll personally cleave him in two. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Aizen, his body radiating an intense killing intent, as if he could barely restrain himself from striking down this so-called intruder. Aizen let out a light chuckle. It was obvious the hostility was directed at him. But he didn't care in the slightest. He ruled this palace now. The former king of Hueco Mundo had no choice but to bow before his strength. The Arrancar below, hearing Barragan's words, erupted in excitement, their fighting spirit surging. They were eager, itching to rush forward and slaughter the enemy. Kaname Tozen observed the scene with satisfaction. Had Aizen-sama not given direct orders, he would have already led this force, along with two Vasto Lord-class Arrancar, to intercept the intruder. That thought prompted him to glance sideways, his unseen eyes beneath his dark glasses seeming to fix on the noble son-in-law. Yet, the men remained silent. Tozen gave a quiet scoff before turning away, unwilling to waste another thought on him. Koga Kuchiki had always been rash and impulsive. Yet, in this moment, he was uncharacteristically quiet. Was it hesitation? The tension in the room was palpable. Everyone was on edge, ready to strike. A fierce battle loomed just beyond the horizon. The only sounds that filled the vast chamber were soft, measured breaths. No one spoke. They simply stood there, waiting for the inevitable moment to arrive. 2 seconds passed. At last, a shadow appeared at the grand entrance. Masatsuki Aozaki pushed the doors open with ease, his gaze sweeping over the Arrancar who had turned to face him. He absently scratched his head, as if unfazed by the growing hostility in the air. Far in the distance, seated upon a throne, was a man. Aizen looked down at Masatsuki Aozaki from above. Gone was the gentle facade. The arrogance, the razor-sharp presence he had hidden for so long now surged outward like a tidal wave, suffocating and undeniable. Even at 100 meters away, Masatsuki Aozaki could feel the sheer force of it. Beside Aizen stood 4 figures. To his left, Kanami Tozen. To his right, Koga Kuchiki. On the steps below them, 2 more Arankar stood watch. One, a pink-haired man, idly ran his fingers along the hilt of his Zanpakutō. The other, an elderly Arankar, rested both hands on a massive axe, his gaze distant yet piercing. All 5 of them had their eyes locked onto Masatsuki Aozaki. Their stance, their presence, it was dramatic, imposing. If someone didn't know better, they might mistake them for some kind of elite fashion model group. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 253, Chapter 253, It's All Your Fault. Masatsuki, long time no see. Sosuke Aizen rose from his throne, took a few steps forward, and stood at the top of the steps, gazing down at his former right-hand man. His voice was soft, almost casual. Oh my, what's this, Aizen-sama? You even changed your hairstyle. I must say, this new look is much more stylish than before. Masatsuki Aozaki waved his hand teasingly as he looked at the smiling Aizen in the distance. But honestly, I thought you called me here for a fair duel. Turns out, there are so many people waiting for me instead. With Aizen's strength, taking down Haribel and the others would have been effortless. Yet, he deliberately gave them the chance to call for help, making it clear that his true target was Masatsuki. This is just a little entertainment. If you can't even handle this trash, what makes you think you're qualified to stand on the same level as me? Aizen let out a light chuckle, spreading his arms as he spoke slowly and deliberately. He paid no mind to the ugly expression on Baragon's face. Humph, it seems you still don't understand my strength. Aren't you afraid I'll call my master over? Masatsuki Aozaki smirked and looked up, his gaze locking onto the Siros fired by the Arankars. Seeing his indifferent attitude, Baragon only sneered. A simultaneous release of Siros from so many Ajuchus-class Arankars had enough power to instantly kill an ordinary captain-class Shinigami. Did this insignificant Shinigami really think everyone was a monster like Aizen? Huh? Under Baragon's astonished gaze, Masatsuki Aozaki didn't flinch or dodge as the barrage of Siros came at him. A glowing green reishi barrier materialized before him, effortlessly blocking the attacks. El Escudo. You really pulled it off. On the throne, aside from Aizen, the other 4 narrowed their eyes. They had seen this ability before, but its original wielder was not Masatsuki Aozaki. Quite a crowd. But you're not the only one who can call for backup. Masatsuki Aozaki smiled faintly. With a casual wave of his hand, a fiery red figure emerged behind him. I'll leave it to you. His tone was calm and unconcerned. The woman in the red kimono nodded. In an instant, her Zanpakutō radiated a fierce and overwhelming presence. Ryujin Jaka leaped into the air and charged forward. With each step, she covered several meters with ease. Her expression was light, almost playful, as she swung her Zanpakutō with effortless grace, like a dancer performing an ancient ritual. Boom. Scarlet flames coiled around her blade, their heat distorting the very air. Ryujin Jaka frowned slightly, and in an instant, the temperature plummeted. She vaulted into the air and landed right in the midst of the Arankars. By the time her feet touched the ground, her flaming longsword had already pierced deep into the earth before her. Anetsu Jigaku, hell of scorching flames. The ground erupted as pillars of fire burst forth, engulfing the Arankars along with their Zanpakutō. Their He arrow, strong enough to withstand Zanpakutō strikes, crumbled into ash in an instant. What kind of ability is that? Seireitei exclaimed, his gaze fixed on the woman who burned as brightly as the sun. She had appeared out of nowhere. Masatsuki Aozaki, I will kill you. Baragon raised his battle axe and roared in fury. These Arankars were once his subordinates. They used to address him as, Your Majesty. How many would survive this battle? Sensing the overwhelming threat, they immediately chose to release their Zanpakutō. Sip, for Nicaras. Rot, arrogant. With 2 low growls, Seireitei's lower body morphed into writhing tentacles, while 4 wings sprouted from his back. Baragon, on the other hand, transformed into a skeletal form. Seeing this, Kanami Tozen and Koga Kuchiki also drew their Zanpakutō. With a blur of movement, Masatsuki Aozaki appeared atop the steps leading to the king's throne, completely ignoring the guards below who attempted to block him. As a Shinigami in the 3rd fusion state of the Hogyoku, even the most powerful Shinigami or Hollow could barely last a few moves against him without a unique ability. These small fry weren't even worth his attention. Boom. Seireitei and Baragon's heads were slammed into the ground, the sheer force distorting their features. Baragon, in particular, was in a dire state, cracks spread across his skeletal head, making it look as if it could shatter at any moment, like brittle porcelain. So, your Respira is useless. Everything around Baragon continued to decay, yet as he pressed his hands to the ground, struggling to rise, he found it futile. The power he prided himself on, the ability to rot and age anything it touched, had absolutely no effect. He hadn't even managed to decay a single hair on Masatsuki. This was the third person to completely resist his respira. The first two were Sosuke Aizen and Seireitei. Aging and decay had been his absolute power ever since he became an Arankar. Only those two had ever nullified it through sheer Ryatsu, and now a third had appeared. The humiliation burned deep. As a ruler who had dominated Hueco Mundo for millennia, to be repeatedly disgraced like this. Your subordinates are too weak. Masatsuki Aozaki smiled, turning his gaze to the one man who had remained calm from start to finish. This is only the beginning. Aizen chuckled lightly, then turned to his side. Koga, this is a perfect opportunity. Won't you demonstrate your loyalty to me? Koga Kuchiki's expression was conflicted. Aizen's gaze locked onto him as he asked. Can you still turn back? Koga's face stiffened, and after a long pause, he let out a deep sigh. Masatsuki Aozaki shook his head, feigning disappointment. His expression was one of regret, yet the smile never left his face. Koga, I never thought you would truly betray us. If Jinri-sama and Lady Kuchiki knew, they'd be very disappointed, wouldn't they? They won't find out. Gritting his teeth, Koga raised a hand to his face and dragged his fingers downward. This is all your fault, Masatsuki Aozaki. You have power but refuse to. As he spoke, a white mask with curved horns suddenly appeared over his face. Oh. So he gave you hollow powers. Masatsuki Aozaki's eyes flickered with mild surprise as he looked at the familiar mask. That ability belonged to Ichigo Kurosaki, and now, it had fallen into Koga Kuchiki's hands. But you're as selfish as ever. I wasn't wrong about you. With a sudden burst of strength, Masatsuki crushed the heads of the two Arankars beneath his grasp. Maybe it's because I'm selfish too. To Masatsuki, the only one among them with any real value was Seireitei. But one ambitious, mad scientist was enough. Mayuri Kuratsuchi already filled that role. Seireitei wasn't the type to remain obedient. There was no reason to keep him alive. The moment Koga Kuchiki charged forward, Masatsuki Aozaki stood up. In the next instant, Masatsuki was behind him. When he reappeared, he was holding a severed head with a white, horned mask, its surface beginning to crumble. Koga's body, now missing its head, slumped to the ground. His movements were so swift that Koga hadn't even had time to scream. Feeling the sudden drop in Ryatsu, Kanami Tozen frowned. This man was even more ruthless than he had imagined. Many in the Seireitei knew that Masatsuki and Koga had been close friends. Yet, Masatsuki had killed him without hesitation, one clean strike, leaving no room for mercy. Masatsuki Aozaki smiled indifferently. He had always been good to those who treated him well. But betrayal? Betrayal meant death. There was no other ending. 40 chapters ahead. @Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 254, Chapter 254, The King and His Steed. That's quite ruthless, Masatsuki. Aizen gazed at the men before him, his expression unreadable. The blade in Masatsuki Aozaki's hand had cut down his former friend without the slightest hesitation. Aizen's eyes were unnervingly cold, as if he had long foreseen this outcome. But you don't seem as calm as you look. Masatsuki raised an eyebrow, his gaze falling on Aizen's body, which was gradually being enveloped in white Ryatsu. Aizen was evolving, proof that his heart was far less composed than his demeanor suggested. How interesting. You understand exactly what's happening to me. Aizen slowly lifted his hand, examining it closely, a hint of barely restrained excitement creeping into his voice. So, you really did complete that as well. No wonder Kyoka Soijetsu had no effect on you. It seems you've already reached the next stage of evolution. A faint smirk played on Aizen's lips, as if pleased by this revelation. Don't rely too much on cheap tricks like that. Masatsuki scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. The moment he stepped into the palace, he had sensed Aizen activating Kyoka Soijetsu in secret. But the sheer gap in their Ryatsu made it utterly irrelevant, he had simply chosen to ignore it. You've known about Kyoka Soijetsu's abilities and weaknesses for a long time, haven't you? Aizen suddenly smiled and slowly extended a hand toward Masatsuki. His voice carried an unmistakable note of satisfaction and admiration. Masatsuki, you truly are a man who can stand as my equal. I remember, you've never been fond of this world. You despise the way it is, don't you? So tell me, have you never considered changing it? Come. Stand by my side. With your strength and status now, you are more than worthy to walk alongside me. Together, we can create a new world, a better world. One that finally meets our expectations. Just like in the past, Aizen once again extended an olive branch, offering his invitation with sincere conviction. I don't really care about things like changing the world. Masatsuki smiled faintly and shook his head. But I do have a question for you. What is it? Aizen looked at Masatsuki in mild surprise. Clearly, he hadn't expected one of Seoul Society's highest-ranking nobles to so decisively acknowledge his ideals. Masatsuki lifted his Zanpakutō, Bansho Senrin, and stepped toward Aizen. Then, he asked, "Do you know the difference between a king and his mount?" At those words, Kaname Tozen's face darkened. But Aizen didn't seem insulted. Instead, he fell into deep thought. A strange silence settled over the scene. After a brief silence, Aizen spoke slowly. "You mean, domination and submission?" His voice was soft, yet it carried an indescribable coldness that sent chills down one's spine. "Exactly. There is only one throne in the heavens." Aizen nodded slightly. "If there can only be one king, then the other is destined to become nothing more than a steed, something to be ridden and controlled." A faint smirk tugged at the corner of his lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Let us see. Who will finally put an end to this unbearable vacancy upon the throne of the heavens? Who will truly stand at the pinnacle, Masatsuki Aozaki?" By the time he finished speaking, his voice had risen with intensity, and his presence surged dramatically. His eyes gleamed like a razor's edge, and his entire being radiated an overwhelming pressure, as if he had transformed into a sword so sharp that it could pierce through the heavens. Though Aizen said no more, the sheer force emanating from him made it difficult to breathe. As his words fell, a shadow descended from the sky, landing silently behind Kaname Tozen. The figure was small and slender, appearing fragile at first glance, yet it exuded an unfathomable aura. Below, Ryujin Jaka's flames raged, its inferno seemingly capable of reducing the world to ashes. But the moment this figure appeared, the fire was instantly extinguished, as if crushed beneath an unseen force. Masatsuki Aozaki glanced at Ryujin Jaka. She gripped her Zanpakutō tightly, a flicker of irritation flashing in her eyes. The newcomer was a male Arankar, no more than 1.6 meters tall. His hair burned with a vivid crimson, like flames frozen in motion, standing out strikingly. His hollow mask, incomplete and jagged, took the form of a demon's horn, covering only one side of his face. A distinct and unusual appearance. Yet, unlike most Arankars, his gaze was disturbingly vacant, hollow, soulless. His eyes lacked even a shred of emotion or thought, making one wonder if he was even capable of independent reasoning. The fire-devouring demon, Zieg Genora. Aizen's voice echoed, tinged with subtle pride. Upon hearing that name, you must have figured it out by now. His tone brimmed with confidence as he continued. That's right. In order to counter the immense heat-based Kido within your Zanpakutō, I specifically created Zieg. His ability is both unique and absolute, he suppresses the flames within your Zanpakutō. Aizen's words carried a deep satisfaction, as if admiring a masterpiece of his own creation. With Zieg's existence, Masatsuki Aozaki's abilities would be severely restricted. And combined with the power of the Hogyoku embedded in his chest, Aizen's odds of victory increased significantly. There was no way he would face Bansho Senrin unprepared. Among its many fearsome abilities, none were as devastating as its unrivaled mastery over flame-based Kido. Thus, through the power of the Hogyoku, he had created an Arankar for one sole purpose. The birth of Zieg Genora was meant to counter the flame properties of Bansho Senrin. However, the price of sealing that power came at a cost. Zieg had lost his voice, his awareness, his knowledge, and even his reasoning. Yet despite this, he still possessed formidable combat abilities, strong enough to momentarily hold his own against Baragon. Fire-devouring demon. Masatsuki Aozaki tilted his head slightly. Wasn't this the same tactic used against the old men? And now, Aizen wanted to try it on him. Did he actually think this thing could engage him in close combat? Did he think it even qualified? Aizen, you must be underestimating me. Masatsuki shot forward at astonishing speed. Like a meteor streaking across the sky, he left behind countless afterimages, as if tearing through space itself. You don't actually think I still rely on that kind of power, do you? With a sharp exhale, the blade in Masatsuki's hand shimmered with a deadly cold light. Like a crescent moon hanging in the darkened sky, it radiated a chilling, murderous intent. In the blink of an eye, the slash fell. The so-called fire-devouring demon didn't even last half a second before the blade's light sliced through him, splitting him cleanly in two from head to toe. Blood splattered in every direction. The air grew thick with the stench of death. Impossible. Aizen's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He had to admit, he had underestimated Masatsuki Aozaki's strength. Of course, he had never intended for Zieg to fight Masatsuki alone. His original plan had been for Zieg to neutralize Bansho Senrin's fire-based Kido, giving Aizen the perfect opening to engage Masatsuki directly. But against that attack just now, even he hadn't been able to react in time. Chapter 255, The Final Evolution. Just as Aizen reeled in shock, Masatsuki Aozaki's figure vanished like a phantom, disappearing in an instant. A moment later, he reappeared, seemingly passing right through Aizen as if he had teleported. Jikaku Enjo. Masatsuki murmured softly, and his Zanpakutō shone with a blinding light. Apologies, but I've already cut you. As his words fell, his Zanpakutō slid smoothly back into its sheath. The motion was fluid, effortless, without even a hint of hesitation. A moment later, a charred wound suddenly appeared on Aizen's body. It was a faint, almost imperceptible slash, so fine that, without careful inspection, it would have been nearly impossible to notice. And yet, that seemingly insignificant cut sent a wave of unprecedented fear surging through Aizen. Even with the heightened perception of his second fusion state, he had been completely unable to track the attack. Masatsuki, you. The mask on Aizen's face suddenly shattered, revealing an expression of utter disbelief. He stared down at the flickering flame spreading across his body, his face frozen in shock. He could feel pain. He had been cut. And worse, he hadn't even been able to react before it happened. But, how? How was that possible? At that moment, a massive pillar of fire erupted from Aizen's body, surging skyward as if it intended to set the entire world ablaze. So powerful. Aizen-sama has been killed. How is this possible? The Eren cars beneath the throne froze in stunned silence, their movements coming to an abrupt halt as they stared, dumbfounded, at the scene unfolding before them. Among them, Noitra and Charlotte, both high-ranking Eren cars, were even more shaken. As former attendants of Baragon, they understood better than anyone just how overwhelmingly powerful Aizen was. This was the man who had single-handedly subdued both Baragon and Seireitei through sheer strength. Yet now, this nearly invincible existence had been slain in a single strike by that young man. Damn it. Charlotte collapsed to his knees at the base of the throne steps, clenching his fists in frustration. His resentment wasn't for Aizen, it was for Baragon, the king he had loyally served. He had witnessed Masatsuki Aozaki effortlessly crush Baragon's skull with his bare hands. And now, Aizen had fallen as well. Who was left to avenge his king? The battle was decided in an instant. Noitra muttered in disbelief. This guy is terrifying. Makes me want to fight him myself. He had expected a drawn-out clash, a battle worthy of someone Aizen had deemed important. In his mind, the moment these two men faced off, an earth-shattering fight should have erupted, a prolonged, breathtaking duel. Perhaps, in the end, Baragon could have seized the opportunity to strike down Aizen while both warriors lay battered and broken, reclaiming his throne. But the reality? Baragon was dead. Aizen was dead. And it had all ended in an instant. Noitra, it's far too soon to be talking about victory or defeat. Just as Noitra stared in shock, Aizen's voice rang out once more. From within the raging inferno, he emerged, his body twisted into an unnatural posture, completely shrouded in black, as he slowly clawed his way out. Incredibly, he was still alive. His resilience was nothing short of monstrous. Not only that, but the cocoon-like shell encasing his head had begun to peel away. Crack! In the blink of an eye, countless fractures spread across Aizen's face. Then, the hardened shell, once as unyielding as steel, crumbled like fragile porcelain, scattering into dust. The chrysalis phase had ended. A monstrous Reiatsu erupted like a tsunami, sweeping in all directions. The sheer magnitude of it was suffocating, so overwhelming that everyone present felt an unprecedented sense of impending death. But the difference between their levels was simply too vast. Their bodies, unable to process the sheer scale of Aizen's Reiatsu, instinctively shut down their senses, rendering them numb to the crushing force that should have reduced them to nothing. Aizen's eyes gleamed with exhilaration. Panting heavily, he slowly straightened himself. He could feel it. His power was undergoing a complete metamorphosis. His Reiatsu surged upward, climbing at an unprecedented rate, without limit, without end. His very soul was reshaping itself, fusing and evolving in a way beyond comprehension, pushing him toward a higher plane of existence. The third fusion state, Hogyoku completion. How can this be? The stunned voice broke the eerie silence. It came from Aizen himself. Lowering his gaze, he looked down at his chest. The once flawless Hogyoku was now covered in intricate fractures. He reached out, as if to touch it. But just as his fingers neared the surface, the entire gemstone shattered with a deafening crack. The fragments of the Hogyoku scattered in all directions, bursting apart like a beautiful yet tragic display of fireworks. For a moment, Aizen stood there in a daze, staring at the empty void in his chest. Then, after a long pause, he slowly raised a hand to his face. And began to laugh. A strange, eerie laugh that echoed through the battlefield. Has he lost his mind? Masatsuki Aozaki muttered to himself as he watched Aizen's crazed laughter. Tilting his head slightly, he studied his expression, searching for any hint of clarity behind that madness. He knew Aizen's potential was far from reaching its limit. In the original timeline, Aizen had ascended to a fifth stage of evolution. Yet here, the Hogyoku had collapsed at the third phase. Clearly, something had interfered. And Masatsuki knew exactly what that something was. It was him. From the moment Koga Kuchiki had informed him that Aizen was investigating him, Masatsuki had anticipated this confrontation. He knew Aizen was no fool. The moment the Shinigami Research and Development Institute was breached, and Mayuri Kuratsuchi's research stolen, his suspicions had been confirmed. But he had prepared for this long in advance. While he wasn't an expert in scientific research, Masatsuki had been involved in more than a few experimental projects. And with Mayuri's help, it hadn't been difficult to make a few modifications along the way. He had let Aizen take the research freely. Placed it right in the open, practically inviting him to steal it. And so, the moment Aizen used it, his Hogyoku would be flawed from the very start. Ha 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 ha. I understand now. Still laughing, Aizen slowly removed what remained of the mask on his face. Then, he turned to Masatsuki and flashed what appeared to be a genuine smile. Masatsuki, I really must thank you. Without you, I wouldn't have reached this point. Letting you live was the right decision after all. His voice was calm, almost warm. Yet beneath it lurked something unreadable. Before the words had even finished leaving his lips, Aizen vanished. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared directly in front of Masatsuki. His blade flashed, striking down with terrifying force, aimed straight at his opponent. Sparks exploded on impact, dazzling and blinding. The ground beneath them split apart. And even the sky itself was torn open. That sword pressure. Charlotte and Neutra sucked in sharp breaths, their pupils contracting in unison. As a Jutsus-class Erinkars, they had encountered plenty of powerful Shinigami before. They had witnessed all kinds of Ryatsu, felt the weight of a captain's blade firsthand. But this was on an entirely different level. This was not something mortal hands should be capable of wielding. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 256, Chapter 256, A Higher Dimension. Finally, the chance to avenge His Majesty Baragon has arrived. Can that guy withstand such a terrifying blow? Charlotte and Neutra, each harboring their own thoughts, turned their gazes to the center of the explosion caused by the sword pressure. A subtle gleam flickered in their eyes. Look, Masatsuki, this is my true strength. You were far too arrogant. Aizen wore a satisfied smile, leisurely gazing at the severed sky and earth before him. Even without releasing his Zanpakutō, he had unleashed such devastating destruction. This power had already surpassed Captain Commander Yamamoto. Of course, it still couldn't compare to Ryujin Jaka, but that was irrelevant. He would become a being that stood alongside the gods. Masatsuki, I doubt you've ever witnessed power like this. Your weak imagination limits your understanding. He suddenly ran a hand through his hair, smoothing the longer strands, his tone carrying a trace of disappointment. I was ready to hear you sing my praises and declare me king, but it seems I won't get that chance. There's still a chance, but I'd rather hear you sing my praises instead. A familiar voice cut through the smoke. Honestly, I'm kinda jealous of your Bankai ability, hairspray hand. My hair's too soft, I can't switch up my style as easily as you do. As the smoke cleared, a familiar figure emerged, causing Aizen's eyes to widen in shock. There, standing firmly in place, was Masatsuki Aozaki. The sword pressure that had cleaved the sky and earth was crumbling in his hands. He just crushed that sword pressure with his bare hands. Charlotte's eyes widened in disbelief, his body trembling unconsciously. Aizen was even more shaken. His sword pressure, caught by hand. Masatsuki Aozaki had taken the full brunt of his attack after entering his third fusion state and stopped it outright. This sword pressure's Ryatsu far surpassed the level of any Shinigami. Even the most powerful captain-level Shinigami, even those who had broken past the limits of their kind and mastered holification. Against this overwhelming force, they would be nothing more than ants, crushed effortlessly. Yet Masatsuki Aozaki had blocked it with his body alone. How was this possible? Aizen swallowed hard, an unfamiliar sensation creeping over him. It was as if Masatsuki Aozaki had transcended the limits of existence itself. He had the distinct feeling that Masatsuki Aozaki stood high above him, gazing down like a god looking upon a mere mortal. No. This couldn't be real. It had to be an illusion. You should already understand why this is happening, shouldn't you? Masatsuki Aozaki casually crushed the remnants of the sword pressure in his palm. A faint trace of green Ryatsu flickered before vanishing completely. Aizen's expression stiffened. Masatsuki Aozaki smiled faintly and spoke softly. It's potential. You should know that the Hogyoku's true power is guiding potential. Our evolution is built entirely upon that foundation. You're saying that your potential exceeds mine, so your power surpasses mine. Aizen stood frozen, as if his very soul had been shaken, his head lowering slightly. He had once rejoiced at finding a being on equal footing, only to realize now that he was the one who wasn't worthy. How could this be? What a joke. Aizen let out a quiet, self-mocking laugh. Have you figured it out? Masatsuki Aozaki asked. In truth, it was only after witnessing your evolution that I finally confirmed it. The same evolution, but I stand at a higher dimension. And I can reach even higher. The moment he finished speaking, pure white Ryatsu erupted from Masatsuki Aozaki's body. It was almost tangible, like a shimmering silver veil draping over him. Then, the Ryatsu began to shift and morph continuously until it transformed into an endless, breathtaking spectacle. Accompanied by an ethereal, melodic resonance, the magnificent scene unfolded before everyone's eyes, like a grand and vivid tapestry unfurling across the heavens. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky seemed to be torn apart by invisible, colossal hands. And in the presence of this realm, like the very birthplace of the world itself, all living beings instinctively bowed in awe and reverence. The remaining Arankars, once arrogant and unruly, had long since lost their bravado. Faced with such an overwhelming sight, they couldn't even muster the emotions of shock or fear. Their minds had simply stopped functioning. The spirits howled, and even their souls trembled. Notorious struggled with all his might to move, but his efforts were utterly in vain. Before an existence that transcended dimensions, a being like a god descending from the heavens, resistance was meaningless. At that moment, a clear and almost cheerful voice rang in Noitra's ears. All right, looks like this farce has gone on long enough. Go on and join the others down below. They've been waiting for you. Yet, the moment he heard that voice, Noitra's pupils shrank to pinpricks. That voice, it was familiar. It sounded just like the woman who had been slaughtering them earlier. That woman, she was terrifying. How could she remain completely unaffected in this situation? He would never find out. A sharp pain flared in his neck, and then his vision tilted as the world around him began to fall away. Impossible. Aizen suddenly let out a crazed roar, wildly swinging his blade. Masatsuki, how is this possible? But before he could finish, his vision blurred. Masatsuki Aozaki vanished like a phantom, disappearing from sight in an instant. Aizen frantically glanced around, but there was nothing, just an all-consuming sense of impending doom creeping into his heart. Without the Hogyoku, this fear could no longer push him to evolve. Instinctively, Aizen raised Kyoka Suigetsu in front of him, seeking protection. After all his years as a Shinigami, the only thing that offered him any sense of security now was the very Zanpakutō he had never trusted. And yet, Aizen's eyes widened in shock as he felt it. First, a sudden loss of control. Then, an overwhelming force struck his arm, robbing it of all sensation. A broken sword spun through the air, catching the moonlight before reflecting its glow onto his stunned face. Kyoka Suigetsu, severed. Before he could react, an unimaginable force slammed into him, sending him hurtling backward like a cannonball. He skidded across the ground like a discarded marble in a child's game, crashing down, bouncing up, then crashing again, over and over. Under the weight of absolute power, he was completely powerless, helplessly tossed through the battlefield. In an instant, Masatsuki Aozaki moved. Using the Shinsaku movement technique, he closed the distance in an instant. Blade flashes filled the sky, an endless cascade of lethal brilliance. Blood splattered. Bones shattered. Organs ruptured. His flesh was even scorched by the searing heat of the sun itself. Every strike was a death blow, relentless and merciless, turning the surrounding landscape into nothing but ruin. Yet, despite the unrelenting destruction, Aizen's body continued to regenerate. 40 chapters ahead. /Pinksnake. Chapter 257, Chapter 257, Standing at the Summit. Amidst the swirling dust, a powerful storm of Ryatsu suddenly erupted, tearing through the thick smoke like a raging gale. Aizen's figure re-emerged. What was shocking, however, was the state he was in. Nearly half of his body was shattered and mangled beyond recognition. The arrogance he once displayed after his evolution had completely vanished. Instead, his face was blank with numbness, the aftermath of his grievous injuries. To Masatsuki Aozaki, he looked like a broken toy that had been played with too roughly. I can't believe it. I can't believe you've pushed me this far. Clutching his chest, Aizen struggled with all his might to stand. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he simply couldn't complete this basic action. Was it over? Had he already lost? Sosuke, my loyal steed, are you still alive? You weren't moving just now, I almost thought you were dead. Masatsuki Aozaki sat beside him in a relaxed manner, propping his chin on one hand as he chuckled softly. Aizen shot him a sharp glare but remained silent. Even though he had lost this battle, meaning he was now in the position of the so-called mount in their dynamic of king and steed, Masatsuki's words still sounded bizarre. Then again, this guy had always had a habit of saying strange things. And he was just as infuriating as ever. Aizen's mouth twitched. He nearly passed out, not from his injuries, but from sheer frustration. In the past, when he heard remarks like this, he would get irritated. But to maintain his image as the esteemed Aizen-sama, he would always respond with a composed smile. Now, though, he no longer cared to keep up the act. You possess such overwhelming power, yet you willingly keep it hidden. I truly underestimated you, Masatsuki. Aizen gritted his teeth, forcing each word out as he fixed his gaze on Masatsuki Aozaki, attempting once more to rise. But his ravaged body refused to obey. It was as if the sheer weight of his existence was pressing down on him, making even the act of standing impossible. In truth, his body had already been pushed to its limit. The injuries he had sustained were reaching the point where even his formidable regenerative abilities could no longer keep up. This wasn't his fifth fusion state, only his third. While his recovery had been greatly enhanced, he had yet to achieve true immortality. Masatsuki Aozaki scratched his head nonchalantly and said with a modest smile. My current strength still isn't strong enough. Naturally, I can't afford to be too arrogant. To most people, his power would seem absolute, invincible. But in the world of Bleach, there were plenty of beings who defied conventional logic. Ichibe Hyasub, Yawatch, monsters who played with the very fabric of existence itself. No matter how strong one's Ryatsu was, brute force alone would never be enough to challenge beings like them. Are you still not satisfied with such terrifying power? You really are insatiable. A strange glint flickered in Aizen's eyes. He exhaled slowly, the lingering scent of blood still in the air, as he gazed at Masatsuki Aozaki. It seems the world is full of surprises, far from the dull, predictable place I once thought it to be. I believed I had everything under control, yet now I see that you were the one hiding the deepest. Masatsuki Aozaki, beneath that carefree facade of yours, just how terrifying are the ambitions and desires you keep buried? Aizen murmured softly, his piercing gaze fixed on the men before him. At that moment, a wave of complex emotion surged within him. A sense of recognition toward Masatsuki Aozaki, coupled with a quiet satisfaction that his initial judgment had been correct. Masatsuki, as expected, you're just like me, a unique existence. But you are even lonelier than I am. Aizen's lips curled into a faint smirk, a trace of amusement flickering in his eyes. Deep within his heart, Aizen had always harbored two desires. The first was to reshape this world, one that had long since rotted away. He was simply too perceptive, too intelligent. He had seen through too many of its truths. And what he saw disgusted him. This world, teeming with corruption and decay, was unworthy of his respect. The second was to find someone like himself. His talents were too great, his mind too sharp. No one had ever stood at his level. He was a man who thought too much, and in time, he had begun to question his very existence as a Shinigami. For years, he had searched for another who could understand him. Someone just as different as he was. Only then could he prove, to himself, to the universe, that he was not alone. That he was not some anomaly, an aberration in this world. For as long as he could remember, he had felt utterly alone. No one could keep up with him. No one could grasp the depths of his mind, his ambitions. But then, he met Masatsuki Aozaki. And suddenly, that feeling began to shift. Masatsuki Aozaki possessed extraordinary talent, an unfathomable ambition. And in that moment, Aizen realized, this man was his equal. What do you plan to do next? Aizen asked. Kill me. I should still be a threat to you, shouldn't I? After all, I know too much about you. At his words, Masatsuki Aozaki simply waved a hand, a smile playing on his lips. Do you remember when we first met? He asked. You didn't kill me back then. So today, I'll return the favor. Aizen blinked. His mind drifted back to the past. Their first encounter had been on a quiet night in the Kagurashi district of East Rakangai. The moonlight had cascaded down like flowing water, illuminating the lake's surface in rippling silver. He had stood above, looking down at the men seated on the grass, a man with the potential of a Shinigami. Slowly, he had extended his hand. His target had been the man's soul. The man had appeared flustered, his expression exaggerated, so much so that even a casual observer could tell he was overacting. And yet, his eyes had been unnaturally calm. Like a poor actor following a script, playing a role with deliberate care. The contradiction intrigued Aizen. It stirred something deep within him. Almost instantly, he had reached a conclusion. This man did not value his own life. It was madness, born not from recklessness, but from fear. A fear that mirrored his own. Aizen had recognized it immediately. Masatsuki Aozaki did not belong to this world. But at the time, there had been nothing overtly special about him. Why, then, had Aizen felt so drawn to him? He hadn't understood. And yet, with nothing but a single glance, he had made his decision. He had let the man live. Taken him under his wing. Even now, Aizen wasn't certain if he regretted that choice. He let out a quiet sigh, shaking his head in resignation. Masatsuki Aozaki chuckled, his tone almost nostalgic, like an old friend speaking from the heart. Sosuke, have you forgotten your grand ideals? Have you given up on changing the world? I will claim the supreme throne. That is my path. But truth be told, ruling from the top isn't my forte. So when the time comes, you can handle the rest. Let's create a world we both find beautiful. How about that? Masatsuki Aozaki returned the olive branch that Aizen had once extended to him. Aizen remained silent for a long time. Then, instead of answering, he lifted his head and asked, Masatsuki, do you still feel lonely? Not often, Masatsuki replied. But when I sleep alone, sometimes the bed feels a little empty. It's different from before, though. At the very least, it doesn't scare me anymore. He gave a slight shake of his head, his voice calm. And you? I don't seem to feel it anymore either, Aizen murmured. His breath was long and steady, his voice so quiet it was almost lost to the wind. Chapter 258, Happiness. Hueco Mundo, Las Noches. In this silent land, silvery moonlight draped over every corner like a delicate veil. Yet, the sight before him was impossible to ignore. Countless collapsed and shattered walls stood as grim reminders of an intense and brutal war. Scorch marks left by the fire of the sun, along with the lingering impact of Siro and Kido, were scattered throughout the ruins. These remnants bore witness to a battle that shook the very foundations of this palace and hinted at the trials it had endured. Kanami Tozen led a large number of Ajuchas and Arankar, including Haribel and Ulquiorra, in the restoration of Las Noches. Their figures moved busily through the vast halls and courtyards, working tirelessly to return the once glorious palace to its former splendor. From a room in a damaged tower, Sosuke Aizen stood in silence, his gaze fixed out the window. Below, Masatsuki Aozaki was openly flirting with a female Arankar, drawing curious glances from those around them. Watching the scene unfold, Aizen couldn't help but be overcome with complex emotions. Just a few days ago, he had fought a life-and-death battle against that man. Now, not only had he relinquished the palace he had so briefly ruled, but he had also become Masatsuki Aozaki's so-called companion. Yet, Aizen did not feel particularly resentful about this arrangement. After all, they were the same kind. And Aizen had always been tolerant of his own kind. However, Masatsuki Aozaki's theory of the king and his mount lingered in his mind, drawing an involuntary sigh from his lips. That analogy left him with an inexplicable sense of helplessness and frustration. A relationship of dominance and submission, there was nothing unusual about that. He was the defeated, and Masatsuki Aozaki was the undisputed victor. But still, to think that men had so quickly reached his level, surpassed him, it was difficult to accept. Was his own potential truly inferior to Masatsuki Aozaki's? Aizen let out another quiet sigh. So, in the end, the one who truly doesn't deserve to feel lonely, is me. Masatsuki Aozaki. That name was now seared into his soul, impossible to erase. After the failure of his greatest power, the Hogyoku, he had finally chosen to concede. If this had been the past, he would have rather died than live under the humiliating title of companion. But now, he no longer had the courage to make that choice. Being alone, there was nothing worth holding on to. And yet, just days ago, he had come to a realization, he was not alone in this world. I can be greedy. I can fear death. The more he thought about it, the more it enraged him. Frustrated, Aizen simply lay down on his spacious bed and shut his eyes. For the first time in his life, he willingly chose to stop thinking. 1 week later, late at night, in the Las Noches Palace, the bedroom of the self-proclaimed king of Hueco Mundo, Masatsuki Aozaki. You want to get stronger? Masatsuki Aozaki raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised by Haribel's request. Haribel nodded, her face tinged with a faint blush. She knew exactly what it meant to be the king of Hueco Mundo. The Las Noches Palace has just changed hands, and everything is in disarray. You entrusted me with an important role, naming me the Queen of Hueco Mundo, but with my current strength, I fear I am unfit for the position. And yesterday, I heard from Sung-san and the others that Masatsuki-sama has a way to help us grow stronger. These past few days, I've indeed sensed their ryatsu rising. In order to fulfill the mission Masatsuki-sama has entrusted to me, I humbly ask you to help me strengthen myself. Hearing this, Masatsuki Aozaki nodded. The method Sung-san and the others spoke of naturally referred to the power born from his synergy with the Hogyoku, a force mysterious and immense, capable of unlocking potential and significantly boosting strength. Before attacking Las Noches, he had saved Haribel once again. Since their first prolonged separation, Masatsuki Aozaki had visited Hueco Mundo several times. However, each visit was brief, just enough to check in and maintain relationships, never long stays. Even so, their time together hadn't been short. Over the years, Sung-san and the others had come to see his true nature. Masatsuki Aozaki was, at heart, the same as them. That was why this time, they insisted on repaying their debt to him. Right now, Hueco Mundo was in a stage of rebuilding. As its ruler, Masatsuki Aozaki was determined to devote himself to its restoration. At first, he had tried every excuse to decline their enthusiasm. But in the end, he couldn't resist their persistence. Worn down by their relentless persuasion, he had no choice but to give in. He stifled a yawn. He hadn't shut his eyes in days. Of course, given his physical constitution, exhaustion was never an issue. It was simply a habit left over from his time as an ordinary human. Masatsuki Aozaki finally spoke. That's actually a special ability I possess, but the process might be a bit intrusive. A trace of helplessness colored his tone. Your special ability? Haribel looked up at him, a hint of confusion in her golden eyes. Will it trouble you? She had assumed it was some kind of technique, not something intrinsic to him. No. If anything, I quite enjoy doing this. Masatsuki Aozaki answered seriously. But I need you to confirm one last time, are you truly prepared for this? Once we start, there's no turning back. Haribel took a deep breath and nodded firmly. Do you think Haribel-sama will succeed? Apache asked, sprawled out on the bed. She probably will. After all, Masatsuki-sama likes Haribel-sama the most. Mila Rose crossed her long, toned legs, folding her arms in front of her chest, her healthy bronze skin accentuated by the movement. That's not what I'm worried about. When I went to see Masatsuki-sama, he hesitated for less than half a second. I'm afraid Haribel-sama might back out at the last moment. Apache scoffed. You know how Haribel-sama is. She keeps everything bottled up and never says what she's really thinking. Mila Rose paused, momentarily taken aback. She had nearly forgotten that about her. Should we go cheer her on? Mila Rose suggested. Cheer her on? Please, you just want an excuse to get involved. Apache rolled her eyes. As they chatted, the door swung open, and Sung-sun hurried inside, slightly out of breath. Well. Did Haribel-sama succeed? Mila Rose asked eagerly. Of course. With me handling things, how could it fail? Sung-sun confidently patted her not-so-prominent chest. Really? Apache asked skeptically. The way Sung-sun looked, it didn't seem like she was talking about Haribel-sama's success, it felt more like she was claiming victory herself. I'm serious. I waited outside for an hour, and once I heard the sounds, I left, Sung-sun replied. Mila Rose and Apache exchanged looks, then shot her a glare full of disdain. No wonder her face was flushed, so she had been entertaining herself before leaving. How unfair. She didn't even invite them. That was Masatsuki-sama and Haribel-sama. The two people they adored the most, together. Just imagining it was almost too much. 40 chapters ahead. P@Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 259, Chapter 259, You came to the wrong place. For a long time afterward, Masatsuki Aozaki continued his monotonous and uneventful routine. Each day was the same, either overseeing the Arrancar transformation process for the Minos of Hueco Mundo or indulging in leisurely affairs with the female Arrancar. Life was repetitive, dull to the extreme. In truth, there was little that required his attention. With Aizen, Kanami Tozen, and the Arrancar maintaining order, Hueco Mundo was practically at peace. Thanks to the relentless efforts of Aizen and the Arrancar, the reconstruction of Las Noches was progressing at an astonishing pace and was now nearing completion. Masatsuki Aozaki frequently wandered the construction site, offering unsolicited critiques and comments on the progress. On occasion, when the mood struck him, he would personally step in and make adjustments to certain designs. For instance, to commemorate his unrivaled achievement in unifying Hueco Mundo, he once ordered Aizen to construct two massive statues at the entrance of Las Noches, one on each side, each holding a sword pointed toward the sky, a grand display of his magnificence. Upon hearing this, Aizen was utterly speechless. Without hesitation, he flatly refused. Masatsuki Aozaki was undoubtedly a man of striking appearance, refined and charismatic in demeanor. It was clear that, like any ordinary person, he had an appreciation for aesthetics. Logically speaking, someone with such a sense of style shouldn't have such bizarre ideas about architecture. But considering his inherently unreliable personality, perhaps it wasn't so surprising after all. Of course, Aizen would never agree to build such statues, he had too much dignity to suffer that kind of humiliation. Time passed quickly, and before long, a year had gone by. Masatsuki Aozaki had now ruled over Las Noches for an entire year. And with nothing better to do, he and Aizen spent their time conducting experiments on Arrancar, expanding their forces. In theory, without the Hogyoku, Aizen should have lost the ability to create Arrancar. But after a year of self-study, he discovered that when the Hogyoku shattered, part of its power seemed to have fused with his body. Masatsuki Aozaki wasn't the least bit surprised. He knew that in the third fusion stage, the Hogyoku had already become an intrinsic part of its wielder. Simply put, Sosuke Aizen was now a walking, incomplete Hogyoku. With the Minos cooperating voluntarily, the experiments progressed in an orderly fashion. One after another, powerful Ajuchas queued up and entered the laboratory. A moth-like Minos stood outside, shifting nervously as she waited her turn. Ahead of her, a leopard-like Minos slowly stepped into the lab. She recognized him instantly. He was the one other Ajuchas mockingly called a hero. Though the title sounded like praise, it was, in truth, a sarcastic insult. On his very first day in Las Noches, this leopard-shaped Ajuchas, Grimjao Jaeger Jaquez, had foolishly attempted to challenge the ruler of Hueco Mundo. However, things had not gone as he had expected. Not only had he failed miserably, but he had also been utterly humiliated by that ruler's attendants, Loli and Minoli. And yet, instead of executing him, their supreme lord had shown unexpected generosity, granting him a chance to become stronger. The nickname, Hero, was nothing more than a cruel mockery, a reminder of his arrogance in challenging a power far beyond his reach. The moth-like Minos, however, had little interest in petty insults or name-calling. What truly caught her attention were the two attendants who had defeated Grimjao. Rumor had it that, before receiving their power boost, they had been nothing special among the Ajuchas. But after undergoing the process, they had effortlessly crushed one of the strongest Ajuchas-class Minos. The thought sent a thrill of anticipation through her. As a hollow, she craved that kind of power. She only hoped that once she completed her Arankar transformation, she would meet the expectations of their ruler. According to certain whispers, the method by which their ruler enhanced his Arankar was unconventional. And he was notoriously selective about whom he granted such power. As she pondered her uncertain fate, the doors to the laboratory slowly creaked open. A tall, blue-haired man with a broken mask emerged. A simple white cloth draped over his shoulders, and in his hand, he held a long sword. Ignoring the curious stares of those around him, he strode forward, exuding confidence. Next. Aizen stood in the doorway, adjusting his glasses before frowning. The moth-like Minos hurriedly flapped her wings and flew forward. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a dark-skinned man disposing of a corpse. After all, using the power of what was essentially a semi-complete Hogyoku to perform Arankarization still carried a risk of failure. Cautiously, she asked. Aizen-sama, is something wrong? For Ajuchas, their entire existence was a battle against degeneration. If they failed to grow stronger, sooner or later, they would regress into a lowly Jillian, losing all memories, all reason, with no hope of ever evolving again. This chance at Arankarization was hard-won. If she succeeded, she would never have to fear the looming threat of regression again. Surachi Sanderwichi? Aizen asked, glancing at a document. That's me, the moth-like Minos nodded eagerly. Female. Aizen asked for confirmation. That's right. You're in the wrong place, Aizen stated flatly, setting the document down. The Arankarization area for female hollows is on the other side. I know, but Aozaki-sama isn't here today. She responded quickly, as if afraid of being turned away. He's skipping out again. Aizen muttered to himself, clearly annoyed. That Masatsuki Aozaki, he said he was leaving the management to Aizen, yet he never lifted a finger. In the entire year they had ruled Hueco Mundo, Masatsuki Aozaki had only done one serious thing, Arankarizing the hollows. And even then, only the female Minos were left for him to handle. But knowing that guy, slacking off was to be expected. Aizen had been around him long enough to understand his habits all too well. There was no need to even guess, he was definitely off fooling around with an Arankar somewhere. Yesterday it was Haribel. Today, it was probably Neliel's turn. How did he know? Because Masatsuki Aozaki's schedule in Las Noches was arranged by none other than Aizen himself. Maybe I've been too lenient with him. He's really pushing his limits. Aizen sighed. After a year of being around him, he had come to realize something. Masatsuki Aozaki constantly preached about kings and their mounts, but he had never truly treated Aizen as a subordinate. Instead, he acted as if they were friends. That made things complicated. Having been defeated by Masatsuki Aozaki, Aizen had initially felt nothing but resentment. But as time passed, those feelings had grown strangely conflicted. At times, he even considered attempting to treat Masatsuki Aozaki as a friend in return. But he had never had a friend before. He had no idea how one was supposed to act in such a relationship. And that uncertainty was nothing short of frustrating. This was a challenge unlike any he had faced before. Then wait until tomorrow, Aizen said expressionlessly. However, before he could finish his thought, something caught his attention in the distance. His lips curled into a faint smirk. Looks like we won't have to wait after all. 40 chapters ahead. P@Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 260, Resolving the Problem. Surachi followed Aizen's gaze. A figure, roughly the size of 1.5 sheep, was charging toward them. Why 1.5? Because it was a person riding atop a half-human, half-goat creature. No. To be more precise, the ruler of Hueco Mundo was riding on the back of a Vasto Lord. The moth-like Ajuchas trembled instinctively. The impact of a Vasto Lord-class Resurrection Arrancar was something she, still an untransformed Ajuchas, had no hope of dodging. She could only squeeze her eyes shut and brace for the inevitable. But the expected pain never came. After a moment, she hesitantly cracked her eyes open. Masatsuki-sama, next time, please don't move around so much while I'm running. It's difficult to control my balance. The goat-like knight came to a steady halt in front of the moth Ajuchas, turning to address the men on her back. Hey, don't blame me for that. Masatsuki Aozaki withdrew his hands from where they had been gripping the knight's waist, scratching his head nonchalantly before hopping down from her back. Neliel's just too fast. If I don't hold onto something, I feel completely unsafe. Then, looking up, he spotted Aizen and grinned. Oh, Sosuke, you're here too. Looks like I made it just in time. With no hesitation, Masatsuki Aozaki casually slung an arm around Aizen's shoulders. Aizen's eye twitched slightly, but he didn't react beyond that. He simply handed over a document and said, "You arrived at the perfect time. Take this." Masatsuki Aozaki took the file, briefly scanning the familiar name before raising a brow in mild surprise. Seireitei. Why yes. The moth-like Ajuchas quickly responded. Good. Come with me. Masatsuki Aozaki nodded before glancing past her and calling out. The rest of the female hollows in line, come along too. And with that, Masatsuki Aozaki, Seireitei, and the goat-like knight led a group of peculiar-looking Minos away from Aizen's laboratory. Aizen, meanwhile, silently glanced at the shoulder Masatsuki had just draped an arm over. With a sigh of resignation, he exhaled deeply. A familiar voice spoke from behind. Aizen-sama. What is it, Tozen? The substitute in the world of the living has sent word. Regarding that matter, Captain Commander Yamamoto has summoned you to Soul Society to report. I understand. In another laboratory, Masatsuki Aozaki extended a hand toward Seireitei. The moment his long, slender fingers touched her forehead, a wave of warmth surged through her body. Then, suddenly, it felt as if a pair of enormous hands were kneading her entire form. She was being molded, compressed into a tight sphere, then reshaped into strange and shifting forms. It was as though her body was being torn apart. Yet there was no pain. On the contrary, an indescribable sense of euphoria washed over her. She was completely immersed in the sensation, lost in it for what felt like minutes. Finally, she became aware of his hand withdrawing, the warmth fading. She slowly opened her eyes. And in that instant, a rush of overwhelming power erupted from deep within her, surging like an unstoppable tide. It was immense, so immense she could barely contain it. Masatsuki Aozaki stood calmly before her, his gentle gaze shining with satisfaction. A sharp crack echoed through the air. The mask on Seireitei's face shattered. This is, me. Seireitei raised her slender hands and touched her face in disbelief. To her astonishment, the hard, white, bony mask that once covered her features was gone, replaced by soft, smooth skin. Just like the true Arrancar she had seen before. Her mask had shattered, revealing a human-like face. Her eyes widened with exhilaration as she took in her reflection, her fingers tracing her new features. A surge of overwhelming joy and relief flooded through her. She had finally escaped the looming fear of degeneration, she had been reborn, stronger than ever. And all of it was thanks to Masatsuki Aozaki. She had truly succeeded. Brimming with excitement, Seireitei turned toward the other two figures in the laboratory. Her voice trembled with emotion as she called out. Your Majesty Aozaki. Lady Neliel. I did it. Is this real? Have I really become an Arrancar? Masatsuki Aozaki narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint smile forming on his lips. With a calm but certain tone, he answered. Yes, Seireitei, you've succeeded. To emphasize his approval, he even gave a light clap, as if offering her encouragement. He had seen this reaction countless times before. Unless they were the coldest and most detached of Minos, those who completed their Arrancar transformation and regained their rationality always responded the same way, overcome with exhilaration at their newfound existence. Neliel, having reverted to her human form after her resurrection, stood with her arms crossed, watching Masatsuki Aozaki with a quiet smile. Another hollow had broken free of its restraints and rediscovered itself. That was always something worth celebrating. Masatsuki Aozaki studied Seireitei, his gaze thoughtful. He occasionally nodded, as if silently assessing something. After a moment, he finally broke the silence. Seireitei, do you see the door in the back? Go through it, and you'll find Loli and Minoli. They'll run some tests to help you better understand your newfound strength. Go on. Seireitei didn't hesitate. She nodded firmly, her voice brimming with determination. Yes, Your Majesty Aozaki. Anticipation and excitement filled her tone, she was eager to know just how powerful she had become. With clear instructions, she quickly turned and made her way toward the corner of the lab, her steps light yet resolute. But after only a few steps, she suddenly stopped. A flicker of hesitation crossed her face, as if she had just remembered something difficult to say. After a brief pause, she spoke cautiously. Your Majesty Aozaki, I know. Masatsuki Aozaki didn't seem the least bit surprised. He waved his hand dismissively and nodded. You want to get stronger, don't you? Come to my room tonight. For now, go see Loli and Minoli. It was almost predictable at this point. Nearly every female Minos that he had personally transformed into an Arrancar eventually asked this question. Most Minos never lost their insatiable desire for power. And then there were the few who simply coveted something else, his body. Masatsuki Aozaki had long since grown tired of hearing the same inquiries about methods to increase strength. But even so, he always made the effort to help them. After all, it wasn't as if he went through all this trouble for nothing. Some things just went without saying. Masatsuki Aozaki cast a glance at Neliel, thinking to himself. It's not like I'm doing this just to help them. Wouldn't it be much better to just laze around in bed all day, sleeping in with Neliel? So you really agree? Seireitei beamed with excitement, her expression lighting up. Yes, Your Majesty. I'll go right away. Masatsuki Aozaki watched her retreating figure, deep in thought. Chapter 261, Investigation complete. At that moment, Neliel pouted and silently watched Masatsuki Aozaki from behind. After seeing Seireitei off, Masatsuki Aozaki turned around, only to catch a glimpse of a green blur flashing past. In the next instant, Neliel shot forward with astonishing speed, leaving behind a clear afterimage before slamming straight into Masatsuki Aozaki's arms. A loud crash echoed through the room. Masatsuki Aozaki was sent flying. Masatsuki, you're too mean. A soft, sulky voice rang out as Neliel, her head still adorned with her goat-like mask, nuzzled against Masatsuki Aozaki's chest and whined playfully. She was so adorable that it nearly made his heart melt. Nell, get up first. Masatsuki Aozaki had been knocked back several meters, but to avoid wrecking Aizen's carefully designed laboratory, he used just enough strength to steady himself. Of course, Neliel hadn't reverted to her child form. And Nell was simply Masatsuki Aozaki's personal nickname for her, a name she absolutely adored. No way. Not until you pet my head. Neliel clung tightly to Masatsuki Aozaki's waist, refusing to let go. Masatsuki Aozaki could only sigh in exasperation. Faced with such an adorable demand, how could he possibly say no? With no other choice, he reached out and gently stroked her hair, savoring the silky smoothness beneath his fingertips. Neliel closed her eyes in pure bliss, letting out a soft hum, as if this was the most wonderful thing in the world. Despite looking every bit like a mature woman, she was acting like a spoiled child. This kind of contrast was undeniably charming. Masatsuki Aozaki couldn't help but smile at her. Back when they first met, Neliel had stood fearless against the Arrancar army, and without the events of the original story that turned her into a child, Masatsuki Aozaki had assumed she would be a cold and dignified figure. But after spending time with her, he realized that she was basically an enlarged version of Little Nell from the original story. Composed and dependable in battle, yet affectionate and clingy in private. It only proved that a person's true nature rarely changes. Looking at Neliel's radiant smile, Masatsuki Aozaki's expression unconsciously softened. In truth, it wasn't Neliel who usually assisted him with the Arrancar experiments, it was Sung-sun. If Neliel were involved, nothing would ever get done. She was responsible for the defense of Las Noches, but since she happened to be free today and wanted to spend time with Masatsuki Aozaki, he had brought her along. Thinking of this, Masatsuki Aozaki suddenly asked. Have those two been found? Those two? Neliel tilted her head. The two Arrancars who don't belong to Las Noches, Masatsuki Aozaki reminded her. Oh, them. We've launched a thorough search across Hueco Mundo and have found some clues, Neliel said, wrapping her arms around Masatsuki Aozaki's neck. But, are you sure they even exist? Hollows evolving into Arrancars purely through their own power. You don't believe me? Of course not. I trust Masatsuki the most. Neliel shook her head. I'll have my people keep searching. In the Captain Commander's office within Soul Society, the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto, one of the most powerful Shinigami in Soul Society's history, sat in his chair, his hawk-like eyes fixed on the man standing before him. Sosuke Aizen stood silently, his expression serious, his presence carrying a heavy weight. After a long silence, Yamamoto finally spoke, his voice low and commanding. Speak. What exactly happened? Aizen nodded slightly, adjusting his glasses with a light push to the bridge of his nose. Taking a deep breath, he responded in a solemn tone. I have investigated the recent disappearances of Shinigami. Yamamoto's sharp gaze never left Aizen. According to my findings, there is a vasto Lord-class hollow in Hueco Mundo named Seireitei. He is a mad scientist and also the chief researcher of Las Noches. Aizen's voice carried a certain weight, as if wary of this scientist. In order to realize his deranged experiments, he captures all kinds of spiritual beings as test subjects. Because of this, the Shinigami stationed in the world of the living have also become his targets. Yamamoto's brows furrowed even deeper at Aizen's words. Stroking his long beard, he seemed to recall something. After a brief moment of contemplation, he asked in a deep voice. The Shinigami Research and Development Institute detected an imbalance in Hueco Mundo's soul count. Is this also caused by Seireitei's experiments? Aizen nodded. I can't give a definitive answer, but your assessment is most likely correct, he affirmed. From what I've gathered, before targeting Shinigami, he was already using Ajuchas as research material. At these words, silence briefly settled between them. What about Captain Kachiki? He was sent to the world of the living to assist you, why can't I contact him? Where is he now? Why didn't he return with you? Yamamoto's brows knitted together. Aizen shook his head, his expression showing a trace of helplessness. Well, truth be told, I don't know where Captain Kachiki is either. That hollow, Seireitei, was terrifyingly powerful. It took both Captain Kachiki and me working together just to barely defeat him. Aizen paused for a moment before continuing. However, after we killed Seireitei, we encountered another hollow, a skeletal one. It was even stronger, and it seemed to have some connection to Seireitei. I heard Seireitei address him as, Your Majesty, before he died. Faced with such a formidable enemy, Captain Kachiki and I fought with everything we had, yet we still couldn't hold our ground. We barely managed to escape. After that battle, I lost contact with him. Yamamoto's face darkened upon hearing this. With nearly 3,000 years of experience, he had led multiple expeditions into Hueco Mundo. He understood the territory and its threats well. Hearing Aizen's description of the skeletal hollow, his heart sank. That sounded exactly like Baragon, the self-proclaimed king of Hueco Mundo. He recalled his younger years, when he had fought another Minos at the same time as Baragon. Even then, despite giving it his all, he had ultimately lost. It was only after the Zero Division sealed that Minos away that the crisis-threatening Seireitei had finally ended. If Baragon had once shared power with that hollow, then it was clear he was no ordinary opponent. With both Koga Kachiki and Sosuke Aizen, two third-class spiritual power captains, facing him, escaping would have been an almost impossible feat based on what Yamamoto knew. Aizen likely stood no chance in a direct fight against him. As for Koga Kachiki, that man was infamous for excelling in internal conflicts but failing in external ones. Muramesa's abilities were formidable when used against fellow Shinigami. But against hollows, his most crucial techniques would be useless, leaving only a handful of Kido spells as his last resort. Against Baragon, he was as good as dead. Yamamoto let out a long sigh. If Koga Kachiki had perished, it was certainly a loss. Despite everything, he had been a talented young Shinigami. But more than that, Yamamoto felt concern for his old friend, who might now face the pain of losing a son-in-law. At their age, enduring such a tragedy, burying the younger generation, was a cruel fate. Thinking of this, Yamamoto couldn't help but be reminded of his own disciple. Fortunately, that troublesome brat, despite always causing chaos, was strong enough and had fists hard enough to back it up. Otherwise, with his knack for attracting trouble, Yamamoto might have been the one mourning a loss instead. 40 chapters ahead. P at Tree&Com/Pinksnake. Chapter 262, Chapter 262, showing improvement. After countless days and nights, a crisp sound rang out. Swish. The Senkaman slowly slid open, and Masatsuki Aozaki nimbly leaped out. He had arrived at the Senkaman belonging to the noble Aozaki family. Since this was private territory, there was no need to worry about outsiders noticing his arrival. Masatsuki Aozaki gave himself a light shake, stretched his muscles, and then walked briskly toward the family residence. He couldn't wait to soak in a hot bath and properly relax. Lately, he had been utterly exhausted. Those errand cars had been way too wild. Sigh, forget it, some things were better left unsaid. When he pushed open the door to his room, his eyes immediately landed on Ranjika Matsumoto, who was lounging inside. She was lying on her side on the tatami mat, idly grabbing snacks from the table and popping them into her mouth, looking completely at ease. My dear, slacking off again. Aren't you afraid Chojiro will scold you? Masatsuki Aozaki chuckled as he approached, kneeling down and wrapping his arms around her from behind. Humph, you're one to talk. You probably ran off somewhere to fool around and lost track of time, didn't you? Today's my day off. Not even the old man Chojiro can do anything about it. Ranjika Matsumoto turned her head and pouted, clearly hinting that Masatsuki Aozaki should make it up to her. Masatsuki Aozaki got the message and lowered his head, stealing a quick kiss. You have your own room, so why are you here? Just tell me, what do you need from me? You troublemaker. Ranjika Matsumoto licked her lips. The inner court troop came looking for you. Since I couldn't find you, I took the order on your behalf and decided to wait here. The inner court troop? What did the old man order this time? Masatsuki Aozaki asked. Old man, have you lost your mind? You want me to go to Rukongai and kill people? We're the 11th Division, Seireitei's combat unit. Massacring civilians isn't part of our job. Masatsuki Aozaki slammed his hand on the table. You actually care about that? Yamamoto raised an eyebrow slightly. Masatsuki Aozaki shot him a glance, immediately recognizing the unspoken jab at his past in Rukongai. Back then, he hadn't hesitated to kill. I did slaughter plenty of people in Rukongai, but now, I'd like to be a decent person. Masatsuki Aozaki smirked. For something like this, you should ask Kayaraka-senpai instead. He's got the heart for it, this job suits him perfectly. You're worried about your reputation now. Yamamoto let out a chuckle, though there was a hint of relief in his tone. Not bad, you've grown. But these are extraordinary times. For some reason, a large number of Minos have disappeared from Hueco Mundo. We need to restore balance between the two worlds. Anyone could handle this task, right? I'm a captain of the Gotei 13, the mighty 11th Kenpachi, a towering idol in the eyes of my squad. Do you know how many admirers I have in Seireitei? Masatsuki Aozaki thought for a moment, then firmly shook his head. You want me to do this? Won't that ruin my image? How will all the sweet and gentle girls of Seireitei still adore me? Yamamoto's eye twitched. His grip on his cane tightened as he resisted the urge to draw his blade. He knew this brat wasn't refusing because of kindness or morality. No, Masatsuki Aozaki wasn't rejecting the mission out of compassion, he just didn't want to tarnish his reputation. Then again, at their level, kindness was never a necessary virtue. Yamamoto had discarded his own sense of mercy over 1,000 years ago. Still, even though he was willing to wield the blade for the sake of this world, he would never take such decisions lightly. Rest assured, if you handle this mission well, not only will you avoid blame, but you'll be rewarded. The Gotei 13 does not forget merit. Yamamoto sighed, shaking his head. He wondered if 1,000 years of peace had softened him. The task I'm giving you is to purge the criminals from Rukongai's 80th district. Criminals? That's fine. Masatsuki Aozaki scratched his head. Give me 3 months, and I'll make sure not a single one is left. I'll clear out the entire district. Only the criminals. Yamamoto's expression hardened, his tone firm. Don't go overboard. He didn't want his most promising disciple to turn into a bloodthirsty madman. A madman couldn't be a leader. I know. But tell me, is there anyone decent left in that place? Masatsuki Aozaki waved a hand dismissively. Yamamoto fell silent. He had nothing to say. Good people? Of course not. No good person could survive in a place like that. Masatsuki Aozaki looked at his master and understood, this silence was the best answer. Even in the original story, Kenpachi Zaraki, a fan favorite, had been a ruthless killer before joining the Gotei 13. He lived for battle, never caring who died by his blade. As soon as Masatsuki Aozaki returned to the 11th Division, he ran into Aizen, who had been waiting for him. Congratulations, Captain Masatsuki. Yet another opportunity to achieve great military success. The Captain Commander certainly favors you. Aizen nodded in acknowledgement. Sosuke, you're not mocking me, are you? Masatsuki Aozaki's lips curled into a sly smile. Captain Masatsuki, you're overthinking things, Aizen responded with a perfectly polite smile. No need to deny it, Sosuke. Being passive-aggressive is an essential skill between friends. I have to say, I'm impressed, you've made real progress. Masatsuki Aozaki teased. Aizen gave a meaningless nod. But, Captain Masatsuki, are you truly prepared for this? This operation will likely result in heavy casualties. If you're unwilling, there's no need to force yourself. You could always use your status as a high-ranking noble. With the Captain Commander's personality, he wouldn't pressure you into something you don't want to do. Masatsuki Aozaki waved a hand carelessly. I've long lost track of how much blood I have on my hands. What's a few more bodies? Besides, the old man has high expectations of me. I should at least show some effort, right? Aizen's eyes narrowed slightly. In his memory, this friend of his was an utterly self-serving man. But now, Masatsuki Aozaki was considering Yamamoto's feelings. That was unexpected. Seeing Aizen's skeptical expression, Masatsuki Aozaki chuckled. Don't look at me like that. Humans are complicated creatures, difficult to understand. I'm still selfish. This is just another kind of selfishness. So, selfishness means acting in one's own interest while seeking connections with others. Aizen mused. Something like that. Masatsuki Aozaki nodded. Isn't that how all humans are? Whether they like it or not, they're always tied to others. That includes me. And it includes you. That's an interesting perspective. Aizen smiled. Should I start calling you the great philosopher Masatsuki Aozaki? Masatsuki Aozaki shook his head. Not bad. Keep working on your jokes. Aizen, after a brief moment of surprise, let out a smile, one that seemed just a little off. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 263, For My Sake, right? In the First Division barracks, Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto sat at the tea table, his right hand gently lifting a teacup to his lips as he took a steady sip. Suddenly, with a sharp whoosh, a figure flashed into the room. What's the situation? Yamamoto's voice remained calm, unwavering, an embodiment of the Captain Commander's composed authority. Reporting, Captain Commander. Captain Kenpachi Aozaki of the 11th Division has left Seireitei with 200 squad members. They are heading north toward Rakangai. The inner court troop soldier kneeled on one knee as he delivered the report. Oh. Are they planning to start from the Zaraki district? Yamamoto frowned slightly. According to the Gotei 13 structure, each division was divided into 10 squads, with each squad consisting of anywhere from 10 to 30 members. 200 squad members meant nearly an entire division's worth of manpower. While that number might seem small compared to the armies of the world of the living, which often numbered in the hundreds of thousands, each of those 200 Shinigami was a warrior of extraordinary ability. However, the 80th district of Rakangai was vast, teeming with ruthless criminals, some of whom were powerful in their own right. These individuals were deliberately left there to serve as a counterbalance to the forces of Hueco Mundo. Sending 200 men to purge the district wasn't unreasonable. But Yamamoto didn't understand why such a minor matter required a personal report to him. Also, Captain Retsu Unohana of the 4th Division has accompanied them. The soldier continued. What? Yamamoto's hand trembled, and tea spilled onto the floor. He turned sharply, eyes widening in shock, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. Unohana Retsu. Yes. The inner court troop soldier confirmed firmly. Yamamoto felt his blood pressure spike. Those two together. Were they planning to wipe Rakangai off the map? Immediately notify the 8th and 13th divisions. Have Captain Kairaku and Captain Yukitake follow them. If they show any signs of going too far, be ready to intervene at any moment. Yamamoto's expression was grim as he issued the order. Against such a terrifying duo, only his other two prized disciples might have a chance of containing them. The mere thought of those two running wild in Rakangai was enough to give him a headache. Upon receiving the command, the inner court troop soldier nodded and disappeared in an instant. Not long after, Shunsui Kairaku and Jushiro Yukitake hurriedly left their respective barracks, sprinting toward northern Rakangai. As they ran, both muttered silent prayers. As Masatsuki Aozaki seniors, they were well aware of how terrifying their mischievous junior was in battle. And as Yamamoto's longtime students, they had a rough idea of just how ruthless the real Retsu Unohana could be. Just as Yamamoto had been informed, Masatsuki Aozaki wasted no time after leaving Seireitei, heading straight for the Zaraki district with his men. They didn't stop once along the way. Move in squads, spread out, and search every corner of Zaraki district until you find them. Don't just go on a killing spree, focus on gathering intel. Check not only gang hideouts but also the remote areas. If you find any information on the target, do not act on your own. That Ronin is no weakling. Report to the captain immediately if anything happens. In a barren field within Zaraki district, the seated officers of the 11th Division shouted their orders, their voices booming across the wasteland. Masatsuki Aozaki's primary objective wasn't killing, it was finding someone. But the intel they had been given was laughably scarce. 4 clues, in total. The target was from Zaraki district. They used the name Zaraki or Zaraki Kenpachi. Their strength was comparable to a captain's. They were possibly accompanied by a little girl with pink hair. The first 2 clues were practically useless. Most people here didn't even have names. Plenty had taken the district's name for themselves. However, when the squad members heard that someone had dared to call themselves Kenpachi, their blood boiled with indignation. But the captain had given a direct order, they couldn't afford to disappoint him. They had to set aside their emotions and take the mission seriously. Receiving their orders, the squad members unsheathed their Zanpakutō and scattered across the district. They began their search for Masatsuki Aozaki's target while simultaneously carrying out the Captain Commander's purge directive. Zaraki District, located in the 80th sector of Rakangai, was a lawless land filled with hardened killers. When a fight broke out here, there was no mercy. But Masatsuki Aozaki wasn't idle either, he kept his Ryatsu perception fully active. Compared to Seireitei, Rakangai was a wasteland in terms of resources, yet its sheer size was undeniable. Once his subordinates had dispersed, Masatsuki Aozaki finally turned to his side. Are you planning to handle him yourself, or should I do it? Retsu Unohana tucked her hands into her sleeves, a gentle smile on her face. You should do it. No matter how this ends, Kenpachi isn't meant to be mine. Who says that? Haven't I already become your exclusive Kenpachi? Masatsuki Aozaki grumbled in dissatisfaction. Stop joking, you know that's not what I meant. Unohana walked over to Masatsuki Aozaki and gently took his hand, as if offering comfort. But tell me, how did you even find out about that man? Don't tell me you've been investigating him all this time. Had he done all of this for her? If not for her, then what reason could he possibly have? It had to be for her. As the thought crossed her mind, a small smile tugged at Unohana's lips. She felt a strange sense of tenderness, looking at the men in front of her. He had silently done so much, yet he never spoke of it. This kind of clumsy yet sincere kindness, she didn't even know how to respond to it. I didn't do anything special. Just happened to learn a few things. Masatsuki Aozaki scratched his head, answering honestly. But did he really think she would believe that? He couldn't even lie properly, how adorably foolish. Unohana couldn't help but chuckle, a trace of warmth in her expression. The two of them stood quietly at the edge of the cliff, the breeze swirling around them. Without realizing it, they had drawn closer, until they instinctively fell into each other's embrace. Watching from a distance, Jin Ichimaru pulled a face of utter disdain. This is a battlefield, could you two be any more shameless? Thankfully, Mashiro Kuna had been sent on a mission. Otherwise, who knew how far this might escalate? Sighing in exasperation, Jin turned and said, I'll go contact the seated officers. I'll let you know as soon as there's any news. Yeah, sure, whatever, go do your thing, Masatsuki Aozaki waved him off impatiently. Jin's eye twitched, his jaw clenching in annoyance. And just who the hell am I doing this for? You talk to me like that, and you still expect people to help you in the future. Jin, I appreciate it. I'll treat you to dinner tonight, I'll even cook myself. As if this was even worth being thanked for. No need. I've got work tonight, Jin scoffed before turning on his heel and walking away without another word. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 264, Chapter 264, Catching the Blade Barehanded, So Cool. Masatsuki Aozaki sat quietly at the edge of the cliff, holding Retsu Unohana in his arms as they overlooked the blood-soaked battlefield below, where agonized screams echoed without end. Blood and blades seemed to dance through the forest, creating a spectacle that the two sadists watched with keen interest. Compared to the ruffians of Kagurashi District, those from the Zaraki District were indeed stronger. However, few among them could truly rival the might of captain-class warriors like those from Kiganjo or Zaraki. Lacking formal training, most of them remained at the level of ordinary squad members or low-ranked seated officers. Against a professional team of Shinigami, led by seated officers and wielding Zanpakutō, this so-called band of great villains was utterly helpless, slaughtered without resistance. As they enjoyed the grim spectacle, the two conversed leisurely. After about 10 minutes, Masatsuki Aozaki suddenly frowned and turned toward the direction they had come from. A powerful Ryatsu was steadily approaching from that direction, one so immense that it undoubtedly belonged to a first-class spiritual power. It was sharp and oppressive, carrying a wild, aggressive intensity. Yet beneath its sheer power, there was also an undercurrent of restraint and weakness, like a wolf in sheep's clothing. That way, is that Kusajishi district? Could it be, you found him? Retsu Unohana sat up from Masatsuki's lap, following his gaze, her eyes flickering with excitement. The presence drew closer. Even she could sense it now. It was a Ryatsu she would never forget, not since that day. Wild and untamed, it was the Ryatsu of a beast. The Ryatsu of a monster. Who goes there? Stop. Don't take another step. Are you from District 79? We're not after you. If you don't want to die, go back to District 79. With a series of sharp shouts, several 11th Division members drew their blades and blocked the path. Their eyes locked onto the approaching figure, a tall, gaunt man stepping forward one deliberate stride at a time. His long, unkempt hair framed a face marred by a vicious scar running across his left cheek, his expression nothing short of menacing. In his hand, he held a long blade. The guard was an angular, three-dimensional polygon, the blade slightly uneven, and the hilt wrapped in white cloth. Even the dullest observer would recognize it, a Zanpakutō. Yet Seireitei had never officially distributed Zanpakutō to the districts of Rakangai. Which could only mean one thing: this man had once slain a Shinigami and taken their blade. But what was truly startling? This fearsome man, who had likely killed countless people, carried a small pink-haired girl on his shoulder. She seemed utterly unfazed by the drawn blades surrounding them, even clapping her hands with a delighted smile, as though the impending bloodshed was nothing more than an amusing game. Behind the long-haired man followed two younger individuals. One had a perfectly round head, resembling a marble, with bold red eyeshadow smeared around his narrow, defiant eyes. The other had short hair and wore a gaudy yukata, predominantly purple, covered in bright red, green, and yellow patterns. Together, they turned to face the Shinigami blocking their path. The bald man raised an eyebrow. Well, looks like those pathetic bastards weren't lying. The Shinigami really are here. We have been sent by Seireitei to eliminate the criminals of Zaraki district. Anyone uninvolved, step aside immediately, and you will be spared. From the crowd, Izumo stepped forward, his brows furrowed. What? As if they had just heard the funniest joke in the world, the newcomers burst into laughter. Izumo's face darkened. He disliked unnecessary killing. Yet his good intentions were met with ridicule. Even with his usual patience, it was hard to suppress his anger. Just as he was about to step forward, a hand reached out to stop him. Ryusuke. Izumo turned in confusion. Calm down, Izumo. Ryusuke kept his gaze fixed ahead. Look at the men and the child leading them. Do they match the description Masatsuki-sama gave us? Izumo hesitated upon hearing Ryusuke's words. I'll notify Masatsuki-sama immediately. Hey. I heard a Shinigami captain is here too. Which one of you is the captain? The bald man smirked, lifting his blade as he pointed it at the Shinigami one by one. The squad members cast indifferent glances at him but offered no response. TCH, figures. Weaklings like you couldn't possibly be captains. Shaking his head, the bald man turned to the other side and asked again. Hey, is anyone here a captain? One of the Shinigami, irritated by his repeated disrespect, scowled. A mere Rakangai thug, daring to act so brazenly before them. Did he really think the combat division was just for show? He tightened his grip on his blade and glared at the bald man. You bastard, are you joking? A lowly Ronin like you dares to challenge a captain. With that, he stepped forward, raising his sword high, preparing to strike. But before his blade could descend, the bald youth suddenly lunged forward, slashing at the Shinigami in a swift, ruthless strike. The attack was fast, too fast. If it landed, the damage would be severe. At that critical moment, a hand shot out like lightning, seizing the bald man's face with pinpoint precision. Then, with a forceful motion, the hand slammed him into the ground. A sharp pain coursed through the bald man's body, forcing a pained scream from his lips. He struggled to rise, only to realize his body had gone completely limp. A cold voice reached his ears. Kid, you've got some skill, but don't get too cocky. It was Ryusuke, the one who had just made the move. He looked down at the bald man, a glint of disdain in his eyes. We're willing to talk things out, but that doesn't mean we're afraid of you. At that moment, the long-haired man carrying the little girl suddenly let out a chuckle. Oh. I didn't expect you to be this capable. His grin widened. Then you can go first. What? Before Ryusuke could even react, a worn, battered sword was already inches from his face. A suffocating wave of killing intent rushed toward him. His pupils shrank. A hand shot out from the side. With just one finger, it stopped the incoming blade dead in its tracks. It's Masatsuki-sama. Captain is so strong. Catching a sword barehanded. That's insane. I want to learn that too. The squad erupted in awe as Ryusuke snapped back to reality. Before his stunned eyes, Masatsuki Aozaki moved with swift precision, delivering a brutal kick to the long-haired man's stomach, sending him flying backward. At the same moment, Masatsuki's left hand shot forward like a striking serpent, snatching the pink-haired girl up by the collar. Masatsuki-sama. Ryusuke couldn't help but feel overwhelmed with gratitude. Masatsuki-sama had saved him again. This debt, he could never repay in a lifetime. Masatsuki Aozaki paid him no mind. He simply gazed at the little girl in his grasp, a faint smile playing on his lips. 40 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 265, Chapter 265, The Game. Is that him? Masatsuki Aozaki turned his head and asked. Retsu Unohana had appeared silently beside him. A chilling smile tugged at the corner of her lips, sending shivers down one's spine. I would never forget that face or the feeling of his Ryatsu, she said. Her tone was calm, yet filled with certainty. He's changed quite a bit over the centuries, but there are still traces of resemblance. It must be him. Masatsuki Aozaki nodded. Then, I'll go have some fun with him. Be careful. Don't underestimate him, he's dangerous, Anohana cautioned softly, her gaze shifting to the pink-haired girl. As for this child, I'll take care of her to keep her from getting in the way. Handsome Aniki, Yachiru Kusajishi doesn't get in the way. The pink-haired girl floated in midair, arms crossed, puffing out her cheeks in protest. She had already sensed that this Aniki had been protecting her just moments ago. You're quite the little troublemaker. But for now, Yachiru, it's best if you stay put. Masatsuki Aozaki chuckled helplessly and shook his head. Ignoring the girl's protests, he handed her over to Anohana. Strangely enough, the moment she was with Anohana, she suddenly quieted down considerably. Meanwhile, the long-haired man who had just been sent flying, Kenpachi Zaraki, climbed out of the massive crater with a grin plastered across his face. You caught my slash with just one finger. That's a first. You're strong, Shinigami. Completely different from the others I've fought before. Are you their captain? The strongest among them. Masatsuki Aozaki simply smiled, spreading his hands casually. You wouldn't be wrong to think that. That's perfect. I came here specifically to find you, so let's have a real fight. Kenpachi Zaraki gripped his sword excitedly, a wicked grin stretching across his face. Only someone like you can give me the battle I've been looking for. What a coincidence. I came here for you too, to fulfill a promise. A promise. Kenpachi's grin twisted into something even more menacing, as if he had just been insulted. Masatsuki Aozaki smirked, raising a hand in a calming gesture as he spoke lightly. No need to get so worked up. While I did come for someone, I have to say, you intrigue me. I like warriors like you. Strong, but not too bright. If I win, you'll come with me. How about it? Kenpachi Zaraki, ? Something doesn't feel right. That didn't sound like a compliment. But he is acknowledging my strength. I know I'm not the sharpest, but did he really have to say it to my face? Is this how the Gotei 13 recruits people? Whatever. Thinking's not my thing. Let's fight first. A savage grin spread across his face as he charged forward, blade swinging in a wild arc toward Masatsuki Aozaki. But Masatsuki remained composed. Clenching his right fist, he slowly extended his pinky finger. He aimed the fingernail directly at Kenpachi's sword and, in a sudden burst of force, thrust forward like a raging gust of wind. A sharp, ringing clash of metal echoed through the battlefield. In an instant, Kenpachi's blade and Masatsuki's fingernail clashed, colliding and intertwining at blinding speed. In mere moments, they had already exchanged dozens of blows. The surrounding onlookers were stunned, their faces filled with shock. None had expected the battle to be this intense. The Gotei 13 soldiers were in disbelief. They had never imagined that someone this powerful had been hiding in Rakangai, someone who could stand toe-to-toe with Masatsuki-sama and fight him on equal footing. Meanwhile, the bald man and the flamboyant man stood frozen, jaws practically hitting the ground. They never could have imagined that anyone could block Kenpachi Zaraki's ferocious attacks, with nothing but a fingernail. Both of them had fought Kenpachi before. They knew how monstrous his strength was. That guy was already an absurdly strong freak. But this captain of the Gotei 13. He was a monster among monsters. Hey, this isn't a joke, right? The bald man muttered as he tugged at the flamboyant man, desperately retreating backward. Kenpachi Zaraki and the captain of the Gotei 13 were locked in an intense battle. The clash between them had unleashed a terrifying storm of Ryatsu, distorting the very air around them into something as sharp as a blade. Even as seated officers, a single misstep could put them in extreme danger. Meanwhile, Ryusuke and Izumo acted swiftly, pulling their comrades away from the battlefield. That Aniki is actually pushing back Ken-chan. Kusajishi Yachiru murmured unconsciously. Hearing her words, Retsu Anohana, who was carrying her, gently shook her head. No, little one, that Aniki isn't just suppressing him, this is nothing more than a game to him. You're right. It really does seem like just a game. Propping her chin on her hand, Yachiru blinked her large, lively eyes. After a moment of thought, she nodded seriously. You think so too? Anohana was slightly surprised. She had expected a child her age to instinctively take Kenpachi's side and argue against her without hesitation. Yet, Yachiru shook her head and responded earnestly, that cool Aniki hasn't even drawn his sword yet. He's just using his fingernails to fight, and he's doing it effortlessly. He's completely in control. If I had to guess, that Aniki's strength is way above Ken-chan's right now. Anohana smiled slightly, a glint of appreciation flashing in her eyes. Oh, it seems our little Yachiru has quite the keen eye and natural talent. But Yachiru, I've always been curious. Who gave you such a beautiful name? She asked with genuine interest. Ken-chan did. Yachiru raised a small hand excitedly, her voice full of pride. I see. Anohana murmured thoughtfully, then looked at Yuichiro with a meaningful gaze before continuing. Yuichiro, have you ever thought about learning kendo? Maybe one day, you could be as strong as that Aniki. No way. Yuichiro shook her head furiously. Learning kendo? That sounds exhausting. No way I'm doing something like that. Is that so? Anohana lowered her head slightly, feeling a hint of disappointment. Yuichiro had the potential to be an exceptional swordswoman. But then she thought of Masatsuki Aozaki, and realized it wasn't a big deal after all. If you're not interested, that's fine, Anohana said. There was nothing to regret. She had already found the best student she could ever ask for, and that student had not disappointed her. 40 chapters ahead. P. A Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 266, Chapter 266, Monster. Kenpachi Zaraki was beginning to realize that something was off. At first, he was ecstatic, each swing of his blade filled with raw power and excitement. But soon, a deep frown settled on his face. No matter how much force he put behind his attacks, he couldn't break through his opponent's fingernail defense. And worse, the man wasn't even attacking, just blocking, deliberately holding back. This is getting interesting. Kenpachi grinned, a flash of excitement flickering in his eyes. His grip on his sword tightened, and his ryatsu surged upward in layers. Sensing this change, both the bald man and the flashy man's eyes lit up. Finally, Kenpachi was about to show his true strength. This time, let's see if that Shinigami captain still refuses to draw his sword. At some point, they had unconsciously shifted their goal. Instead of wanting to defeat the captain, they now just wanted to see him unsheath his blade. Just as they were watching Kenpachi in amazement, Masatsuki Aozaki responded accordingly. He adjusted his own ryatsu, raising it to match Kenpachi's increase perfectly. This guy, he can keep getting stronger too. The bald man and the flashy man couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. Could it be that the powerful ryatsu he had displayed earlier, during his intense battle with Kenpachi, had only been a fraction of his true strength? For a moment, neither of them could believe what they were witnessing. By now, members of the 11th Division had gathered around, eager to watch the battle. Seeing the two fighters still locked in combat, the squad members couldn't hide their shock. Whoa! That guy has been fighting the captain for this long, that's insane. Where the hell did this monster come from? I've never heard of him before. No wonder Captain Aozaki-sama specifically ordered us to find him. The captain's foresight is amazing. If he joins our squad, we'll have 2 captain-level fighters. That means we could surpass the 1st Division and become the strongest squad. Hearing these comments, the bald man and the flashy man exchanged looks, both wearing expressions of confusion. Why do these guys sound so sure their captain is going to win? Sure, Aozaki still looks at ease right now, but Kenpachi has no limits. In the end, the one standing victorious will definitely be Kenpachi. On the battlefield, Masatsuki Aozaki was casually deflecting Kenpachi's attacks with a single hand, engaging in an all-out battle. Yet, despite the intensity of the fight, he found himself bored. Kenpachi's strength wasn't quite what he had hoped for. To keep things from ending too quickly, he had to suppress his own power, dragging out the battle. Right now, Kenpachi wasn't even qualified to be his nail clipper. Judging from what he had seen so far, Kenpachi was somewhere between an average captain and a second-class high-tier captain in terms of spiritual pressure. He was still half a step behind the veteran captains of the Gotei 13. But that was understandable. In the 80th district, there were plenty of people whose ryatsu could rival that of a professional Shinigami. However, true captain-class powerhouses were rare, perhaps one appearing every few hundred years. If he didn't severely suppress his strength, this battle-hungry man probably wouldn't enjoy himself at all. Unfortunately, I don't have that much time to waste. I might as well put some pressure on him. With that thought, Masatsuki Aozaki began gradually increasing his power, his ryatsu, his speed, his strength. In the blink of an eye, Masatsuki Aozaki had completed a full-scale enhancement of his abilities. Kenpachi Zaraki, faced with this sudden surge in power, was momentarily caught off guard. Masatsuki abruptly drew Bancho Senrin, his blade flashing as his figure blurred. SHHKK. In an instant, a long, narrow wound appeared on Kenpachi's body. Splurt. Scarlet blood burst forth like blooming flowers, creating a strikingly gruesome scene. Kenpachi glanced down at his wound, a look of mild surprise crossing his face. Then, his grin widened into something even more crazed. You really are strong. This is perfect. This is exhilarating. He let out a wild shout and swung his sword once more. Despite the deep gash on his body, blood still pouring from it, he moved as if he felt no pain at all. With every strike, his movements became faster, his attacks fiercer, his ryatsu climbing higher. Masatsuki Aozaki smiled in satisfaction. For this man, pressure was the best motivator. Whenever he faced a formidable opponent, Kenpachi would continuously break past his own limits, unlocking even greater strength. The frequency of their clashes intensified, the sheer force of their blows sending shockwaves through the battlefield. Their Ryatsu was like two towering mountains, bearing down on the surrounding Shinigami, making it hard for them to breathe. Each exchange sent resounding booms through the air, shaking the very ground beneath them. As Masatsuki kept increasing his strength, Kenpachi grew even more savage. The sensation of becoming stronger with each passing moment set his blood ablaze. And the feeling of being repeatedly suppressed by his opponent only made him tremble with excitement. But then, in the midst of his relentless assault, something felt off. For the first time, he sensed an invisible wall blocking his Ryatsu. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't push past it, not even by the slightest fraction. His growth had come to a sudden and complete halt. At the same time, the gap between him and Masatsuki was widening. Realizing this, Kenpachi's expression twisted into shock and disbelief. Never before had he felt powerless because of his own limitations. Until now, he had always been the one leaving his opponents in the dust, forcing himself to hold back just to make fights enjoyable. But this time, for the first time, he was the one being left behind. It was an entirely new sensation. And instead of discouraging him, it only made him even more thrilled. Now this is a real fight. Kenpachi let out a low growl, his mouth stretching into a vicious grin, sharp teeth bared like a beast. His excitement was reaching its peak, his entire body surging with energy as if his very blood was boiling. If his opponent had been someone of equal strength, they would have long been swept up in his frenzied battle lust, consumed by the thrill of combat. But Masatsuki Aozaki was different. He wasn't the least bit excited. Kenpachi had already pushed his Ryatsu to its absolute limit. If not for Masatsuki holding it back with his own Ryatsu, the surrounding Shinigami would have likely been knocked unconscious by the overwhelming force. Yet in the grand scheme of things, none of it mattered. The difference between them was insurmountable, like beings from entirely different dimensions. Kenpachi's talent was undoubtedly monstrous. But at the end of the day, he was still just a Shinigami. As a soul, as a warrior, he had reached the peak of what was possible within his limits. But Masatsuki Aozaki, he had yet to reach his own. Chapter 267, Trying to Cheat. During the intense battle, Masatsuki Aozaki even found the time to glance back at Retsu Unohana. She let out a soft sigh, then smiled in relief. Her gaze grew calm as she gave a slight nod. Masatsuki Aozaki returned the gesture with a smile of his own. This blatant disregard for the fight made Kenpachi Zaraki's brows knit together tightly, his eyes blazing with fury. He swung his sword with all his might, as if pouring every ounce of frustration and rage into each strike. New wounds continued to open across his body, blood gushing freely, yet he showed no sign of retreat. On the contrary, he became even more relentless, pressing forward with fierce, unyielding strikes. Masatsuki Aozaki, undeterred, met his aggression head-on. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, he lifted it and swung upward with a powerful arc. A sharp, resounding clang echoed as his blade met Zaraki's, successfully blocking the attack. But before Zaraki could react, Masatsuki Aozaki swiftly adjusted his stance and brought his blade slashing downward at an angle. In an instant, a deep, narrow wound carved across Zaraki's body, sending blood spraying into the air. He staggered back a few steps, his footing unsteady. Masatsuki Aozaki's figure flickered and vanished, his speed so blistering that it left the ice struggling to keep up. In the blink of an eye, he slipped past Zaraki's desperate, erratic swings and surged forward like a raging gale, closing the distance in an instant. A seemingly slender, delicate hand shot out with the ferocity of a dragon diving into the depths, seizing Zaraki's throat with terrifying precision. His fingers clamped down, immense force surging like a tidal wave, crushing into Zaraki's windpipe. Zaraki's face flushed red, his breathing growing rapid and strained. His eyes widened in shock and defiance. But Masatsuki Aozaki offered him no reprieve. With a sudden burst of power, he swung his arm and hurled Zaraki high into the air with just one hand. Zaraki's body twisted midair, tumbling like a kite with a severed string. Masatsuki Aozaki leaped after him, his movements swift and effortless, soaring even higher than Zaraki. Adjusting his stance midair, he prepared to end the fight. He did not use his sword. Instead, with the force of a thunderous storm, he unleashed a barrage of heavy punches, each strike crashing down like a relentless tempest upon Zaraki. In mere moments, Zaraki's body was battered beyond recognition, the scene almost unbearable to witness. To the onlookers, his form seemed to pause briefly in midair, only to then plummet like a cannonball, crashing into the ground with devastating force. He lay there, eyes wide open, his body twitching twice before his gaze faded into emptiness. Despite his monstrous resilience, even Kenpachi Zaraki could not withstand the overwhelming assault. With severe injuries across his body and a brutal impact to his head, he had no choice but to lose consciousness. Masatsuki Aozaki gazed down at Zaraki, now embedded deep in the ground, before descending gracefully from the air like a drifting butterfly. His movements were refined and poised, exuding the elegance of a noble air as he calmly lifted his sword and sheathed it. Truthfully, Masatsuki Aozaki had been curious to see just how strong Zaraki truly was. But he had neither the time nor the patience to help him awaken his Zanpakutō. In the original story, Kenpachi Zaraki only learned Shirkai after enduring countless battles between life and death, dying over and over again. Masatsuki Aozaki had no interest in wasting that kind of time and effort on him. For him, fulfilling his promise to Retsu Unohana and proving himself as the rightful Kenpachi was all that mattered. Besides, if Zaraki unlocked Shirkai and still couldn't win, and then ended up unleashing his Bankai, Masatsuki Aozaki might actually regret it. After all, even he hadn't yet realized. The little girl who had always been by his side was his Bankai. The members of the 11th Division stood in stunned silence for a brief moment before it finally hit them. The fight was over. A thunderous cheer erupted from the squad, shaking the battlefield. The captain has won. No surprise, it's Kenpachi Aozaki. Masatsuki-sama is the strongest. Amidst the cheers, the bald men and the flamboyant men hurriedly rushed to Kenpachi Zaraki's side. After confirming he was still breathing, they both let out a sigh of relief. However, the moment their tension eased, they turned to Masatsuki Aozaki, their gazes filled with the same disbelief one would have when looking at a monster. For years, they had followed Kenpachi Zaraki through countless battles. Whether it was one-on-one duels or chaotic brawls, they had never once managed to defeat the terrifying men. Yet, the person standing before them, Masatsuki Aozaki, had won with ridiculous ease. He hadn't even released his Zanpakutō. His clothes didn't even have a single stain. They themselves were considered formidable, even praised by Ryusuke as having some skill. But from that intense battle just now, it was clear, the woman with the kanji 4-4 on her outfit and Yuichiro had been right. This Shinigami captain's strength was far beyond their boss's level. For him, this battle had been nothing more than a game. Ugh. Just as Ikkaku Madarame was caught in hesitation, debating whether to step forward and salvage some dignity, Kenpachi Zaraki's eyes slowly opened. Though his entire body was battered and bloodied, he hadn't been unconscious for long. So you're not dead after all, Ken-chan. Yuichiro Kusajishi cheered, leaping onto his shoulders. Kenpachi Zaraki paid no mind to the girl perched on him. He slowly stood up, raising his head to look at Masatsuki Aozaki with a twisted grin. A captain of the Gotei 13 really is strong. He muttered, eyes gleaming with excitement. Are there more guys like you in the Gotei 13? I'd love to go there and fight them all. But this fight isn't over yet. Let's keep going. He reached for his Zanpakutō. Masatsuki Aozaki stepped forward. He picked up the long blade first, then placed a hand lightly on its edge, as if admiring the deadly weapon. Kenpachi Zaraki's brow furrowed, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face. He wasn't ready to lose his sword. Fistfights were fun, but nothing compared to the thrill of clashing blades. Give me back my sword. We're not done yet. His voice was low and rough. Give it back. Masatsuki Aozaki turned his head slightly, his gaze lingering meaningfully on Yuichiro before shifting back to Kenpachi. Before that, we have something to settle. A smirk played on his lips. What? Kenpachi asked, puzzled. You haven't forgotten, have you? I won. That means you're coming with me. Masatsuki Aozaki smiled. With Jin Ichimaru handling strategy and Kenpachi Zaraki leading the charge, he could finally relax. From now on, whenever the 11th Division received a mission, all he had to do was let Jin steer Kenpachi into battle. He wouldn't have to lift a finger himself. You won. Kenpachi blinked. Since when? Just now. When you lost consciousness, I could have taken your life. Masatsuki Aozaki chuckled. What's wrong? The man who calls himself Kenpachi isn't planning on backing out, is he? 40 chapters ahead. /Pinksnake. Chapter 268, Chapter 268, Tattling to the Master. Is that so? Kenpachi Zaraki turned his head to look at Yuichiro Kusajishi, who was perched on his shoulder, a hint of confusion in his eyes. It seemed he genuinely had no idea what had just happened. Yuichiro eagerly nodded, her tone filled with excitement. Yep. That Aniki was amazing, he knocked you out in one move. Wow, that was so cool. I see. Then I really did lose. Scratching his head, Kenpachi turned to Masatsuki Aozaki. Alright, I'll go with you. But we can keep fighting, right? Masatsuki Aozaki shook his head and explained seriously. No, I have other things to take care of. My master gave me a task. The moment the word master was mentioned, Kenpachi's eyes lit up. You have a master? Is he stronger than you? Masatsuki Aozaki thought for a moment, then nodded. In certain situations, he can leave me completely unable to fight back. Truthfully, these days, whenever he sparred with the old men, Masatsuki Aozaki wouldn't go all out. He was always worried that if he lost control of his strength, he might end up breaking the old man's fragile body. And yet, every time they finished sparring, the old man would get emotional. While rubbing his reddened hands, he'd always sigh about how thick-skinned his foolish disciple was. But at the same time, he'd stubbornly insist that his old bones were still sturdy and challenge Masatsuki to give it his all. "If you train under master, you'll definitely get stronger," Masatsuki said with a mischievous grin. If he remembered correctly, in the original timeline, Kenpachi had also learned swordsmanship from old man Yamamoto. Though, if he recalled correctly, it only lasted a single day before Kenpachi gave up. Whatever kind of hellish training the guy went through back then, Masatsuki could only imagine. But since Kenpachi was so obsessed with battle, if he had enough motivation to train under the old men, he wouldn't have time to pester Masatsuki. And on the flip side, with Yamamoto occupied, he wouldn't be seeking out Masatsuki for training sessions either. A perfect win-win situation. Man. I really am a genius. Life is so lonely when you're this brilliant. I can get even stronger. Kenpachi's grin turned wild, like a beast that had caught the scent of prey. The fight just now had made him fully realize the gap between himself and Masatsuki. And that irritated him. After all, if the difference in strength was too vast, the fight wouldn't be any fun. That was why, before encountering Masatsuki, he had always held himself back, intentionally or not. Simply put, he was just too strong. Back in Rakangai, there wasn't a single opponent who could give him a proper, exhilarating battle. But now, he had finally found one. And even better, there was a chance to become even stronger. Alright, then. I'll challenge you again once I've gotten stronger. Kenpachi Zaraki nodded firmly. What about you guys? Masatsuki Aozaki tilted his head, his gaze shifting to the girl perched on Kenpachi's shoulder and the two men standing behind him. Are you coming with us to Seireitei, or are you staying in Rakangai? I wanna go. I wanna go. I'm going with Ken-chan. Yachiru Kusajishi cheered excitedly, kicking her legs as she sat on Kenpachi's shoulders, her small hands waving around enthusiastically. Ikaka Madarame and Yumichika Ayasegawa exchanged glances before speaking in unison. We're going with him. Good. From today onward, you're officially members of the 11th Division. Masatsuki Aozaki nodded slightly and clapped his hands. I'm the captain of the 11th Division, and also the Kenpachi, the 11th Kenpachi, Masatsuki Aozaki. Well, since all the squad members are gathered here, and since we'll be comrades from now on, why don't you introduce yourselves? Kenpachi Zaraki scratched his head, speaking nonchalantly. I'm Kenpachi Zaraki. Before he could finish, the 11th Division members around them erupted like a boiling pot, shouting in outrage. He actually dares to call himself Kenpachi. How arrogant. Captain Aozaki is the real Kenpachi. Kenpachi Aozaki earned the title by killing the previous Kenpachi and was acknowledged by the captain commander himself. Who the hell do you think you are? Oh, so they actually acknowledge that I killed the previous Kenpachi. Seems like all that iron fist discipline worked after all. Masatsuki Aozaki smiled slightly. Then, he saw Kenpachi Zaraki grin widely, laughing as he declared. Sooner or later, I'll beat him and take the title for myself. Just wait and see. Masatsuki Aozaki sighed and shook his head before chuckling, stepping in to calm the squad members down. Names didn't really matter. Even though he held the title, he hadn't changed his name, and the members of the 11th Division still recognized him as Kenpachi. In the end, what truly mattered was strength. Strength was what made a Kenpachi. Under Masatsuki's guidance, the tense atmosphere gradually settled. After that, the remaining three began introducing themselves. The little girl, Yachiru Kusajishi. The bald man, Ikaka Madarame. The flashy man, Yumichika Ayasegawa. Senpai, you've been watching for a while now. If you don't want to come down and meet your junior, and if you've got nothing better to do, then go back and tell the old man that we've got some new recruits in the 11th Division. On a distant mountaintop, Shunsui Kairaku and Jushiro Yukitake exchanged glances after receiving the Tentikura transmission. Our little junior really is something. We didn't even let our Ryatsu leak out, but he still noticed us, Shunsui mused, taking a slow sip from his cup of sake, his expression content. His spiritual awareness is terrifying. Now that I think about it, all those times he let us mess with him, he must have been going easy on us, Jushiro added. You left in such a hurry, and you still managed to bring your sake. Jushiro took the cup Shunsui offered, looking mildly surprised. Haha, how could I go anywhere without bringing some fine sake? Shunsui waved a hand lazily, chuckling. This mission is dull as hell. If I don't have a drink to pass the time, how am I supposed to endure it? Jushiro took a sip before asking. So, what do we do next? Should we report back to Master? If you ask me, there's nothing to worry about right now. Things seem under control. Our little junior knows what he's doing. He's even got Captain Unohana playing along. Let's head back. A small grin formed on Shuinsue's lips. When the old man hears that our little junior managed to recruit such a powerful captain-level fighter, I can't imagine how thrilled he'll be. We really should bring him the good news. Who would have thought such a formidable fighter was hidden away in Rakangai? Jushiro nodded with a soft sigh. Judging from his Ryatsu alone, that Ronin is clearly above us. Combine that with his raw, beast-like battle instincts, and his strength is undeniable. We should congratulate our junior for gaining such a formidable warrior. The 11th Division is going to be the strongest squad under the 1st Division from now on. To him, Yamamoto was still the undisputed, invincible force of the Gotei 13. And naturally, the 1st Division, under Yamamoto's leadership, would always be the strongest. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 269, Chapter 269, Master of Recruitment. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2.5 months had passed. On this day, members of the 11th Division arrived at the 1st Division, carrying a thick report. Their faces radiated pride and satisfaction. This report marked the successful completion of the Rakangai cleanup mission. Ever since the addition of powerful members like Kenpachi Zaraki, the 11th Division's efficiency had skyrocketed, even with Masatsuki Aozaki leisurely coasting through his days. Like an unstoppable war machine, they had tackled and completed this arduous mission swiftly and efficiently. Along with this achievement, an official report was also submitted regarding Kenpachi Zaraki's induction into the 11th Division, where he would serve as a lieutenant alongside Jin Ichimaru. Though having two individuals share the same rank was uncommon in the Gotei 13, it wasn't unheard of. Take the 13th Division, for example, Masatsuki Aozaki's sister-in-law, Kion Kotetsu, and her colleague, Sentaro Katsubaki, both held the position of third seat and acting lieutenant. Yamamoto, rather than being troubled by Masatsuki's unconventional and legally questionable demands, accepted them with surprising ease. In fact, it only reaffirmed what he had long suspected: his young disciple was a master at poaching talent. First, he had successfully recruited Isshin Shiba, the captain of the 10th Division. Now, he had brought in Kenpachi Zaraki, whose Ryatsu surpassed even Shunsue Kairaku and Jushiro Yukitake. And then there was that guy from the Shinigami Research and Development Institute. What was his name again? Mayuri Kuratsuchi. Not much of a fighter, but undeniably brilliant, he even managed to cure Jushiro Yukitake's illness. More talents like this. Yamamoto would welcome them all. This kid, he's actually going out of his way to make my life easier. Originally, when Yamamoto pushed for Masatsuki to become the captain of the 11th Division, it was simply to give him some real experience, a chance to lead after taking down Kiganjo. But Masatsuki's performance had far exceeded expectations. Whether it was tightening discipline within the division or venturing deep into Rakangai to seek out exceptional talent, he displayed the qualities of an outstanding leader. Yamamoto couldn't be more pleased. Captain Masatsuki, you have done an excellent job. This mission. You've gone beyond expectations. Not only did you complete the assignment from the Central 46, but you also brought exceptional talent to Seireitei. We will surely reward you. Leisurely sipping his tea, Yamamoto smiled in satisfaction, though, as always, it wasn't exactly a pleasant sight. As for your request to have Kenpachi Zaraki train here, I have approved it. From now on, he will report to the 1st Division weekly. Now, I must attend a meeting at the Central 46, so I won't have time to spar with you today. You may take your leave. With that, Yamamoto turned and departed gracefully, accompanied by Chojiro Sasakaibe. Watching Yamamoto's retreating figure, Masatsuki Aozaki crossed his arms, deep in thought. A reward. Like that even matters to me. He was already a high-ranking noble, what could the Central 46 possibly offer? Make him one of the 5 great noble houses. Not a chance. It was just another entry in his record, nothing more. A fancy excuse to prepare him for a future transfer to the Shino district. But why would he settle for a cushy bureaucratic post when he commanded one of the most formidable armed forces in the Gotei 13? The real takeaway from all this was, with Jin Ichimaru and Kenpachi Zaraki as his right and left hands, there wouldn't be much for him to worry about moving forward. One had the brains, the other had the brawn. If they worked together, they could handle all sorts of problems. No more unnecessary hassles for him. Wait. Masatsuki suddenly froze. Something wasn't right. The last time he became captain, he hadn't had the squad's full recognition. To establish his authority, he'd ended up leveling the entire division barracks. This time, though, Kenpachi Zaraki's battle with him had been witnessed by the squad members. But people like Ichiro Kusajishi and the others had essentially been dropped in from nowhere. Could history be repeating itself? No way. That barracks belongs to me. If those lunatics dare to destroy my division again, I swear I'll make them pay for it with their salaries, for life. A sudden sense of doom washed over him, and without hesitation, Masatsuki Aozaki bolted toward the 11th Division barracks. Masatsuki Aozaki's worst fears had come true. When he returned to the 11th Division, the sight that greeted him was utter devastation, collapsed buildings, shattered walls, and debris everywhere. In the middle of the ruins, Kenpachi Zaraki was still swinging his sword, clearly having gotten caught up in the excitement of the brawl after watching his subordinates fight. The only silver lining. At least he had shown Masatsuki some courtesy by not outright slaughtering the squad members. Without hesitation, Masatsuki took action, delivering a merciless beating to the troublemakers. Aozaki is amazing. Inside the only intact section of the barracks, the sole uninjured member of the group, a certain young girl, clapped her hands in excitement. Trying to flatter me won't help you, Masatsuki said, narrowing his eyes as he swept his gaze over the battered group. You lot will be repaying this debt for the next 3,000 years. Understood. Yes. Ikaku Madarame and Yumichika Ayasegawa, their faces bruised black and blue, trembled slightly as they shouted in unison. 3,000 years of work. Didn't that mean they'd be stuck working for him for the rest of their lives, for free? As for Kenpachi Zaraki, he was in no condition to respond. Masatsuki had been particularly ruthless with him. Right now, he was sprawled on the ground, completely out cold. Ken-chan is fine with it, of course. Yachiru Kusajishi enthusiastically raised her hand and declared. Oh. And what about you, Yachiru? Masatsuki reached out and grabbed the little troublemaker by the head. I haven't forgotten who started all this. In reality, with their current strength, Ikaku and Yumichika could never have caused this much chaos on their own. If not for this little brat constantly egging them on, provoking them at every turn, Kenpachi wouldn't have stepped in himself. And if he hadn't, this friendly sparring session wouldn't have escalated into an all-out battlefield. But I still want to buy lots and lots of toys and snacks. Dangling midair, Yachiru flailed her tiny hands, looking pitiful. How much can you possibly spend on those little things? Masatsuki's mouth twitched. This brat really wasn't afraid of anything. All right, stop whining. I'll save your wages for you, you can treat it as your allowance. Whenever you need it, just come find me. But you still have to work for me for 3,000 years, no skipping, no slacking, no absences. At the entrance of the 3rd Division, Aizen received a stack of documents from his subordinates. Just as he was about to turn back, he noticed something unusual, lines of 11th Division members being carried away on stretchers. His brow furrowed slightly. He had heard that the 11th Division had recently recruited new members, and judging by the current situation, things weren't going smoothly. Though Masatsuki Aozaki himself was completely unharmed, bringing such uncontrollable beasts under his command so recklessly was questionable, to say the least. How could someone like that be taken in so casually? Just how big-hearted was Masatsuki Aozaki supposed to be? Aizen narrowed his eyes, watching Masatsuki's lazy, unconcerned expression. Chapter 270, Acting. Late at night, Masatsuki Aozaki brought a group of injured squad members to the 4th Division. Watching the battered 11th Division members, Retsu Unohana couldn't help but smile. This division truly hadn't changed in 1,000 years. They were willing to entrust their lives to one another in the face of an enemy, yet at the same time, they were just as likely to end up battered and bruised because of their own comrades. It's been many years. Though it may be a little late for reminiscing, you really do seem different from before. As she spoke, Unohana activated her healing Kido, directing it toward Kenpachi Zaraki, who was lying on a hospital bed. Huh? Who the hell are you? Kenpachi Zaraki looked at her in complete confusion. Unohana's eye twitched. A dark, ominous aura seemed to radiate from her body for a moment. Before meeting Masatsuki Aozaki, the man known as Kenpachi Zaraki had been her most cherished opponent. And yet, she had never once forgotten him. Even though he had grown from the wild child he once was into the men before her, she recognized him at a glance. She had assumed, no, she had been certain, that he, too, had held onto that memory. That he would remember their battle. That he would remember her as his sworn rival, anticipating the day they would cross blades again in another exhilarating fight to the death. But he didn't remember her at all. The fool was me. Was my swordsmanship, something I took such pride in, not even worthy of leaving a single mark on his memory? Calm down, Retsu. Masatsuki Aozaki stepped behind her with a smile. Gently taking her hand, he patted the back of it, as if soothing a wounded animal. This guy has amnesia. He barely remembers anything from back then. Amnesia. Seriously. Unohana's expression slowly returned to its usual calm, though suspicion still flickered in her eyes. Of course. Even if I wanted to lie to you, do you really think this big oaf could? Masatsuki's tone was laced with amusement, as if exasperated by Kenpachi's sheer simplicity. As if to prove Masatsuki's words, Kenpachi spoke up right on cue. You know me. We've met before, Unohana said softly. Back in Rakongai, when you were just a child. Her fingers brushed against her chest, where a once gruesome scar had long since faded away. She exhaled, almost nostalgically. That battle remains a treasured memory. A fight. You and me. Kenpachi's expression shifted slightly. He looked genuinely taken aback. He had no memory of anything like that. After spending nearly 2.5 months with the 11th Division, he had learned that the 4th Division was responsible for medical care and logistics. He never would have guessed that this delicate-looking woman had once fought him. And yet, the faint bloodlust that had momentarily surfaced in her presence made it clear, this wasn't a lie. Just from that alone, he could tell. This woman was the same as him. Now, the only question was, how strong was she? Could she make him feel the same thrill in battle that Masatsuki did? But you didn't die, and I didn't die either. Does that mean it was a draw? Kenpachi Zaraki asked, puzzled. No, not at all. I lost that fight, Retsu Unohana admitted without hesitation. Oh. Is that so? Hearing her response, Kenpachi immediately lost interest in her. Right now, the only opponent he truly desired to defeat was the terrifying man standing beside Unohana, Masatsuki Aozaki. Unohana narrowed her eyes slightly, her voice turning cold. I may have lost that time, but if we were to fight again today, the outcome would be far from certain. Kenpachi didn't reply. He didn't know much about her, so instead, he turned to his own captain for confirmation. She's right, Masatsuki Aozaki said with a shrug. Unohana had already broken past the boundary between Shinigami and Hollow, and her strength was still growing. And truth be told, the gap between her and Kenpachi had never been that large to begin with. If they were to fight again now, the result would be hard to predict. That's perfect. Kenpachi bared his teeth in a wild grin, his sharp fangs gleaming as he let out a crazed laugh. Good. Since I don't remember that fight, if you want to challenge me again, I'm ready whenever you are. Just what I was hoping for. A chilling smile curled at the edges of Unohana's lips. Let's see who ends up as the loser this time. A few days later, Masatsuki Aozaki accompanied Retsu Unohana and Yorichi Shihoin to the 1st Division. In the end, Unohana and Kenpachi never got their rematch. Her strength was still evolving, and she wanted to face her former rival at her absolute peak, preferably without relying on hollowification. After all, using that kind of power now would only bring unnecessary complications. Inside the captain's meeting room, all the captains of the Gotei 13 had gathered, except for the missing captain of the 6th Division, Koga Kuchiki. Dressed in white haori, the elite of the Gotei 13 stood in 2 rows, their eyes all fixed on the doorway. Yamamoto cast a brief glance at his young disciple, his expression tinged with emotion. Resting both hands on his staff, he raised his voice and declared. The captain's meeting of the Gotei 13 is now in session. Captain Kuchiki, enter. Under everyone's watchful eyes, an elderly figure with silver-white hair walked in with steady, measured steps. Draped over his black Shihakushō was a familiar white haori, and the face that emerged was even more familiar. The acting captain of the 6th Division, Jinrei Kuchiki. The old man, who had only just begun to enjoy his retirement, had inevitably been pulled back into the fold. The moment he stepped into the room, it felt as though time had rewound, his past flashing before his eyes like fleeting memories. But the years had left their mark. That once proud and resolute face was now lined with age, worn by the weight of time. As the other captains looked at Jinrei, their reactions varied. Some wore expressions of regret. Others remained silent. But one thing was clear to everyone, his son-in-law's disappearance had dealt a devastating blow to the old man. And it was precisely because of this loss that Jinrei had been forced out of retirement. At Yamamoto's command, Jinrei Kuchiki had been reinstated as the captain of the 6th Division, only a few short years after he had stepped down. It all seemed so natural, so inevitable. Yet the burden and bitterness behind it were things only he himself could understand. After the formalities were completed, Masatsuki Aozaki, along with the other captains, gathered around Jinrei to offer their condolences and support. Not a single person questioned his return to command. His eldest son, Sojin Kuchiki, held an important position in the Shino district, while his grandson, Byakuya Kuchiki, was still too inexperienced and could only serve as the division's lieutenant for the time being. Given these circumstances, there was simply no better choice for the position than Jinrei. Throughout all the words of sympathy and reassurance, Jinrei remained calm, his expression as deep and unreadable as ever. With a slight nod, he responded to everyone in a composed tone. This was a man who had weathered countless storms. He had long since learned to bury his emotions deep within, never revealing even the slightest weakness before others. As Masatsuki spoke solemnly about Jinrei's loss, Aizen narrowed his eyes. This guy's acting is something else. That sorrowful, grieving expression. The way he kept affectionately referring to the missing captain as Koga. If I hadn't personally seen him cut off Koga Kachiki's head with my own eyes, even I might have believed that he had nothing to do with his death. 40 chapters ahead. P. at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 271, Chapter 271, King. Masatsuki Aozaki's days became noticeably easier after Jin Ichimaru and Kenpachi Zaraki took on the role of lieutenants. To be fair, among all the divisions, the 11th Division had always had relatively little work. The 1st Division oversaw overall command. The 2nd Division handled executions and assassinations. The 7th Division was responsible for protecting the Central 46 compound. The 8th Division specialized in intelligence gathering. The 10th Division maintained law and order within the Seireitei. The 13th Division managed Kanso and the purification of hollows. During peacetime, aside from periodic assignments to the world of the living, routine training, and occasional Minos invasions, a combat-focused division like the 11th Division had virtually nothing to do. Because of this, Masatsuki Aozaki had once enjoyed a rather leisurely lifestyle, spending his days idly wandering about. However, for rare missions like eliminating criminals in District 80 of Rakangai, something that might only occur once in decades, he would still personally step in. After all, Rakangai had produced individuals of captain-class strength, such as Kiganjo and Kenpachi Zaraki. No one could say for sure whether more powerful figures would emerge from there. But now, with Kenpachi Zaraki around, things were different. Tasks that once required his personal attention could now be delegated without concern. In short, Masatsuki Aozaki was now living in unprecedented leisure. With so much free time, he frequently traveled between the Soul Society and Hueco Mundo. Occasionally, he would take casual strolls through Rakangai, hoping to run into someone interesting. This kind of life was truly carefree and enjoyable. On this particular day, Masatsuki Aozaki led a white-haired boy and a black-haired girl to the old Shiba clan residence in Junranen for sword training. After a rigorous practice session, he generously treated them to a grand feast. Not only that, but after the meal, he even thoughtfully prepared a takeaway meal for the boy's grandmother. Why the sudden kindness toward this boy? Because his name was Toshiro Hitsugaya, a prodigy in the original story. Masatsuki Aozaki had first met him when he invited the Shiba clan to return to Seireitei. At the time, Hitsugaya had been playing with a black-haired girl named Momo Hinamori, whom he also met then. After a brief chat, Masatsuki Aozaki, acting as the self-proclaimed boss of Junranen, didn't hesitate to recruit Hitsugaya into his ranks. Initially, Hitsugaya resisted. But ultimately, he was still just a child, both physically and mentally, and with a bit of coaxing, he was easy to sway. As long as he and his grandmother were treated well, everything else was secondary. Now, whenever Masatsuki Aozaki gave him orders, he would complain endlessly, but his actions were always obedient. For example, when practicing Zenjutsu. He grumbled about how useless it was for him, yet every day, he diligently trained for hours, far more dedicated than Ranjika Matsumoto. Getting Matsumoto to train seriously was another story altogether. After finishing their feast, Masatsuki Aozaki instructed Hitsugaya and Hinamori to take the packed meal home first. Then, he set off alone toward the southern districts of Rakangai, hoping to run into someone interesting. However, after walking for a while, he suddenly stopped. A faint vibration coursed through his body. After patting himself down for a moment, he pulled out a token engraved with a skull emblem. On the back, a small screen glowed dimly. As the screen lit up, a man with brown skin appeared on the screen, his expression completely unwavering. Aozaki-sama. Masatsuki Aozaki heard the title loud and clear, and the way it rolled off the tongue felt rather natural. Kanami Tozen clearly had no reservations about addressing him this way. After all, even his former leader, Aizen, had acknowledged Masatsuki as a friend. And ever since Tozen learned that Masatsuki had destroyed the Tsuneyashiro branch family and killed Tokinada Tsuneyashiro, he had never once disobeyed his orders. What is it? After a brief silence, Tozen spoke in a low voice. I have news about the person you're looking for. Across the vast, snow-covered desert of Hueco Mundo, a group of errand cars raced forward in urgency. They were all clad in identical white uniforms. Ordinary hollows only needed a glance to recognize them. These were high-ranking members of Las Noches. Being chosen by the king and undergoing the errand car transformation meant they were at least of a Juch's class strength. Yet, despite their power, their panicked expressions left the surrounding hollows in shock. After all, wasn't Las Noches ruled by an invincible king, one who commanded absolute power? His name was known throughout Hueco Mundo. Who would dare provoke his followers? No one answered their silent questions. The errand cars had only one thought, to rush back to Las Noches and report to the two rulers of Hueco Mundo. But, when they recalled the overwhelming Ryatsu that had erupted in the distance just moments ago, their faces darkened with unease. Never in their wildest imagination had they expected this. The terrifying Ryatsu they had sensed didn't belong solely to Baragan or Sailaporo, the former rulers of Hueco Mundo. Somewhere out there, another monstrous entity of equal, if not greater, power had been lurking all along. Even just getting close to that presence had been suffocating. The sheer pressure of its Ryatsu had nearly crushed them, threatening to make them faint on the spot. The leading Arankars exchanged glances, a shared understanding passing between them. What they had stumbled upon today could very well be someone the new ruler of Hueco Mundo was interested in. And if they successfully carried out their master's task, they might even be rewarded with strength beyond their current limits. Why should only the females be chosen? If power was the reward, then they, as males, were just as willing to offer themselves. Their eyes glowed with anticipation, already envisioning a future where their strength would be elevated. In Hueco Mundo, a realm where might dictated everything, those who lacked beauty to win their ruler's favor had only one option: unparalleled strength. But just then, the leader of the group suddenly roared out. "Stop!" The abrupt command sent a jolt through the entire group, and all eyes locked onto him in shock. Without hesitation, the lead Arankar dropped to one knee, his expression solemn and resolute. "His Majesty is here. What are you all standing around for? Do you have a death wish? Kneel, now." At his words, panic flashed across the faces of the other Arankars. They quickly lifted their heads, and the moment they saw the familiar figure approaching, they scrambled to kneel, not daring to show even the slightest hesitation. "Why, Your Majesty?" Their voices rang out in unison, trembling with reverence. "Enough with the theatrics. Get up." Masatsuki Aozaki casually waved his hand, signaling for them to rise. His tone was calm, yet the weight of his presence sent a shudder through the Arankars. This was the aura of a king, one who had slain both Baragan and Seireitei. Seireitei was one thing, but Baragan had ruled Hueco Mundo for 1,000,000 years. His might was unparalleled, his name feared by all. Yet, even he had fallen, effortlessly slain by this man, the absolute ruler of Hueco Mundo. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 272, Chapter 272, I'm about to get mad. In the vast, silver expanse of sand, Arankars lay sprawled across the ground in disarray. Of what was once a nearly 20-strong squad, fewer than 3 remained standing. Terror was etched across their faces as all eyes turned toward the crest of a distant sand dune. At the top sat a lone figure, draped in tattered black fabric, his gaze cast downward with an air of resignation and helplessness. Beside him, a young girl clad in similar black rags peered down at the scene below with curiosity. Stark, look. Those guys, their masks seem just as incomplete as ours." She jabbed the men beside her sharply in the side with her elbow. But Stark didn't respond. Unlike the fallen Arankars, his attention was entirely fixed on the men walking lightly behind them. That man was dressed in a black Shihakushō, draped with a flowing white haori. When the fabric shifted with the wind, the number 11 could be faintly seen embroidered on its back. His figure was tall and lean, standing as steadfast as a mountain peak. Long black hair cascaded over his shoulders like a waterfall, brushing against his pale skin, exuding an air of calm mystery. From a distance, he appeared refined, almost like a nobleman of elegant demeanor. But Stark knew better. That image was nothing more than a facade. He had existed in Hueco Mundo for an unimaginably long time, yet never before had he felt this kind of pressure. It wasn't the crushing force of overwhelming Ryatsu, but something deeper. A fear that gripped the soul itself. The terrifying certainty that even the slightest misstep could erase him from existence in an instant. "You're different from us, and different from Hollows." Stark's gaze locked onto Masatsuki Aozaki, his voice calm and steady. "Are you the king of Hueco Mundo? The one they call Shinigami?" "You're right. I am a Shinigami." Masatsuki Aozaki gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. Strictly speaking, Shinigami was merely a title of profession, not a classification of life forms. Ordinary Shinigami were spiritual beings belonging to the concept of plus, the opposite of hollow. Although his existence had long since transcended the boundaries of that classification, there was nothing wrong with calling himself a Shinigami. As long as the old man Yamamoto let him remain in the Gotei 13, that was what he was. Masatsuki Aozaki's gaze settled on the 2 figures atop the dune, an unmistakable glint of interest in his eyes. As expected, these 2 were exactly the ones he had been looking for. Coyote Stark and Lily Nettie Gingerbuck. Stark. A laid-back, lethargic man, with nothing to his name besides an absurdly high Ryatsu. But Lily Nettie was a different story. She deserved a proper introduction. Her soft, short hair was a gentle shade of pale green. The mask fragment beside her left eye was adorned with intricate purple flame-like markings, and her pinkish-purple eyes shimmered like gemstones. In short, she was absolutely adorable, with a future full of promise. Once they returned to Las Noches, he would definitely have his personal designer, Aizen, craft her a beautiful new outfit. Stark frowned slightly and asked, "Are you here to kill us? Or are you trying to force us to submit to you, like the others?" Though he had never seen a Shinigami in person, he knew enough from rumors. In his understanding, Shinigami and Hollows were sworn enemies. Whenever the two met, it was a battle to the death, only one side would walk away alive. But today, that understanding had been shaken. The figures lying on the ground, just like himself, were Arankars with broken masks. They claimed that the Shinigami ruled Hueco Mundo and that they had been sent under orders. That meant the Shinigami who ruled this land did not necessarily see Hollows as enemies to be eradicated. Masatsuki Aozaki smiled slightly and reassured him. You don't have to worry, I have no interest in taking your life. However, I've only been in control of Las Noches for a few years, and I could use someone with your strength. He and Aizen frequently traveled between Soul Society and Hueco Mundo, rarely staying for long. Though Tozen Kanami was still an insignificant figure in the Gotei 13, he had plenty of time. Masatsuki Aozaki and Aizen could use Kyoka Suigetsu to conceal his presence and have him remain in Hueco Mundo indefinitely. But Tozen's strength was lacking, he simply wasn't fit to guard Las Noches. As for Neliel and Haribel, under Masatsuki Aozaki's guidance, they had made great progress. Yet, compared to top-tier Arankars like Baragon and Seireitei, there was still a gap. Stark smirked, his expression tinged with mockery. Oh. So what, am I supposed to be grateful that you're sparing me? Masatsuki Aozaki waved his hand nonchalantly and chuckled. No need for that. If you really want to thank someone, thank the cute little girl standing next to you. She's Lily Nettie, right? If it weren't for the fact that you've got such a pretty little Arankar by your side, I would have just beaten you into submission and dragged you back. Stark was momentarily at a loss for words. Though he and Lily Nettie were two halves of the same soul, the gap in their strength was vast. In the past, every time they faced danger, it was always his power that got them through. Who would have thought that today, he'd have to be grateful to this loud, obnoxious girl? Well, thanks, Lily Nettie. He turned toward her as he spoke. The little girl with short, light green hair finally lost her patience and shot to her feet. She gestured wildly at both of them, muttering. Ha! Why the hell are you just listening to him like that? He's our enemy. And you, how dare you say I look good? I'm mad now. I'm really mad. Take this. You're dead, you bastard. Before she even finished, Lily Nettie lunged, drawing a gleaming, curved blade from the broken horn of her helmet. But before she could even get half a meter into the air, a strong, calloused hand clamped down on her head, stopping her in place. Stark. What the hell are you doing? She squirmed in frustration, glaring at him. Stark sighed helplessly and explained. Haven't you noticed? That man is standing well within my Ryatsu's range, but he's completely unaffected by it. That guy, he's not someone you can take on. Well. I don't want to fight, but it looks like we don't have much choice. If you want us to submit, you'll have to do more than just talk. Though he had only just met Masatsuki Aozaki, Stark's sharp instincts told him one thing. The men standing before him reeked of death. Despite his calm demeanor, despite the ever-present smile, there was something dangerous lurking beneath it. Chapter 273, Los Lobos. From Masatsuki Aozaki's words alone, one could tell, he was not necessarily a ruthless, bloodthirsty person. At least, not toward Lily Nettie. Yet, for some reason, Stark felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Everything about this man, his words, demeanor, even his very presence, resonated with Stark in a way that felt strangely familiar, almost as if they shared a natural affinity. And yet, at the same time, his very existence radiated an overwhelming sense of danger. Stark turned his head toward Lily Nettie. Their gazes met, and in that brief exchange, she seemed to understand his thoughts. She gave a small nod. Now was not the time for joking around. This enemy was unlike any they had faced before. Stark's hand rested atop Lilinette's head, no further movement was necessary. Give chase, Los Lobos. With that quiet command, a monstrous surge of Ryatsu erupted. In an instant, it whipped into a violent storm, engulfing the entire sea of sand in a raging cyclone. Watching the storm take shape before him, Masatsuki Aozaki pursed his lips slightly, appearing utterly unfazed. A Ryatsu of this level was enough to knock out Lieutenant-class Ajucha's Arankars with ease, but to him, it wasn't even a threat. Compared to his own power, Stark's Ryatsu simply wasn't strong enough. Unless Stark possessed an ability akin to Zanka no Tachi, one that could amplify limited Ryatsu into an overwhelmingly destructive force capable of bridging the gap between dimensions. This level of Ryatsu was meaningless. In fact, even among Arankars, Stark's power was not the absolute peak. There was a reason Seireitei was acknowledged as the Zero Espada in the original timeline. Even his Resurrection surpassed this current display, let alone when compared to Masatsuki Aozaki. Perhaps it was due to the nature of his soul's division, or the fundamental difference between Hogyoku-created Arankars and naturally evolved Arankars. As the storm gradually dissipated, Stark's figure came into view once more. A heavy wolfskin coat, in the style of a hunter, now draped over his shoulders. It fit him perfectly, like it had been made just for him, its rugged, weathered look complementing his perpetual air of exhaustion. But that wasn't all. In each of his hands, he now gripped a firearm, a pair of long, musket-shaped weapons, gleaming with a cold, deadly light. Their very presence exuded power. Yet, as Masatsuki Aozaki took in the scene, a flicker of regret crossed his expression. Because the lily netty who had previously been clutched by Stark was now gone without a trace. Compared to the disheveled, gun-wielding Stark, who exuded nothing but weary resignation. Deep down, Masatsuki had always preferred the lively, adorable lily netty. Seeing the look of disappointment on Masatsuki Aozaki's face, an annoyed voice suddenly rang out from the guns in Stark's hands. "Hey! What's with that expression? Are you looking down on us?" "Humph. Just you wait, I'll show you just how strong I am." Hearing this, Masatsuki shook his head slightly and explained. "No, that's not it. I just think it would be better if Miss Lily Netty took the lead in the transformation." "Wah. So you noticed? Ha, at least you've got some sense." "You're absolutely right. I should be the one in charge, I'm way stronger than Stark." Her triumphant laughter echoed in their ears, as if she were standing right beside them. Stark let out a long sigh and rubbed his forehead, exasperated. "All right, Lily Netty, he's just messing with you, trying to distract you. Stay focused. This isn't the time for jokes." I know. You don't have to tell me, I wasn't falling for it anyway." Lily Netty, in her transformed state as a firearm, shouted impatiently. "Why are you talking so much today? Hurry up and start fighting already." Stark was speechless. "You're the one who keeps chatting with the enemy in the middle of a battle, and now you're blaming me." Bang. 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 He raised both pistols, and in an instant, hundreds of Seiros erupted from the barrels like a dazzling storm of fireworks. Without dodging or flinching, Masatsuki Aozaki simply raised a single hand. His slender palm met the oncoming Seiros, neutralizing them one after another. There were no unnecessary flourishes, just a pure, unfiltered Reiatsu attack. This kind of raw, instinct-driven combat, requiring no strategy or complex techniques, made Masatsuki feel a bit nostalgic. There weren't many straightforward fighters like this left in the world. Between the bizarre and unpredictable abilities of the Shinigami Zanpakutō, and the peculiar techniques of the Quincy, whom he would soon have to deal with, it was exhausting to think about. Their Reiatsu wasn't necessarily overwhelming, but some of their strange powers could be quite a nuisance. In stark contrast to Masatsuki's calm and casual demeanor, Stark's ever-apathetic expression was finally shifting, his face now showed genuine shock. As the only hollow in Hueco Mundo to have naturally evolved into an Aaronkar, his original form had been overwhelmingly powerful. Simply by existing, his Reiatsu could erode the souls of weaker hollows, reducing them to nothing. Even a Juchus-class hollows couldn't survive long in his presence. For ages, he had envied the weak, because the weaker they were, the more they could stay together. He once had companions. But those companions had been consumed by his Reiatsu, leaving him alone in his endless journey through Hueco Mundo. If you've never had something, you won't miss it. But if you once had it, you'll never stop longing for it. Because he had once known companionship, he despised loneliness all the more. Stark and Lily Netty, they were the result of a soul splitting itself in two, all in an attempt to escape solitude. But today, standing before the new king of Hueco Mundo, he realized something. There were beings in this world far more terrifying than he had ever imagined. Forget the Reiatsu radiating from this man. Even after merging with Lily Netty and unleashing their full power, their Seiro couldn't even leave a mark on his palm. This wasn't the equal companion he had been searching for. This was a monster far beyond his comprehension. No wonder he had sensed such an overwhelming threat from him, this guy was just too strong. Stark frowned slightly, confusion creeping into his mind. But why couldn't he feel any Reiatsu from him? Did he possess some kind of ability to suppress his Reiatsu? If Stark had that kind of control, he wouldn't have had to distance himself from others. But even knowing how futile it was, he had no intention of changing his tactics. He did have a stronger ability. He could divide his soul and create Los Lobos, packs of spiritual wolves that could track enemies and explode on impact, their destructive power surpassing ordinary Seiros. But if he used it, the energy consumed wouldn't come from his Reiatsu, it would come from his and Lilynette's very souls. He could accept losing his life. But he couldn't accept losing Lily Netty, the one companion he had left. And judging by the difference in their strength, even if he unleashed Los Lobos, it likely wouldn't make any difference. Was surrendering to him really the only option? It wasn't often he found someone unaffected by his Reiatsu. Staying by his side didn't seem like such a bad thing. Besides, for someone who was clearly trying to recruit him, his attitude wasn't all that bad. Especially toward Lilineti, his treatment of her could even be considered affectionate. Stark stood in place, continuing to fire Siros, but his mind was already wavering. After a brief moment of thought, he finally spoke. Let's pause for a moment. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 274, Joining the Ranks. A smirk tugged at the corners of Masatsuki Aozaki's lips as his body leaned slightly forward. In the next instant, his figure vanished like a phantom, disappearing without a trace. Stark's eyes widened, his pupils locked onto the spot where Masatsuki had just been, but he saw nothing. Shush! Suddenly, a sharp sound of air being torn apart echoed. Masatsuki Aozaki had seemingly crossed a vast distance in the blink of an eye, appearing right in front of Stark without warning. At the same time, a surge of Ryatsu exploded from Masatsuki's body. Like a raging tide, the Ryatsu swept through the space, causing the surrounding air to tremble violently. What? Shock spread across Stark's face. He had never imagined that his opponent possessed not only overwhelming physical strength but also Ryatsu powerful enough to crush his own. Until now, he had never faced an enemy whose Ryatsu surpassed his. Caught off guard by Masatsuki's sudden suppression, an unshakable sense of unease crept into his heart. Stark, you idiot. What the hell are you spacing out for? You're the one who should be getting serious. Lilinet's furious voice rang out from the twin pistols. Before Stark could react, she forcefully took control of his hand, raising the gun toward Masatsuki. However, before she could pull the trigger, a fist shot toward them like a bolt of lightning. Bang. A seemingly ordinary punch, yet it carried monstrous power. It slammed into Stark's stomach, sending him hurtling backward. Midair, his vision blurred, the world spinning wildly around him. A searing pain crushed his insides, his organs feeling as if they were being squeezed together. He couldn't stop himself from coughing up a mouthful of blood. Through his dazed gaze, he suddenly saw Masatsuki Aozaki, now right above him, meeting his eyes at point-blank range. Lilineti let out a startled cry. Masatsuki's lips curled into a faint smile as he raised his fist once more. Blood splattered through the air as the force of his Ryatsu sent it flying in every direction. Even as his vision darkened, the sheer, agonizing pain told Stark that he had taken a devastating blow to the head. His consciousness wavered. His body tilted and plummeted like a meteor. Stark! Stark! Wake up, damn it! Lilinet's panicked voice echoed from the gun. At that moment, they were still in their fused state, meaning she could clearly sense how badly Stark had been injured. Never before had they faced an enemy this terrifyingly strong. If they crashed at this speed, even if the ground below was soft sand, the sheer impact would cause catastrophic damage. She considered shifting back to her human form to catch him, but could she even manage that? And even if she did, the force alone might crush them both. What the hell should she do? Just as Lilineti was about to spiral into full-blown panic, a hand suddenly reached out and landed gently on Stark's back. Was this it? Was Masatsuki going to finish him off? Lilinet's breath caught as she turned her head, only to find Masatsuki Aozaki had already appeared behind Stark, unnoticed. Soul fragmentation. Would that even work on him? The thought flashed through her mind, but then she noticed something. Stark's descent was slowing. The sheer precision of Masatsuki's control over his power had completely neutralized the impact of the fall. The realization sent a shudder through her. For all the reckless stunts she had pulled in the past, she had always relied on Stark to have her back. She had never felt fear like this before. In mere moments, all three landed softly, without even stirring a single grain of sand. Stark lay sprawled on the ground, as if everything had played out exactly as Masatsuki intended. Masatsuki Aozaki turned his gaze toward the twin pistols in his hands, a faint smile forming at the corner of his lips. Slowly, he reached out to touch them. In that instant, a flash of light erupted. Lilineti separated from Stark's body, drawing the massive curved blade from the broken horn once again. Her stance was tense, her eyes locked on Masatsuki with wary determination. You bastard, what the hell are you trying to do? Why did you save us? Lilineti asked, slightly flustered. Young lady, do you have memory problems? Masatsuki Aozaki countered. I do not. Lilineti shot back. Then you're just an idiot. Masatsuki Aozaki tilted his head, a trace of doubt in his gaze. Looking at the girl in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. Don't get cocky, you bastard. Lilineti was clearly annoyed, but Masatsuki Aozaki only smiled faintly. Didn't I say from the start? I have no intention of killing you. Masatsuki Aozaki spread his hands, his tone calm. So, make your choice. The fate of both you and Stark is in your hands. Live, or die. After a long silence, the girl looked at the man lying on the ground. Finally, her voice trembled as she spoke. Live. Night fell over Las Noches. Congratulations, Stark, on your successful employment with Las Noches LLC. Masatsuki Aozaki looked at the man lying in the hospital bed, a sincere smile on his face as he extended his hand. Stark instinctively reached out and shook it, then froze. What do you mean, Las Noches LLC? Stark frowned, confused by the unfamiliar term. Oh. Well, since Las Noches is jointly owned by Aizen and me, and we don't accept outside investment, we're technically a limited liability company, Masatsuki Aozaki explained with a grin. I see. Stark nodded thoughtfully, then after a moment of silence, asked. So, what exactly is a company? Before Masatsuki Aozaki could answer, Lilineti suddenly jumped in, cutting off their conversation. Hey. What kind of weird nonsense are you two talking about? She demanded, looking between Stark and Masatsuki Aozaki in frustration. Then, as if realizing something, she huffed in dissatisfaction. Seriously, the first thing you ask after waking up is something this random? Shouldn't you be more concerned about why you're here? Or, I don't know, maybe about me. You heartless jerk. Faced with Lilinet's accusations, Stark awkwardly scratched his head. Well, since I'm fine, I figured you'd be fine too. Hearing such a half-hearted response, Lilineti nearly exploded with rage. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 275, Chapter 275, This King Shall Worry. Stark was not intimidated by her presence. Instead, he simply smiled. So. I take it Lilineti agreed to your terms, didn't she, Your Majesty, King of Hueco Mundo? As he spoke, Stark turned his gaze toward Masatsuki Aozaki. Masatsuki Aozaki smiled faintly, nodded, and said softly. You're right. Lilineti has agreed, and from now on, you two belong to me. Don't worry, sticking with me won't be a loss. I guarantee you'll only go hungry 9 times out of 10. Anyway, just drop my name when you're out and about, and no one will dare mess with you. Then, still smiling, he extended his hand toward Stark and introduced himself. I'm Masatsuki Aozaki. Looking forward to working with you. Is this how a master and servant are supposed to talk? Stark tilted his head slightly but still responded politely. Nice to meet you. I'm Coyote Stark. Looking forward to working with you as well. Masatsuki Aozaki turned toward Lilineti, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight smirk. Lilinette-san, looks like Stark doesn't need any convincing. Your worries were completely unnecessary. His voice carried a teasing edge. Hearing this, Lilinette's face flushed red with frustration. She shot Masatsuki Aozaki a glare and snapped. Of course I saw that. I don't need you pointing it out. Then, turning toward Stark, she jabbed him in the arm with her elbow, gritting her teeth as she demanded. And you, Stark. You just up and became someone's subordinate without a second thought. You don't feel even a little resistance to this. Her eyes were filled with doubt and irritation. Stark sighed, shaking his head with a helpless smile. Well, honestly, I was planning to surrender anyway. I just got knocked around so much that I didn't get the chance to say it. As he spoke, he shrugged as if to say it couldn't be helped. Lilinette's eyes widened in disbelief. Huh. Her voice was filled with both shock and anger. She had agonized over the decision, struggling internally before finally choosing to surrender and join Masatsuki Aozaki. And now he tells me he was already thinking about it from the start. Sensing Lilinette's growing fury, Stark quickly tried to explain. Well, the power gap was just too big. We had no chance of winning anyway. He waved his hands dismissively, showing that he was just as resigned to the situation. And besides, it's not every day you run into someone like this. His words trailed off suddenly, and for a brief moment, a complex emotion flickered in his eyes. Lilineti also fell silent. She understood what he had left unsaid. Meeting someone who could be a companion. She knew that was what he meant to say. The real surprises are still ahead, Lilineti muttered under her breath. After arriving at Las Noches, she had come to a realization there were more than just 1 or 2 people here who could be called companions. Even terrifying monsters weren't limited to just Masatsuki Aozaki. Looking for comrades? This place might just be the best place for that. Next, let me introduce you two to our company's rules and regulations. As for your positions. As Masatsuki Aozaki spoke, he suddenly stopped. Stark, noticing the pause, looked at him with a hint of curiosity. What's wrong, Masatsuki-sama? Masatsuki Aozaki furrowed his brows, his expression turning serious. I just realized, our company doesn't seem to have any rules, nor do we have defined positions. Lilineti and Stark, ? Did we just walk into a shady operation? When the wind rises, the clouds scatter, when might reigns, I return home. Where shall I find warriors to guard the 4 directions? the Shinigami must always be eradicated. There's no other way. Think about it, you and your subordinates are roaming Hueco Mundo, feasting on souls, singing songs, and then out of nowhere, a Shinigami comes and purifies you. That's why, the days without Shinigami are the best days. Inside Las Noches, seated atop the white bone throne, Masatsuki Aozaki sat with a heroic posture, delivering a passionate speech. Below the throne, murmurs spread among the gathered Arankar. What exactly is His Majesty talking about? I have no idea. I think I get it, he's planning to take action against the Shinigami. But, isn't His Majesty a Shinigami himself? Wait, does this mean Masatsuki-sama has finally decided to lead us in a counterattack against Soul Society? Is he aiming for that old Min Yamamoto's position? This speculation caused a stir. Attacking Soul Society, this had been the dream of countless generations of Hollows. Next to the throne stood 5 figures. The most eye-catching among them was Haribel. As Masatsuki Aozaki's loyal follower and queen, she listened quietly. Even though she didn't entirely understand what her king was talking about, her expression remained serious. Masatsuki-sama, no matter who the enemy is, I will always be the sword in your hand. Masatsuki Aozaki's face lit up with delight. Excellent. You already know I like sleeping with my sword every night. Be sure to come on time tonight. Understood. Haribel responded firmly. Neliel, watching from the side, narrowed her eyes at them and let out a soft grumble, clearly displeased. But there was nothing she could do. She had taken it upon herself to manage security in Las Noches. And tonight, it was her turn to patrol. Even if she wanted to, she couldn't stay. Okiura stood still, one hand resting on the hilt of his Zanpakutō, his expression as unreadable as ever, like a machine staring into the distance. Whether he was deep in thought or just spacing out was anyone's guess. Besides them, there were 2 others, Aizen and Lilineti. Meanwhile, Stark was slouched lazily beneath the throne, leaning against the steps as if he hadn't fully woken up. To him, everything Masatsuki Aozaki was saying sounded like something from a completely different world. And in truth, it was. For someone who had never left Hueco Mundo, Soul Society really did feel like another world. At the end of the day, none of this concerned him much. He was perfectly content with his current life. Surrounded by people who wouldn't die just from being near his Ryatsu. If he could just learn to control it properly, then he could even interact with ordinary Hollows without a problem. He wasn't the talkative type, but being able to exchange a few words with others now and then was enough to satisfy him. So, you really intend to invade Soul Society? Aizen finally spoke. Masatsuki Aozaki, at his core, was still too soft-hearted, he couldn't fully let go of the people in Soul Society. If it were Aizen, he wouldn't hesitate. The moment he completed his evolution, he would immediately lead an attack, seize the throne of the Soul King, and take control of everything. If Masatsuki Aozaki could finally come to his senses and cast aside his lingering attachments, it would be ideal. Especially now, after his recent return to Soul Society, Aizen had discovered the Darishikaro and learned how to create the Oken. By sacrificing key spiritual locations, they could forge the Oken, open the gates to the Soul King's palace, and ascend to its throne. But before Aizen could say more. You're getting impatient again. Masatsuki Aozaki clapped his hands together and chuckled. What's the point in rushing in now? Do you really think we're guaranteed to win? This. Aizen faltered, momentarily speechless. After all, everything he knew about the Royal Guard's strength had come from Masatsuki Aozaki. And truthfully, he wasn't entirely sure if they could win. All right. Just focus on your research. Masatsuki Aozaki waved a hand dismissively. Leave this kind of thing to me. I still have a speech to finish. Chapter 276, Defiance. Aizen's eye twitched slightly. The way Masatsuki Aozaki spoke carried a hint of mischief. Was this what people called concern from a friend? If so, Aizen wanted no part of it. But then again. If Masatsuki insisted on being his friend, perhaps it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Masatsuki Aozaki cleared his throat, stood up, and cast a firm gaze over the gathered audience before speaking. For millions of years, the Shinigami have been our greatest enemies. But Soul Society is powerful, filled with warriors of immense strength. We cannot afford to be reckless. Our top priority is to strengthen ourselves. He paused for a moment before continuing. Hueco Mundo has been suppressed by Soul Society for countless generations. And in my view, there are 3 primary reasons for this. First, a lack of structure. Second, unclear responsibilities. Third, weak enforcement. All of this is the result of Barragan's failure as king of Hueco Mundo. Hueco Mundo has suffered under Barragan's rule for far too long. At this point, Masatsuki Aozaki let out a deep sigh, as if truly lamenting the injustices endured by the Hollows, and now, thanks to your trust in me, I stand here as the new ruler of Hueco Mundo. It is my duty to change this. In short, he was going to overhaul the entire system. Previously, the hierarchy of Las Noches had been simple, almost laughably so. Barragan sat atop it all, reigning supreme. Sailaporo, Oswell, and that one vasto lord who had invaded Soul Society only to be cut down by Kenpachi Kuriyashiki had served as his trusted lieutenants, leading bands of ajuchas under them. As for the weaker ajuchas, those with no real potential, they were lumped in with ordinary hollows and left to be ruled by the stronger ones. Calling this a monarchy would be generous, it was more like a glorified gang of bandits. Masatsuki Aozaki turned his head toward an old acquaintance, someone who had once ruled Hueco Mundo and still carried considerable influence. Come, Sosuke. You'll be the one to announce Las Noches' new system. Under Aizen's wary and skeptical gaze, Masatsuki Aozaki handed him a list with a bright smile. Aizen frowned. That smile. It was far too enthusiastic. Was this really something to be so happy about? After a brief hesitation, Aizen extended his hand and took the list, carefully scanning its contents. Las Noches Queen, Haribel. Head of the Science Department, Head of the Urban Development Department, Chief of Staff, and Head of Internal Affairs, Sosuke Aizen. Head of the Public Security Department, Neliel, overseeing both the Espada Force and the Public Security Force. Espada members, Stark, Ulquiorra, Grimjow, Zamari, Sirachi, Picaro, Shalong, Luppy, Dordonii, and Gantenbane. The Public Security Force consists of all Arankars who are not part of the above departments. Additionally, aside from the Public Security Force, members of all other departments may be assigned a certain number of fractions. Aizen stroked his chin, lost in thought. At first glance, the department title seemed somewhat peculiar, and the structure overly complicated. More importantly, why was he assigned 4 different roles? Was this some elaborate plan to work him to death? That aside, the proposal did provide a more structured and detailed division of responsibilities. However, something was off. Nowhere in these positions did Masatsuki Aozaki's name appear. Logically speaking, wasn't he the one currently ruling Hueco Mundo? Shouldn't there be a title like King of Las Noches for him? Where was he? Aizen narrowed his eyes, sensing something amiss. He carefully searched through the list for any mention of Masatsuki Aozaki. After a bit of effort, he finally found his name, on the back of the document. King of Hueco Mundo, husband, and director of the Female Arankar Physiological Health Research Office, Masatsuki Aozaki. Aizen stared at the title. For a moment, he felt as if his centuries of carefully maintained composure had been wasted. His chest rose and fell sharply as he took a deep breath, barely suppressing the overwhelming urge to cut someone down. Overall, there doesn't seem to be any major issues, except for this part. He lifted the pen in his hand, the tip precisely aimed at Masatsuki Aozaki's absurdly long and utterly ridiculous title. No. Aizen-sama, please. Just as Masatsuki Aozaki put on a face of pure heartbreak and reluctant sorrow. Aizen shot him an indifferent glance, then, feeling oddly satisfied, crossed out the title with a single stroke. There. No more issues. Nodding in satisfaction, he strode toward the throne, stood before the assembled Arankars, cleared his throat, and solemnly declared. Emperor of Hueco Mundo, Masatsuki Aozaki. With the announcement of the official ranks, the reactions among the Arankars were nothing short of spectacular. For some, like Gantenbane and Shalong, who had only been mid-tier ajuchas before evolving, being selected as Espada members was a huge deal. They had fought their way through hundreds of ajuchas to earn this position, and their spirits soared with pride. But not everyone was pleased. The loudest among them. Grimjow. It was one thing for Haribel and Neliel to outrank him. They were longtime rivals, Grimjow had challenged them before and lost. He could accept that. If you lose, you stand tall and take it like a man. No complaints. But Stark. A newcomer he had never even fought before. How the hell did he end up ranked above him in the Espada? Grimjow wasn't having it. Without a second thought, he stepped forward and challenged Stark for a rank swap. This was Hueco Mundo, here, strength determined status. Masatsuki Aozaki didn't hesitate in the slightest before agreeing. Stark, on the other hand, was about to refuse. He had no interest in rankings, he had only stuck around because he finally found a group of people he could relax with. But between Masatsuki Aozaki and Lilineti stirring up trouble, he eventually sighed and gave in. With a smirk, Grimjow sprinted toward the battlefield outside Las Noches. Arankars usually trained outside. After all, even a single Siro could cause massive destruction. But out in the endless desert, they could go all out without holding back. A number of other Arankars followed suit, eager to settle their own disputes. Some of Grimjow's former subordinates also ran ahead, but their targets weren't Stark, they had their sights set on the lower-ranked Espada instead. They knew Grimjow's strength well and weren't about to compete with him. Just as they were deciding who to challenge, a crushing Ryatsu engulfed the area. Boom. The sheer pressure crashed down on them like tidal waves, making it difficult to breathe. Shocked, the Arankars turned toward the source. The Espada, sitting atop the dunes. Grimjow's eyes widened. What the hell? Since when was Stark's Ryatsu this strong? His former subordinates weren't faring much better. Xiaolong's this powerful. He must have been holding back when sparring with me. And those damn Picaro brats, there's so many of them, and they're this strong. How the hell are they only ranked 6th? 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 277, Chapter 277, Fists Hardened. One after another, bursts of Ryatsu erupted like a volcanic explosion, sweeping across the battlefield and shaking the hearts of every Arankar present like a raging tide. This overwhelming Ryatsu carried an unfathomable destructive force, evoking both awe and fear. Just sensing its presence was enough to make many Arankar hesitate, their will to fight wavering as they dared not provoke such power. However, there was one exception, Grimjow. He locked his gaze onto the lazy figure atop the sand dune, and the fury in his chest burned even hotter. You've got to be kidding me. Grimjow muttered through clenched teeth. If you're this damn strong, why do you keep hiding? Are you messing with me on purpose? His eyes blazed with rage, as if they could reduce everything in sight to ashes. It wasn't simply that Stark was stronger than him that made Grimjow furious. What truly infuriated him was the sheer humiliation of being disregarded, being treated like a fool. Stark possessed such overwhelming strength, yet he always kept a low profile. On the surface, he appeared indifferent, carrying himself with an air of laziness as if nothing in the world mattered to him. This kind of pretense was unbearable. It felt like a mockery, a slap in the face to someone like Grimjow, who had fought tooth and nail for every ounce of power. He had clawed his way to the top, battling countless enemies, devouring countless Minos, surviving through sheer will and determination. And yet, here was Stark, someone who concealed his true power, someone who didn't even bother to train. Why the hell was he stronger? What was the point of all Grimjow's struggles, then? Hearing Grimjow's furious outburst, Stark remained unfazed. His gaze stayed indifferent, his lips curving into a faint, lazy smile as he replied in an almost careless tone. Because that kind of thing just doesn't matter. His voice was calm, casual, completely unconcerned. This guy really didn't know how to hold a conversation. That detached attitude was like throwing a lit match onto dry tinder, igniting Grimjow's rage into an uncontrollable blaze. His eyes widened as he glared at Stark, his chest heaving, his Ryatsu surging in an explosive wave. Step by step, he marched forward, pushing through the suffocating spiritual pressure without hesitation. Continue. Stark tilted his head slightly, looking somewhat puzzled by Grimjow's actions. A trace of doubt flickered in his gaze, as if he couldn't understand why Grimjow was so determined to fight despite the overwhelming difference in strength. If I say I'm going to challenge you, then I won't back down. Grimjow grinned, baring his sharp white teeth. In fact, this makes it even better, only the strong are worth challenging. He reached for his Zanpakutō and slowly drew it from his waist. Watching Grimjow's actions, Neliel and Harabel exchanged glances, seeing the same helplessness reflected in each other's eyes. Grimjow was just like that, obsessed with battle and strength. They had both been challenged by him more than once, and each time, it had been a headache. No matter how badly he was beaten, no matter how much he was left covered in wounds, Grimjow always came back for another fight. Stark sighed deeply at the sight, then leaped down from the sand dune, his gaze turning cold as he locked eyes with Grimjow. Grimjow didn't dare let his guard down for even a moment. He immediately raised his Zanpakutō, fully alert. No matter how stubborn he acted, he couldn't deny the immense threat standing before him. In the distance, a towering structure pierced the desert sky. At its peak, Masatsuki Aozaki and Aizen stood side by side, overlooking the endless expanse of sand below. As the immense Ryatsu radiating from Stark washed over them, Aizen gave a slight nod. You have a good eye. In terms of Ryatsu alone, number 1 has already surpassed most captains in the Gotei 13. How did you learn about him and send someone to find him? Masatsuki Aozaki responded lazily, just rumors, that's all. Oh. Is that so? Aizen said, his tone unreadable. He had once ruled Las Noches, commanding the greatest force in Hueco Mundo, yet he had never heard of such a figure. Masatsuki Aozaki glanced at Harabel and the others observing the fight below, then suddenly smirked with an amused glint in his eyes. Head butler Aizen, I plan to flip the switch tonight, so you'd better be ready. Aizen froze for a moment, a trace of confusion flickering across his face. No wonder the head butler's duties were never clearly defined, so this was part of the job too. He thought it was just about handling internal affairs. At that moment, Aizen's fist clenched. For some reason, he suddenly had the urge to punch the smug bastard standing beside him. Meanwhile, in the vast desert, the battle between the two Espada had officially begun. Grimmjow activated his Resurrection without hesitation. His Zanpakutō flashed with brilliant light before merging into his body. In an instant, his human form underwent a startling transformation, taking on the features of a humanoid leopard warrior. Every swing of his claws left long streaks of reishi in the air, as if they could tear the very sky and earth apart. Yet, despite the ferocity of his attacks, Stark remained unnervingly calm. He didn't even activate his own Resurrection. With casual swings of his long blade, he effortlessly deflected Grimmjow's relentless assaults one after another. It wasn't arrogance, it was simply the vast difference in strength between them. Stark wasn't particularly skilled in close combat, but his sheer Reiatsu completely overwhelmed Grimmjow. With such a crushing disparity in power, even if Grimmjow wielded a weapon as powerful as Ryujin Jakka, it wouldn't change the outcome. The battlefield was engulfed by waves of surging Reiatsu, rolling like an unstoppable tide. Grimmjow moved swiftly, his form blurring like a prowling predator. He dodged, flipped, and darted across the battlefield, desperately trying to evade Stark's deadly strikes. But against such overwhelming power, he was gradually losing ground. No matter how hard he fought, the wounds on his body multiplied, staining his form with streaks of blood. His movements slowed as if an invisible weight were dragging him down. Meanwhile, Stark's speed only increased, striking like lightning. With a single horizontal slash, his blade cut through the air with unparalleled force. The wind howled, whipping through Grimmjow's now lengthened hair, and the tip of Stark's blade came to a halt just at his throat. I will become even stronger. Grimmjow clicked his tongue in frustration. He knew he had lost. If Stark had swung his sword down, he would already be dead. Turning away, he released his Resurrection and left the battlefield. He had lost, but he would never accept defeat. That bastard didn't even need to use his Resurrection, and he was still this strong. Watching the scene unfold, many of the Arrancar couldn't help but gaze at Stark in awe. Silently, they made a resolution to train harder. They didn't expect to become as powerful as Stark. But at the very least, they wanted to take a step forward toward becoming Vasto Lord. 40 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 278, Chapter 278, Playmate. That's the end of it. But it's still early. Since Neliel is busy tonight, should I go see her now while I have the time? No need to even think about it. Having made up his mind, Masatsuki Aozaki's lips curled into a barely noticeable mischievous smile. Aizen, seeing that expression, couldn't help but roll his eyes. He knew all too well that this guy was up to no good again. Just then, a figure appeared behind them. Reporting to Your Majesty and Aizen-sama. The voice was low and respectful, carrying a hint of nervousness and reverence. Masatsuki Aozaki slowly turned around at the sound, his gaze landing on the newcomer. The figure was tall and slender, clad in the white uniform of Las Noches, a long sword hanging at his waist. An Arrancar, but his face was still concealed beneath a white bone mask, completely obscuring his true appearance. This was Rudborn, the captain of the Exequias under the Public Security Maintenance Force. Unlike in the original timeline, Masatsuki Aozaki's Exequias had no need to retrieve fallen Arrancars. Their duty was to explore Hueco Mundo, searching for powerful but little-known individuals, those like Stark and Ulquiorra, whose strength was immense yet remained hidden. A flicker of sharpness and anticipation flashed in Masatsuki Aozaki's eyes as he studied Rudborn. The captain's sudden appearance likely meant one thing: important information or a new discovery. With a calm tone, he asked, "What is it?" Under their watchful gazes, Rudborn knelt on one knee and swiftly reported. Not long ago, a male Ajuchas-class Minos with third-class spiritual power suddenly invaded the outskirts of Las Noches. We have successfully captured it. An Ajuchas with captain-level Reiatsu might have the potential to evolve into a Vasto Lord. For Masatsuki Aozaki and Aizen, such an Ajuchas wasn't particularly significant. But for the Arrancars, it was an entirely different matter. Masatsuki Aozaki nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Rudborn was a sharp one, he knew exactly what information would be of interest. Masatsuki Aozaki turned to Aizen. The unspoken message was clear: this Ajuchas is your responsibility. Aizen gave a small nod and said softly, "Take it to my laboratory." "Yes, sir." Rudborn bowed slightly, then rose to leave. "Wait." Masatsuki Aozaki suddenly called out, stopping him in his tracks. Rudborn looked up, slightly puzzled. What else did he want to know? Masatsuki Aozaki let out a light chuckle before asking, "What's its name?" Rudborn thought for a moment before answering seriously. "Yami. Yami Largo." Upon hearing the name, Masatsuki Aozaki couldn't help but laugh. Well, isn't that the little Ulquiorra's favorite playmate? Looks like Ulquiorra won't be so bored in the future. He gave a small nod. "I see. You may go." Aizen shot him a suspicious glance, silently mulling over the situation. What does he mean by that? Is this another figure he knows about that I don't? Where is he getting his information? Masatsuki Aozaki's smirk deepened, his expression unreadable. Aren't you supposed to be a genius? Figure it out yourself. Seeing that Masatsuki Aozaki wasn't going to explain, Aizen frowned slightly, lost in thought as he turned and headed toward the laboratory. That evening, Masatsuki Aozaki found himself face to face with an enormous man, towering at nearly 2.3 meters tall. Trailing behind him was a small, dog-like errand car. Not many people in Las Noches kept pets, making him stand out even more. The burly man grinned, bearing a vicious, menacing expression as he spoke in a deep voice. So, you're the one in charge here, Masatsuki Aozaki. Then, tilting his chin arrogantly, he continued. Humph, ignoring me. Do you think you're too good to answer? Sure, I may have been captured by you before, but I've gained far greater power since then. A weakling like you, who can't even sense my Ryatsu, should just step down. Before he could finish, Yami swung his massive fist, aiming straight at Masatsuki Aozaki. However, what happened next was something everyone in Las Noches was used to. Like a cannonball, Yami was sent flying, smashing through the dome of Las Noches before plummeting into the desert sands below. Masatsuki Aozaki turned to Neliel beside him. Have someone take him to the science department for treatment. He paused, as if recalling the image of a woman getting her head blown off, and added. Oh, and keep an eye on Roka. Don't let that big oaf hurt her. I got it. Neliel nodded. She knew Roka. Roka Paramia, formerly a subordinate of Seireitei, an artificially created, spider-like Ajuchas. Masatsuki Aozaki had discovered her after taking control of Las Noches and performed an Arrancar transformation on her. Now, she was the head of the medical department under the science division and, of course, one of Neliel's closest sisters. Did Roka have some kind of grudge against this newcomer? Frowning at the thought, Neliel grabbed one of Yami's legs and dragged him toward the medical department. If he dared to lay a hand on one of their own, she wouldn't just sit back and watch. Although this beating had left Yami severely injured, it was clear he wouldn't stay quiet for long. After a month of lying low, he set his sights on the Espada again. This time, he challenged Gantenbane. Yami might not have the sharpest mind, but his strength was undeniable. In the end, Gantenbane lost, and Yami, victorious, was promoted to the Espada. Through deliberate arrangements, he was assigned to work alongside Ulquiorra. None of this, however, was of any concern to Masatsuki Aozaki. For a while, he enjoyed a truly carefree life before eventually returning to the Soul Society to continue enjoying himself. Soul Society, Shihoin Clan Mansion. A cute, brown-skinned boy sobbed uncontrollably, his eyes brimming with tears. Wah. Sister, I don't want to be the family head. You should be the head. I'll go tell the elders right now, I quit. Alright, Yashiro, stop crying already. You're the family head now. You can't just keep bawling like this. Yoruchi Shihoin, looking mildly annoyed, pushed her younger brother away before he could smear his snot and tears all over her. And don't bother trying to talk me out of it. I gave up the position because I wanted to, not because of the elders. Even if you tell them, I'm not coming back. It wasn't that she disliked her little brother. She knew he adored her. But his personality could be a real handful. Even for someone like her, who was already a handful herself, there were times she just wanted to run away. But I don't want to be the head. I just want to help you, sister. Yashiro Sakimune Shihoin sniffled. Yoruchi sighed, knowing she'd never win against him, and coaxed him patiently. Everyone knows I'm completely unsuited to be the family head. If you take on the role, that's the biggest help you could ever give me. Wiping his eyes, Yashiro asked. Really? Really? Yoruchi nodded solemnly. All right then. Yashiro choked back his tears and agreed. I'll do my best as the family head. I won't let you down. His good sister, however, secretly clenched her fists in triumph, unable to hide the mischievous glint in her eyes. Got him. Oh, by the way, I already spoke to the captain commander. Your captain succession ceremony is scheduled for tomorrow. Don't forget to show up. Tomorrow? That's too soon. I'm not ready yet. Yashiro panicked. What if I mess up? It's not too soon. Being a captain doesn't require much preparation, Yoruchi said, shaking her head. Besides, you're just taking over as the family head and the captain. I'm not leaving the Shihoin clan or the 2nd Division. I'll be around to help you. Don't stress too much. Just go for it. If anything goes wrong, Omida will clean up after you. Chapter 279, Chapter 279, Give it a try. Soul Society, the underground training ground jointly owned by Masatsuki Aozaki and Yoruchi Shihoin. Soaking in the hot spring, Masatsuki Aozaki couldn't help but squint his eyes in relaxation. Two figures slowly approached the edge of the spring, and as they neared, one of them, a tanned figure, began removing her outer robe. Both were familiar faces. Yoruichi Shihoin, his longtime partner, and her ever-loyal bodyguard, Suifeng. The young girl's face had matured slightly, hinting at the future formidable captain of the 2nd Division she would become. Standing at the shore, Suifeng clenched her small hands, nervously scanning her surroundings. She hadn't seen Masatsuki Aozaki in this state many times before. And whenever she had to face both of them together, it didn't take much to turn her face bright red. "So, you're my personal bodyguards now." Masatsuki Aozaki rested his arms casually on the edge of the spring, leaning back as he looked at them with an amused expression. "That's right. This is a direct order from the captain of the 2nd Division himself. As mere seated officers, we had no choice but to obey." Yoruichi chuckled, glancing at Suifeng, who was fidgeting anxiously. Her well-toned figure was now fully visible in Suifeng's line of sight, making the younger girl flush even deeper. "You should be thrilled, two beautiful women protecting you." Yoruichi teased with a playful wink. "And we're supposed to be providing close protection. Don't you think we're a little too far apart right now?" Masatsuki Aozaki knew exactly what his wife was implying. Without hesitation, he swam over and pulled her into an embrace from behind. The distance between them was now practically non-existent. "You tricked Yushiro into this, didn't you? There's no way he'd give such a ridiculous order otherwise." Yoruichi smirked in satisfaction as she looked at Masatsuki Aozaki, who clearly knew what he was doing. They understood each other all too well, one glance, one gesture, and they could tell exactly what the other was thinking. Honestly, all that teasing just now had been unnecessary. Feeling his presence, Yoruichi let her body relax, slowly sinking into his arms. Right now, she felt completely at ease. She wasn't a clan leader, nor a captain. There was no family or division demanding her attention. Of course, if something came up, she'd still step in. But the chances of that happening were slim. She should have realized it sooner, how carefree life could be when she had nothing to worry about. Why would I need to trick him? As his big sister, do you think he'd dare disobey me? Yoruichi Shihoin rested her hand on Masatsuki Aozaki's chest, pouting as she spoke. "If he dares not listen, I'll just discipline him myself." Yes, who would dare defy Yoruichi-sama? The two lingered in the hot spring for a while before looking up at Suifeng, who was standing bashfully on the shore. Masatsuki Aozaki found himself momentarily lost in thought. Decades ago, the three of them had also been in this very hot spring. Back then, Suifeng was still young, easily flustered in his presence. There had been plenty of chances, but none had ever gone anywhere. As for now, Masatsuki cast a knowing glance at Suifeng, who stood with her head lowered in silence. From the looks of it, there was no reason to wait any longer. This feels like a dream. Listening to the rippling water and watching the two people she had longed for, Suifeng murmured to herself, a trace of melancholy in her voice. How could this be a dream? With a swift movement, Yoruichi flipped onto the shore, then reached out and playfully tapped Suifeng's delicate nose. "Yoruichi-sama." Suifeng lowered her head, her face burning red, unable to meet Yoruichi's gaze. Masatsuki Aozaki shot Yoruichi a look. "If you're both my personal bodyguards, then what's going on with that one over there?" "My apologies, Captain Masatsuki. That bodyguard is being disobedient. I'll bring her over right away." Yoruichi immediately straightened up, standing at attention and even giving a mock salute. Wait. Yoruichi-sama." Only then did Suifeng snap out of her wistful daydream, suddenly flustered. "I'm still inexperienced. Maybe I should wait a few more years and serve you two when I'm more prepared." "That's an order, Suifeng." Yoruichi Shihoin whispered into her ear. "Just try it. If you do, you won't be a child anymore. This." "Yes." Her voice was barely audible, but with the terrifying hearing of the two adults, they caught every word. "It's done. Finally done. This is a groundbreaking invention that will change history." Kisuke Urahara walked out of the laboratory, his excitement barely contained. The task Masatsuki Aozaki had given him was finally complete. More importantly, this meant he might never have to stress over the constant shortage of research funds again. Ever since taking over the 12th Division, every research project of the Shinigami Research and Development Institute had fallen on his shoulders. The workload was overwhelming. This was nothing like what he had envisioned. He had just wanted to focus on research, yet somehow, he ended up responsible for an entire division. And Captain Hikafune's punches hurt like hell, refusing wasn't even an option. This was just bullying. There was nowhere to complain about this injustice. "What have you come up with?" Mayuri Kuratsuchi walked over, tilting his head as he eyed Urahara. Lately, Urahara had been disappearing often, acting all secretive. Could it be that he had actually invented something revolutionary? Final Fantasy, Kisuke Urahara pronounced each word slowly. Mayuri's face fell in disappointment. That game. Boring. Urahara shook his head. This is a completely original creation. I guarantee you'll love it. After all, he had poured countless sleepless hours into developing and testing it non-stop for an entire day. A game like this had never existed before. If released in Seireitei, it would definitely be a hit. You think everyone is like you, only interested in playing around? Just give it a try. No. It's really fun. I said no. You're so annoying. With that, Mayuri turned and walked off, leaving behind an impatient silhouette. Urahara sighed dramatically. That guy has no respect for me as the director. I'm furious. No way am I letting him use the funding I earn from this. With his sales pitch rejected, a dejected Urahara trudged out of the Shinigami Research and Development Institute. Still, this was his ultimate masterpiece, the result of countless sleepless nights. He decided he deserved a big meal at the cafeteria to reward himself. Wait, didn't Masatsuki ask me to make this? Shouldn't I tell him? Clapping his hands, Urahara realized he should share the good news with his friend. After stuffing himself in the cafeteria, he found a quiet spot, crouched down, and traced a formation on the ground. As the array lit up, he began searching for his friend's Ryatsu within Seireitei. Bakudo 58, Kakushitsuijaku. A moment later, he frowned, his tone filled with indignation. Can't find him. Did he hide his Ryatsu, or is he off playing somewhere without me again? Knowing Masatsuki Aozaki as well as he did, Urahara was certain he wasn't up to anything productive. Most likely, he was holed up in the training ground Urahara had built. Just thinking about it made him irritated. He had put in all that effort to construct the place, only to have it taken over by two shameless freeloaders who didn't pay him a single coin. And they had the nerve to call it joint marital property. Unbelievable. To make matters worse, those two freeloaders were high-ranking nobles in Seireitei. The elite of the elite. Meanwhile, he, just a minor noble, had nowhere to even voice his complaints. Seireitei was so unfair. For a while, Urahara cursed the heavens in his heart. But being someone skilled in bouncing back, he quickly shook off his frustration. With a spring in his step, he returned to the Shinigami Research and Development Institute and called a meeting with his senior officers. Inside the office, the seated officers of the 12th Division stared at their captain, who was always a little eccentric. Under their skeptical gazes, Urahara grinned and waved his hand. All right, everyone, get ready to make money. With high spirits, Urahara transformed into an enthusiastic young entrepreneur, laying out his grand business plan. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 280, Chapter 280, 2 week. The morning sun bathed Sokayaku Hill in light, but deep underground, the training ground, untouched by the sun, was as bright as day. Scattered across the floor were piles of disordered clothing, as if remnants of a chaotic battlefield. Among them was the black, form-fitting nightwear Suifeng had worn earlier, the standard Zanpakutō combat uniform, akin to a ninja's attire. Nearby lay Yorichi Shihoin's usual open-back outfit, along with other uniforms inspired by various professions from the world of the living, some even featuring animal motifs. These garments were tangled together, forming a bizarre scene. In the open space of the training ground, a young girl lay motionless, like a flower in deep slumber. Her jet-black hair cascaded silkily around her ears, and the slight furrow of her brows hinted at exhaustion and unease. Yesterday's training had been a grueling ordeal for her. She had given her all to adapt to this new role, but her body struggled to keep up with the intensity of the regimen. Masatsuki Aozaki stood silently nearby, his gaze resting on the sleeping girl. Shaking his head slightly, he sighed inwardly. She's still too weak, her physical endurance needs a lot of work. The entire day had been spent on intensive close-quarters protection training. Every move had to be executed with precision, every moment requiring absolute focus. And yet, the young girl had shown remarkable determination. Even when her body was pushed past its limits, she had gritted her teeth and persisted. Throughout the training, Masatsuki Aozaki held himself to the highest standard, showing no mercy to Suifeng. Whenever she reached the brink of collapse, he would allow her a brief rest. But each time, it was only after she tearfully begged him for it. Her desperate pleas and tears stirred something in him, but he knew that only through relentless training could she become a truly capable bodyguard. And so, he remained the cold, unyielding instructor. Pushing her to grow stronger, faster. Masatsuki Aozaki sighed again. Her athletic ability still had a long way to go. He recalled the aerobic training sessions he led for Yorichi Shihoin's group of older girls, so engaging they made time slip away. Those girls, always trying to overwhelm him with sheer numbers, would challenge him again and again, oblivious to their own shortcomings. Of course, they lost every time. The memory made him chuckle. They were still far too weak. Suifeng, it's time to get up. Masatsuki Aozaki gently patted Suifeng's shoulder, trying to wake the sleeping girl. Suifeng slowly opened her eyes, still groggy, and mumbled. No, no more. I don't want to train anymore. Please, both of you, just let me rest. As she spoke, she weakly tried to push Masatsuki away. Whether it was the exhaustion from yesterday's training or sheer fatigue, her arms had no strength at all. No matter how much she pushed, Masatsuki didn't feel a thing. Seeing Suifeng curled up in his arms, her drowsy, delicate expression tinged with laziness and innocence, Masatsuki couldn't help but feel a trace of sympathy. He gently ran his fingers through her hair and spoke softly. All right, we'll stop training for now. With that, he lifted her up and carried her away. As the fourth seat of the second division, Suifeng's Hakuta skills were already impressive. But this was the first time she had ever refused training due to sheer exhaustion. Aren't you going to have breakfast? Maybe some milk? Masatsuki chuckled helplessly. Faced with this exhausted but undeniably adorable girl, he couldn't bring himself to be angry. After all, yesterday's training had been especially brutal for a new recruit. Ugh. At first, Suifeng didn't think much of his words, but the moment he mentioned milk, a wave of nausea hit her. Clearly, she had overindulged the day before and had no appetite for breakfast. All right, then just rest for now. Masatsuki gently lowered her into the hot spring, letting her lean against the edge while draping a towel over her to ensure she was covered. Glancing around the training ground, his gaze fell on the tattered, unusable clothing scattered across the floor. Shaking his head, he sighed. These are beyond saving. Ta-da. Before long, light footsteps echoed through the space. Pretty quick, Masatsuki remarked with a smile as he turned to face the newcomer. Of course. I am the Flash Goddess, Yoruchi, after all, Yoruchi Shihoin declared with a smirk. She hummed to herself before lifting the bag in her hand and shaking it lightly. I've brought Suifeng's clothes. And especially prepared breakfast. There's milk, and I even added honey, her favorite. This training hall had plenty of spare clothing for the girls, but Suifeng wasn't a regular here, so her clothes had to be retrieved from either her home or the division. I don't want milk. I can't drink it anymore. Hearing Suifeng's faint murmuring, Yoruchi couldn't help but laugh. Looks like she had her fill of milk yesterday. She's probably going to avoid it for a while. Grinning, Yoruchi reached out and gave Suifeng's soft cheek a playful pinch, a hint of regret in her expression. How can you call that a waste? Yoruchi, have you had breakfast yet? Want to eat together? Masatsuki took Yoruchi's hand enthusiastically, leading her toward a small wooden table. My. I knew it. You're such a terrible guy, Masatsuki. As soon as you realized you couldn't bond with Suifeng, you immediately turned your sights on me. How terrifying. Yoruchi dramatically clutched her chest, putting on a show of exaggerated shock. Yoruchi. Masatsuki chuckled fondly at her antics. Even the great Yoruchi needs to feel a little appreciated now and then. Otherwise, knowing how easily distracted you are, Captain Masatsuki, you might just forget about me, Yoruchi teased as she pulled a bottle of milk from the bag and held it up to his lips. When have I ever done that? That's slander. Masatsuki looked at her, half amused, half exasperated. You know I never forget anyone, he muttered, sipping the milk. Then it settled. No matter what happens, none of us will forget each other. We'll stay together until we're old, Yoruchi said, her golden eyes gleaming with an unmistakable hint of hope. Yoruchi. Masatsuki swallowed the milk slowly, his gaze lowering. In truth, I'm the one who can't bear to be without you all. So this is my promise. I won't forget you. And I won't just become a memory to you. Smiling gently, Masatsuki reached out and stroked Yoruchi's head, his voice soft and certain. We'll always be as we are now. Even as time passes and the world changes, we'll shine together, like the moon and the stars, side by side, for eternity. That is enough, Yoruchi whispered, a warm smile spreading across her face. And I'll make that same promise. 40 chapters ahead. p@triancom/pinksnake. Chapter 281, Intensify the Training. Masatsuki, you're not getting away from me in this lifetime. Yoruchi Shihoin grinned as she stood up, the curve of her lips carrying a playful yet possessive edge. A cat's sense of territory and ownership is strong, so she would make sure Masatsuki Aozaki could never leave her side. Masatsuki crossed his arms, looking at Yoruchi with a smirk. I never planned on running away in the first place. Hearing his words, Yoruchi's heart swelled with satisfaction. She let out a pleased hum, grinning smugly. Then, shifting her attention to the ground, she opened another bag. Inside were a black combat suit and an assortment of uniforms, some of which seemed questionably themed. Yoruchi picked up a small black halter-style combat outfit and held it up against Suifeng, measuring it against her. You really went wild last night. Look at how many of my outfits you ruined. She shook her head helplessly. Masatsuki coughed awkwardly at her remark. Ahem. Well, it's you we're talking about. Spending time with a cat, it's only natural I'd start acting like one too. He scratched his head, recalling last night's reckless moments with Yoruchi and unable to suppress a small smile. Yoruchi arched an eyebrow, seemingly satisfied with his response. She continued rummaging through the bag, occasionally holding up a piece of clothing to check the fit. Meanwhile, Masatsuki sat comfortably off to the side, watching her with quiet admiration. All right, enough of that. Let's check on poor little Suifeng first, and we need to clean up this mess. This place is a disaster. Yoruchi frowned at the scene before her, sighing in exasperation. This was her playground, not a one-time-use battlefield. Despite being the noble heir of the Shihoin clan, Yoruchi was surprisingly handy. Without hesitation, she started tidying up with efficiency. I'll leave it to you, Yoruchi, Masatsuki said, flashing her a flattering grin. Oh no, you don't. Don't think you can slack off on me, this is our shared property. Yoruchi placed her hands on her hips, puffing her cheeks in mock anger before suddenly grabbing his chin, tilting his face upward as she stared down at him with the commanding presence of a queen. Ah! A startled scream from the hot spring suddenly echoed through the space, signaling the start of yet another eventful day. Hearing the sound, Masatsuki and Yoruchi exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. After the laughter subsided, they set to work, cleaning up the wreckage left behind. Before long, Suifeng cautiously stepped out from behind a rock, now clad in the same black halter combat uniform as Yoruchi. Unlike Yoruchi, however, Suifeng's petite frame and slender build didn't exude the same alluring presence. But her sharp, disciplined stance combined with the sleek outfit sent her coolness factor skyrocketing compared to the plain nightwear she had worn before. Whoa! Yoruchi let out a whistle at the sight of Suifeng's new look. Masatsuki watched as Suifeng, face burning red, hesitantly took slow, uncertain steps forward. He nodded in approval. The tailors of the 2nd Division truly knew their craft. Though this specialized combat suit didn't emphasize Suifeng's figure, it highlighted her youthful energy, her fierce determination, and, perhaps most surprising of all, added a subtle touch of maturity. In the end, it wasn't about looking sexy, it was about carrying herself with confidence. And in that regard, she was every bit as striking as Yoruchi. For the sake of serving their young mistress, the former head of the Shihoin clan and the past 2nd Division captain, now their 3rd seat, the division's tailors had certainly gone above and beyond. Suifeng kept her head down, her face flushed with embarrassment. Every so often, she stole a glance at her new outfit, only for her blush to deepen even further. She mumbled softly. I'm sorry, Yoruchi-sama. This outfit isn't meant for me. I'll go change right away. As she spoke, she turned to leave. Masatsuki Aozaki watched the adorable Suifeng, a wave of emotion washing over him. This girl's devotion to Yoruchi Shihoin was beyond words. Whenever she faced Yoruchi, she became shy and flustered. Yet in front of her squad mates, she exuded an icy, untouchable aura, keeping others at a distance. That stark contrast only made her all the more endearing. Yoruchi blinked and spoke with a rare seriousness. No need to change. From now on, this will be the official combat uniform for our personal bodyguards. A playful smile curved her lips, a mischievous glint flashing in her golden eyes. Hearing this, Suifeng's face turned even redder. She lowered her head, biting her lip, her fingers gripping the fabric of her clothes. She wanted to refuse, but Yoruchi's words were absolute. How could she dare to go against them? After all, her entire existence revolved around serving Yoruchi-sama. Being chosen as Masatsuki's personal guard was already an incredible honor, and now, faced with Yoruchi's decision, there was no room for hesitation. What you should be thinking about is getting stronger. At this rate, you'll be dead young. Cough cough. Yoruchi-sama. Caught off guard, Suifeng blushed furiously, lowering her head as she muttered in embarrassment. It was clear that last night's intense training had left its mark. Especially since the ones pushing her to her limits had been her number 1 and number 2 favorite people, making the experience even more overwhelming. Since my little bodyguard will be by my side from now on, Captain Aozaki will personally handle your training, Yoruchi added with a smirk. Masatsuki grinned, throwing an arm around Suifeng's shoulders. She stiffened, her body trembling slightly. Masatsuki-sama. Recalling everything from the night before, Suifeng found herself flustered and at a loss for words. You still have a long way to go. Just look at Yoruchi, she's perfectly fine today, moving around like nothing happened. Masatsuki knew her well. Suifeng was prideful, but deep down, her admiration for Yoruchi ran deeper than anything else. Even though Masatsuki had saved her life and helped her grow stronger, he still didn't hold the same place in her heart as Yoruchi Shihoin. You really do need to increase your training, Yoruchi said, her expression turning more serious. Seeing this, Suifeng immediately straightened up and nodded obediently. Yes, Yoruchi-sama. Good girl. That deserves a reward. Yoruchi lifted Suifeng's chin with a teasing touch, her voice gentle yet playful. Masatsuki took a step forward without hesitation. It seemed he had found the perfect way to rein Suifeng in. After a long while. Suifeng's flushed face turned toward Masatsuki, her eyes still dazed. What? Thinking about more bodyguard training. Masatsuki smiled knowingly. The moment Suifeng remembered Masatsuki's relentless training sessions, she instantly shrank back. And no, Masatsuki-sama. I'll go eat breakfast first. You and Yoruchi-sama can keep talking. Spotting the milk sitting on the low table nearby, Suifeng quickly latched onto the excuse as a perfect escape. She may have survived yesterday, but today. She refused to go through that again. If they pushed her too far again, she'd definitely have to take a leave of absence. Masatsuki watched the flustered, retreating figure of the once cool and composed Suifeng and couldn't help but chuckle. If you let her go now, you might not get another chance today, Yoruchi murmured, stepping up beside him, watching Suifeng disappear. A partner in crime to Masatsuki Aozaki, through and through. Chapter 282, I bought it. What's the rush? Young people are still growing, of course, they need their rest. Masatsuki Aozaki shook his head. Yesterday, this woman had enjoyed herself far more than he had. Masatsuki, are you jealous? Feng-chan likes me better, there's nothing you can do about it. After all, I met her first. Yoruchi Shihoin teased, glancing playfully at Masatsuki Aozaki. Young people always struggle to see things clearly. She'll understand the value of her captain in time. Masatsuki Aozaki met Yoruchi's gaze, his words carrying a deeper meaning. His eyes were calm, as if he could see through to the true nature that Yoruchi kept hidden. At least I know. Yoruchi crossed her arms around Masatsuki, speaking with confidence. That's why I'm here. With her arms wrapped around him, Yoruchi closed her eyes and leaned against his back, her voice soft. Of course. We made a promise. Masatsuki Aozaki clasped the hands resting against his chest. Under the dazzling white light, on the desolate rocky terrain, the two held each other tightly. As time passed, several more years slipped by in the three worlds. In Uzuri, the 78th district of South Rakangai. Despite its vast expanse, it was a place of ruin and danger. Tens of thousands lived in its scattered towns and villages, struggling through hardship and adversity. For those who called this district home, life was an unrelenting challenge. The threats here weren't just from the harsh environment, people were in even greater danger. Yet, in this perilous corner of the world, a young man strolled through the streets, dressed in opulent attire, completely at ease. The predatory eyes of wandering ruffians fixed on him, but he remained unfazed. Still nothing. Was today another waste of time? Masatsuki Aozaki sighed softly. His gaze swept over the ragged figures in the alleyways and streets, and a trace of helplessness surfaced in his heart. He had deliberately chosen a magnificent kimono for his visit, its ancient patterns embroidered with gold thread, jade pendants dangling as embellishments. Paired with his refined and gentle demeanor, he exuded an air of noble elegance. It was all carefully planned. Had he worn his captain's haori, no one would have dared to approach him. But he hadn't come here to intimidate or flaunt his status, he was searching for someone. Dressing like this and wandering a place rife with danger. The attraction was undeniable. Simply put, he was baiting the trap. You useless thing. I ought to just let you starve. Ever since I bought you, I haven't had a single good day. I don't know what possessed me to take you in. I must have been blind. All you do is eat. I don't even make as much as you consume. Masatsuki Aozaki frowned instinctively and glanced in the direction of the commotion. What he saw made him pause. The central area of Inuzuri was relatively stable. Several shops lined the streets, though they only existed because they had the backing of Ronin. Without protection, no one would dare run a business in a place like this. A particular establishment caught Masatsuki Aozaki's attention, a tavern. For Ronin who lived by the blade, alcohol was an indispensable companion, numbing their pain and helping them forget their troubles. Naturally, the tavern was always packed, business booming without pause. The owner was a plump middle-aged woman who, judging by her features, must have been quite attractive in her youth. At that moment, she stood at the entrance, furiously berating a small girl curled up on the ground. In her hand, she gripped a bamboo stick. The child's body was covered in bruises and scars, evidence of a recent beating. Perhaps it was jealousy, or maybe nostalgia for her own lost beauty, but as she looked down at the trembling girl, the woman's insults poured out like an unrelenting storm. The small figure was dressed in a tattered yukata, her short black hair messy and unkempt, resembling a wild sprout. Despite her young age, there was already a delicate beauty to her features. She clenched her teeth and curled in on herself, enduring the woman's tirade. One thought echoed in her mind. One day, I will leave this place. No matter what, I will leave and never come back. But for now, she could only endure the angry shouts. Tell me, you little freeloader, what have you ever done for me? You're nothing but a burden. If you're useless to me, I'll just sell you off to the North District tomorrow. The plump woman glared at the cowering girl, her voice filled with resentment. How much do you want for her? I'll buy her. A calm, pleasant voice echoed through the tavern, silencing the room. The woman and the gathered ronin turned in unison. Some swallowed nervously, their eyes locked onto the finely dressed men. How much would those clothes go for? 10 lifetimes worth? No. 100. But no one dared make a move. The fabric alone was worth a fortune, no ordinary Shinigami could afford such attire. Which meant he had to be a noble. In Rakangai, killing a Shinigami wasn't unheard of. Some ronin even carried asachis, weapons taken from the corpses of fallen Shinigami. It was easy enough, lure them into the wilderness, kill them, and disappear. Who would ever find them? But a noble. That was another story. Killing a noble could mean the entire district being wiped off the map. Even fleeing into the mountains wouldn't be enough. After all, nobles were the ones who ruled Soul Society. Is he a god? The small black-haired girl stared blankly at the men with the warm smile. What's your name? Masatsuki Aozaki crouched down, gently brushing aside the girl's messy hair. Rukia. My name is Rukia. She was naturally beautiful, her features delicate despite the dirt and bruises. It was easy to see why the woman mistreated her, jealousy. Rukia, huh? Masatsuki Aozaki murmured, his gaze lingering on her small figure. She looked a little older than Toshiro Hitsugaya, but by Soul Society standards, she was still quite young, barely a century old. Now that he thought about it, her age lined up with what he remembered from the original timeline. The future noblewoman of the Kuchiki clan had once suffered like this in Rakangai. It seemed she had endured enough hardship to finally run away, choosing to survive on her own. It made sense. A spiritually gifted infant abandoned in the 78th district wouldn't have survived without someone taking her in. And in a place like this, her caretakers were unlikely to be kind people. Sir, if I may. The plump woman forced a smile. She's clumsy, eats more than she works, and she's nothing like the servants in your household. You sure you want her? Her eyes flicked to Masatsuki Aozaki's hand, which was gently ruffling Rukia's hair. She bit her lip in frustration. I still have some of my old charm, don't I? Why didn't he come for me instead? Rukia hesitated, staring up at Masatsuki Aozaki in panic. Perhaps it was the warmth in his gaze or the sheer contrast between him and everything she had known. For some reason, she felt safe with him. She wanted to go with him. It doesn't matter. I have more than enough money. Raising a little one won't be a problem. Masatsuki Aozaki patted her head lightly. Money was the least of his concerns, every noble in Seireitei was practically tripping over themselves to send him gifts. Forget gifts, some even sent him people. The idea of him lacking money was laughable. Tell me the price. I'll take her. Ah, well, since Lord Noble insists, I suppose I can't. The woman's face lit up with greed. She glanced at Masatsuki Aozaki, then at Rukia. He was obviously wealthy. She had raised the girl, fed her, she wasn't going to let this deal pass without squeezing out every coin she could. But then. Her eyes flicked to his waist. A sword. She froze. A cold sweat ran down her back. Why hadn't I noticed that before? In her world, only two kinds of people carried swords, Shinigami and Ronin. A noble wouldn't be a Ronin. Which meant. He's a Shinigami. Her expression shifted in an instant. Forcing a smile, she quickly waved her hands. No, sir. What are you saying? If you want her, how could I dare take money? She's yours, no charge at all. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pinksnake. Chapter 283, Nissan. The bright moon hung high in the sky, casting its cold, silvery glow over the land. Within Seireitei, all was silent. A man dressed in fine brocade and jade accessories walked leisurely alongside a girl in tattered clothes, their steps unhurried as they strolled down the wide avenue. Patrolling Shinigami took notice of the unusual pair and were about to step forward for a closer look. However, when the leading Shinigami caught sight of the man's face under the lantern light, he immediately stopped his subordinates from acting rashly. On the spacious street, Masatsuki Aozaki observed the little girl beside him with amusement. She tried to maintain a composed expression, but the curiosity in her eyes betrayed her. It was hard to imagine that this small, ragged girl would one day become the captain of the 13th Division, a woman both charming and dignified. Rukia clung tightly to Masatsuki Aozaki's hand, her gaze fixed on his ethereal, almost divine features. After a moment of hesitation, she asked with wide-eyed curiosity. Are you a god? A god. Masatsuki Aozaki repeated the word softly, a faint smile curving his lips. For now, I'm just an ordinary human. He had long surpassed the limits of an average soul, but he wasn't so arrogant as to think he could stand on equal footing with the Soul King. At this moment in time, the Soul King was still the supreme being of this world. Then, as if remembering something, Masatsuki Aozaki glanced down at Rukia and asked. Are you hungry? How about we get another meal? I know a great place. As he spoke, he gently ruffled her short black hair. Rukia's face flushed red in embarrassment, and she quickly shook her head. And no. I'm not hungry. The memories of her past resurfaced, days when she barely ate, times when she went an entire day without so much as a bite of food. But now, her belly was full, and this newfound sense of satisfaction and warmth filled her with happiness. At this moment, she finally believed that the men beside her truly had no shortage of money. Ever since entering Seireitei, they had stopped frequently to sample different foods, trying every local delicacy they came across. It almost felt as if he had taken the tavern keeper's words to heart, acting as though she might starve to death if he didn't feed her constantly. She knew she got hungry more easily than most, but she wasn't a bottomless pit. What she didn't yet realize was that her hunger wasn't a flaw, it was a gift. Before long, they passed through the noble district and arrived in front of a grand mansion. Its architecture was solemn and dignified, exuding an air of noble elegance. This will be your home from now on. Masatsuki Aozaki gently held Rukia's small hands in his own, his gaze warm and affectionate. It was as if he wished to transfer all his warmth to her. From today onward, I'll be your family. You can call me Nisan. I like that better. His voice was soft, tinged with gentle indulgence. He understood what a real family meant to an orphan like Rukia. Nisan. Rukia looked up at him carefully. Her clear, bright eyes reflected his image, shimmering with unshed tears. Her voice was small and hesitant, yet within it lay deep gratitude. Ever since she was sold to that tavern, she had lived every day in fear. The beatings, the curses, the suffocating darkness, it had nearly crushed her. She had dreamed of escaping for so long, clinging desperately to that hope. And just when she had steeled herself to run away on her own, fate intervened. Someone had not only taken her away, but had also given her something even more precious. A home. A family. Am I dreaming? Little Rukia couldn't believe what was happening before her eyes. She slowly placed her small hand on Masatsuki Aozaki's cheek, feeling the warmth of his skin. She murmured to herself, afraid that this was just a fleeting dream. Of course not, Masatsuki Aozaki said with a gentle smile. He lightly pinched Rukia's soft cheeks, feeling the smoothness of her skin. Running his fingers through her silky black hair, he spoke tenderly. From now on, you're my family. I'll take care of you, and no one will ever bully you again. Nisan. Rukia felt the warmth of his large hand, her heart overflowing with emotion and joy. Tears welled up in her eyes. Do I really have a family now? She murmured. Masatsuki Aozaki gazed at the fragile yet resilient little girl before him. Gently wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, he comforted her softly. Don't cry. From now on, this is your home. I'll be with you, and you'll never be alone again. With that, he picked Rukia up, gently patting her back, offering her a sense of comfort. Feeling his warmth and hearing his words, Rukia slowly relaxed. She lay quietly in his arms, cherishing this rare moment of tenderness. Before long, she drifted into a deep sleep. Masatsuki Aozaki looked down at the peacefully sleeping Rukia and smiled gently. Carefully, he carried her into the room, laid her on the bed, and tucked her in. As morning arrived, warm sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden glow over the tatami. The gentle light gradually woke the dark-haired girl. Still lost in the comfort of her dream, Rukia suddenly tensed. Her expression changed, and she instinctively sat up. Oh no. I slept too soundly. Her eyes shot open in panic. The landlady is definitely going to be furious. Having endured countless hardships in Rakangai, Rukia had learned to be exceptionally alert and perceptive. In the past, whenever she overslept, that fierce woman would punish her with a thin bamboo stick. And thin bamboo sticks hurt the most. Thicker ones might cause severe injuries and look terrifying, but the pain was bearable. But a thin bamboo stick. One strike felt like it cut straight to the bone. Yet today, everything was eerily quiet. Rukia frowned in confusion. By now, she should have already heard the landlady's angry shouting. But there was nothing. A strange feeling settled in her heart. Then, suddenly, the memories of yesterday flooded back. That generous nobleman had become her Nisan. Realization dawned on her, and her expression shifted. She quickly took in her surroundings. The luxurious beams and elegant furniture spoke volumes. This place was worlds apart from the dilapidated shack she used to live in. Even the soft futon beneath her couldn't be compared to the rough hay and broken planks she had once slept on. But still. Scanning the room, Rukia anxiously searched with her bright, intelligent eyes, as if looking for something. Or rather, someone. Yet, after failing to find what she was looking for, she hurriedly slipped on her shoes and dashed toward the door without hesitation. Rukia, you slept so late yesterday. Why not rest a little longer today? A gentle voice called out from the courtyard, making Rukia stop in her tracks. 40 chapters ahead. P at Triancom/Pink Snake. Chapter 284, Chapter 284, Rude. The next moment, Rukia spotted the familiar figure, and the weight in her heart finally lifted. She let out a breath of relief, her entire body relaxing. Masatsuki Nisan. Without hesitation, she rushed forward and threw herself into Masatsuki Aozaki's arms. What's wrong? Masatsuki Aozaki was slightly puzzled by her flustered state. Still, on instinct, he reached out and caught the small girl, holding her securely. With practiced ease, he ran his fingers through her silky black hair, a gentle smile forming on his lips as he asked softly. Did something happen? Are you hungry? No. Rukia inhaled the faint scent unique to Masatsuki Aozaki, and her face instantly flushed red, like a ripened apple. She quickly shut her eyes, trying to hide her embarrassment. But to this Nisan, it seemed she had truly earned a reputation as a little glutton. Oh my, it looks like Captain Masatsuki is quite popular with children. That puts me at ease. A strange voice suddenly interrupted Rukia's thoughts. Curious, she turned her head. In her rush to find Masatsuki Aozaki, she had paid no attention to her surroundings. It was only now that she noticed the man standing beside him. A pale face, strange makeup, and a sinister grin, Rukia's expression twisted in shock. Glutinous rice dumpling monster. The words slipped out before she could stop herself. Mayuri Kuratsuchi. What is with these rude brats? And who exactly is this girl? Mayuri Kuratsuchi's eye twitched slightly as he glanced at the ill-mannered Rukia. Masatsuki Aozaki raised an eyebrow, holding the startled girl closer. Watch your tone, Deputy Director Mayuri Kuratsuchi. Didn't you hear her call me Nisan? His voice carried a hint of warning. She is now a member of the Aozaki family. Insulting a high-ranking noble is a serious offense. Mayuri Kuratsuchi blinked, momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected Masatsuki Aozaki to say that. As far as he knew, the Aozaki family only had one member, Masatsuki Aozaki himself. He was aware that Masatsuki Aozaki hailed from the world of the living, but could this child be a distant relative from there? That didn't make sense. Masatsuki Aozaki had been a Shinigami for years. There was no way he would still care about things from the world of the living. Don't overthink it. She's just an ordinary kid I brought back from Rakangai. Masatsuki Aozaki shot him an impatient glare. Seeing the look on Mayuri Kuratsuchi's face, he didn't need to guess, this so-called genius was already overanalyzing things again. Would he really be so kind-hearted? Mayuri Kuratsuchi narrowed his eyes at him, clearly skeptical. Humph, it's none of my concern. I've delivered the person to you. As for this shadow world you mentioned, I haven't found it yet. I'm heading back for now. With that, Mayuri Kuratsuchi turned to leave. Mayuri-sama, are you leaving? A calm voice suddenly reached Rukia's ears. She instinctively turned her head and saw a young girl standing there, her expression emotionless, her gaze steady and unwavering as she looked at the three of them. Mayuri Kuratsuchi glanced at his creation and waved a hand dismissively. From now on, you'll stay here, Nimue. Yes, Mayuri-sama. Hearing his words, Nimue Kuratsuchi lowered her head slightly in acknowledgement. Mayuri Kuratsuchi shot her a cold, indifferent glance before shifting his gaze to Masatsuki Aozaki. His tone was casual as he said. Captain Masatsuki, Nimue No. 7 is my latest creation. My research is still ongoing, and I may need her again. Don't let her become useless too soon. Masatsuki Aozaki couldn't help but chuckle at Mayuri Kuratsuchi's detached demeanor. He found the situation rather amusing. Crossing his arms lazily over his chest, he tilted his head and smirked. Oh. Could it be that you're actually worried about your daughter, Deputy Director Mayuri Kuratsuchi? At those words, Mayuri Kuratsuchi's expression briefly twisted with displeasure and surprise, but he quickly suppressed it. His voice remained indifferent as he replied. Ridiculous. She's merely an experiment. Giving her my surname doesn't make her my daughter. If you'd like, you're free to give her a different name. Mayuri Kuratsuchi sneered, his gaze filled with disdain, his tone as cold as ever. I don't have time to waste here. If you want idle chatter, Captain Masatsuki, find someone else. With that, he turned and left. Masatsuki Aozaki watched him walk away, the corners of his lips curling slightly into a mischievous smile. Softly, he murmured. Is that so? Then I won't see you off. I'll take good care of Nimue. Take care, Deputy Director Mayuri. Then, he reached out and gently patted Nimue Kuratsuchi's head, his gaze filled with expectation. Nimue Kuratsuchi lifted her head, her expression serious as she looked at Masatsuki Aozaki. Masatsuki-sama, what do you need me to do? Masatsuki Aozaki smiled faintly. You don't need to do anything. Just stay by my side, like Rukia, I'll raise you both properly. With that, he pulled Nimue closer and gently stroked her hair. In his arms, Rukia's eyes widened in shock. What? I only just got here yesterday. I haven't even had time to do anything yet. And now there's already competition. She felt a bit frustrated but was also curious about Masatsuki Aozaki's actions. First, he took her in. Now, he had brought in another little girl. Weren't noble lords known for having strange hobbies? The more she thought about it, the redder her face became. Growing up in the chaotic 78th district of Rakangai, she had heard plenty of crude jokes and knew exactly what kind of twisted rumors existed about nobles. Masatsuki Aozaki held Rukia in one arm while gently patting Nimue's head with the other, lost in thought about the future. But when he glanced at the two small girls before him, he let out a sigh, his expression turning somewhat helpless. Honestly, I really don't have any experience raising kids. Masatsuki Aozaki exhaled in mild frustration. Back when he spent time in Rakangai with Jin Ichimaru and Ranjika Matsumoto, it wasn't exactly child-rearing, it was just normal interactions between friends. Besides their appearances, those two had never acted like children. Now, faced with actual kids, he wasn't sure what to do. Ruffling his own hair in mild exasperation, he muttered. Oh well. No point overthinking it. I'll figure things out when the time comes. And if I really can't handle it, I'll just find Sojin. Byakuya was raised by him, he's got more experience with kids than I do. Then, turning his attention back to the two little girls, he asked. I'm going to make breakfast. You two haven't eaten yet, have you? Both of them responded in unison. No. They glanced at each other briefly before quickly looking away. Rukia narrowed her eyes slightly, as if lost in thought. Meanwhile, Nimue Kuratsuchi remained indifferent. She only gave Rukia a brief look before returning her attention to Masatsuki Aozaki. Masatsuki Aozaki chuckled and led the two little girls inside. After Nimue left the kitchen to help in the dining room, Rukia suddenly leaned against Masatsuki Aozaki, as if all the strength had drained from her body. Perhaps because he had saved her, she had developed a strong sense of dependence on him. Earlier, when Mayuri Kuratsuchi and Nimue Kuratsuchi were present, she had restrained herself. But now that they were alone, she hugged him tightly without hesitation. You really are a strange girl. Masatsuki Aozaki gently embraced her, gazing at the small girl in his arms with quiet affection. His eyes met her deep violet ones, within them, it was as if stars were twinkling. From now on, you don't have to fear anyone. His voice was soft, but then he suddenly paused, as if recalling someone.